Dragon God Supreme Chapter 2356 to Chapter 2437. Lord Feng blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Dragon God Temple was stunned at first, and then they exploded in an instant. Cheers soared into the sky and shook the 9 heavens. Long already has this kind of power? Long Tianzhou's eyes widened. His shock was self-evident. I can't believe that Feng Wuchen blocked it. Qian Hun's chest heaved up and down. He was almost out of breath. He's not at a disadvantage at all. He didn't even frown. Gui Nu was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine what Feng Wuchen had gone through. It hasn't even been a month. Mia Hun and Dong Huang Wuji were stunned. Was this really the Feng Wuchen they knew? Mu Qing's cultivation and strength are superior to Feng Wuchen's. Even if Feng Wuchen has the Eye of Origin and is extremely overbearing, there's no way he could block the punch. Mu Xiu frowned. As the young master, he knew the strength of his people very well. However, Feng Wuchen was able to withstand the punch. Mu Xiu was in disbelief. Humph. Looks like we've underestimated Feng Wuchen's strength. Lei Zhong said coldly. Hualing Tian said indifferently, I've already warned you not to underestimate him. It's not too late now. Brother Ling Tian, what do you think of Feng Wuchen's strength? Jing Tian looked at Hualing Tian and asked. Feng Wuchen's strength comes from the origin energy, the ancient energy, and the saint weapon. Other than these 3, there's another terrifying existence, Hualing Tian said indifferently. What is it? Feng Jitian asked curiously. Feng Wuchen's physical body is extremely strong. He's the strongest physical body I've ever seen. Although Zhu Sha's physical body is strong, it's still a far cry from Feng Wuchen, Hualing Tian said. Strong physical body? No wonder he could unleash such tyrannical power. The wood elementalist's face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. I can't imagine how his cultivation improved. Even with our talents, it's impossible for us to improve so much in just a month. Icy Snow was both puzzled and curious. Since Feng Wuchen's battle prowess had reached such a level, other than those who could contend against the laws of heaven and earth of the 7 god realms, no one else would be able to threaten Feng Wuchen. Looks like I have underestimated Brother Feng. Now, I can finally be at ease. Shan Tong, who was hiding in the dark, smiled faintly and left in a flash. Feng Wuchen's strength was enough to contend against ancient experts. Unless a Saint Emperor interfered, no one could threaten Feng Wuchen. If the Saint Emperors really took action, the mysterious Cauldron Holy Sect and the Saint Royal clan would naturally take action as well. Shan Tong didn't need to worry at all. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change in the slightest in the face of such a fierce head-on collision. It was as if this punch posed no pressure to him at all. In the air, Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Mu Qing. He said coldly, You're the only one allowed to have this kind of power and not others? Humph. Is this all you've got? I haven't used my full strength yet. Don't be so arrogant. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Mu Qing shouted angrily. His narrowed eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent. Although Mu Qing's words were arrogant, he did have the right to be arrogant, but just as Mu Qing finished speaking, Feng Wuchen withdrew his fist. Mu Qing was puzzled. Everyone present was puzzled. Was Feng Wuchen scared? Humph. Feng Wuchen, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it's too late. Mu Qing sneered proudly. After all, an ancient expert was an ancient expert. I think you misunderstood. If I wanted to kill you, why would I need to use my full strength? You let me down. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Mu Qing's strength had disappointed Feng Wuchen. Didn't he just block a punch? How could he be so arrogant? Mu Qing couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't react, but soon his face became gloomy again and his killing intent surged. Feng Wuchen. I've decided to cut you into 8 pieces. I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Tremble. Mu Qing roared furiously. The blood in his body surged wildly and his veins bulged. At this moment, Mu Qing unleashed his full strength and controlled his strength to the level closest to triggering the law of heaven and earth in the 7 god worlds. His anger obviously didn't completely devour him. In the face of Mu Qing's terrifying aura, Feng Wuchen's expression remained unchanged. Even when Mu Qing attacked, Feng Wuchen still didn't move. That was an expert from the ancient times. Feng Wuchen was still as calm as Mount Tai. Hualing Tian, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but frown slightly. He seemed to have noticed something. Noticing the change in Hualing Tian's expression, Icy Snow asked, "Big brother Ling Tian, what's wrong?" Hualing Tian didn't say anything, but his expression was solemn. Icy Snow and the others' expressions became solemn. They no longer had the disdain and arrogance from before. The instant Mu Qing got close to Feng Wuchen, an extremely intense fear surged in his heart. He felt extremely uneasy. However, since he had already attacked, there was no reason for him to stop. A ferocious palm slammed toward Feng Wuchen's face. The attack was so ferocious that it was enough to send everyone into despair. Judging from the momentum, if Feng Wuchen was hit, his entire head would definitely turn into a bloody mist. "Feng Wuchen! Go to hell!" Mu Qing roared furiously. However, when Mu Qing's palm slammed down, he saw Feng Wuchen's lips curl up into a sneer. That was right. It was a sneer, it was definitely not an illusion. In the next second, a scene that Mu Qing would never forget happened. Boom, spurt, in a flash, before Mu Qing's attack landed, Feng Wuchen's fist had already pierced through Mu Qing's chest. Blood gushed out wildly. This is impossible. Mu Qing looked at his chest in disbelief. With his cultivation base, why didn't he see it clearly? With his speed, why didn't he hit Feng Wuchen first? Mu Qing was about to speak when he realized that his life had come to an end. The despair in his eyes had dimmed, and his aura was gradually dissipating. One move, just one move, he killed an ancient powerhouse in an instant. Everyone present held their breaths. They were all dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, everyone forgot to breathe. They did not dare to breathe. Dong Huang Wuji, Mia Hun, Tian Tu, Qian Hun, and Gui Nu were all trembling in extreme fear. In the dark, Hualing Tian and the others were all dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen was too strong, so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Mu Qing's cultivation base was not ordinary. He was an ancient powerhouse who could trigger the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the 7 heavenly worlds at any time. Such a terrifying powerhouse, in front of Feng Wuchen, gave people the illusion that he could kill people like killing chickens. Not far away, the other 2 powerhouses of the Wood Spirit clan were pale with fear. Mu Qing's cultivation base was higher than theirs. If Feng Wuchen could kill him like killing chickens, there was no need to mention them. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over them. When their eyes met Feng Wuchen's, the 2 of them were so scared that their souls trembled. They felt as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Young master. Help. The 2 of them were completely terrified. In the dark, Hualing Tian's face changed completely. What kind of monster was this Feng Wuchen? Why did that punch make Hualing Tian feel a strong sense of fear? It was dead silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Feng Wuchen's punch was definitely unforgettable. That's impossible. He actually killed Mu Qing with one punch. The Wood Elementalist was the first to break the silence. He almost roared. Feng Wuchen's punch actually made the Wood Elementalist feel small. "Big brother Ling Tian, what's going on?" Icy Snow asked in shock. She was stunned. Icy Snow noticed Hualing Tian's expression just now and guessed that Hualing Tian must have noticed something. Hualing Tian's expression was extremely ugly. He frowned and said, 3 times the combat strength disappeared in an instant. I didn't see it clearly at that moment. What? 3 times the combat strength? Feng Jitian and the others' expressions changed drastically again. Feng Wuchen's strength was already terrifying and surpassed Lin Xuantian's. On top of that, 3 times the combat strength would not be a problem for him to instantly kill Mu Qing. Feng Wuchen actually killed an ancient powerhouse with one punch. In the Dragon God Temple, Lin Xiantian was the first to speak in shock. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Little friend Feng, what kind of power is that? Dong Huang Wuji's old eyes were wide open. His heart was in turmoil. Annihilation's old face was extremely shocked. He rubbed his eyes hard, hoping that he was seeing things. However, the scene did not change at all. Young master, he. Long Yan almost fainted from shock. Gu Yuan's expression was extremely shocked. Master is already so terrifying? Did this stinking brat use an illusion? The three-eyed demon ape's huge face was petrified. He would rather believe that it was an illusion than to believe that it was real. Was it an illusion? Someone tell me if it was an illusion or not. I want to know the answer immediately. Lin Yu was trembling in fear. His face was pale, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. That's an ancient expert. Big brother Feng, he actually killed him with a single punch. Lu Qingyang sucked in a deep breath of cold air. His heart was beating wildly, almost jumping out of his chest. Has Lord Feng become so powerful? Even a single pupil wouldn't be able to kill an ancient expert so easily, right? Huang Yan was already scared into a vegetative state. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and shock. Long Tianqiu, Feng Jingxiong, Mia Di, Mia Yuan, Man Zhentian, and the others were petrified. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. It was normal for everyone to be shocked and frightened. Everyone in the seven god realms knew how terrifying the ancient powerhouses were. They could absolutely crush anyone at the peak of the saint transformation stage. However, Feng Wuchen had changed everything. The ancient strong warriors were no longer invincible existences. They could also be killed by the practitioners of the seven deities' realms. It was too sudden. No one could accept it immediately. With a thought, the black flame rolled up and swallowed Mu Qing's dead body in an instant, turning it into ashes in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen used instant transmission and suddenly appeared in front of another member of the Wood Spirit clan. That member was so frightened that he took a few steps back. He was scared out of his wits. Feng Wuchen's eyes were cold, very cold. The Wood Spirit clan member felt like he was being targeted by a demon. Especially Feng Wuchen's terrifying murderous aura. It was so strong that he couldn't breathe and his face turned pale. Say what you just said again, Feng Wuchen said coldly. He didn't seem to be able to defy him. You should be thankful that you didn't see with your own eyes that the person you love didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself to save them. Otherwise, how sad would that be? The man trembled and stuttered. Then open your dog eyes wide and watch. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The soul power in his body suddenly surged out. The invisible soul power instantly covered the sky. What a domineering soul power. As expected, he's not an ordinary alchemist. Hualing Tian, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked again. Sensing Feng Wuchen's powerful and domineering soul power, Mia Hun suddenly exclaimed, Great! Lord God-level alchemist! Great Lord God-level alchemist! Mia Di, Mia Yuan, and the Dragon God Temple's alchemists couldn't help but exclaim. Teacher has broken through to the Great Lord God-level alchemist realm. Zhang Junlan opened his mouth wide. Everyone was shocked. What happened next made them feel like they had seen a real god. Heaven-defying reincarnation! Feng Wuchen shouted. He formed a mysterious seal with his hands and finally put his palms together. A faint blue light appeared and slowly condensed. Soon, a weak aura spread out. Soul body. This is the aura of Miss Xiaxia's soul body. Mia Hun exclaimed again. He was completely stunned. What? How is this possible? Xiaxia's soul has already dissipated. How can she condense her soul? Don Huang Wuji was scared out of his wits. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? It was unheard of. Xiaxia's soul body has been condensed by teacher. Zhang Junlan and the other alchemists felt as if they had been struck 1,000,000 times harder. Xiaxia's aura. It's Xiaxia's aura. This is great. Xiaoxiao has been resurrected. Xiao Qingqing cried tears of joy. She was extremely excited. She can still condense her soul body after her soul has dissipated. Long Tianqiu was also stunned. His expression was extremely blank. Lu Qingyang and the others cheered excitedly. The dragon gods were in an uproar. Heaven-defying reincarnation. The legend is true. It's actually true. Alchemists can really condense the souls of those whose souls have dissipated. Hualing Tian, who was hiding in the dark, was so shocked that he couldn't stop shouting. He was emotional. He was 100 times more shocked than if he had discovered a new continent. How's this possible? Icy Snow and the others were also stunned. This had already exceeded their understanding. What was a remarkable ability? This was Feng Wuchen's true remarkable ability. In a short while, Ling Xiaoxiao's illusory soul body had completely condensed. However, it was still very weak. The instant they saw Ling Xiaoxiao's soul body, the two Wood Spirit tribe members were so frightened that they immediately knelt down in the void. The last line of defense in their hearts had completely collapsed. Feng Wuchen was practically the master who controlled the lives of others. You have no right to live. I'll take your lives. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His voice was bone-chilling, without a shred of human emotion. Those who touched his reverse scale would die. Ling Xiaoxiao was Feng Wuchen's reverse scale. It's not just the two of you. I want the entire Wood Spirit tribe to be destroyed. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded again. The two Wood Spirit tribe members wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen didn't give them a chance. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen instantly attacked. His speed was so fast that it was undetectable. He slammed his palm on one of the Wood Spirit tribe members' heads. The unparalleled, terrifying power blasted that Wood Spirit tribe member into a bloody mist on the spot. After killing him with a single palm, Feng Wuchen attacked again. He beheaded another Wood Spirit tribe member with a single hand. The three powerful Wood Spirit tribe members were brutally killed by Feng Wuchen. No one is allowed to bully Xiaoxiao. No one is allowed. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His disdainful spirit was captivating. The space fell into a dead silence once again. The aura of fear seemed to have replaced the air. Everyone held their breaths and even forgot to breathe. Any one of the three members of the Wood Soul clan could crush Dong Huang Wuji and the others. Feng Wuchen attacked with one punch each. That kind of shock was deeply engraved in the depths of everyone's soul. This arrogant bastard. He actually dares to say that he wants to exterminate the Wood Soul clan. A mere divine transformation realm cultivator is nothing. Feng Wuchen's arrogant and contemptuous words were an insult to the Wood Soul clan. The Wood Elementalists were extremely furious and their killing intent soared. Big brother Ling Tian, why aren't you stopping him? Shui Lian asked puzzledly. With Hu Lingtian's cultivation base, dealing with Feng Wuchen was as easy as flipping his hand. However, Hu Lingtian did not make a move. Could it be that Hu Lingtian was still afraid of Feng Wuchen? That was absolutely impossible. Do you know what heaven-defying reincarnation means? Hu Lingtian was extremely excited. His body was trembling from excitement and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. Controlling the life and death of others. Lei Zhong answered. Hu Lingtian said excitedly, that's just one of the reasons. The heaven-defying reincarnation divine ability is definitely not something that an ordinary alchemist can comprehend. To an alchemist, this is a supreme realm. Since ancient times, there have been countless powerful alchemists. However, only one person was able to comprehend the heaven-defying reincarnation divine ability. As for the other alchemists, no matter how hard they tried to comprehend it, it was useless. Even if they had an extremely high realm, they were still unable to comprehend it. It depends on fate and luck. Only one person? Icy Snow and the others were stunned. How difficult was it to comprehend? Not only did it depend on fate and luck, but it also required an extremely high mental state of the alchemist. All three were indispensable and any one of them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The requirement was extremely harsh. 1 in a billion, Feng Wuchen's achievements in the field of alchemists were extremely high. Naturally, his mental state was definitely higher than Annihilation Soul. During his closed-door cultivation, Feng Wuchen had also obtained an opportunity to comprehend the heaven-defying reincarnation divine ability. The heaven-defying reincarnation divine ability can guarantee eternal life for anyone. This is true defiance of the natural order. Hu Lingtian said excitedly. Just how heaven-defying was could be guessed from Hu Lingtian's excited expression. Hiss. Upon hearing Hu Lingtian's words, Icy Snow and the others gasped in astonishment. They couldn't be more shocked. Think about it. If our 7 races master the heaven-defying samsara, what will happen when we reach the holy world? Hualing Tian became more and more ecstatic the more he thought about it. It can control life and death, and it can guarantee eternal life for anyone. With such abilities, our 7 races are completely capable of ruling over the entire saint's world. Feng Jitian said blankly. What he had just said had scared him out of his wits. It was simply unimaginable. Against the heavens reincarnation was just that awesome. Against the heavens reincarnation is too important. It's just 3 of our race. Compared to ruling over the saint's world and making the dragon gods and sky devil race submit, it's nothing. Don't alert the enemy first. Go back and report immediately. Hualing Tian said excitedly. The wood elementalists also knew the importance of against the heavens reincarnation. It didn't matter if they took revenge or not. They would destroy the dragon god temple sooner or later anyway. Controlling life and death, controlling eternal life. This was the symbol of all authority. Swish, boom, at this moment, a sharp, ear-piercing sound broke the dead silence. Following that, an earth-shattering explosion occurred and an energy vortex appeared at the location of the explosion. We've been discovered. Feng Jitian exclaimed in disbelief. The moment the energy vortex disappeared, Hualing Tian, Icy Snow, and the others appeared out of thin air. Oh? You can actually sense our presence. My Lihua barrier didn't release any aura, but you can actually determine our location. Feng Wuchen, you're really not simple. Hualing Tian was slightly surprised. He originally wanted to go back and report, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen locked his cold gaze on the wood elementalists and said coldly, I won't kill you today, but I'll spare your worthless life. Go back and tell your patriarch that I, Feng Wuchen, will definitely destroy the wood soul race. Destroy my wood soul race? Humph, arrogant. The wood elementalists said in disdain, do you know the strength of the wood soul race? Do you know how many top-notch experts there are in the wood soul race? How dare you say that you'll destroy my wood soul race? Feng Wuchen didn't pay any attention to him. His cold gaze swept across Hualing Tian and the others as he said, you guys have a part to play in bullying my fiancé. The 3 of you will personally visit my fiancé and apologize. Otherwise, I don't mind uprooting the 7 of you. His words were sonorous and forceful. There was no room for doubt and no room for resistance. How domineering was this? Feng Wuchen, are you declaring war on the 7 of us? Hualing Tian asked with a sneer. His expression became incomparably cold and his eyes revealed a sense of arrogance as if he was looking down on the common people. Icy Snow and the others looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at an idiot. As ancient forces, the 7 races' strength was self-evident. The strength of the 7 races could destroy the sacred royal tribe, the mysterious tripod holy sect, the indestructible temple, and the sacred Tao pavilion. If the 7 races obtained the origin energy, they could even challenge the dragon gods and the heavenly demons of the sacred world. The patriarchs of the 7 races even had the cultivation of countless laws of heaven and earth. Even the elders could do it. Who in the dragon god temple could do it? No one. What did Feng Wuchen have to destroy the 7 races? Saliva? Alliance Master, aren't your words a little too arrogant? Everyone in the dragon god temple was dumbfounded. Where did Feng Wuchen get his confidence from? How can you say such arrogant words? Lin Xiantian frowned slightly, feeling that Feng Wuchen was an idiot. Feng Jingxiong and Long Tianqiu were very puzzled. Based on their understanding of Feng Wuchen, he wouldn't say such arrogant words. Feng Wuchen, don't think that you're very strong now. In terms of strength and alchemist realm, I'm far superior to you. Your divine fire, origin energy, and ancient power are worthless in my eyes. However, I plan to play with you slowly. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Hualing Tian sneered. He already had an excellent plan. Feng Wuchen, let's wait and see. It won't be long before you know how ridiculous and stupid your words are today. Mu Xiu said coldly. Hualing Tian waved his hand and the 7 of them disappeared into thin air. Young people who don't avoid danger are the easiest to die prematurely, but was Feng Wuchen afraid? What was Feng Wuchen afraid of? As the supreme dragon god, he could command all the experts under the dragon gods in the holy world. No matter how strong the 7 races were, they couldn't kill Feng Wuchen. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's cultivation wasn't as simple as a breakthrough. After a long period of cultivation, Feng Wuchen's physical body had reached a new level. Immortal and indestructible, under the Holy Emperor realm, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid of any ancient forces with the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. Even a Holy Emperor powerhouse might not be able to kill him. Brother Feng? After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiaoxiao's shocked voice suddenly rang in Feng Wuchen's ears. Xiaoxiao, great, you've finally awakened. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The extremely cold aura on his body instantly disappeared. It was replaced with gentleness. Xiaoxiao has woken up. Xiaoxiao has woken up. The Dragon God Temple exploded in an instant, and earth-shattering cheers soared into the sky. Ling Muyun, Ling Xian, and the other Rakshasa clansmen were overjoyed. Xiao Qingqing and Mother Dragon even shed tears of joy. It was definitely the feeling of returning to heaven from hell. Brother Feng, am I still alive? What's going on? The moment she saw Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked and puzzled. Ling Xiaoxiao remembered very clearly that in order to obtain great power, she had clearly burned her Rakshasa true body and sacrificed herself. That was the result of her soul being scattered. Even if Feng Wuchen had the ability to resurrect the dead, it was impossible for him to do so. What was going on? She could still be resurrected after her soul was scattered? Yes, Xiaoxiao is still alive, and her soul is recovering. Within 3 days, Brother Feng can help Xiaoxiao rebuild her body. Feng Wuchen smiled gently. Yes, I believe in Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. She never thought that she could meet Feng Wuchen again after her soul was scattered. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao's weak soul, Feng Wuchen blamed himself. Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry. It's all Brother Feng's fault for not coming out of seclusion immediately. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you bear it alone, let alone let you sacrifice yourself. Brother Feng, you don't have to blame yourself. Xiaoxiao can understand. If Brother Feng forcefully came out of seclusion, not only would you not be able to save the Dragon God Temple, but it would also make the situation worse. At that time, I'm afraid it wouldn't be just Xiaoxiao being sacrificed. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. Ling Xiaoxiao's words should have made Feng Wuchen happier, but it also made Feng Wuchen feel even more guilty. Feng Wuchen himself also had his own selfish motives. Because of comprehending the heaven-defying samsara, Feng Wuchen took this step. This was the only way to take care of the big picture. Big Brother Feng, Xiaoxiao can understand you. If Big Brother Feng forcefully comes out of seclusion because of me, even if you save Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao doesn't want to see that kind of ending. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Feng Wuchen was moved, and his eyes were moist. In the main hall of the Ice Soul clan. Just as the 7 patriarchs and elders were discussing how to deal with the sacred royal clan, the Ice Spirit clan elder who had gone to the holy world had returned with news. The situation between the dragon gods and the heavenly demons in the holy world was tense. In order to kill the 3 traitors of the dragon gods, they were preparing to go to war. Other than that, there were even more terrifying powers in the holy realm that were protecting the 3 traitors of the dragon gods. Once the war started, the 7 clans' opportunity would come. The 3 prodigies of the dragon gods are powerful, and the heaven devil race naturally wants to protect them. However, why would that power want to protect the 3 of them as well? Shui Zhongkong was puzzled. The matters of the holy world have nothing to do with us now. The most important thing now is to eliminate the sacred royal clan. I'm afraid there won't be a second chance like this, Hui Yuan said solemnly. Bing Wuqing nodded and said, Elder Hua is right. Right now, the most important thing is to obtain the origin energy and destroy the Saint Royal clan. The dragon gods and the heavenly demons of the saints' world will definitely suffer great losses if they go to war. By then, we, who have obtained the origin energy, will have the opportunity to completely destroy them. Humph. This time I'll kill Di Tong with my own hands. Shui Zhongkong said fiercely. The dragon soul token is no longer useful. Jin Mingi said with a sinister smile. At this moment, Hualing Tian, Icy Snow, and the rest entered the hall. Bing Wuqing and the rest were delighted. Snow, did you bring the dragon gods back? Bing Wuqing asked with a faint smile, her eyes filled with doting love. However, when Bing Wuching and the rest looked over, there was no one else other than Icy Snow and the rest. Icy Snow said respectfully, "Grandfather, we didn't bring anyone back. Feng Wuchen has reached the peak of the sacred transformation realm and killed 3 members of the Wood Spirit clan in one go." "What? Killed 3 members of my clan?" Mu Qianhe's old face changed drastically. He stood up abruptly and an extremely terrifying murderous aura erupted. "Reached the peak of the sacred transformation realm? And killed 3 of our clan members? Isn't Feng Wuchen a great lord? How can he break through the sacred transformation realm so quickly? Even with the origin energy, it's impossible. Why didn't you do anything?" Bing Wuching and the other elders' faces were extremely gloomy. They were also shocked. What kind of monster was this? Not only did he break through the sacred transformation realm, but he was also at the peak of the sacred transformation realm. Not only was he at the peak of the sacred transformation stage, but he was also able to kill 3 members of the Wood Spirit race. How terrifying was his strength? Bing Wuching looked at Icy Snow and frowned. "The Dragon God Temple's strength won't make you afraid. Something must have happened." "What exactly happened?" Mu Qianhe asked gloomily as he looked at the Wood Elementalist. Following which, the Wood Elementalist recounted everything that had happened in detail. What shocked them the most was the heaven-defying reincarnation. Heaven-defying reincarnation? The 7 clan patriarchs and many elders all looked at Hualing Tian in astonishment. Hualing Tian said seriously, "It's absolutely true. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it." The Rakshasa woman burned her Rakshasa true body to obtain power and turned into ashes. When Feng Wuchen attacked, he also shouted the words heaven-defying reincarnation. Icy Snow added, "Grandfather, we all saw it with our own eyes. It can't be wrong. That's why we didn't do anything and came back to report first. The legend is true. It's actually true. Heaven-defying reincarnation really exists." Hui Yuan was shocked and overjoyed. Elder Muju frowned and said, "Since ancient times, legend has it that there was only one person who could comprehend heaven-defying reincarnation. This Feng Wuchen actually managed to comprehend it. He's not simple." Bing Wuching nodded and said, "Elder Hua's achievements in the field of alchemists are extremely high, but he still hasn't been able to comprehend heaven-defying reincarnation after so many years. Controlling life and death, controlling eternal life. If we can obtain heaven-defying reincarnation, our 7 patriarchs will be able to dominate the holy world. We can even trample on the experts of different worlds." Hualing Tian said excitedly. "Heaven-defying reincarnation is comprehended by an individual. How do we obtain it?" Jin Mingi asked doubtfully. Mu Qianhe narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Control Feng Wuchen." "That's right, control Feng Wuchen." Hui Yuan and the others nodded. Hualing Tian's lips curled up slightly. The reincarnation spell could control Feng Wuchen, but he didn't say it out loud. Hualing Tian was secretly glad that he cultivated the reincarnation spell. The reincarnation spell wasn't as simple as controlling others. "Grandpa, Feng Wuchen isn't easy to deal with. He's suppressed by the laws of the 7 divine worlds. We can't use our true strength." Bing Shuer shook her head. Bing Wuching smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. The Dragon Soul Medallion is useless now. Pass down the order. Capture Feng Wuchen alive at all costs. If the sacred royal clan interferes, kill them without mercy." "Elder Bing, why don't we eliminate them first?" Lei Yuanfeng asked. "Eliminating them will cost us a lot, but we don't need to do that now. As long as we obtain the origin energy and control Feng Wuchen, eliminating them will be as easy as flipping our hands. Heaven-defying reincarnation is more important to us." Bing Wuching smiled. "Heaven-defying reincarnation?" In one of the palaces of the fire spirit race, Xianxia, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes in shock. Controlling life and death, controlling immortality, there is actually such a terrifying divine power. It can condense the souls of those who have their souls scattered. Since ancient times, there has only been one person who has comprehended the heaven-defying reincarnation, and he is a legendary existence. How can there be such a terrifying divine power? Feng Wuchen has already comprehended it. Xianyu was even more shocked, and his old face was filled with confusion. He was already petrified on the spot. Xianyu had been cultivating in the palaces of the fire spirit race. How did he know about the heaven-defying reincarnation? How did he know that it was Feng Wuchen who comprehended it? Not knowing how long had passed, Xianyu finally recovered from his stupor. The heavens are really helping me. Haha. Xianyu burst into laughter. Feng Wuchen, you really keep surprising me. It was a good choice to pass the reincarnation spell to Hualing Tian. Haha. The more Xianyu thought about it, the more excited he became. With the help of the triple space ring and the saint-level elixir given by Hualing Tian, Xianyu's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had reached the peak of the 7 deity worlds. He was so strong that he did not fear Dong Huang Wuji and the others anymore. In less than a month, Hualing Tian has already controlled so many people? That old man on Peak of Autumn tripod is also under his control, and his cultivation has even reached the peak of the saint level. The elders of the Saint Soul Palace, the Underworld race, the Divine Spirit race, and the Shadow Silk Palace have all reached the peak of the saint level. Many experts of the 7 deity worlds are also under his control, and their cultivation has also increased greatly. Why is Hualing Tian controlling them? What kind of elixir did Hualing Tian give him? It actually has such a terrifying effect. Good boy, you actually guarded against me and sealed part of your memories. Xianyu was even more shocked. Hualing Tian had just cultivated the reincarnation spell, and in less than a month, he had already controlled the transcendental forces of the 7 deity worlds and many experts of the 7 deity worlds. Furthermore, he had even helped them increase their cultivation. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Hualing Tian, I don't care what you want to do, but there's one thing you'll never expect. Xianyu sneered mockingly. With that, Xianyu's figure disappeared without a trace. Mystic Tripod Holy School. After making arrangements for Ling Xiaoxiao and the various major forces, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Profound Tripod Holy Sect. As expected of an ancient force. Even the disciples of the sect have a higher cultivation than me. Feng Wuchen was secretly amazed. Before even stepping into the Profound Cauldron Holy Sect, Feng Wuchen already felt an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The moment he arrived above the Profound Cauldron Holy Sect's palace, Feng Wuchen was even more shocked by the terrifying pressure. Greetings, Sovereign. Xianmu and the Profound Cauldron Holy Sect had already noticed Feng Wuchen's arrival. They rushed out from the palace and knelt down on one knee respectfully. Get up. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Welcome to the Profound Cauldron Holy Sect, Sovereign. Xianmu greeted respectfully. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had come for something, Xianmu made a gesture of invitation and said, Sovereign, please enter the main hall. Feng Wuchen nodded and followed him into the main hall. In the main hall, Xianmu, the elders, and the higher-ups all had respectful expressions. It was like a grandson meeting his grandfather, without the slightest demeanor of an expert. Xianmu, how confident are you in destroying the wood spirit race? Feng Wuchen directly opened the door and asked. Feng Wuchen's question stunned Xianmu and the elders. Was Feng Wuchen planning to destroy the wood spirit race? Xianmu said respectfully, reporting to Sovereign, the 7 races are connected. Destroying the wood spirit race is equivalent to destroying the 7 races. With just the 4 of us, it's impossible. Sovereign, once the war starts, the 7 god worlds will be destroyed. The space of the 7 god worlds won't be able to withstand their power. At that time, everyone in the 7 god worlds will be reduced to ashes. An elder added respectfully. What if I must destroy the wood spirit race? And today? Feng Wuchen asked expressionlessly, but there was an unquestionable boldness in his voice. This? Xianmu and the elders were stunned again. They knew what happened in the Dragon God Temple, so they could understand Feng Wuchen's anger. Seeing the actions of Xianmu and the elders, Feng Wuchen frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He was already disappointed with the Profound Cauldron Holy Sect. Xianmu, who sensed it, was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Reporting to Sovereign, if we want to destroy the wood spirit race, we must avoid the ice spirit race. With our strength, we can kill Mu Qianhe. The rest of the wood spirit race won't be a problem. Xianmu said respectfully. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Feng Wuchen said coldly, lure Mu Qianhe out. Think of a way to kill him. Elders of the four forces, follow me to the wood spirit race. Yes. Xianmu didn't dare to hesitate. His hesitation just now had already disappointed Feng Wuchen. If he disappointed Feng Wuchen again, the profound cauldron holy sect might not be used by the dragon gods. They might even be expelled. Destroy the wood spirit race at all costs. Feng Wuchen said coldly and walked out of the hall. When he brushed shoulders with Xianmu, Feng Wuchen stopped and said, "It seems that my title of Supreme Dragon God is just a superficial title." Xianmu and the other elders shuddered in fear when they heard this. They obviously understood the meaning behind Feng Wuchen's words. "I'll give you 2 hours." Feng Wuchen said coldly and disappeared. Seeing Feng Wuchen leave, Xianmu smiled bitterly and sighed. He immediately gave the order. Wood Spirit Race's Hall. Mu Qianhe and the Wood Elementalist had just returned from the Ice Spirit Race. Mu Qianhe took a sip of tea and asked with a frown, "Xiaoer, did Feng Wuchen really kill Mu Qing with a single punch? How could a cultivator from the seven deity world have such terrifying strength? Even a powerhouse who could trigger the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the seven deity world couldn't kill Mu Qing with a single punch." Mu Qing was a saint king. Mu Qianhe couldn't understand. The Wood Elementalist clenched his fists and said fiercely, "That's right, but he was too fast. I didn't see it clearly, but Big Brother Ling Tian said that he instantly tripled his battle prowess." Tripled battle prowess, that might be an amazing saint weapon, a treasure that can increase battle prowess. It was very rare even in the ancient times. Mu Qianhe said gloomily, the anger in his eyes burning. "Patriarch, the sect master of the profound tripod holy sect, Xianmu, invites you." At this moment, a clansman entered the hall and reported respectfully. "Xianmu?" Mu Qianhe frowned and said, "Strange, the 7 races are at odds with them. Why would Xianmu suddenly look for me? Did Xianmu say what's the matter?" Mu Qianhe asked. "It's about the dragon god's origin power." The clansman reported. "Grandfather, I think there's a conspiracy. It's probably a diversion. Don't fall for it." The Wood Elementalist guessed. Mu Qianhe sneered disdainfully and said coldly, "So what if it's a diversion? They don't have the guts to start a war with the 7 races. Patriarch, the mystic tripod holy sect is a subordinate of the dragon gods." Xianmu suddenly invited Patriarch and even said that it is about the source of the dragon gods. This is impossible. It must be a trap. If Xianmu and the 3 elders work together, Patriarch might not be able to defeat them. "Patriarch, the old man will go with you." Grand Elder Mu Qianhan guessed. Although it was just a guess, it was not far from the truth. Mu Qianhe nodded and said coldly, "All right. I want to see what this Xianmu wants to do." "Grandfather, the mystic tripod holy sect has 2 8-star saint experts hiding in the dark, but they did not make a move. Moreover, they did not interfere when Feng Wuchen's fiancée sacrificed herself. I find it strange." Mu Xiu continued. "Oh? They did not interfere?" Mu Qianhe was rather surprised. Since it was a subordinate of the dragon gods, why did the mystic tripod holy sect not make a move when the dragon god hall was in danger? If it was someone else, it would be fine. However, they did not interfere when it was Feng Wuchen's fiancée. Mu Qianhe could not figure it out. Now, Xianmu sent someone to invite them. What was the mystic tripod holy sect trying to do? "Xiaoer, prepare well. Don't forget your mission. Capture Feng Wuchen alive with Huoling Tian and the rest as soon as possible." Mu Qianhe instructed and disappeared with Mu Qianhan. That old thing took the bait. Xianmu sneered and transmitted a message to Feng Wuchen. After receiving the message, Feng Wuchen immediately appeared at the mystic tripod holy sect. Reporting to Supreme, Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhan are rushing to the mystic tripod holy sect. Xianmu reported respectfully. "I do not wish for any mistakes. If you can't kill Mu Qianhe, go back to the sacred world." Feng Wuchen said coldly. That coldness made Xianmu tremble. Feng Wuchen's words were obvious. Once they failed, Feng Wuchen would no longer need them. "Yes." Xianmu replied respectfully. He understood Feng Wuchen's meaning very well. "Order all the elders to head to the Wood Spirit clan. Feng Wuchen left these words and disappeared in a flash. Xianmu did not dare to delay and immediately sent a voice transmission to the Sacred Emperor Tribe, Undying Temple, and Sacred Tao Pavilion. Xianmu's eyes flashed fiercely. He couldn't disappoint Feng Wuchen again, absolutely not. Mu Qianhe must die today. Is the supreme martial artist going to attack Mu Qianhe? In the main hall of the indestructible temple, Xiao Mia sneered mockingly, as if he could not wait any longer. We don't have much time. The Sage Emperor barrier only lasts for 10 breaths of time. Within 10 breaths of time, the 4 of us must join forces and kill Mu Qianhe, Xingying said solemnly. Then what about Jizun? Destroying the Wood Spirit clan will definitely alarm the Ice Spirit clan and the others. I'm worried that Jizun will be in danger. Gaijun asked. Seniors, just do what you need to do. I will take care of Brother Feng. Shan Tong's voice suddenly sounded. Xingying and the others nodded. Seniors, you must obey Brother Feng's orders. You must not question it. Xianmu has already disappointed Brother Feng. This is also my fault for not telling you clearly. The Dragon Soul token is actually for Brother Feng. Although seniors are not allowed to interfere, his orders are not allowed. Shan Tong's voice sounded. Since it is Jizun's order, we will naturally not question it. Gaijun smiled faintly. Let's go and kill Mu Qianhe. Xingying said in a low voice, his old eyes flashing fiercely. Not long after Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhan left the Wood Spirit clan, on the other side, Feng Wuchen had already led the elders of the 4 major forces to the Wood Spirit clan. This time, Feng Wuchen had to destroy the Wood Spirit clan completely. He had to do what he said. Since the Wood Spirit clan dared to attack Ling Xiaoxiao, they had to bear the wrath of Feng Wuchen. At this moment, the Wood Elementalist planned to go to the Fire Spirit clan to meet up with Huoling Tian. However, the Wood Spirit clan's palace was suddenly enveloped by a huge enchantment. The Wood Spirit clan's palace shook violently as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? The Wood Elementalist was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. The Sacred Emperor's enchantment. The 2 elders of the Wood Spirit clan were shocked and immediately appeared. Swish swish swish, in the huge palace of the Wood Spirit clan, hundreds of clansmen appeared almost at the same time. Xingyu? Muju? Seeing more than 10 elders, the 2 elders of the Wood Spirit clan were shocked and felt a strong sense of unease. Sacred Emperor clan. Are you tired of living? The Wood Elementalist flew into a rage and roared at the sky. However, just as he finished his roar, the Wood Elementalist was stunned. This was not as simple as the Sacred Emperor clan. The elders of the mysterious Tripod Holy Sect, Sacred Tao Pavilion, and Undying Temple were all here. Waves of extremely terrifying aura enveloped the Wood Spirit clan and suppressed them mercilessly. The Wood Elementalist's face turned pale instantly. Fear was written all over his face and his body was trembling. Hundreds of Wood Spirit clan members collapsed on the ground powerlessly, their faces pale and in pain. Feng Wuchen? When the terrified Wood Elementalist saw Feng Wuchen, he was stunned. The Wood Elementalist immediately thought of Feng Wuchen's words. Feng Wuchen was serious, he was really going to destroy the Wood Spirit clan. Everyone from the Wood Spirit clan must die. Kill without mercy. Feng Wuchen said coldly with an unquestionable domineering tone. His words were bone-chilling and made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The elders attacked without hesitation. Vast and surging power erupted, unafraid of triggering the laws of heaven and earth in the 7 god realms. Mu Qianhe, die! Xingyu shouted coldly. With Xingyu's cultivation, he could completely crush the 2 elders of the Wood Spirit clan. We've been tricked. This is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The 2nd elder roared ferociously. Bastard! The 3rd elder was furious and panicked. The Sacred Emperor's enchantment had sealed the Wood Spirit clan and they could not escape. Quickly send a message to Patriarch Bing. The Wood Elementalist roared in extreme panic. Unfortunately, there was no chance at all, the elders attacked. All of them had the cultivation to ignore the laws of heaven and earth. How could they give them a chance? Boom! 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 Wherever the elders passed, the members of the Wood Soul clan would be blasted into clouds of bloody mist. Their methods were ruthless and merciless. The two elders of the Wood Spirit clan tried their best but were no match for the fierce attacks of Xingyu and Muju. The battle had just begun and the two elders were already injured. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Wood Spirit clan members were turned into clouds of blood mist and scattered into the wind. The Wood Elementalist panicked and despaired. Fear was written all over his face. Without Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhe, they could not resist at all. In the end, the two elders of the Wood Spirit clan could not escape death. This was the result of bullying Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the flustered Wood Elementalist. In the next second, he appeared in front of the Wood Elementalist, scaring him into taking a few steps back. "Do you remember what I said to you?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly without any human emotions. The Wood Elementalist was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He was terrified to the extreme. "Feng Wuchen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my grandfather will never let you off. Also, the Ice Spirit Clan, Fire Spirit Clan, and Water Spirit Clan will definitely destroy your dragon temple." The Wood Elementalist was extremely terrified. A strong desire to live surged in his heart. The Wood Elementalist's words were true. The 7 races were united. If the Wood Spirit race was exterminated, the other 6 races would definitely not stand by and watch. "I said that I would exterminate the Wood Spirit race, and I will do it," Feng Wuchen said coldly, ignoring the Wood Elementalist's threat. Feng Wuchen hated threats the most. An extremely cold murderous aura locked onto the Wood Elementalist. The Wood Elementalist could see the true murderous aura in Feng Wuchen's eyes. Feng Wuchen really wanted to kill him. "Feng Wuchen, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. You can do whatever you want." The Wood Elementalist's psychological defense had completely collapsed. He knelt down and begged for mercy with a sobbing tone. "Feng Wuchen, it was Bing Wuqing who ordered the capture of the dragon gods to seize the origin power of the dragon gods. I'm just following orders." The Wood Elementalist cowed out frantically and begged for mercy. What dignity and honor? In the face of death, they were worthless. They were nothing. The Wood Elementalist did not dare to resist at all in front of more than 10 elders. "You are not qualified and not worthy," Feng Wuchen said coldly, his right hand condensing in overbearing and vigorous force. The Wood Elementalist's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He clenched his teeth and immediately took out a dagger, stabbing it toward Feng Wuchen. Strike first and gain the upper hand. With the Wood Elementalist's cultivation, if he ignored the power of the laws of heaven and earth, he could kill Feng Wuchen instantly. However, with Xingyu and the others here, he did not dare to do so. He was afraid that he would be stopped instantly. In terms of speed and strength, the Wood Elementalist was nothing in front of Xingyu and the other elders. Feng Wuchen noticed the Wood Elementalist's action immediately. He smiled coldly and smashed his palm down. His speed was even faster than the Wood Elementalist's. Boom! Pfft! Feng Wuchen's palm landed on the Wood Elementalist's head at an even faster speed. With a loud boom, the Wood Elementalist's strength increased by several times. The impact caused the Wood Elementalist to spit out blood. His body smashed into the bluestone ground, creating a huge crater. The overbearing strength disappeared in an instant. The Wood Elementalist's head was buzzing and his mind was in a mess. He could not get up at all. Appearing and disappearing in an instant with strength that is several times stronger than before. The means of a sovereign are truly not simple. Xingyu was astonished. A sacred artifact? The other elders also sensed it and were extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen reached out and grabbed at the air, summoning a divine sword. "Remember, don't provoke me in your next life," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Without hesitation, the divine sword in his hand pierced through the Wood Elementalist's heart. The tyrannical power shattered the soul of the Wood Elementalist. The Wood Spirit race was destroyed. Supreme, the Sage Emperor barrier has isolated the power of the laws of heaven and earth as well as our power. The Ice Spirit clan has yet to detect it, and the Sage Emperor barrier will not spread any aura, Xingyu reported respectfully. That doesn't matter. I just want no one to stop me when I destroy the Wood Spirit race. I don't care whether they know or not, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. So what if the Ice Soul clan knew about it? Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen was not afraid of anyone below Saint Emperor. As long as they were above Saint Emperor, Xing and Xianmu would naturally take action. Even if they were no match for them, the Dragon Soul Killer was not just for show. Supreme, we shouldn't stay here for long, Muju said. Respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded. With a wave of his hand, the storage rings of the hundreds of dead Wood Spirit race members were all collected by Feng Wuchen. The treasures in the storage rings of the ancient races were definitely great supplements for the Dragon God Temple. How is Mu Qianhe? Feng Wuchen asked. Patriarch just sent news that Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhe are dead, Xingyu said respectfully. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. With a thought, Feng Wuchen summoned the Dragon God Sword. Feng Wuchen extended his palm and bent his claw. The next scene shocked Xingyu and the other elders. The blood essence of the Wood Spirit race members who had turned into blood mist gathered from all directions and condensed in Feng Wuchen's palm. What kind of ability was this? Xingyu and the others' eyeballs almost fell out. The blood essence of the Wood Spirit race members could actually be condensed. Was this an illusion? Or were their eyes playing tricks on them? After living for hundreds of thousands of years, Xingyu and the others had never heard of such a thing. The elders rubbed their eyes hard, hoping that they were seeing things. But no matter how hard they rubbed, the scene was still the same. Shocking. Incomparably shocking. Dragon God Sword, this blood essence is enough for you to upgrade, Feng Wuchen transmitted. Thank you, Master. The Dragon God Sword was ecstatic as it frantically devoured the blood essence. The blood essence of hundreds of ancient experts, including the blood essence of Saint Emperors and Saint Emperors, was enough to upgrade the Dragon God Sword. Supreme, this blood essence contains the bloodline of the Wood Spirit race. Why don't you use it for cultivation? Elder Xingyan asked in confusion. I don't fancy such a lowly bloodline, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. This was the bloodline of the Wood Spirit race. No matter what, it was still an ancient bloodline. Feng Wuchen actually said that it was a lowly bloodline, but then again, who asked the bloodline of the dragon gods to be so terrifying? The treasures in the hundreds of storage rings were enough for Feng Wuchen to strengthen his cultivation. After the Dragon God Sword absorbed the blood essence, Feng Wuchen lightly tapped the ground and wrote a few words in the air with the Dragon God Sword. Feng Wuchen, the 3 words were vigorous and powerful, giving people a sense of fear. After annihilating the Wood Spirit race, Feng Wuchen still left his name, extremely arrogant. The elders were dumbfounded. Who would leave their name after killing someone? Wasn't this too much of a bully? Let's go, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Xingyu waved his hand and removed the Saint Emperor barrier. Everyone disappeared at the same time. The Wood Spirit race was deserted, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. In the entire Wood Spirit race, there were only the corpses of Wood Elementalists. Saint Emperor race. The battle had ended. Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhe had died tragically, and their corpses had yet to be disposed of. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Feng Wuchen, Xingyu, and the other elders appeared in a flash. Supreme Being, Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhe are dead. These are their storage rings. Primal Yang stones from the ancient times can greatly increase the cultivation of Supreme Being and the people of Dragon God Temple. Xianmu said respectfully. Feng Wuchen glanced at Xianmu, kept the storage rings, and nodded. Very good. Xianmu couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that this was also Shan Tong's idea. Feng Wuchen grabbed the air and provided the blood essence of the 2 for the Saint Armor to absorb. Sovereign, I believe that the news of the Wood Spirit race's annihilation will soon spread to the other races. What should we do next? Saint Shadow Patriarch asked respectfully. Xiaoyao said, Sovereign, the Ice Spirit race will definitely avenge the Wood Spirit race at all costs. If the other races don't send people to the Dragon God Temple to apologize to Xiaoxiao within 3 days, I will make them regret awakening in the 7 deity worlds. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and a domineering aura erupted. It was incomparably domineering. Saint Shadow and the others couldn't help but tremble in fear. Make the other races apologize? This was simply a daydream. Why would the great ancient forces apologize? Wouldn't that be smashing their own feet? Perhaps only Feng Wuchen would dare to say such arrogant words. After returning to the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen immediately looted the treasures in the hundreds of storage rings. One had to admit that the ancient forces were extremely rich. There were hundreds of millions of primal yang stones in the storage rings. Especially Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhan, the three elders had hundreds of billions of primal yang stones. There were also many powerful ancient medicinal pills, divine weapons, precious herbs, top-grade refining materials, cultivation methods, spells, and many other treasures. These treasures were undoubtedly great supplements to the Dragon God Temple. Primal yang stones contain an extremely large amount of pure energy. It's the most suitable to refine a great lord-grade godly pearl. Feng Wuchen was secretly overjoyed. With so many divine weapons, it's enough to greatly increase the combat strength of the Dragon God Temple soldiers. The divine weapons of Mu Qianhe and the three elders can be given to Father Long and the rest. Before refining Lord-grade and Great Lord-grade godly pearls, Feng Wuchen first distributed the primal yang stones to everyone to cultivate. He distributed a large number of divine weapons, ancient cultivation methods, and ancient spells to choose from. Feng Wuchen even took out a few saint spells to share. Apart from the Dragon God Temple, the Alliance naturally obtained a large number of primal yang stones, medicinal pills, and so on. Feng Wuchen never mistreated his own people. The heaven-defying reincarnation is too terrifying. Such a divine ability will definitely cause the Ice Soul tribe and the others to go crazy over it. I must master it as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Although he had comprehended the heaven-defying reincarnation, it was only at the entry level. Feng Wuchen still needed to study it further. At the same time, in the Fire Soul tribe's palace. What's wrong with that wood elementalist? We've waited for him for 2 hours and he's still not here. There's no response even when I sent him a voice transmission. Jing Jingtian said impatiently with a hint of displeasure on his face. Feng Jitian spread out his hands and curled his lips. This kid has always been like this. You'll get used to it. Icy Snow was furious. She said coldly, he didn't even take such a big matter to heart. I'll definitely get Grandpa Mu to teach him a lesson later. It was also because the wood elementalist usually procrastinated that they did not suspect anything. Big brother Ling Tian, why don't we go to the Dragon God Palace first? If the wood elementalists don't see us, they'll definitely go to the Dragon God Palace, Xue Lian said softly. Hua Ling Tian nodded. He couldn't wait to capture Feng Wuchen alive and use the reincarnation spell to control Feng Wuchen. The heaven-defying reincarnation was simply too heaven-defying and terrifying. There's no need to wait for him. We can capture Feng Wuchen alive. Feng Jitian had never taken Feng Wuchen seriously. Hua Ling Tian shook his head and said, don't underestimate Feng Wuchen. If you were to fight him one-on-one, you might not be his match. Don't forget about the laws of heaven and earth of the 7 god realms. Just as they were about to leave, a member of the Fire Soul race rushed in a panic. Reporting to the young masters and saintess, something has happened. Something big has happened. The Fire Soul race member reported in a panic. Seeing someone rush in a panic, Jing Jingtian couldn't help but angrily scold, what's the matter? Can't you be a little more mature? Jingtian, don't speak first. Something might have really happened. Feng Jitian frowned. As a member of the Fire Soul race, it was impossible for him to be so panicked. Stand up and speak. Hua Ling Tian frowned and said. Young master, the Wood Soul race has been annihilated. Everyone in the race is dead. The Wood Soul race only has young Master Mu's corpse. The race member said in a panic. What? Hua Ling Tian and the other 5's expressions changed drastically. That race member's words were like a stabilizing needle that fiercely struck their hearts. The Wood Soul race had been annihilated, everyone in the race only had the corpse of a wood elementalist. This sentence made Hua Ling Tian and the others feel like they were dreaming. Was this possible? In the entire 7 god realms, who would dare to go against the 7 races? None at all. It was already good enough that the sacred royal family could protect themselves. Who could have annihilated the Wood Soul race without the other races noticing? Who could have killed Mu Qianhe without a sound? None at all. You. Are you joking? The Wood Soul race has been annihilated? A wood elementalist was killed? Was your brain kicked by a donkey? Lei Yuanfeng's initial shock turned to disbelief and finally, he roared in anger. It's absolutely true. The wood elementalist's corpse is in the Ice Soul race. The race member said in a panic. How is this possible? Why didn't we notice? There was no movement in the seven god realms at all. Feng Jitian was stunned and couldn't believe it. What exactly is going on? Who did it? Hualing Tian frowned and asked. Young master, I don't know either. The Fire Soul race just received news that the chief and elders have gone to the Ice Soul race, the race member said. Go to the Ice Soul race immediately. Icy Snow said coldly and was the first to disappear in a flash. Feng Wuchen, did you do it? Hualing Tian was furious and the first person he thought of was Feng Wuchen. Other than Feng Wuchen, Hualing Tian couldn't think of a second person. Because Feng Wuchen said that he was going to annihilate the Wood Soul race and that all the races would send people to apologize within 3 days. Hall of the Ice Soul race. Everyone stared at the corpse of the Wood Elementalist in shock, as if something like this couldn't have happened. Shock, anger, horror, and disbelief were written all over everyone's faces in the hall. The hall fell into a dead silence. Soon, Icy Snow, Hualing Tian, and the rest arrived. When they saw the Wood Elementalist's corpse, all 6 of them were petrified. Everything was real, the Wood Elementalist was really killed, the Wood Soul race was really annihilated. The Wood Elementalist is dead, Hualing Tian said in a trembling voice, unable to accept this fact. How could this be? Icy Snow and the rest couldn't accept it either. He was fine a second ago, and the next second, he was dead. It was too sudden. Who can tell me what's going on? Bing Wuqing couldn't control her emotions and roared in anger. Her roar was like thunder and her murderous aura was overflowing. No one in the hall could answer because they didn't know. Everything in the 7 god realms was peaceful. There was no sound of battle at all, nor was there any terrifying energy fluctuation. Elder Bing, I can't sense Elder Mu's aura. I can't sense any aura from the Wood Soul race. Jin Mingi's face was full of panic and anger. Shui Chongkong said in a daze, their auras have all disappeared. What's going on? Who did this? Why didn't we notice it at all? The Holy Emperor's enchantment can seal auras and completely conceal auras. If Xian Mu and the rest joined forces, it's not impossible for them to annihilate the Wood Soul race. Other than them, no one in the 7 god realms dares to go against us. Hui Yuan said gloomily. His face was ferocious like a wild beast. Grandpa Bing, this may have something to do with Feng Wuchen. He said before that he wanted to annihilate the Wood Soul race and wanted us to go to the Dragon Temple to apologize to his fiancée, Hualing Tian said quickly. Bing Wuqing's monstrous fury was instantly ignited by those words. With a ferocious look on her face, she roared, send someone to investigate immediately. No matter who it is, we must grind his bones to dust. Everyone related to him must die. When the Wood Spirit clan was destroyed, the Ice Spirit clan and the Water Spirit clan immediately sent people to the Wood Spirit clan. The Ice Spirit clan and the Water Spirit clan were extremely sensitive to auras. This time, Bing Wuqing was really angry. The 7 clans were united, but now someone had secretly destroyed the Wood Spirit clan. This was a slap to the 7 clans' faces, a slap to Bing Wuqing's face. To the 7 clans, this was a great humiliation. Not long after, the people sent out returned. Clan leader, we have investigated. An expert from the Ice Spirit clan said respectfully. Speak. Bing Wuqing's face was gloomy. The Wood Spirit race sensed the Holy Emperor boundary's aura. They must have used the Holy Emperor boundary to cover the Wood Spirit race, Elder Xingyu, Elder Muju, and the Divine Dragon race's aura. The Ice Spirit race expert reported respectfully. You mean the Dragon Gods, Holy Emperor Clan, Immortal Temple, Mysterious Tripod Holy Sect, and Sacred Tao Pavilion worked together? Bing Wuqing roared fiercely. Her angry voice was like thunder. She smashed the main seat with her palm, and an extremely terrifying aura swept out. Preposterous. This is outrageous. This is unforgivable. Hui Yuan was furious. He gritted his teeth, and every word contained monstrous murderous intent. How dare they bully us with numbers? These bastards. Jin Mingi gritted his teeth and roared. He was instantly enraged. Grandpa, this must be Feng Wuchen's doing. Icy Snow said with certainty. This Feng Wuchen is simply lawless. He doesn't care about the 7 clans at all. Shui Chongkong said ferociously. Clan leader Bing, we didn't sense the aura of clan leader Mu and elder Qian Han in the wood spirit clan. They must have been lured away, the water spirit clan member reported respectfully. Elder Mu is not weak. Other than Xingying and the others working together, no one can kill Elder Mu. Shui Changkong clenched his fists and insisted that it was Xingying and the others who did it. Feng Wuchen. Very good. Very good. Bing Wuqing's face was so ferocious that she was about to go crazy. Her internal organs were violently tumbling. Her monstrous murderous intent and terrifying aura shocked everyone in the hall. Grandpa Bing, Feng Wuchen is declaring war on us. Give the order. Destroy the Dragon God Temple. Feng Jitian couldn't take it anymore. This is a disgrace to our 7 clans. Lei Zhong gnashed his teeth in anger. We must destroy the Dragon God Temple. All forces and people related to the Dragon God Temple must die. Shuai, Ling Tian, go to the Dragon God Temple immediately and capture Feng Wuchen alive, Bing Wuqing ordered with an unquestionable aura. Understood. Icy Snow and the others replied respectfully. They immediately left the hall and headed for the Dragon God Temple. But they were very puzzled. Why didn't they just destroy the Dragon Temple? However, no one dared to ask or question him. Follow me to the Holy Royal Family. Bing Wuqing said gloomily. She disappeared in a flash, followed by Hui Yuan and Jin Mingi. The destruction of the Wood Spirit race and the deaths of Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhan were definitely related to the Saint Sovereign tribe. Even if it had nothing to do with them, Bing Wuqing was determined to wipe them all out this time. Even if it would cause the 6 races to suffer heavy losses, they would not hesitate to do so. In the Saint Sovereign Tribe's hall. Saint Sovereign Tribe leader, Bing Wuqing, and the others will not let the Wood Spirit race go. Have you thought of a countermeasure? Gai Jun asked solemnly. Xiao Mia's eyes flashed with worry. He frowned and said, with the Ice Spirit race and Water Spirit race's abilities, they will know that it was us who did it if they investigate the Wood Spirit race. Wiping out the Wood Spirit race is a great humiliation to Bing Wuqing. This battle is unavoidable. With our current strength, even if the Wood Spirit race is wiped out, it will be difficult to fight against them, Xianmu said solemnly. Xingyu nodded and said coldly, our strength is indeed not enough to fight against the 7 races, but we are not easy to bully. If they want to wipe us out, the 7 races will suffer great losses. Xingying's old face was frowning. He was obviously worried. But at this point, they had no other choice. Honorable isn't a reckless person. Annihilating the Wood Spirit clan shouldn't be as simple as avenging Honorable's wife. Even if we don't talk about other things, just this point alone is enough for anyone to annihilate the Wood Spirit clan. Sage Shadow said solemnly. Elder Xingyu glanced at Xingying and said, Patriarch, do you mean that Jizun has a way? Xingying shook his head and said, I am not sure. Xingying sighed and continued, I don't know if the dragon gods of the holy world will start a war with the Sky Devil race. The 7 races have already sent people to the holy world and should know about this. This is their best chance, and there will not be a second time. If Jizun doesn't know about this, then... Muju suddenly thought of this and his old face changed. If Feng Wuchen's greatest reliance was the dragon gods of the holy world, then he would have made a mistake. The dragon gods of the holy world were preparing for a great battle and had no time to care about the dragon temple. In other words, they were fighting alone this time without any powerful backup. For a moment, the hall was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Everyone's face was filled with worry and solemnity. Their chances of winning this battle were almost 0. Mu Qianhe and Mu Qianhe really died in the Holy Royal Clan. How dare you? At this moment, an incomparably deep roar resounded through the Holy Royal Clan's palace. A terrifying aura that seemed to be above all things and overlooking all living things enveloped the Holy Royal Clan. Monstrous anger and monstrous killing intent were as if they were real, mercilessly suppressing everyone in the Holy Royal Clan. The weaker ones were directly shaken to the point of vomiting blood. She's here. Xingying's old eyes flashed. Bing Wuqing. Xianmu and the others' faces changed. In the next second, Xingying and the other experts in the hall immediately flashed out. They did not expect Bing Wuqing to come so quickly. Xingying, you dare to destroy the Wood Spirit race? Then prepare to suffer the wrath of the 7 races. Bing Wuching roared furiously. Her roar was like a thunderous roar that shook people's souls. Xinging frowned deeply and did not speak. The war was unavoidable, and there was no point in saying anything more. Hui Yuan, Jin Mingi, Shui Zhongkong, Lei Yunfei, Feng Tianxiang, and the other elders of the 5 races had all arrived. The lineup was terrifying to the extreme. A murderous aura filled the entire Holy Royal clan. Xinging, today is the day you die. Hui Yuan roared. Where's Di Tong? Tell him to come out. I must kill him today. Shui Zhongkong roared. Di Tong. Come out if you have the guts. Today, I must cut you into 8 pieces. I will take your Di Tong bloodline. Since the 7 races dared to be so arrogant, they obviously knew what had happened in the Holy World. Attack. Kill without mercy. Bing Wuching ordered. The Wood Spirit race must be avenged. If they wanted revenge, they had to destroy the 4 major forces of the Holy Royal clan. Attack with all your might. Fight to the death. Xinging knew that the war was unavoidable. He could only fight to the death. Monstrous cold-killing intent erupted like a flood, sweeping out with the power of a tsunami. The war was about to erupt. Buzz buzz. The moment the great battle broke out, a power strong enough to destroy the 7 god realms spread out, instantly triggering the power of the laws of heaven and earth. But the moment the power of the laws of heaven and earth appeared, Bing Wuching snorted, and a large part of the power of the laws of heaven and earth dissipated. Then, an extremely terrifying barrier covered the entire 7 god realms. This level of terror was naturally Bing Wuching's doing. The space of the 7 god realms was unable to withstand their power, so a barrier had to be set up. Bing Wuching wanted to bury the Holy Royal family in the god realm. In the sky above the Divine Tower, Mia Hun, Donghuang Wuji, and the other top saint transforming experts of the 7 god realms gathered. We can't interfere in the battle of the ancient experts at all. Their power is beyond our imagination. Donghuang Wuji was frightened and envious. When could they reach that level? Looking at the source of the terrifying energy, Lin Shantian said solemnly, the power of the laws of heaven and earth dissipated instantly. Even from so far away, I can feel the intense danger. Such destructive power will indeed kill many. Their battle will plunge the 7 god realms into misery and suffering. Mia Hun shook his head helplessly. With their strength, they couldn't stop the battle at all. Master is in seclusion. Senior Shan Tong doesn't intend to interfere? Tian Tu frowned and thought, but he couldn't sense Shan Tong's aura. At the same time, in the divine ring of the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen was comprehending the heaven-defying reincarnation skill. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Feng Wuchen wanted to further master the heaven-defying reincarnation skill so that he could use it more easily in the future. But the more he comprehended, the more Feng Wuchen realized the terror of the heaven-defying reincarnation skill. Using the heaven-defying reincarnation skill wasn't as simple as controlling life and death. It seemed to control the order of heaven and earth and everything. This scared Feng Wuchen quite a bit. Was it that terrifying? Feng Wuchen couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen even felt a kind of summoning. It was the call of countless dead souls to him. At that moment, Feng Wuchen felt as if he had come to a world filled with countless dead souls. It was a bloody world, and he was the king of countless dead souls. It was as if as long as Feng Wuchen nodded, they could be resurrected at any time. That terrifying feeling scared Feng Wuchen so much that he opened his eyes, afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out. Who? Feng Wuchen let out a deep breath. His face was somewhat pale. That scene was too terrifying. Is the heaven-defying reincarnation really so terrifying? Who would have thought that an alchemist could actually comprehend such a divine ability? The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more shocked he was. Just as Feng Wuchen calmed down from his shock, he sensed a strange movement in his storage ring. With a thought, a piece of jade appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm. To be precise, it was half a piece. The half-piece of jade shone with resplendent light, and as soon as it appeared, strands of white gas entered Feng Wuchen's god's ring. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded by this strange scene. What was going on? What the hell was this white stream of air? Why would the divine ring absorb the things inside the ancient jade? Feng Wuchen was confused. This half-piece of jade was the ancient jade that Feng Wuchen had obtained a long time ago. At that time, Xianxia had guessed that it was an ancient item. However, what puzzled Feng Wuchen was that the ancient jade had been in the storage ring for many years. Initially, it was only used to absorb energy for Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Later on, as the amount of energy required increased, the ancient jade was slowly banished to the cold palace. For many years, the ancient jade had not undergone any changes. However, it had happened today. Ever since he obtained the ancient jade, this was the first time he had seen such a strange and puzzling scene. The ancient jade has always been able to absorb all kinds of energy and transform it into pure ancient energy. However, why is the ancient jade so strange today? What are those white streams of air that the divine ring is absorbing? Feng Wuchen was very confused. Even though Feng Wuchen was a powerful alchemist, he didn't know what those white streams of air were. After about a minute, the white streams of air that had spread out from the ancient jade gradually disappeared. Feng Wuchen held the ancient jade and looked at it carefully, but he couldn't see anything. It was no different from the ancient jade in the past. However, as he looked at it, the ancient jade in his hand suddenly turned into powder. Feng Wuchen was instantly shocked, his eyes instantly bulged. The ancient jade was gone. What was going on? Was he possessed today? Feng Wuchen looked at the powder in a daze and couldn't say anything for a long time. What's going on? Feng Wuchen was confused. He didn't understand what was going on from beginning to end. Master, quickly enter the divine ring and take a look. The white streams of air just now have all been absorbed into the divine ring. Perhaps there are some changes in the divine ring. Xianxia hurriedly sent a message. Feng Wuchen quickly reacted. With a thought, he immediately entered the divine ring. When Feng Wuchen appeared in the divine ring space, he was completely dumbfounded. The divine ring was originally a spatial ring with 5 times the capacity. Other than being used for cultivation, it had nothing else. However, an extremely large and imposing ancient pagoda had appeared out of thin air in the divine ring. It emitted an extremely ancient and ferocious aura. The ancient pagoda's surface emitted a faint blue light and was filled with mystery. It was 100 stories tall and majestic. It would never change. This is, from the ancient jade? Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. The ancient pagoda in front of him was many times more majestic than the ninefold cosmos pagoda. The ancient reincarnation pagoda. Oh my God, isn't this ancient pagoda too majestic? Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. Master, be careful. This ancient pagoda is extremely dangerous. Divine Eyes sent a message. Feng Wuchen was deeply attracted to the 100-story ancient pagoda. It was as if something was calling him. However, Feng Wuchen couldn't tell what it was. Unknowingly, Feng Wuchen had arrived in front of the ancient pagoda. However, when Feng Wuchen intended to enter the first level of the ancient pagoda, he realized that he was blocked outside. An invisible force blocked Feng Wuchen's path. It gave off a feeling of being blocked outside. Feng Wuchen couldn't sense the invisible force at all, nor could he see it. It was too mysterious. It was too strange. A trace of anger surged in Feng Wuchen's heart. It was one thing to take his divine ring, but now it was blocking him from entering the ancient pagoda. Humph. Feng Wuchen harumphed coldly. A domineering origin energy erupted as Feng Wuchen struck out with his palm. Boom. Buzz. A ferocious and domineering palm struck out. With a boom, the space shook. The power of this palm was enough to even kill a peak sacred transformation expert. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? However, what shocked Feng Wuchen was that the invisible force and the ancient pagoda didn't move at all. Feng Wuchen's terrifying palm strike couldn't even move it. It sank into the sea. Not good. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. An extremely terrifying recoil force suddenly erupted. Before Feng Wuchen could react, Feng Wuchen was sent flying. The recoil force was extremely domineering and carried an unquestionable majesty. Feng Wuchen fell heavily. His face was pale, and the blood in his body was churning violently. He stared at the ancient pagoda in shock and disbelief. He had used all his strength, but he could not move it at all. Feng Wuchen was crushed by the recoil. What kind of terrifying power was that? Master, are you all right? Dragon God Sword asked. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head and forcefully suppressed the churning blood in his body. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely, and a surging aura erupted. He grabbed the air and took out Dragon God Sword. The ancient power and divine fire were activated at the same time. I don't believe that I can't break through an energy wall. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. He poured all his strength into Dragon God Sword, and the sword flashed with a resplendent golden light. It was incomparably domineering. Sword intent filled the sky, and it was invincible. Feng Wuchen would not give up until he broke through this energy wall. His own territory was occupied, and he could not do anything to the other party. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? However, just as Feng Wuchen was about to use his strongest sword technique, a deep and domineering voice suddenly sounded. Don't try anymore. Even if you try 100 times, the result will be the same. Who is it? Feng Wuchen's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted coldly. His heart had already been shaken. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, he could not detect the presence of someone. Moreover, the person was in his divine ring. The most terrifying thing was that this person did not have any aura at all. How terrifying was this person? How did this person come in? Could it be the white stream of air just now? With your insignificant cultivation, if you slashed down with your sword, not only would you not be able to break the invisible barrier, you would probably lose half your life. The domineering voice sounded again. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen could not help but be filled with anger. Someone actually dared to say that his cultivation was insignificant. The moment he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a black robe walked out from the invisible energy wall. An extremely violent aura swept over, causing Feng Wuchen's heart to tremble. He could not even feel the strength to hold his sword, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In just an instant, Feng Wuchen felt endless despair and darkness. It was as if the man in front of him was the embodiment of despair and darkness. This was the first time Feng Wuchen had been suppressed by such an imposing aura. It was also the first time he had felt such intense despair and fear. An expert. An extremely terrifying expert. In front of this person, everything about Feng Wuchen was trash. This man is even more terrifying than the dragon ancestor. This was Feng Wuchen's first impression of the mysterious man. He even felt that the middle-aged man before him could destroy the entire saint's world with a single thought. Feng Wuchen was very puzzled. Why was such a terrifying expert here? What was his motive? The middle-aged man calmly sized up Feng Wuchen. The majestic aura that seemed to be above all things disappeared. His aura was completely gone. Don't worry, I mean you no harm, the man said calmly. Suppressing the endless shock in his heart, Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Who are you? Why would it appear in my divine ring? I am the primal chaos ancestor. The reincarnation pagoda has chosen you, the man said calmly. Primal chaos ancestor? It chose me? Feng Wuchen was stunned when he heard that. He looked at the 100-story ancient pagoda in shock. Although you are trash, the reincarnation pagoda has chosen you. I can't hurt you. I'm just an energy body now. Don't look at me like that. I don't know why the reincarnation pagoda chose you. Perhaps it's because you have comprehended heaven-defying reincarnation, the primal chaos ancestor said calmly as if he was describing a fact. After being called trash again, Feng Wuchen was helpless even if he was angry. Did you and the reincarnation pagoda come from the ancient jade? Feng Wuchen asked. Ancient jade? You can call it ancient jade. The ancient jade you are talking about is the chaos stone from the beginning of the world. However, it was destroyed. The reincarnation pagoda chose you. I only woke up after absorbing the power of the ancient jade, the primal chaos ancestor explained. What is the reincarnation pagoda? Also, why are you and the reincarnation pagoda in the ancient jade? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. The reincarnation pagoda is a treasure from the beginning of the world. Every level seals the essence souls of powerful experts. The higher you go, the stronger you become. I sealed the reincarnation pagoda in the chaos stone, the primal chaos ancestor said. You sealed it? Feng Wuchen was taken aback as he became more and more puzzled. Could it be that the reincarnation pagoda wasn't the primal chaos ancestor's treasure? Although the reincarnation pagoda chose you, whether you have the right to activate the reincarnation pagoda depends on whether you have the right to get them to acknowledge you. Once they acknowledge you, you can obtain their inheritance and increase your cultivation level. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, the first layer of the seal will automatically be removed. Or perhaps for other reasons, the seal will also automatically be removed. They will pass their inheritance to you for a short period of time. After that, they will all disappear. If they don't acknowledge you, I will find someone else. However, the reincarnation pagoda shouldn't have misjudged you. Alright, I don't have much time left. Before that, the reincarnation pagoda chose you. I will help you increase your cultivation level. Feng Wuchen was stunned. Every level of the 100-level pagoda sealed a terrifying expert. The higher you went, the more powerful you would be. Any one of them would definitely be a terrifying existence once they were unsealed. They could definitely destroy the saint's world with a flick of their fingers. Most terrifyingly, he could even obtain their inheritance. My current cultivation level is already at the peak of the 7 divine worlds. If you want to help me increase my cultivation level, you'll probably trigger the heavenly tribulation of the saint's world or even the power of the laws of the 7 divine worlds. I don't want to ascend to the saint's world right now. There are still many things waiting for me to do in the 7 divine worlds. Feng Wuchen returned to his senses and hurriedly shook his head in refusal. Without saying anything else, the primal chaos ancestor pointed a finger at Feng Wuchen's forehead. Ancestor, what are you doing? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. He did not discover anything wrong with his body. The power of the laws of heaven and earth and the power of ascension and tribulation that you mentioned will not appear on your body from today onwards. You won't be stopped from going to the saint's world. I call the shots in the saint's world. The primal chaos ancestor said domineeringly as if he was talking about something insignificant. That aura of looking down on all living beings made one's blood boil. Was he bragging? He was definitely not bragging. This was because Feng Wuchen was stunned once again. The power in his body had increased by dozens or even hundreds of times in an instant. Not only that, but Feng Wuchen's physical body had also become dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. In other words, Feng Wuchen's current cultivation level had already surpassed the limits of the 7 divine worlds. The heavenly tribulation of the saint's world and the power of the laws of heaven and earth did not appear at all. This was a true expert. Alright, it's about time. I should be leaving too. The primal chaos ancestor said indifferently. Then, his body turned into dust and disappeared. This isn't a dream, right? Feng Wuchen was completely stunned. Everything was too real. It was so real that Feng Wuchen could not believe it. The primal chaos ancestor had merely tapped on Feng Wuchen's forehead lightly. Could it allow Feng Wuchen to ignore the laws of heaven and earth and heavenly tribulation of the 7 divine worlds? Feng Wuchen wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen to him. Huff. Feng Wuchen kept taking deep breaths, trying his best to suppress the shock in his heart and digest the huge amount of information in his mind. In order to confirm the authenticity, Feng Wuchen immediately withdrew from the divine ring. Feng Wuchen hurriedly ran out of the hall. He was just about to activate his power to see if he could trigger the heavenly tribulation of the holy world and the laws of heaven and earth. Before Feng Wuchen could activate his power, he sensed a terrifying energy covering the 7 divine worlds. The entire 7 divine worlds fell into a destructive tremor. Is this a war? Feng Wuchen immediately looked in the direction of the Holy Royal Tribe. Feng Wuchen was just about to go to the Holy Royal Tribe when he noticed that something had happened in the Dragon Temple. I'll give you one more chance. Where is Feng Wuchen? Tell him to come out. At the same time, above the Dragon Temple, Lei Zhong was holding Lu Qingyang's throat and roaring threateningly. Hualing Tian and the others had already arrived at the Dragon Temple. Tian Tu, Donghuang Wuji, and the other saint-level powerhouses had been severely injured. No one in the Dragon Temple was a match for them. Lu Qingyang's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Aren't you ancient powerhouses? Aren't you very powerful? If you want to know where Brother Feng is, find him yourself. You're courting death," Lei Zhong said viciously. He was about to crush Lu Qingyang's throat. Smack. But the moment Lei Zhong exerted his strength, there was a sudden crisp sound. A hand had already grabbed Lei Zhong's wrist, making him unable to exert any strength. Lei Zhong even felt a piercing pain spread throughout his body. "Brother Feng." Lu Qingyang was overjoyed and immediately broke free. Feng Wuchen laughed and said, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Lu Qingyang smiled excitedly. The person who came was Feng Wuchen. "Brother Feng." "Alliance Master." "Lord Feng is here." Seeing Feng Wuchen's figure, everyone was overjoyed, as if they had seen a life-saving straw. All the fear and worry instantly dissipated. It was as if Feng Wuchen's existence could solve all problems. Long Tianqiu frowned slightly and muttered, "I feel that Longer's cultivation has improved a lot. Am I mistaken?" Feng Wuchen. Hualing Tian gloomily stared at Feng Wuchen. "Humph. You've finally shown yourself. I thought you were too afraid to show yourself." Feng Jitian sneered, his cold murderous aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen coldly swept his gaze over Hualing Tian and the other 5 and asked, "Is there anything you need from me?" "Is there anything I need from you?" Hualing Tian and the other 5 were instantly enraged. They exploded in anger. "You brought people to exterminate the Wood Spirit clan, and you still ask if there's anything? Brother Feng, they said you exterminated the Wood Spirit clan. Is that true? They're here for revenge now." Lu Qingyang quickly asked in excitement. "So it's for the Wood Spirit clan?" Feng Wuchen nodded without any change in his expression. Seeing Feng Wuchen nod, Lu Qingyang was scared out of his wits. Everyone from Dragon Temple was the same. The Wood Spirit clan was an ancient force with terrifying strength. Even if Feng Wuchen could kill a member with one punch, it was impossible for him to exterminate the Wood Spirit clan. Looking at Hualing Tian and the other 5 again, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "There are still 2 days. You can apologize now or come back 2 days later. Let's go." When Feng Wuchen said this, not only were Hualing Tian and the other 5 dumbfounded. Everyone from Dragon Temple was also dumbfounded. They came to pick a fight, specifically looking for you, but you, Feng Wuchen, asked them to apologize or come back 2 days later. He didn't put Hualing Tian and the others in his eyes at all. Hualing Tian and the other 5 were enraged. Their killing intent soared to the sky. "Feng Wuchen. You're courting death." Lei Zhong couldn't take it anymore. He roared crazily, and an incomparably violent force erupted. Like a crazy bitch, he slapped a palm at Feng Wuchen. In terms of strength and speed, Lei Zhong was much stronger than the 3 Wood Spirit clan members from before. If Feng Wuchen was hit by Lei Zhong's palm, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. "Brother Feng, watch out!" Lu Qingyang shouted. Everyone in Dragon Temple had just witnessed how terrifying Lei Zhong's strength was. "It's a good opportunity to see if the Chaos Ancestor is telling the truth," Feng Wuchen said to himself. The corner of his mouth curled up in a dangerous arc. Feng Wuchen urged his strength and met the attack with a palm. "You overestimate yourself." Lei Zhong's face was full of disdain. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the 2 palms collided head-on with a deafening explosion that forced everyone to cover their ears. Incomparably violent energy ripples swept out without restraint. The 7 god realms shook violently, and everyone in the Dragon God Temple swayed along with it. Many people even collapsed to the ground. Lu Qingyang was stunned. In the fierce collision, the 2 seemed to be evenly matched, but Lu Qingyang, who was behind Feng Wuchen, didn't feel the slightest destructive force. In other words, all the terrifying energy ripples were tilted toward Lei Zhong. How is this possible? Lei Zhong's face was full of disbelief. This palm was close to touching the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and Feng Wuchen didn't even unleash 3 times his combat strength. How could he fight against him? "I knew it." Long Tianqiu was shocked. It wasn't just Long Tianqiu. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple could tell. Feng Wuchen's strength had increased. "Feng Wuchen's strength has increased again," Feng Jitian said grimly. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Hualing Tian said coldly, "The higher the cultivation base, the harder it is to cultivate. Logically speaking, Feng Wuchen shouldn't be able to improve so quickly. After all, it hadn't even been half a day." No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible to improve his cultivation base in half a day. Even if he used a cheat, he still needed time to download it. Let's try to increase my strength again, Feng Wuchen said to himself, ignoring Lei Zhong's shock. Boom. Crack. Arg. Feng Wuchen's strength increased instantly. His arm shook, and there was an explosion. Lei Zhong's face twitched violently. The extremely domineering strength broke Lei Zhong's arm. His flesh and blood splattered, and his bones were exposed. His body flew backward like a cannonball. His heart-wrenching scream frightened the people of Dragon Temple out of their wits. Feng Wuchen had crippled Lei Zhong's arm with a single punch. Why did it feel like Feng Wuchen's punch had landed on a piece of tofu? Hiss, everyone in Dragon Temple sucked in a cold breath. Their pale faces were filled with shock and horror. How's this possible? Hualing Tian and the others were stupefied again. Icy Snow said in disbelief, his strength just now has reached the realm of a saint. How could this be, the power of the laws of heaven and earth? Why didn't it appear? The Chaos Ancestor didn't lie to me. The laws of heaven and earth and the power of the heavenly tribulation didn't appear. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He felt as if he had won the lottery. Lei Zhong. Hualing Tian and the others were shocked for more than 10 seconds before they exclaimed at the same time. They were shocked for so long because they did not expect Feng Wuchen to cripple Lei Zhong with one punch. Hualing Tian and the others knew Feng Wuchen's strength very well. They had thought about the outcome countless times, but they did not expect Lei Zhong to be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated so miserably. Lei Zhong was at the Saint Emperor stage. Even if he did not use his full strength, his terrifying body was definitely not something Feng Wuchen could injure with one punch. However, the outcome was the opposite of what they had imagined. Lei Zhong's right hand was crippled. Isn't this too strong? Big Brother Fang's strength has improved so much. Could it be because of the primal yang stone? Lu Qingyang's eyes almost popped out. This scene was too shocking, too terrifying. Lin Shantian took a deep breath and suppressed his fear. Is he still human? His opponent is even more powerful than the previous three, but Feng Wuchen crippled him with one punch. Lin Shantian even wondered if Lei Zhong was paid by Feng Wuchen to put on a show for them. He crippled his opponent's hand with one punch. What kind of strength is that? Shuizhan and the others were stunned. Their hearts were in turmoil. Has Lord Feng become so terrifying? Huang Yan's body trembled. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Dong Huang Wuji, Mia Hun, Gui Nu, and Qian Hun were stunned. He crippled my right hand with one punch. Lei Zhong looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. He could not believe it at all. Lei Zhong, take the elixir. Hualing Tian flashed over and gave Lei Zhong a healing elixir. Big Brother Ling Tian, his strength has surpassed the saint stage. Why isn't the law of heaven and earth suppressing him? Lei Zhong, who was severely injured, could not understand. I don't know either. Heal yourself well and leave the rest to us. Hualing Tian's face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with rage. Hualing Tian was infuriated to the extreme. Regardless of why Feng Wuchen did not activate the power of the laws of heaven and earth, Hualing Tian decided to act personally. How could this be? Could it be that the laws of heaven and earth in the 7 god realms have disappeared? Water Lotus asked in disbelief. Icy Snow said coldly, it's impossible for him to disappear. He must have used some method to avoid the power of the laws of nature. You guys capture the dragon gods and Rakshasa. Leave Feng Wuchen to me. Hualing Tian said coldly as a bone-chilling murderous aura emanated from him. His imposing manner of looking down on the world made it impossible for anyone to resist him. Hualing Tian's strength was the strongest among them. He could resist the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Brother Ling Tian, you must cripple Feng Wuchen's limbs. Feng Jitian shouted angrily as he glared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen sneered indifferently, don't regret it before you act. A hint of viciousness flashed through Icy Snow's beautiful eyes as she said coldly, Feng Wuchen, don't be so arrogant. Go ahead and try. Feng Wuchen shrugged nonchalantly. Jing Tian clenched his fists and roared with gritted teeth, attack. Capturing people was too easy for them. It was within their reach. Feng Wuchen. Don't even think about stopping them, Hualing Tian said coldly. His terrifying murderous aura had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. As long as Feng Wuchen acted, Hualing Tian would stop Feng Wuchen at all costs. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said nothing. Tian too frowned and thought to himself, does Master still have a trump card? This person is the most powerful. I'm afraid Chen won't be able to defeat him. Feng Jingxiong looked worried. Hualing Tian gave him the most dangerous feeling. Master never does things that he's not confident in, and he won't bluff. Fairy Yu Yan was not worried at all. I believe in Brother Feng. A beautiful figure appeared in a flash. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Qingqing and the Dragon Mother were overjoyed. It was Ling Xiaoxiao. With the help of the powerful body forging pill and the Universe Pagoda's quintuple time, Ling Xiaoxiao had been reborn. Not only that, but Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation base had also recovered to its peak. Buzz buzz. At the same time, Icy Snow and Shui Lian activated their powers at the same time. Terrifying ice and water attribute energy exploded and turned into ice and water snakes that swooped down. Wherever it passed, no one could resist it. Jing Tian and Feng Jitian immediately flashed to the Dragon God Temple's plaza. They immediately grabbed at the Dragon Gods and the Rakshasa people. Dozens of people were instantly trapped. No matter how they struggled, it was to no avail. The people from the Dragon God Temple were extremely anxious. Hualing Tian did not make a move at all. He wanted to see how Feng Wuchen was going to save them. Unfortunately, to Hualing Tian's disappointment, Feng Wuchen had no intention of stopping them at all. Feng Wuchen was not anxious or nervous at all. Instead, he was as calm as Mount Tai, as though he had everything under control. Hualing Tian could not see through him at all. Brother Ling Tian, cripple him. Feng Jitian shouted angrily. At the same time, he was telling Hualing Tian that he had captured them. However, as soon as Feng Jitian finished speaking, an extremely violent and majestic aura spread out from the Dragon God Temple. Subsequently, a bolt of golden lightning shot into the sky with a thunderous momentum. The speed was so terrifying that the people from the Dragon God Temple could not see who it was at all. Feng Jitian, watch out. Hualing Tian's expression changed drastically. The golden lightning made Hualing Tian feel uneasy. This energy. Icy Snow, Jing Tian, and Shui Lian's expressions changed drastically as well. This power made them feel strongly threatened. What? The Saint Stage? Feng Jitian was shocked. He was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. Another powerhouse who used energy that surpassed the 7 god worlds did not activate the energy of the laws of heaven and earth at all. What was going on? There was no time for Feng Jitian to think. He immediately activated his energy to counterattack. It seems like the energy of the laws of heaven and earth doesn't dare to appear where my energy is. Feng Wuchen activated his time and space divine energy at that moment. Feng Jitian took the lead to attack. Extremely terrifying bloodline energy gathered on his palm as he shouted angrily, Saint Technique. Bloodwind Palm. Boom, blurg, in the blink of an eye, the golden lightning arrived and collided with Feng Jitian's palm. Boom. Feng Jitian's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. Subsequently, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. At the moment of collision, the captured person was transported to the Dragon God Temple by Feng Wuchen using his time and space divine energy. How's that possible? Hualing Tian was shocked again. He was dumbstruck. Gasp, seeing this scene, everyone in the Dragon God Temple gasped in shock again. Another palm strike that crushed the opponent, too shocking. Too powerful, it wasn't over yet, swish. Swish. Swish, buzz. Buzz, just as Icy Snow and the other two were in shock, another 3 figures shot out from the Dragon God Temple like lightning. Their surging aura was earth-shattering. Their domineering aura made one's hair stand on end. Boom. Boom. Boom, blurg. Blurg. Blurg, even with the Saint Technique, Icy Snow, and the other two were no match for the ferocious attacks. They were sent flying while spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Overbearing beyond compare, everyone in the Dragon God Temple was petrified. Ninefold God-slaying universe formation. Open. Feng Wuchen activated the formation immediately after transferring the captured people with his spacetime divine powers. The huge golden formation enveloped the dragon shrine and emanated a domineering and terrifying defensive power. The ninefold God-slaying universe formation was activated by Feng Wuchen himself, and its power was immeasurable. Clenching his fist and feeling the vast power, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The primal chaos ancestor is really terrifying. Just a simple point and my cultivation has increased by so much. Most importantly, it can ignore the laws of heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen could not wait to find out the experts in the reincarnation pagoda. If he could unlock the first level, Feng Wuchen's cultivation would definitely increase tremendously. At the same time, he wanted to see how terrifying the sealed experts were. They all have the power of a sage. What's going on? Why didn't the laws of heaven and earth appear? Who are they? Why do they all have the power of a sage? Could it be an ancient expert as well? Impossible. Their power is not from the holy world but from the realm of gods. What's going on? How can people from the realm of gods possess power that surpasses the limit? Feng Jitian and the rest were shocked and in disbelief. At the same time, they were furious. The young masters and saintesses of ancient forces were inferior to cultivators from the realm of gods. It was a great humiliation. It's him. How is this possible? How could he be so powerful? Feng Jitian's eyes widened as his gaze stopped on one person. How can it be him? Who are the other three? Why do they all have the power of a sage? Water Lotus's face was filled with confusion and confusion. Huolingtian's face was also full of shock. Since when did the Dragon Shrine have so many terrifying experts? Since their power surpassed Shui Zhanshan and Donghuang Wuji, why didn't they appear earlier? The person who came was none other than Long Zun. The last time Long Zun fought, he was not as strong as the Wood Soul clan. But now, he was able to injure him in one move. It was not even 2 days. Impossible. Young Master Long Zun. Young Master Long Zun's strength has increased again. They are Brother Feng's puppets. Heavens, the cultivation of the puppet is so much stronger than ours. When they saw the attacker clearly, the people of the Dragon Temple burst into an uproar again. After a day, Long Zun actually possessed such terrifying strength. The most shocked ones were Donghuang Wuji, Mia Hun, and the others. At this moment, they were all in a vegetative state. Their eyes were wide open, and they were motionless like statues. One Feng Wuchen was enough to make them feel afraid, but now there were 4 more. If they knew that there were still 300 people as powerful as Long Zun, Donghuang Wuji, and the others would be scared to death. Feng Jitian gritted his teeth and roared, "Big brother Ling Tian, attack now." Right now, they were no match for Long Zun's group of 4. Only Huoling Tian had the power to resist the laws of heaven and earth. Buzz. Buzz, Huoling Tian's aura suddenly changed. Extremely destructive power erupted from Huoling Tian's body like a volcanic eruption. Dazzling flames lit up the dark space. The degree of violence of his power had reached the level of a saint emperor. The irresistible terrifying pressure made the people of the Dragon Temple unable to move. They felt powerless and their faces were pale. This person's strength is extremely terrifying. Long Tianqiu frowned deeply. I can't use any more strength. Long Yun gritted his teeth and roared, desperately resisting the pressure. Long Qinghun cursed angrily, is this bastard a monster? He's actually so terrifying. Man Zhentian said gloomily, his strength has exceeded the limit of the 7 divine worlds. In the next moment, the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the 7 divine worlds pressed down. Humph. Huoling Tian snorted fiercely and waved his hand. A horrible flame turned into a huge fire beast that was hundreds of thousands of feet long and soared into the sky. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the fire beast bore the power of the laws of heaven and earth. With a rumbling explosion, the power of the laws of heaven and earth was instantly destroyed. The scene was extremely spectacular and visually shocking. Unable to withstand a single blow. This guy is really terrifying. His strength is already enough to contend with the power of the laws of heaven and earth. His strength is comparable to Shan Tong's, or even more terrifying. His alchemist realm is far beyond mine. If he uses his soul power, he can kill me instantly. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. This was what Feng Wuchen was most worried about. The power of the laws of heaven and earth was defeated by him. He's also a saint emperor. Zhang Junlan was shocked. Big brother Feng is in danger. Big brother Feng, be careful. Lu Qingyang was burning with anxiety and anxiously roared. This is bad. The faces of the people of the Dragon Temple changed drastically. Feng Wuchen, I admit that you're very strong, but in my eyes, you're still an ant. You're not the only one who can ignore the power of the laws of heaven and earth. I can too, Hualing Tian said proudly. An immeasurably terrifying aura had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. Big brother Ling Tian, don't waste words with him. Hurry up and attack. Cripple Feng Wuchen first, then kill these bastards. Jing Jing Tian roared angrily. The Saint Emperor tribe can't hold on much longer. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and then ordered, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen took out the Dragon God sword and actually took the initiative to attack. He ferociously charged at Hualing Tian. Hualing Tian said disdainfully, you're courting death. In a flash, Feng Wuchen arrived above Hualing Tian and stabbed the Dragon God sword at Hualing Tian's head. His first attack was a killing move. Teleportation is too slow. Hualing Tian said disdainfully. He pinched the Dragon God sword with 2 fingers. Feng Wuchen sneered, is that so? Boom, before Hualing Tian could react, there was a sudden explosion. Hualing Tian was punched in the back, and his body was sent flying. Doppelganger? It's gone. Hualing Tian was slightly surprised, but that was all. The attack just now was from Feng Wuchen's primordial soul doppelganger, and it disappeared in an instant. Unfortunately, that punch was nothing to Hualing Tian. Shadowless Samsara sword. Feng Wuchen shouted and immediately used a sword technique. Monster sword intent condensed into a sword vortex in the air. It was extremely domineering. Come, use your strongest sword technique to attack me. Hualing Tian sneered disdainfully. He did not take Feng Wuchen seriously at all. At the same time, Long Zun and the other 3 attacked at the same time. They did not hold back at all. They can ignore the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Don't fight them head-on. Work together to deal with them. Use your fusion technique. Icy Snow was extremely solemn. She formed a seal with both hands and shouted coldly, ultimate black ice. Ice seal. The 4 puppets were instantly frozen. Now is the time. Icy Snow shouted all of a sudden. The 4 of them activated their elemental powers at the same time. The 4 of them stood in a formation. They each used their holy techniques and combined their powers. The destructive power increased by several times. Buzz buzz. A huge green energy ball that was hundreds of thousands of feet long rushed toward Long Zun and the other 3 with a destructive power. Sure enough, he has the strength of a saint, even comparable to a 2-star saint. Feng Wuchen, this shouldn't be your strongest strength, right? Hualing Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking like he was above all things and looking down on the common people. In Hualing Tian's eyes, no matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, he was still an ant. In his eyes, the domineering sword light didn't exist at all. Isn't this guy looking down on others too much? Seeing that Hualing Tian didn't move an inch, Yi was instantly enraged. His face twitched violently, and he really wanted to cut Hualing Tian into pieces. Unfortunately, Yi didn't have that ability. Lin Xiantian said gloomily, this person is much stronger than Feng Wuchen. Not to mention the shadowless Samsara sword, even a more powerful sword technique can't do anything to him. Lin Xiantian knew very well how terrifying Hualing Tian's strength was. He was definitely not someone Feng Wuchen could contend with. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, the domineering sword light rushed towards Hualing Tian with the power to split heaven and earth. The latter didn't move an inch and allowed the sword light to hit him. The destructive sword light energy devoured Hualing Tian. Feng Wuchen didn't even look at it. He knew very well that he couldn't hurt Hualing Tian at all. This person's strength is far above mine. I'm definitely not his match. Xian Mu and the rest can't hold on much longer. It seems like I have to lure the experts from various races over. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He could feel that the auras of Xingyin, Xianmu, and the rest were getting weaker and weaker. They couldn't delay any longer. If he wanted to lure Bing Wuching and the rest out, he could only kill Icy Snow and the rest. With your strength, do you think you can trap my people? Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced at Icy Snow. With just a glance, Icy Snow and the rest trembled in fear. They were like rabbits being stared at by a ferocious tiger. What kind of gaze was that? As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, Long Zun and the other three, who were sealed in ice, broke out of the seal. Fusion skill? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I know it too. I have more people than you. Swish. Swish. With a thought, dozens of silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Each of the silhouettes exuded an extremely ferocious aura, and an extremely terrifying might shook the heavens and the earth. This was Feng Wuchen's puppet. What? All of them are saints. How is this possible? Where did the Dragon God Temple get so many saints? Who are they? Icy Snow and the other three turned pale with fright. They were dumbstruck, their souls almost leaving their bodies. Dozens of saints, such a terrifying lineup, they were no match for them at all. No way. War Soul was completely dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen actually has such a terrifying trump card. Who exactly are they? Lin Xuantian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was even scarier than seeing a ghost. Puppets. Annihilation Soul was dumbfounded, his old face petrified. What? Puppets? Tian Tu, Gui Nu, and the others exclaimed in shock. They could not be any more shocked. Where did Feng Wuchen get so many terrifying puppets? The cultivation level of each of the puppets was enough to kill them in an instant. They were completely dumbfounded. Divine art. Heaven-destroying Saint Soul Seal. Feng Wuchen roared, and the dozens of puppets performed the saint art at the same time. Dozens of terrifying energy seals fused, and their power increased exponentially. The destructive power gave off a feeling of invincibility. A golden energy seal that spanned hundreds of thousands of feet floated in the air, as dazzling as the sun. Let's see if your fusion skill is stronger or mine is stronger. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the destructive energy seal smashed out. Looking at the incomparably huge and terrifying energy seal, Shui Lian was completely stunned. She could not believe that a cultivator from the God realm could unleash such terrifying power. It's over. We can't stop this power. Big brother Ling Tian. Feng Jitian was so frightened that his courage was about to explode, and a strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart. The young master of an ancient force could not defeat a cultivator from the God realm. What a joke. How could this be? This is impossible. Icy Snow shook her head in a daze, unable to accept this fact. Bastard. Who are they? Why aren't they suppressed by the law of heaven and earth? Lei Zhong, who was healing himself in the distance, was about to go mad. He gritted his teeth. As an ancient powerhouse, he could definitely be ranked among the top geniuses in the saints' world. However, he felt powerless now. This was an insult to them. Anger, unwillingness, disbelief, and fear were written all over their faces. Isn't this guy going to stop me? Or does he think I won't dare to kill him? When he attacked, Feng Wuchen purposely glanced at Hualing Tian, who was in the energy ripple. Hualing Tian's strength was terrifying, and Feng Wuchen had to be vigilant. Boom. Crack. Pft. 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 Two extremely huge energy balls collided like Mars crashing into Earth. The loud noise was like the roar of the heavens, shocking countless cultivators in the 7 deity realms. The energy balls formed by Icy Snow and the other three could not withstand a single blow. They shattered instantly and vomited blood from the impact. How could Icy Snow and the other three withstand the combined power of dozens of saint-level powerhouses? They paled in comparison. Seeing this, everyone in the Dragon God Temple almost stopped breathing. They stared at the void without blinking. Too shocking. Too spectacular, they had never seen anything like this in their lives. Oh no. Icy Snow is in danger. Elder Ice, something happened at the Dragon God Temple. At the same time, above the sacred royal tribe, Bing Wuching and the others sensed it. They were panicking. Go to the Dragon God Temple. Bing Wuching shouted immediately and disappeared in a flash. They could also deal with the Dragon God Temple and capture Feng Wuchen alive. Killing two birds with one stone. Let's go. The patriarchs and elders rushed to the Dragon God Temple. The Prime is in danger. Go to the Dragon God Temple now. Holy Shadow ordered without hesitation and disappeared in a flash. There's still no news from Di Tong. Has the sacred world started a war? Xianxia said anxiously. However, he did not hesitate and rushed to the Dragon God Temple. Under the fierce and merciless attacks of Bing Wuching and the others, Holy Shadow and the other top powerhouses had already suffered varying degrees of injuries. Feng Wuchen's identity was special. They had to protect Feng Wuchen even if they had to fight to the death. They're here. Feng Wuchen had already sensed a large number of terrifying auras rushing over. His expression was extremely solemn. Grandfather and the others are here. That's great. They're dead meat. Feng Jitian and the others were overjoyed. Huh. Feng Wuchen shouted and continued to control the energy seals to attack. However, at this moment, the extremely terrifying energy seals suddenly stopped. Feng Wuchen, you're really full of surprises. I didn't expect you to have so many powerhouses under your command. Huolingtian's cold and arrogant voice was heard. As soon as Huolingtian finished speaking, everyone saw the energy seals turn into a fireball. Then, they quickly shrank and finally turned into a wisp of flame that floated above Huolingtian's palm. He clenched his hand into a fist and the destructive energy seals disappeared just like that. It was effortless. Huolingtian was actually toying with a destructive force that surpassed the limits of the 7 god worlds. It instantly became calm. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. This scene deeply shocked everyone in the Dragon God Temple, including Donghuang Wuji and the other saint transformation experts. How is it, Feng Wuchen? Do you feel despair? The combined skill of so many people is like an ant in front of me. Huolingtian said coldly and arrogantly. Then, the supreme pressure spread out. At that moment, Feng Wuchen felt an unprecedented pressure. It was as if a vast ocean was pressing down on him. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Just the pressure alone was enough to stop Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen frowned. He was extremely solemn. Feng Wuchen tried to clench his fists, but he found it difficult to exert any strength. Even his face had become slightly pale. Saint emperors could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. This was what gave Feng Wuchen the biggest headache. What a terrifying pressure. My body isn't listening to me. What's wrong with Shan Tong? He hasn't shown himself. Is he not in the god world? Feng Wuchen felt more and more uncomfortable. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Long Tianqiu and the others saw all of this with their own eyes, and they were burning with anxiety. Huolingtian sneered disdainfully when he noticed Feng Wuchen's expression. Saintess, just watch. The power of the law of heaven and earth is suppressing you, so you can't use your full strength. Leave the rest to me. Huolingtian looked back and gently waved his hand. 4 healing elixirs flew over. Big brother Ling Tian, grandfather is here, Icy Snow hurriedly said. Huolingtian nodded. With his cultivation base, he could naturally sense it. Lei Zhong sneered proudly, Feng Wuchen, you'll know what despair is very soon. Grandfather Bing and the others are underestimating me. With me around, no one will be able to kill the Holy Maiden and the others, Huolingtian thought to himself. He was quite confident in his own strength. Huolingtian stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind Feng Wuchen. He said coldly, Feng Wuchen, if you have any other trump cards, feel free to use them. This is the chance I'm giving you. Before Huolingtian could finish his sentence, he had already returned to his original position. When Feng Wuchen turned around, he didn't see Huolingtian's figure. It was as if Huolingtian had never appeared. Apart from Feng Wuchen, no one else present noticed it. So fast. If he wanted to kill me, I would already be dead. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying speed. It was so terrifying that Feng Wuchen could not react at all. "Make your move," Hualing Tian said coldly. His voice carried a supreme majesty. It was like an order. "Master, with your strength, even if you go all out, you won't be able to hurt him," Long Xinjian transmitted. Even if Feng Wuchen used the 3 times battle strength of the Yin-Yang Pagoda and the unlimited power of the Sun Eye, he still wouldn't be able to hurt Hualing Tian. "I know, but there's no other way. Shan Tong might not be in the divine world, but Xian Mu and the others are rushing over," Feng Wuchen transmitted. "Master, the 4 major forces are being suppressed by the Ice Soul race. Even if they come over, they won't be able to change anything. Instead, they will put the Dragon God Temple in danger," Xinyan transmitted. The 4 major forces of the Sacred Royal Clan were already no match for the 7 major forces. Feng Wuchen still wanted to lure them over. Wasn't this courting death? "If I don't lure them over, how will I have the chance to send people to the Holy World? I've already sent them a message. They've probably already sent people to the Holy World," Feng Wuchen transmitted. Sending people to the Holy World was Feng Wuchen's ultimate goal. Feng Wuchen was very clear about the situation in the divine world. With the terrifying strength of the 7 major forces, they couldn't fight back at all. Only the powerhouses of the Holy World could save the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen had lured Bing Wuqing and the others over so that he could send people from the Sacred Royal Clan to the Holy World. "Big Brother Ling Tian, I think Feng Wuchen doesn't dare to make a move. With his strength as a 2-star saint, it's impossible for him to defeat you. Just look at his pale face and you can tell that he's afraid," Jing Tian sneered disdainfully. "If it weren't for the laws of heaven and earth, I could kill him with just a finger." Lei Zhong shouted angrily as he stared at Feng Wuchen with his venomous eyes. "Feng Wuchen, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I'll spare your life," Feng Jitian sneered mockingly as if he could already see Feng Wuchen in agony. Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn, but he didn't say anything. "Brother Feng." Ling Xiaoxiao's delicate hands were sweating. She was extremely worried. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple was the same. They had never been so worried before. "Feng Wuchen, since you're not going to make a move, I won't hold back," Hualing Tian said coldly. Every word was filled with cold-killing intent. Before he could finish his sentence, Hualing Tian had already appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. With Hualing Tian's identity and cultivation base, he wouldn't go so far as to sneak an attack on Feng Wuchen. There was no need for that at all. Hualing Tian suddenly appeared and threw out a simple palm strike. It didn't seem to have any power at all. However, in Feng Wuchen's opinion, that simple palm strike was already too much for him to bear. That palm strike was filled with supreme majesty. What terrifying power! Feng Wuchen was shocked. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out the sacred armor and activated his origin energy and ancient power. He even activated his divine fire. Heaven-burning dragon divine palm. Feng Wuchen braced himself and met it with a palm strike. He had to go all out. Boom. Buzz buzz. Pfft, the 2 palms collided, and there was an explosion that sounded like the roar of the heavens. In the next second, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. At that moment, Feng Wuchen felt his entire body fall apart. Boom. Boom. Boom, wherever Feng Wuchen passed, towering mountains were destroyed. Brother Feng. Long Alliance leader. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Dragon God Temple couldn't help but shout, their hearts beating wildly. It was a simple palm strike, but it had such destructive power. Feng Wuchen was unable to resist at all and was seriously injured on the spot. Donghuang Wuji and the other sacred transformation experts were all dumbfounded. Feng Jitian and the others were laughing excitedly, feeling relieved. Tian Tu was the first to flash out and rescue the seriously injured Feng Wuchen. "Master, how do you feel?" Tian Tu was anxious and worried. Feng Wuchen's face was as pale as paper. He said weakly, as expected of a sacred emperor, "This guy is really terrifying. I can't even resist his physical strength." Feng Wuchen was right. Hualing Tian didn't use any power at all. It was just a simple palm strike, and it was completely the power of his physical body. Hualing Tian grabbed at the air, and the seriously injured Feng Wuchen was directly sucked over. Tian too couldn't react in time. Hualing Tian activated his power and formed a seal with both hands. A profound seal array appeared in front of him. Hualing Tian's face was already filled with excitement and a smile. He couldn't wait any longer. This is the seal of the reincarnation mantra. Seeing this seal, Feng Wuchen's face changed drastically. Reincarnation insignia. How is this possible? How could Hualing Tian know the reincarnation insignia? Could it be that he found Xianyu's cave dwelling and obtained it? Or Xianyu didn't die at all? Seeing the familiar insignia, Feng Wuchen felt as if there was a magnitude 12 earthquake in his heart. When Xianyu was killed by Zhu Sha, Feng Wuchen felt that Xianyu was still alive. When he saw the reincarnation insignia again, Feng Wuchen believed half of it. Reincarnation insignia. In the Dragon God Temple, Lu Qingyang was the first to exclaim. That's right. It's the reincarnation insignia. Tian Wan'er's beautiful eyes also widened in shock. How could he know the reincarnation insignia? How is this possible? Didn't Xianyu die? The reincarnation insignia should have been lost. Feng Jingxiong was shocked and panicked to the extreme. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple had been using the reincarnation insignia's power to cultivate, so they were very familiar with the reincarnation insignia. Long Tianqiu shouted in panic, "Longer, be careful. He wants to control you." What? Xiao Qingqing, Mother Long, and the others were scared silly. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao was scared. She was really panicking, and her body trembled violently. Hualing Tian used the reincarnation insignia to control Feng Wuchen. Once Feng Wuchen was controlled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Wuchen, from today onwards, you are my, Hualing Tian's, pawn. Haha. Hualing Tian laughed excitedly, and his laughter was incomparably crazy. When did Big Brother Ling Tian cultivate this technique? I've never seen it before. Lei Zhong was puzzled. He had never seen Hualing Tian use such a profound insignia. He couldn't understand it at all. They seemed to be talking about the reincarnation insignia. They even said that they want to control Feng Wuchen. Shui Lian was stunned. Reincarnation spell? Icy Snow's pretty face changed drastically. She seemed to have thought of something as she stared at Hualing Tian with her beautiful eyes wide open. She thought to herself, could it be that Big Brother Ling Tian? Quick, stop him. The Soul Destroyer roared anxiously. The Saint becoming experts all took action. Feng Wuchen also controlled Long Zun and the others to attack. Unfortunately, before they could even get close to Hualing Tian, they were sent flying by a terrifying invisible force. Reincarnation incantation. Hualing Tian shouted, and immediately sent the mysterious seal into Feng Wuchen's body. No. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao screamed in horror. Stop it. The people of the Dragon God Temple also roared. Unfortunately, no one could stop all of this, not even Feng Wuchen himself. Hualing Tian had already injected the reincarnation spell mark into Feng Wuchen's body. It's over. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. It was too late. This is bad. Soul Destroyer turned pale with fright. The reincarnation spell has already. Dong Huang Wuji's old eyes widened. Although Feng Wuchen could break the reincarnation spell, it was impossible for him to break it for himself. Hualing Tian would definitely not give him the chance. Hualing Tian, well done. Xianyu, who was hiding in the dark, was already overjoyed. Haha. Feng Wuchen, after being hit by the reincarnation spell, you'll have to rest for the rest of your life to break free from my control. Your heaven-defying reincarnation divine ability just happens to allow our 7 races to dominate the holy world. Haha. Hualing Tian laughed wildly in excitement. Feng Wuchen was burning with anxiety. He wanted to break the reincarnation spell immediately. You want to break the reincarnation spell in front of me? Do you have the power to do so? Hualing Tian said disdainfully. After saying that, Hualing Tian formed a seal with one hand. Feng Wuchen's body shook violently. His pitch-black eyes dimmed instantly. The reincarnation spell had been activated. It had already taken control of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, I'll use your heaven-defying reincarnation spell to revive the wood soul race. After that, I'll seize the origin power of the dragon gods and the Rakshasa race. Finally, I'll lead the 7 races to the holy world. Haha. Huling Tian was getting more and more excited. It's over. Big Brother Feng is being controlled by the reincarnation spell. What should we do? Lu Qingyang was extremely flustered. He did not know what to do at all. Big Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao's tears fell like rain. Her heart was broken. Master. Master. Alliance Master. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple was in despair. They all knelt down. Master, is there no other way? Tian Xian looked at Tian Sha in panic and asked. There's nothing we can do. Tian Sha smiled bitterly. His eyes were filled with intense despair. Chen Er. Xiao Qingqing fainted. Madam. Madam. Feng Jingxiong was in despair. Young master is being controlled. Patriarch, what should we do? Long Qing asked in panic. Long Tianchou instantly withered as if he had aged a few decades. They were no match for Huling Tian. From the beginning to the end, Shan Tong did not appear. There was no one who could save Feng Wuchen. Big Brother Ling Tian, well done. Haha. Although Lei Zhong and the others did not know where Huling Tian cultivated the reincarnation spell, they laughed excitedly. Controlling Feng Wuchen was equivalent to controlling the heaven-defying reincarnation spell. This was extremely important to the 7 races. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Bing Wuqing and the other patriarchs and elders appeared in a flash. Xian Mu, Xingying, and the others appeared as well. Grandfather Bing, you're just in time. Feng Wuchen is under my control. Huling Tian said excitedly. Oh? You've controlled him? Very good. Very good. Haha. Bing Wuqing was stunned at first. Then, she laughed wildly. Tian well done. Hui Yuan smiled proudly. That's great. God bless our 7 races. The patriarchs and elders were overjoyed. It was as if they could see the 7 races controlling the holy world. The 7 races were overjoyed. Only Icy Snow was not happy. Instead, her eyes were filled with worry. Was she worried that Huling Tian would betray the 7 races? What? Sovereign is being controlled? Xian Mu, Xingying, and the others were shocked. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was motionless. His eyes were empty. It was obvious that he was being controlled. Sovereign is being controlled. We're too late. Xiao Yaomia's face was gloomy to the extreme. A catastrophe is imminent. If the holy world doesn't send people down, we'll all die here. We won't be able to save Sovereign. Gai Jun gritted his teeth. Feng Wuchen was being controlled. The holy world didn't send anyone. The situation was hopeless. Bing Wuqing, Feng Wuchen is the supreme of the holy world's dragon gods. You have to think carefully. With the strength of your 7 races, you can't contend with the holy world's dragon gods. You're playing with fire. Xingying reprimanded. This was the only way. They could only use the holy world's dragon gods as a threat. Xingying, you're already at death's door. Why are you still thinking about others? Bing Wuqing said disdainfully, so what if he's the supreme of the dragon gods? The holy world's dragon gods and the heavenly demon race are like fire and water. No one cares about his life or death. Feng Wuchen is the supreme of the holy world's dragon gods? I'd like to see if it's true. Huling Tian was slightly surprised. Then, he sneered and said, Feng Wuchen, kill him. After the order was given, Feng Wuchen charged at Xingying without hesitation. Senior Xingying, quickly remove the reincarnation curse in Feng Wuchen's body. Divine eyes transmitted to Xingying. Artifact soul? Holy Shadow was stunned, and he hurriedly said, Old man doesn't know how to break the reincarnation spell. If we break it by force, I'm afraid Jizun's life will be in danger. Just as Divine I was about to say something, Huling Tian's cold laughter was heard. Artifact soul? Huling Tian said disdainfully, since I'm controlling Feng Wuchen, I naturally know of your existence. You want to break the reincarnation spell? Dream on. The reincarnation spell could read Feng Wuchen's memories. The moment Feng Wuchen was controlled, Hualing Tian had already read his memories, and he immediately knew of the divine artifact's existence. In the next second, Hualing Tian controlled Feng Wuchen and forced the artifact soul out of his body. Hualing Tian grabbed the air and directly sucked Divine Eye, Dragon God Sword, and the artifact soul of the sacred armor. Holy Shadow wanted to stop him, but he found that Bing Wucheng's terrifying aura had locked onto him. Even if he tried to stop her, he couldn't stop her. Divine Eye, Dragon God Sword, and the artifact soul of the sacred armor couldn't resist at all. When did Ling Tian cultivate such a strange technique? Bing Wucheng was very curious. Bing Wucheng and the others knew everything about Hualing Tian very well, and they never knew that Hualing Tian had a technique to control others. However, Bing Wucheng didn't think too much about it. And you? Hualing Tian glanced at the universe tower coldly. Boom, Hualing Tian waved his hand, and a terrifying force instantly sent the universe tower above the Dragon God Temple flying. The universe tower was hit without making a sound. It was extremely sad. The 9-layered god-slaying universe formation activated by Feng Wuchen also shattered instantly. The people of the Dragon God Temple were no longer panicking, because they had reached their limit and were in complete despair. Senior Dong Huang, Lord Soul Destroyer, is there really no other way? You've helped many people break the reincarnation spell before, Lu Qingyang asked anxiously. We can indeed break the reincarnation mantra, but it's impossible. Hualing Tian's strength is too terrifying. Dong Huang Wuji shook his head helplessly. Mia Hun looked as if he had aged several decades. He smiled bitterly and said, the order and peace of the divine world have been disrupted by them. In the end, it's still the strong who are respected. What rules? What heavenly Tao? What order? Everything was bullshit. Only great power was the true heavenly Tao. With their cultivation, they couldn't even get close to the reincarnation spell, let alone break it. If they angered Hualing Tian, he could kill them in an instant. Fear, despair, disbelief, grief, and so on were written all over the faces of the Dragon God Temple. For the first time since the creation of the Dragon God Temple, this was the first time such endless despair had appeared. I'll give you all a chance. Either submit to me or disappear. Choose one, Hualing Tian said coldly. Although he was an ancient expert and the young master of the fire spirit race, he did not lack saint artifacts. However, although Feng Wuchen's 3 saint artifacts were extremely powerful, they were also very important to Hualing Tian. The one that Hualing Tian valued the most was the Eye of the Sun. It was an ancient saint artifact. Don't even think about it. Long Shenjian shouted with difficulty. You shameless bastard want us to submit to you? Are you worthy? Shen Yan shouted angrily. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I'll slowly torture you all. Hualing Tian sneered. He activated his extremely terrifying soul power and forcefully trapped the 3 saint artifact souls. Then, he absorbed them into his body. Feng Wuchen, continue to attack. Kill him. Hualing Tian ordered again. Feng Wuchen attacked without hesitation. Xingying's face was extremely gloomy. He could only dodge Feng Wuchen's attack and could not attack. Although Xingying could forcefully trap Feng Wuchen with his powerful strength, Bing Wucheng could break it at any time. This was not the solution. Bing Wucheng immediately ordered, attack. Leave no one alive. The 6 patriarchs and elders attacked without hesitation. They were aggressive and murderous. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Die. Hui Yuan said fiercely. Bastard. Fight them. Xiao Miai gritted his teeth and said angrily. There was no way to escape. They could only fight to the death. The battle broke out again. In the previous battle, the 4 patriarchs and elders of the Saint Royal tribe were already injured. They were facing the fierce attacks of the 6 patriarchs. They could not hold on at all. They had already lost in terms of numbers. Moreover, Bing Wucheng's cultivation was far above theirs. Boom. Boom. Boom, one after another, the experts turned pale and fell from the void. They were severely injured and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. In less than half an hour, the four patriarchs suffered heavy casualties. Only Xingyin, Xiaoyao, Xianmu, and Gaijun were holding on. However, they were also severely injured and could be killed at any time. From beginning to end, Shan Tong did not appear. The experts of the Holy World did not appear either. They seemed to have been abandoned. Despair descended on everyone. Grandfather, Brother Ling Tian's reincarnation spell was obtained from someone called Xianyu in the God world. The reincarnation spell can control a large number of experts, Icy Snow said through voice transmission when she saw that the battle was about to end. Bing Wuqing was slightly stunned. She turned around and glanced at Icy Snow. She could have said it out loud. Why did she have to send a voice transmission? Bing Wuqing knew her granddaughter very well. She frowned slightly and looked at the high-spirited Hualing Tian. She had a thought in her mind. Bing Wuqing paid attention to Icy Snow's reminder. After all, controlling Feng Wuchen was equivalent to controlling the heaven-defying samsara. If Hualing Tian betrayed them, the Fire Soul tribe would be the leader of the 7 patriarchs. At that time, the other patriarchs would probably be controlled. The reincarnation spell could control experts. The heaven-defying samsara could control life, death, and eternal life. At that time, Hualing Tian would probably be the most terrifying existence in the holy world. Snow, are you worried that Hualing Tian will betray us? Bing Wuqing asked through voice transmission. Grandfather, Father is worried that Hualing Tian will betray us. I'm worried too. Hualing Tian has always been ambitious. If it weren't for the fact that you're stronger than Grandpa Hua, the leader of the 7 patriarchs, Grandpa Hua definitely wouldn't give up. I'm more worried that Hualing Tian will use the reincarnation spell to control the 7 patriarchs. Icy Snow replied through voice transmission. Bing Wuqing frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. Hualing Tian read a lot of Feng Wuchen's memories. Xianyu, you old bastard. The power of the reincarnation formation has always been used by everyone in the Dragon Temple for cultivation. He didn't even realize it. Hualing Tian shook his head in disdain. The Chaos Blood Devil actually died at the hands of Feng Wuchen. The recovery of the origin energy is indeed related to Feng Wuchen. I didn't expect Long Xinghun, Shan Tong, and the others to be in the heavenly world for 100,000 years, Hualing Tian muttered to himself. The last 2 ancient powers that Feng Wuchen collected are in Lin Xuantian's body. That old bastard Hun Xinghun has 2 divine fires. Including the 4 divine fires in Feng Wuchen's body, there are only 4 divine fires left. Quintuple Spatial Ring. Heaven-defying Divine Pearl. I didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be able to refine these 2 heaven-defying treasures. The space-time divine world? I can control them too. With the reincarnation spell and heaven-defying samsara, the Fire Soul race will definitely become the leader of the 7 patriarchs. Haha. With the quintuple spatial ring and heaven-defying divine pearl, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Dominating the holy world is just around the corner. Just as Hualing Tian was daydreaming and feeling extremely excited, he suddenly discovered something. What's going on? Why can't I check some of the memories? The memories come from Feng Wuchen's divine ring. There's a force blocking it. Why is it blocked even with my cultivation? Hualing Tian's curiosity was piqued. A dignified Saint Emperor expert was actually blocked by a force inside the divine ring. Feng Wuchen's divine ring must have a huge secret. This divine ring is Feng Wuchen's own 5-time spatial realm. It's specifically used for cultivation, but the other memories related to the divine ring are all blocked by an invisible force. What exactly is it? Even I can't see it. It's definitely not simple. Hualing Tian grew more and more curious. He planned to forcefully break this invisible force. But what shocked Hualing Tian was that he couldn't break it at all. There was no reaction at all. This invisible force was far stronger than Hualing Tian's. Forget it, I'll let Feng Wuchen break it himself later. His things should be fine. Hualing Tian thought to himself. He was very much looking forward to seeing what it was. Ants also want to pry into the heavenly law? An old voice filled with endless majesty came faintly from the divine ring, as if it came from an ancient god. Hualing Tian didn't know any of this. Xingying, Do you want to do it yourselves, or do you want the seat to personally send you on your way? Bing Wuching asked coldly as her cold gaze swept over the four people. Her tone was bone-chilling and carried an unquestionable majesty. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Xinging said solemnly without any hesitation. The four people were already seriously injured and powerless to resist. They would definitely die today. Do it. Kill them. Kill everyone who is injured, Bing Wuching ordered. She was truly ruthless. Eastern region of the sacred realm, Dragon God realm. In a majestic palace hall, an austere aura filled the entire hall. Long Shihan's old face was incomparably gloomy, obviously because of the three traitors. I really don't understand why that person wants to protect the three traitors of the dragon gods. With his strength and power, he shouldn't care about the origin power of the dragon gods. The second ancestor Long Tian was very puzzled. Clearly, in the holy realm, other than the dragon gods and the sky demons, there were stronger existences. It's impossible to protect those three traitors. At worst, they would perish together. Do you really think we're afraid of him? The third ancestor Long Shiyun slammed the table and said angrily, his temper incomparably irritable. A gray-robed elder said indifferently, third primogenitor, there's no need to be angry. Although we're not afraid of the Heaven Devil race, we can't underestimate them either. Furthermore, the Heaven Devil race has some relations with that person, and it's extremely disadvantageous for us to start a war. Not only will we not be able to kill the three traitors, but will also cause great damage to the dragon gods. Long Shihun, who was sitting on the main seat, slightly raised his head as he glanced at the old man and asked, First Elder, do you have any countermeasures? This matter is of great importance. Old man isn't a member of the dragon gods, so I don't dare to say. The old man said respectfully. If I say you are, then you are. Long Shihun said domineeringly with incomparable majesty, as if he was looking down on the common people. Old Fu, you've done your best for the dragon gods and are loyal to the dragon gods. Even if you're not a member of the dragon gods, in our hearts, you're a member of the dragon gods. The second ancestor Long Tian smiled faintly. In the battle back then, the dragon gods were almost annihilated. In the holy realm, other than the two primogenitors and the three traitors, there was no one left. There were only a few subordinates of the dragon gods who survived back then. The gray-robed elder's cultivation was tyrannical, and he definitely had the qualifications to be the first elder. A warm current surged in the gray-robed elder's heart as he said respectfully, Old man feels that there's no need to rush to kill the three traitors. If we don't take action, the Sky Devil clan and that person won't dare to easily deal with us. The recovery of the dragon god's origin power is the key to increasing cultivation. Rather than fighting to the death, it's better to bide our time. Bide our time? The third ancestor Long Shiyun was immediately unhappy as he shouted angrily, doesn't that mean we're afraid of the Sky Devil clan? Afraid of that bastard? Long Shihun and Long Tian didn't refute and waited for the first elder to continue. The first elder said solemnly, biding our time doesn't mean we're afraid of them. Aren't they afraid of us too? The dragon gods are here, who dares to take action? The two primogenitors have come out of the seal, and the holy realm is in chaos. The major forces under the Sky Devil clan have all retreated from the eastern region, and the entire clan is preparing for war. That person is also somewhat afraid. This battle depends on whether or not we fight. If we fight, they'll be afraid, but if we don't, they'll naturally be at ease. They don't want their years of hard work to be destroyed by our dragon gods. If we fight, the one who benefits the most is that person. The dragon gods and the Sky Devil clan are most likely under his control. The two primogenitors have been sealed in the holy realm for many years, so they should know the strength of that person. Old man faintly feels that the holy realm is far from as simple as it seems. The dragon gods still need to become stronger. Three primogenitors, although we've only just arrived in the holy realm, I feel that the first elder's words are very reasonable. The three traitors, said Long Xianxia. I also agree with the first elder. Although the dragon gods control the eastern region, it's still far from enough. Moreover, Jizun is still in the divine realm. If we fight, wouldn't it be too convenient for the Ice Spirit clan, said Yang Xilan. Long Shihun and Long Tian both nodded their heads. Are we just going to let those three bastards get away with it? Long Shiryun was really angry. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for the three traitors, how could the dragon gods have ended up like this? If it weren't for their betrayal, the dragon gods would have already ruled the holy realm. Why would they need to struggle at death's door in the mortal realm and heaven realm? Reporting to the three primogenitors, something has happened. The Sky Devil clan has led their army into the dragon god realm. At this time, someone rushed into the hall to report. The Sky Devil clan initiated the war? Long Xianxia and the others were shocked. Shan Tong frowned and guessed, maybe it's that person's intention. He's worried that our dragon gods will threaten his existence. It seems that he's quite afraid of our dragon god temple. Long Xianxia sneered. An extremely surging aura seemed to come from the ninth heaven. Long Shihan's old eyes flashed with ruthlessness. A domineering aura burst out as he ordered, whoever dares to take half a step into the dragon god realm, kill without mercy. The Great Elder frowned and said, the Sky Devil clan definitely won't initiate the war with us. That old monster doesn't have the ability to fight against the three primogenitors. There must be another reason. Humph. Just in time. Long Shiryun's anger was ignited again. At the same time, someone rushed into the hall and reported respectfully, reporting to the three primogenitors, the God Realm's Saint Royal family has sent people here. The 7 families have already made their move. I'm afraid that Jizun is in danger. Preposterous. The 7 families really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I gave them face, but they don't want it. If they dare to touch that brat Feng Wuchen, I will personally go down and destroy them. Long Shiryun shouted angrily. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How dare the 7 races ignore the dragon soul token? Long Shihan's old face was covered with a layer of coldness. Monstrous anger surged out like an awakened evil dragon. The dragon soul token represented the supreme existence of the dragon gods. Once the dragon soul token appeared, who could fight against it? The 7 races dared to ignore the dragon soul token. This was a provocation to the dragon gods, an insult to the dragon gods. The dragon soul token was the reverse scale of the dragon gods. Anyone who touched it would die. The 7 races are really tired of living. Long Xianxia shook his head. Worried about Feng Wuchen's safety, Shan Tong hurriedly said, 3 ancestors, I will go to the 7 god realms immediately. Without waiting for Long Shihan and the others to speak, Shan Tong disappeared in a flash. Bing Wuqing and the others are not weak, young Master Di Tong alone is not enough to contend against them. The Great Elder said slowly. 3 ancestors, I will go support Di Tong. Long Xianxia hurriedly said. Long Shiryun's old face twitched violently, and he said ferociously, humph. If anything happens to Feng Wuchen, this seat will personally massacre the 7 races. With Long Shiryun's violent temper, he was definitely an existence that would exterminate 9 generations of your family at the slightest provocation. Long Shiryun's ruthlessness was famous in the sacred world. Not only was he ruthless, but his strength was also extremely terrifying. Not many people in the sacred world dared to provoke him. The dragon gods have never been afraid of anyone. Pass down the order, all the forces under the dragon gods, prepare for war. Long Shihan ordered. His old eyes flashed fiercely, and Long Shihan said angrily, it's been 100,000 years. The dragon gods have been suppressed for 100,000 years. Today, we will let everyone in the sacred world see the fury of the dragon gods. Originally, they wanted to follow the Great Elder's instructions and bide their time. But since the heavenly devil race took the initiative to attack, how could the dragon gods withdraw? When had the dragon gods ever been afraid? With Long Shihan's order, the entire dragon god realm shook. At the same time, outside the dragon god realm, the heavenly devil race's army of millions arrived. It was extremely spectacular. What a visual impact. Anyone who dares to take even half a step into the dragon god realm will be killed without mercy. Dragon Soul Killer's disdainful aura swept over with the force of a thunderbolt, greatly intimidating the sky demon army of millions. When they heard Long Shihan's domineering voice, the heavenly devil race's army of millions trembled in fear. Many of the heavenly devil race experts who had taken a step into the dragon god realm were so frightened that they retreated. Long Shuling's angry roar was like the roar of a demon, making them feel as if they had fallen into hell. That old monster is getting stronger and stronger. With the recovery of his source energy, he's much stronger than before. I wonder if this battle will weaken the strength of the dragon gods. The old man who led the sky demons had a somber look on his face. From his last words, it could be inferred that the sky demons did not have the power to destroy the dragon gods at all. The reason they had come out to fight was to weaken the dragon god's strength. The expressions of the sky demon elders and the many other elites were extremely solemn. During the Great War 100,000 years ago, the sky demon race had roped in many great forces. In the end, they had triumphantly defeated the dragon gods with the help of 3 dragon gods traitors. After 100,000 years, Long Shurhun and the 3 great progenitors' strength had grown even more terrifying. The sky demon race had no confidence in this battle at all. I only hope that he's not patronizing us, an elder said solemnly, a trace of worry in the depths of his old eyes. In the dragon god realm, towering aura soared into the clouds. Streaks of resplendent and extremely terrifying power soared into the sky. A large vortex of destructive energy formed in the void of the sacred world, as if a battle between stars was taking place. Buzz buzz. At this time, an even more terrifying aura covered the entire dragon god realm. The dragon god realm shook violently, and a dragon's roar shook the world as if the heavens were roaring. In the dragon god realm, an enormous golden dragon soared into the sky. The divine dragon swung its tail, and the aura it exuded was above all things. A vortex of dark clouds hundreds of thousands of meters wide formed in the void of the dragon god realm. The center of the vortex was dazzling with golden light, as if it was swallowing the sun. In the next second, an even more shocking scene appeared. A colossal totem slowly descended from the dazzling vortex. A 5-clawed golden dragon circled around the totem, its domineering aura soaring into the sky. The colossal totem seemed to have traveled through time and space. The scene was extremely shocking, spectacular, and visually impactful. But anyone who saw this scene would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The dragon god totem. The expressions of the sky demon race's patriarch and the higher-ups changed drastically as intense fear surged into their hearts. The colossal dragon god totem was like an incredibly sharp longsword that ruthlessly pierced their hearts. The morale of the sky demon race's army of millions collapsed. Every face was filled with fear, and an intense chill ran straight to their heads, their souls scattered. What is that thing? It's too scary. Heavens, what kind of power is that? Who created such a gigantic thing? Not only that, the appearance of the colossal dragon god totem shook the entire sacred realm and plunged countless forces of all sizes into endless despair and darkness. In front of the colossal dragon god totem, the countless cultivators of the sacred realm were like ants. It was as if this was the era of the dragon gods. This old thing. He actually didn't hesitate to summon the dragon god totem. In a supreme sacred palace in the sacred realm, an enraged man was staring at the dragon god totem in the sky above the dragon god realm. His eyes were filled with fear. Holy Lord! Quickly withdraw the order. You must not fight it head-on. An elder said in fear. Please withdraw the order, Holy Lord. A large group of peak experts all knelt and begged. Damn it. The man was extremely angry and had completely exploded. But there was nothing he could do. The dragon god totem was too terrifying. Even he did not dare to say that he could withstand it. 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past. Pass down the order. Order the sky demon race to retreat. The man roared madly. In the sky above the dragon god realm. It's been 100,000 years. The dragon gods have been dormant for 100,000 years. They are not afraid of anyone's provocation. They are not afraid of any force. Those who offend the dragon gods. Kill without mercy. Wherever the dragon god totem goes. Not even their bones remain. Sky demon race. Settle your grievances. Suffer the fury of the dragon gods for 100,000 years. Majestic, domineering, arrogant, and domineering, he intimidated the entire sacred realm with the might of an emperor. In the dragon god realm, countless experts felt their blood boil. Every one of them felt as if a god had descended, and they were filled with endless power. The entire dragon god realm was filled with fighting spirit. That old monster Long Shuling. He wants to intimidate all the forces in the sacred realm. He did not hesitate to use his blood essence and origin energy to summon the dragon god totem. The sky demon race's patriarch said angrily. His face was sinister and his fists were tightly clenched. Patriarch, what should we do? None of us can stop the dragon god totem. An elder said in extreme panic. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Is that person still not coming? Another elder asked in fear. The sky demon race's patriarch was terrified and extremely panicked. Then, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Come my ass! He can't stop it. Pass down the order. Everyone, retreat." The sky demon race's patriarch shouted angrily. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. Millions of his clansmen were waiting for him to say this. Under the command of the Heavenly Devil Clan Patriarch, millions of Heavenly Devil Clan troops fled frantically. In the face of disaster, they fled in different directions. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Devil Clan's upper echelons were fuming with anger. Do you think the realm of the dragon gods is a place where you can come and go as you please? Divine skill. Dragon roaring 9 heavens. Third ancestor Longshurian's furious roar was like rolling thunder, shaking the soul. Following that, an extremely destructive dragon roar swept out. Dragon roaring 9 heavens was 1,000 times more terrifying than a dragon roar. Ah! The terrifying dragon roar shook the heavens, bringing with it the might of a tsunami. The Heavenly Devil Clan people spat out blood and screamed. Those with weak cultivation turned into a bloody mist on the spot. The scene was extremely tragic. With a dragon roar, blood flowed like a river. The power was terrifying. Longshurian! You bastard! The Heavenly Devil Clan Patriarch roared furiously. Zhu Huang! If you have the guts, fight with me! Longshurian shouted angrily, his supreme might intimidated everyone present. Zhu Huang was not to be outdone and retorted ferociously, "You old bastards! If you have the guts, wait for the Heavenly Devil Clan's Patriarch and Elder Wuji to come out of seclusion." Zhu Huang was not Longshurian's opponent at all. Under the terrifying pressure of the million-feet dragon god totem, his soul was scared away. Zhu Huang was only the current patriarch. The Heavenly Devil Clan's patriarch from 100,000 years ago was not him. Then call him out. I will wait for him in the dragon god realm. Longshurian roared. Roar. Dragon roars echoed in the sky, announcing Longshurian's monstrous fury. Longshurian had undoubtedly displayed the word terrifying to the fullest. It was so real, the Heavenly Devil Clan army was so regretful that their intestines turned green. The great battle had not yet begun, but there were already hundreds of thousands of casualties. All the major forces of the sacred world, listen up. I am the progenitor of the dragon gods, Longshurhun. No matter who it is, those who dare to provoke and insult the dragon gods, those who dare to become enemies with the dragon gods, die. On the million-feet dragon god totem, Longshihun's domineering overflowed, with a supreme might that looked down on the world. Longshurhun dared to challenge the entire sacred world. This was an expert. Experts were fearless. Damn it! That bastard really didn't make a move. How dare you trick our Heavenly Devil Clan? Zhu Huang was extremely furious. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning violently. Longshurhun did not actually want to attack. He was only using this opportunity to intimidate the various forces in the holy world. Long Shuling wanted to establish the might of the dragon gods. Primogenitor's methods are brilliant. The dragon god totem suppresses the heaven devil race and uses the heaven devil race to establish his might. The effect is excellent. Great Elder exclaimed with a face full of smiles. The primogenitor summoned the dragon god totem. I'm afraid that person is already stunned. Another elder laughed. His gaze shifted to the 7 god realms. Feng Wuchen was being controlled. The 4 top powerhouses of Holy Shadow were seriously injured, and the 4 major forces suffered heavy casualties. The entire 7 god realms were filled with endless fear and despair. As soon as Bing Wuqing gave the order, a Saint Emperor Realm Elder shot out like a bolt of lightning with a majestic aura. Xingying, you didn't think that you would have such a day. That elder sneered fiercely, as if he was already enjoying the pleasure of killing experts. Whoosh! But at this moment, a golden light shuttle suddenly slashed down from the dark void of the seven god realms. It was like a waterfall falling from the sky with an imposing aura. The dazzling golden light illuminated the dark space like the dawn of victory. It gave people a feeling of hope. Someone from the holy world came. The seven god realms had been sealed by Bing Wuqing's barrier. Even if someone from the holy world came, it would be difficult for them to break through the barrier and enter. A few minutes ago, Shan Tong and Long Xianxia arrived at the seven god realms. Senior Shan Tong, you're finally here, Feng Hun Shan said excitedly as if he had been waiting for a long time. Feng Hun Shan? Shan Tong was surprised. The seven god realms have been covered by Bing Wuqing's barrier. Lord Feng has already arranged for me to be here to transfer the Saint Emperor tribe out and report to the holy world. I'm here to wait for Senior Shan Tong and the rest to come so that I can transfer you into the barrier, Feng Hun Shan explained. It was because of Feng Hun Shan's help that the Saint Emperor tribe could enter the holy world. That was why the golden light fell from the sky. The sudden appearance of the terrifying golden energy shuttle forced the elder to retreat. Di Tong. Xing and the others were stunned. Di Tong? Seeing the newcomer, the elder's face turned hideous and he sneered, Di Tong, are you here to die? Di Tong, I thought you were afraid of death and didn't dare to come out. I'll kill you with my own hands. Shui Zhongkong sneered and stared at Shan Tong like a poisonous snake. Shan Tong's face was extremely cold. Monstrous killing intent surged out of him. The imperial bloodline in his body was burning and boiling. He saw the four forces suffering heavy casualties and Feng Wuchen being controlled. This was the first time Shan Tong was so angry after coming out from the primordial ruins. Bing Wuchen glanced at Shan Tong coldly and said disdainfully, kill him. Senior Shan Tong. Senior Shan Tong is here. In the Dragon God Temple, the sorrowful and desperate people looked up at the void when Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted. Senior Shan Tong. Shui Zhanshan was overjoyed. He finally saw Shan Tong's figure. Shan Tong. It's really Shan Tong. Mia Hun and the others were shocked. Senior Shan Tong is here. We're saved. Our leader is saved. The people in the Dragon God Temple were overjoyed. They vented all their suppressed grief and despair. They finally had hope. Unfortunately, the hope that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. Shan Tong's strength was not enough to fight against the 6 tribes. Senior Shan Tong, Big Brother Feng is being controlled by Hualing Tian. It's Xian Yu's reincarnation spell. Lu Qingyang hurriedly shouted. Reincarnation spell. Shan Tong's face was extremely gloomy. Hualing Tian cultivated the reincarnation spell. This surprised Shan Tong. You're just a 2-star holy emperor. I advise you not to resist. Only then can you die a quick death. Shui Zhongkong said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Shan Tong. With Shui Zhongkong's terrifying cultivation, he did not take Shan Tong seriously. Terrifying power gathered on his palm as Shui Zhongkong mercilessly punched towards Shan Tong's chest. Looking at his merciless stance, Shan Tong would definitely be turned into ashes if this palm landed. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared and faced Shui Zhongkong with a palm. Boom, kacha, poof, in the blink of an eye, the 2 palms collided. There was a loud explosion and the sound of bones breaking. Shui Zhongkong's old face suddenly changed. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backward. 8-star Holy Emperor. Shui Zhongkong was shocked. He was scared out of his wits. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. Who would dare to believe that the injured one was Shui Zhongkong? Shouldn't it be Shan Tong? Grandpa! Shui Lian screamed. Shui Zhongkong, you're not that strong. The cold voice seemed to come from hell. It carried a sense of judgment. The space instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone's shocked and horrified eyes fell on the figure who spoke. The scene just now was too terrifying. It was a completely crushing existence. The person who attacked was Long Xianxia. It's him. That ancient powerhouse. Dong Huang Wuji exclaimed in the Dragon God Temple. Bloody War God, Annihilator Soul, and the people of the Dragon God Temple also recognized Long Xianxia. They had seen Long Xianxia when they were in the seven deity realms. Although they knew that Long Xianxia's strength was terrifying, no one expected it to be to this extent. Shui Chongkong's strength was an existence that crushed Shan Tong. Long Xianxia not only crippled Shui Chongkong's arm, but also seriously injured him. How terrifying was that? Guardian Xianxia. Xing Ying and the others were dumbfounded and shocked. The dragon god's guardian came in person. Long Xianxia. Bing Wuqing's old face was extremely gloomy as she stared at Long Xianxia. Long Xianxia. Hui Yuan and the others, as well as the many elders, were all terrified at this moment. Seeing Long Xianxia scared them to this extent, it was obvious that Long Xianxia was enough to make them tremble in fear. They originally thought that Shan Tong was alone. No one expected Long Xianxia to come. They seemed to be very afraid of Long Xianxia. Dong Huang Wuji frowned slightly, hoping that he was not mistaken. Lu Qingyang sneered proudly. Is there a need to say it? Look at how scared they are. Big brother Feng is saved this time. That's right. Teacher is saved. Zhang Junlan also became excited. The people of the Dragon God Temple saw hope. Bing Wuqing, how dare you ignore the Dragon Soul token? Do you know the consequences? Long Xianxia said coldly, not even looking at Bing Wuqing and the others. Long Xianxia's gaze was fixed on the barrier in the void. So what if I know? The dragon gods of the holy world are at war with the Sky Devil clan. I'm afraid they can't even protect themselves. What is the Dragon Soul token? Bing Wuqing said coldly. Long Xianxia, I think you're also here to die. You want to fight against the seven races? Hui Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart and said angrily. Boom. Pooh. The moment Hui Yuan's words left his mouth, there was a sudden explosion. Hui Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood as his body shot out like a cannonball. Grandpa. Hu Lingtian's expression changed greatly, and he immediately flew out. Impudent. Who do you think you are? What are the seven races worth? Long Xianxia said coldly. Long Xianxia's speed was so terrifying that even Bing Wuqing hadn't sensed his teleportation. Hui Yuan was heavily injured. His chest had already caved in, and he fainted on the spot. He could lose his life at any moment. Grandfather. Hu Lingtian shouted anxiously. As an alchemist, he could feel that Hui Yuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Long Xianxia. I, Hu Lingtian, swear that I will make you wish you were dead. I want to trample the dragon gods under my feet forever and make them slaves of the fire soul race forever. Hu Lingtian roared madly in his heart, his eyes bloodshot. Gulp, Jin Mingi and the others, as well as the elders, were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, and their backs were soaked in cold sweat. In front of Long Xianxia, Hui Yuan didn't even have a chance to react. Shocking. Too shocking, everyone in the Dragon God Temple was petrified. They looked like they were in a vegetative state. This was a true powerhouse. Long Xianxia. Bing Wuqing was extremely furious. Her old face twitched violently, and a cold murderous aura surged out of her. Unparalleled destructive power erupted like a volcano. The violent power seemed to be above all things. The entire seven deity world shook violently, showing signs of destruction. Bing Wuqing's strength was absolutely terrifying. But Long Xianxia didn't take it seriously at all. Guardian, Brother Feng is under the reincarnation spell. It's a spell that controls others, Shan Tong said. Long Xianxia nodded. He could see that Feng Wuchen was being controlled. Senior Shan Tong, I know how to break the reincarnation spell. Tian Tu quickly said. All right. Shan Tong nodded and said, Guardian, leave Brother Feng to me. Bing Wuqing, do you know Feng Wuchen's identity? Ignoring the Dragon Soul Order is already a capital offense for the seven clans. Controlling the Dragon God means that the seven clans are destined to be destroyed. It's the same even if the Heavenly King comes. Long Xianxia said arrogantly as if he was talking about something insignificant. Long Xianxia's existence was like the King of Hell. If he wanted you to die, you had to die. If the King of Hell wanted you to die at midnight, who would dare to keep you alive until dawn? So what if I'm under control? Long Xianxia, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Bing Wuqing roared and was about to rush out. Bing Wuching, your barrier isn't that great. Why don't you change it? Long Xianxia ignored Bing Wuching again. He immediately waved his hand, and the barrier that Bing Wuching had set up instantly shattered. Long Xianxia's move shocked everyone, including Bing Wuching. What kind of strength was this? In the previous battle, all the power was blocked by Bing Wuching's barrier, which protected the space of the 7 deity worlds. But Long Xianxia could destroy it with a wave of his hand. Long Xianxia waved his hand again, and a golden barrier covered the 7 deity worlds again. This was the Dragon God barrier. All of you, come at me together. Don't waste my time. Long Xianxia's cold gaze finally changed a little, and that was endless cold murderous intent. Ling Tian, Shuer, keep an eye on Feng Wuchen. If necessary, you can threaten him with his life. Bing Wuching said in a low voice. Grandpa, I know what to do, Bing Wuching said seriously. I won't let them go. Ling Tian was furious. His eyes were red, and he was on the verge of exploding like a wild beast. Do it. Bing Wuching shouted angrily and took the lead to charge at Long Xianxia. Bing Wuching was no match for Long Xianxia one-on-one, but if they worked together, they might have a chance. Buzz buzz. Bing Wuching, Jin Mingyi, Feng Tianxiang, and Lei Yuan Feng, the 4 patriarchs, and more than 20 elders attacked at the same time. Waves of vast and destructive bloodline power erupted, and the wind howled and the sky roared. Long Xianxia's lips curled into an extremely dangerous arc. Then, he suddenly shot out at a terrifying speed that was dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. Oh no! Be careful, everyone. Bing Wuching's expression changed when she saw Long Xianxia dodge her attack. Unfortunately, it was too late. Long Xianxia's teleportation had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Boom boom boom. Above the void, a horrifying and cruel scene appeared. Almost in the blink of an eye, the elders of the 6 patriarchs were all killed. They were either beheaded or split in half. More than 20 Saint Emperor elders were all killed in the blink of an eye. No one knew how Long Xianxia attacked. Everyone from the Dragon God Temple and the Holy Shadow were motionless. Bing Wuching, to be honest, the 7 patriarchs are really, really weak in the eyes of the Dragon Gods. They're so weak that they don't even bother to touch you, but you always think you're strong. Long Xianxia's bone-chilling voice rang out. The elders were all killed. Feng Jitian, Jin Jingtian, and the others were completely dumbfounded. They were trembling in extreme fear. They felt as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. They were filled with despair. In just a moment, more than 20 Saint Emperors had died tragically. They were still alive and kicking a second ago, but they were all dead in the next second. Bing Wuching, Jin Mingyi, and the other clan leaders were also stunned. They were petrified on the spot and could not move. As expected of the god of slaughter. After recovering his origin energy, the protector's strength has become more and more terrifying. Shan Tong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Long Xianxia had already killed more than 20 Saint Emperors before Shan Tong even made a move. Bing Wuching, I admit that you are not weak, but your 8-star Saint Cultivation is nothing in front of me. If I want to kill you, it will be no different from killing an ant, Long Xianxia said coldly. His tone was extremely arrogant. But Long Xianxia had the right to be arrogant. Bing Wuching narrowed her eyes and unleashed the full power of an 8-star saint. She also took out her saint weapon and roared, "You talk big. I will kill you with my own hands today." Kill me? You are not qualified. Long Xianxia said coldly. Bing Wuching's words were nonsense to Long Xianxia. The order of the 7 divine realms cannot be destroyed by you. Holy Shadow, pass down the order. Kill everyone from the 7 clans. Long Xianxia ordered. Yes. Protector. Holy Shadow and the other 3 received the order respectfully. Holy Shadow, if you dare to hurt a hair of the 7 clans, I will not forgive you. Bing Wuching shouted angrily. Holy Shadow and the other 3 did not care at all. As they passed down the order, they left with a few elders who could still fight. They knew very well that Bing Wuching and the others were doomed with Long Xianxia's help. The 7 clans had sent out all their experts. How could the clansmen who stayed behind fight against Holy Shadow and the others? Let's end this quickly. Attack with all your strength. Bing Wuching roared and rushed out madly. Fight him! Jin Mingi roared angrily. He used all his strength and took out his strongest treasure. His power swallowed heaven and earth, and his murderous aura filled the sky. They had to kill Long Xianxia as quickly as possible. Otherwise, all the clansmen of the 7 clans would be killed. Long Xianxia grinned coldly. Killing you pieces of trash is too easy. Shan Tong, what are you waiting for? Long Xianxia glanced at Shan Tong just as he was about to attack. At this moment, Bing Wuqing's group of 4 had already closed in on Long Xianxia and launched a fierce and merciless attack. Shan Tong's body trembled and he broke out in cold sweat. He immediately attacked. In a flash, Shan Tong had already arrived beside Feng Wuchen, intending to forcefully take Feng Wuchen away. 2-star Holy Emperor. Just as he was about to take Feng Wuchen away, Shan Tong's expression changed slightly. Only then did he realize that Hualing Tian was also a Saint Emperor. Hualing Tian was also a 2nd-star Holy Emperor. Hualing Tian had already struck out with a ferocious palm. His palm transformed into the shape of a ferocious beast that charged towards Shan Tong. His attack was abnormally ferocious. The combination of the beast fire and the power of the blood. He is an alchemist. Shan Tong looked extremely grave as he activated the power of the blood of the Sovereign Spirit Clan. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Shan Tong's palm met the attack. With a boom, the sky was shaken, and the energy ripples unscrupulously swept out wildly. After a fierce head-on collision, Shan Tong and Hualing Tian were both pushed back. Di Tong, if you want to save Feng Wuchen, you have to ask me first, Hualing Tian said ferociously. The anger in his heart had already reached its peak. Shan Tong intended to continue attacking, but Hualing Tian shouted angrily, "Stop! Otherwise, I will kill Feng Wuchen." The moment he finished speaking, a fire blade had already touched Feng Wuchen's forehead. Shan Tong's face darkened the moment he heard that, and the power he had activated dissipated. At the same time, Long Xianxia and the others also stopped fighting. "Brother Feng!" Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "Despicable and shameless bastard!" Lu Qingyang and the others all cursed angrily. Mother Dragon and the others were extremely worried and anxious. The people of the Dragon Temple were anxious again. "Kid, no one has ever dared to threaten me. You are the first," Long Xianxia said coldly. His face was completely cold, and his voice was like a demon from hell. "So what if I threaten you? Who do you think you are? Don't you have to listen to me now?" Hualing Tian shouted angrily. He was not afraid of Long Xianxia at all. "Ling Tian. Well done." Bing Wuqing was overjoyed, but she was still worried. After all, Long Xianxia's strength was too terrifying. Bing Wuqing immediately flashed to Feng Wuchen's side and tried to grab Feng Wuchen's neck. "Bing Wuqing, do you think you have a chance?" At this moment, a hand grabbed Bing Wuqing's wrist. The domineering and terrifying strength made Bing Wuqing feel like her wrist was about to break. "Kid, no one can threaten me." Long Xianxia stared coldly at Hualing Tian. "Feng Wuchen is under my reincarnation spell. If you think you can teleport faster than my mind and soul power, you can try. Of course, you can also use Bing Wuqing to threaten me, but I don't care if he lives or dies. My grandfather is not going to live anyway. At worst, we will die together." Hualing Tian was still fearless and looked extremely fierce. "You." Bing Wuqing's old face changed. Just as she was about to say something, Hualing Tian's voice sounded in her mind. "Grandpa Flame, don't be angry. This is the only way to intimidate Long Xianxia. If you don't act ruthlessly, do you think you can fool him?" Hualing Tian said telepathically. "Guardian, stop." Hualing Tian can control Brother Feng to commit suicide. He is also an alchemist. Shan Tong hurriedly shouted. Long Xianxia's cold face darkened. At this moment, he really did not dare to make a move. He did not dare to joke about Feng Wuchen's life. Then, he loosened his grip on Bing Wuqing's wrist. "Sigh, looks like I still have to make a move." The divine ring on Feng Wuchen's finger flashed with a flash of light. "Go to hell." Bing Wuqing roared and slammed her palm on Long Xianxia's chest. The terrifying power sent Long Xianxia flying. Unfortunately, Bing Wuqing's palm did not hurt Long Qianya at all. Order Holy Shadow and the others to stop. Hualing Tian threatened. Holy Shadow, stay put. Long Qianya did as he was told. Kill Shan Tong. Hualing Tian ordered again. Impossible. Long Qianya refused immediately. Is that so? Tell me again, is it impossible? Hualing Tian shouted angrily. Blood was already flowing from the corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth. Chen Alliance Master. The people of Dragon Temple screamed in extreme panic. Long Qianya was instantly enraged. His internal organs were churning, but there was nothing he could do. That feeling was worse than death. Long Qianya, if you don't make a move, I'll kill Feng Wuchen immediately. Hualing Tian shouted angrily. Guardian. Brother Feng can't die. Do it now. Shan Tong shouted anxiously. Long Qianya roared fiercely and was about to make a move. Boom. Pfft. At that moment, a terrifying power beyond anyone's imagination erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. Hualing Tian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment the mysterious power erupted, Bing Wuqing and the others were sent flying. Long Qianya and Shan Tong were also sent flying. This power was clearly much stronger than Long Qianya's. What kind of power is this? Long Qianya's eyes widened in fear. He was deeply shocked. This was a power that Long Qianya had never seen before. What's going on with Brother Feng? Why is there such power in his body? Shan Tong's eyeballs were about to fall out. He was extremely confused. How is this possible? The reincarnation spell is broken. This is impossible. Hualing Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of confusion. With the reincarnation spell broken, Hualing Tian suffered from the backlash and was heavily injured. Not only that, Xianyu, who was hiding in the dark, also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was also in a state of confusion. What a terrifying power. I've never felt this aura before. This is not the origin power of the dragon gods. Bing Wuqing and the others were also shocked. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? What happened to Brother Feng's body? Lu Qingyang's eyes widened. His mind was full of question marks. The power that Lord Feng unleashed just now was extraordinary. It's even more terrifying than Long Qianya's, Huang Yin said in horror. Everyone saw the scene just now clearly. However, no one present knew what had happened to Feng Wuchen's body. They also did not know where this mysterious power came from. They could not figure out what was going on no matter how hard they racked their brains. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's eyes were closed. The aura coming from his body was much more terrifying than Long Hun's. This was not Feng Wuchen's aura at all, this was the aura of a terrifying powerhouse. Brother Feng's power is even more terrifying than the primogenitor's. This power has already surpassed the limits of the holy world. Long Qianya was even more terrified. He had never seen such terrifying power. Long Qianya's heart had changed completely. It was impossible to describe the shock that Feng Wuchen's power brought to Long Qianya. Surpassed the limits of the holy world. Shan Tong almost fainted from shock. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already escaped the control of the reincarnation spell and entered the divine ring. The invisible energy set up by the primal chaos ancestor had disappeared from the divine ring. The space ring was very calm. The door to the first level of the reincarnation pagoda was open. In other words, the first seal had been broken. Strange. My cultivation base has not improved at all. I am simply not qualified to be recognized. How could the first seal be undone? Feng Wuchen felt puzzled. Seeing the door open, Feng Wuchen walked straight in. You're here. Just as Feng Wuchen stepped through the door, an old and calm voice rang out. Feng Wuchen was not surprised because he had already guessed it. In the first level of the reincarnation pagoda, a wisp of white light flickered, and then a black-robed elder with white hair and beard appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen greets Senior. Feng Wuchen respectfully cupped his fists and bowed. There's no need for formalities. The black-robed elder waved his hand, clearly not caring about formalities. The old man sized up Feng Wuchen and muttered, "Your talent is average, and your cultivation is pitifully weak. There's nothing special about you. I really don't know why the reincarnation pagoda chose you. Forget it, forget it. This kind of heavenly Tao is not something I can comprehend." Hearing the old man's words, Feng Wuchen's face instantly darkened, and anger surged in his heart. What did he mean by average talent? With average talent, he could surpass a saint, becoming expert in a few years after ascending to the holy world. What was pitifully weak? Feng Wuchen's strength could completely defeat anyone in the god realm. There was nothing special about him? Feng Wuchen's body had already been cultivated to the undying realm. He possessed the purest ancient bloodline and the origin power of the dragon gods. "Senior, how should I address you?" Feng Wuchen asked. Although he was angry, he did not dare to flare up. The experts sealed in each level of the reincarnation pagoda were existences that could turn Feng Wuchen into ashes with a single thought. Feng Wuchen could not afford to offend them. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen still needed the help of these terrifying experts. Furthermore, every expert sealed in the reincarnation pagoda, which one of them did not possess an extremely strong talent? Their horizons were naturally very high. Desolate Flame Emperor. The old man said proudly. "Kid, you should have some understanding of the reincarnation pagoda, right?" Desolate Flame Emperor asked indifferently. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked doubtfully, "The primal chaos ancestor said that if I want to unlock the seal, I need to obtain the approval of the experts on each level. However, my cultivation has not improved at all, so why did I unlock the first level?" There are two ways to unlock the seal. The first is that when your strength reaches a certain level, the seal will naturally be unlocked. The second is that the sealed expert will take the initiative to acknowledge you, and the seal will be unlocked. So that's how it is. It seems that Senior has taken the initiative to acknowledge me. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly. Don't flatter yourself. Why would I take the initiative to acknowledge a piece of trash like you? It's only when your cultivation reaches a certain level that the seal will be unlocked automatically, Desolate Flame Emperor scolded. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with awkwardness. He was so embarrassed that he could not show his face. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly in his heart. There was no need to be so harsh, right? In the entire world, probably only Desolate Flame Emperor would dare to call Feng Wuchen trash. Alright, since the reincarnation pagoda has acknowledged you, I don't mind passing the inheritance to you. However, you have to deal with the matters outside first. Relax your body. I'll bestow you with power, Desolate Flame Emperor continued. The moment Desolate Flame Emperor finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two terrifying beams of light shot out. The moment Feng Wuchen opened his eyes, everyone was shocked. Feng Wuchen was expressionless. He clenched his fists and felt the unimaginable power. Just how powerful is this power? Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. He could not estimate the terrifying extent of this power. Is that still Big Brother Feng? Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen in extreme fear. That feeling was very unfamiliar. This isn't Master's aura. Zhang Junlan said in a daze. In the void, Shan Tong asked tentatively, Brother Feng? Feng Wuchen turned his head and immediately grinned. It's me. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Shan Tong and Long Qianya instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would have thought that Feng Wuchen had been possessed by some terrifying old monster. This power definitely doesn't belong to Brother Feng, Long Qianya frowned and said to himself, but he did not dare to ask more. It's Brother Feng's voice. Ling Xiaoxia was overjoyed. Sparkling tears fell from her eyes. That's right. It's Chen Er. Xiao Qingqing was extremely excited and cried tears of joy. Beta Yan roared excitedly, the Alliance head is back. The entire Dragon God Temple was in a state of ecstasy. It was the feeling of returning to heaven from hell. An icy gaze was the first to sweep over Hualing Tian. With just one look, Hualing Tian instantly felt like he was seen through. That coldness scared him out of his wits. Die. Feng Wuchen pointed out a finger and coldly spat out a word. Boom, Hualing Tian instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. With a gentle point of his finger, Hualing Tian, who was a saint emperor, turned into a bloody mist. Feng Wuchen didn't use any power at all. He didn't use any coercion or soul power. He didn't do anything, but Huling Tian was dead. It was as if Feng Wuchen wasn't the one who killed him. All he did was make a move. It was as if he could kill someone with a thought. Such a terrifying ability was simply unheard of. There was dead silence. One could even hear a pin drop. The air was filled with the smell of endless fear. Everyone seemed to have come to the world of demons. There was nothing but fear. Huling Tian used the reincarnation spell to control Feng Wuchen and read many of Feng Wuchen's memories. He must die. Xianxia was deeply shocked by Feng Wuchen's move. He felt that he couldn't figure it out even if he had 100 brains. This. Shan Tong stuttered for a long time but didn't know what to say. One could imagine how shocked he was. Bing Wuqing, Jin Mingyi, and the other 4 families were full of fear. They trembled all over and couldn't speak. Icy Snow, Feng Jitian, and the others were so scared that they lost control of their bowels. Everyone in the Dragon Temple was dumbfounded. Their faces were full of disbelief. Xianyu, who was hiding in the dark, was also scared out of his wits. You shouldn't have appeared in the 7 deity realms. You went against the heavenly Tao and broke the order of the heavenly Tao. This is a capital offense. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was like an almighty who controlled the heavenly Tao and judged those who broke the order of the heavenly Tao. As soon as Feng Wuchen spoke, Bing Wuqing and the others knelt down in fear. Endless despair and fear filled their hearts. We will leave the deity realm immediately. Please let us live. Bing Wuqing said in horror. It's too late. Feng Wuchen shook his head. The most desperate answer. You have committed grave sins. You have no life to live. Feng Wuchen said coldly, like an emperor passing down a death sentence. Feng Wuchen, our 7 clans are willing to submit to you, we are willing to submit. We'll do anything you want us to do. Even if you want us to be slaves of the dragon gods, we won't complain. Bing Wuqing said in horror. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Lord Feng, spare my life. We are all willing to submit. Jin Mingyi, Feng Tianxiang, and the others all kowtowed out and begged for mercy. There was no medicine for regret in this world. The stronger one was, the more power they had, the more they feared death. It was obvious that Bing Wuqing and the others were such people. You're not worthy. I'll be taking your lives, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Feng Wuchen's cold voice pierced the hearts of Bing Wuqing and the others like a sharp sword. Before Bing Wuchen and the others could continue begging for mercy, Feng Wuchen gently waved his hand, and the 4 holy venerates turned to dust. Including Hui Yuan and the heavily injured Shui Zhongkong, they all turned into ashes. Seeing their loved ones turn to dust, Icy Snow, and the others were devastated. Tears fell like rain, but they did not dare to make a sound. Their voices were replaced by fear and despair. Not only did Feng Wuchen kill holy venerates with a flick of his finger, but 4 holy venerates were also killed with a wave of his hand. The terrifying ability once again shocked Xianxia, Shan Tong, and the people of the Dragon God Temple. Even Long Shuling could not do such a terrifying ability. Feng Wuchen, don't kill women, except for venomous women. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across Icy Snow and the others who were in despair and fear. Icy Snow and Water Lotus were speechless and trembling all over. No. Don't kill me, Feng Wuchen. I was wrong, I really know my wrongs. Please spare me. Feng Jitian cried and begged for mercy in fear, kowtowing repeatedly. Remember, don't provoke me in your next life. Feng Wuchen didn't have the slightest bit of pity. With that, Feng Wuchen snapped his fingers. Icy Snow and the others turned to dust. Killing without a trace again. This special ability shocked everyone once again. Xianxia was so frightened that he could not speak. The shock he felt in his entire life was not as shocking as today. The terrifying presence and power from Feng Wuchen gradually disappeared. Kid, I'll help you erase the memories of the others. This is too shocking for them. It will greatly affect their future cultivation, Desolate Flame Emperor's voice rang out. Thank you, Senior. Feng Wuchen nodded. The power that Feng Wuchen had just displayed was too shocking. He could not leave a shadow on the people of the Dragon God Temple. Other than the two behind you, the memories of everyone in the Dragon God Temple have been erased. They won't know that you killed the enemy, Desolate Flame Emperor said. Why don't you erase their memories? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. If you erase their memories, then who killed the enemy? You can just find an excuse, Desolate Flame Emperor retorted. Feng Wuchen was stunned, then said, I understand. In the Dragon God Temple, everyone was in a daze. Are the people of the 7 clans dead? What happened just now? Maybe the power just now was too terrifying. It covered everything and we couldn't see anything. Long Xianxia is much stronger than Bing Wuqing and the others. They were all killed. In the Dragon God Temple, everyone only knew that Long Xianxia killed Bing Wuqing and the others. They did not know anything about Feng Wuchen's attack. Even Xianyu, who was hiding in the dark, had his memory erased too. They don't know what happened just now. This is memory erasure. Brother Feng's aura has also disappeared. What kind of expert is he? Long Xianxia was shocked. Brother Feng, your power just now. Shan Tong quickly asked after coming back to his senses. Feng Wuchen acted as if nothing had happened and smiled. I obtained an ancient jade before and accidentally discovered a remnant of energy. It belonged to a very powerful cultivator. After he passed down his inheritance to me, it disappeared. The power just now was his. I see. This expert is too terrifying. He didn't need to use any power to kill a Saint Venerable. Shan Tong nodded without any doubt. Thinking back to the scene just now, he was still terrified. Long Xianxia said solemnly, Brother Feng, do you know what level of power just now? It's far beyond the primogenitor's power, an existence beyond the saint's world. Do you know who that senior is? Desolate Flame Emperor. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Desolate Flame Emperor? Long Xianxia frowned again and shook his head, I've never heard of him. Even 100,000 years ago, I've never heard of him. I'll have to ask the primogenitor when I go back. Senior Xianxia, Shan Tong, I'll leave the rest of the 7 races to you. Remove the Dragon God barrier. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and then flashed into the Dragon God Temple. Long Xianxia nodded and did not think much about it. He then sent another order to Holy Shadow and the others to destroy the 7 races and send the Saint Royal clan to the Saint's world. After giving a simple explanation to the people of Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen entered the God Ring immediately. Desolate Flame Emperor's inheritance was still waiting for him. What's going on? Xianyu, who was hiding in the dark, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Were Huling Tian and the others killed? Why doesn't the old man have any memory of this? How did Feng Wuchen's reincarnation spell break? What's going on? Xianyu had no idea what was going on. Was it all Long Xianxia's doing? Xianyu guessed, but quickly rejected this idea. Then what's with the old man's injuries? Long Xianxia killed Huling Tian and helped Feng Wuchen break the reincarnation spell. The old man couldn't have been injured. If it was Long Xianxia who attacked, the old man would have been killed already. It wouldn't be as simple as just injuring him. The old man's injuries were caused by a backlash. In other words, Huling Tian's reincarnation spell was forcefully broken. But there's no way Long Xianxia could see through the reincarnation spell and completely break it. What's going on? Xianyu couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard he racked his brains. He also didn't notice that a part of his memory had been erased. All of this was too strange and inexplicable. However, the reason Xianyu suffered a backlash was because he left a reincarnation spell imprint in Huling Tian's body. Since Huling Tian's reincarnation spell was broken, Xianyu was naturally implicated as well. The only thing that made Xianyu feel relieved was that he survived. Long Xianxia didn't kill him. Although you didn't know what happened, Xianyu unanimously believed that the experts of the 7 races were killed by Long Xianxia. Xianyu forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and took out a pill to swallow. Heaven-defying reincarnation. Huling Tian used to control Feng Wuchen, so he must know about defying samsara. With his alchemist level and Feng Wuchen's memories, he might be able to comprehend defying samsara as well. If Huling Tian can't comprehend it, then the old man can control Feng Wuchen. If Huling Tian can do it, then so can the old man. Moreover, Xianxia and the others won't be staying in the god realm for too long. Xianyu quickly thought of something and immediately disappeared. The first floor of the Divine Ring Reincarnation Pagoda. Desolate Flame Emperor had his hands behind his back. No one knew what he was thinking. Without waiting for Feng Wuchen to speak, Desolate Flame Emperor asked, Feng Wuchen, do you believe in fate? Or perhaps it's fate? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He looked at Desolate Flame Emperor in shock. He didn't understand why such a transcendent being like Desolate Flame Emperor would ask him this. Desolate Flame Emperor's cultivation was unfathomable. His understanding of the heavenly Tao was much more terrifying than Feng Wuchen's. I don't have the right to guess what level Senior's cultivation has reached, but shouldn't Senior see it more clearly than I do? Before Senior, I'm just a beginner in the heavenly Tao's fate. However, I don't believe in fate. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Desolate Flame Emperor had lived for God knows how long. His understanding of fate was much deeper than Feng Wuchen's. What if I say I can see it but can't change it? Desolate Flame Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen. His old eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. This? Feng Wuchen was confused. I've comprehended the heavenly Tao for many years. The so-called heavenly Tao's fate is under my control, but I don't know that it's still fate that can't be escaped. Desolate Flame Emperor sighed. Senior, are you talking about being trapped in the reincarnation pagoda? Feng Wuchen asked. Desolate Flame Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen and didn't say anything. He knew that Feng Wuchen had more to say. Feng Wuchen said lightly, I don't believe in heavenly Tao's fate. I only believe in myself and strength. Isn't the existence of the heavenly Tao's fate an immeasurable power? You just have to surpass it. If you can't escape fate, it only means you're not strong enough. Power that surpasses the heavenly Tao's fate? Desolate Flame Emperor was shocked. Yes, his cultivation had reached such a powerful level, but he was still being toyed with by the heavenly Tao's fate. It only meant that the heavenly Tao's fate was stronger than him. Power that surpassed the heavenly Tao's fate could escape the control of the heavenly Tao's fate. The reincarnation pagoda was the best proof. There were people stronger than Desolate Flame Emperor in front of him. The 99 experts on the reincarnation pagoda, they couldn't escape the heavenly Tao's fate either. However, could the existence of the heavenly Tao's fate be surpassed? Feng Wuchen smiled and said, in the end, it's just a powerful force. I'm just saying it casually. Senior, don't mind me. But no matter what, I have to control my own fate. No one has the right to control my fate, including the heavenly Tao. His words seemed very calm, but they contained supreme dominance and no doubt. Although what you said is a little ignorant, it makes some sense. The so-called heavenly Tao's fate is a powerful force. Desolate Flame Emperor nodded slightly. The confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. When Desolate Flame Emperor said this, Feng Wuchen almost fainted from anger. Desolate Flame Emperor actually said that Feng Wuchen was ignorant. Although Feng Wuchen was unhappy, he didn't refute. In short, he had to get the inheritance first. Feng Wuchen, the inheritance that the primal chaos ancestor mentioned is not the inheritance of strength or helping you increase your cultivation. Desolate Flame Emperor said. Then what is it? Feng Wuchen was disappointed when he heard this, but he still asked curiously. I'm called Desolate Flame Emperor, and I'm best at fire. Naturally, I'll pass on fire to you, as well as fire attribute cultivation techniques and spells. However, my fire attribute cultivation techniques are not suitable for you. Desolate Flame Emperor said lightly. When he heard fire, Feng Wuchen was even more disappointed. He had 4 types of divine fire in his body. If the cultivation techniques were not suitable for Feng Wuchen, then only the spells were left. Seeing Feng Wuchen's disappointment, Desolate Flame Emperor smiled and said, my fire is not an ordinary fire. I also know that you're an alchemist and know that you have several types of fire in your body. However, compared to my fire, your fire is trash. Trash? Feng Wuchen's eyes almost popped out. That was a divine fire, how did it become trash in this old man's mouth? You still don't believe me. Desolate Flame Emperor smiled proudly and said, my fire is called the ancestor of all fires. The first type of fire born at the beginning of the world. What? The ancestor of all fires? The first type of fire? Feng Wuchen almost peed his pants when he heard this. The ancestor of all fires, it sounded like a very powerful existence. Activate the fire in your body. Desolate Flame Emperor smiled lightly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and purple, black, gold, and green flames appeared at the same time, spreading an extremely terrifying aura. Desolate Flame Emperor smiled slightly, then stretched out his palm and suddenly bent his claws. A wisp of white flame spewed out, and a fierce and terrifying aura instantly covered the entire space of the divine ring. It was indescribably terrifying, indescribably domineering. In just an instant, Feng Wuchen's 4 types of fire became extremely weak, like a grandson meeting his grandfather. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen's eyes widened as he felt an unprecedented dangerous aura from the white flame. This is the ancestor of all fires, the ancestor of all fires in the world. Desolate Flame Emperor smiled faintly. The moment he saw the ancestor of all fires, Feng Wuchen was completely stunned. This was what it meant by there was no limit in the universe. The ancestor of all fires was the first flame in the world. It was unimaginable how terrifying it was. The fact that the Desolate Flame Emperor could obtain the ancestor of all fires showed how powerful he was. Seeing Feng Wuchen's shocked expression, the Desolate Flame Emperor's old face couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. The ancestor of all fires was naturally the treasure that the Desolate Flame Emperor was most proud of. The moment the ancestor of all fires appeared, the temperature of the entire divine ring increased by more than 10 times. Otherwise, the temperature would have continued to rise under the Desolate Flame Emperor's control. Feng Wuchen couldn't imagine how terrifying the temperature was. Do you believe me now? The Desolate Flame Emperor asked with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen nodded in a daze like a chicken pecking rice. The ancestor of all fires was many times more powerful than the divine fire. This was the most terrifying flame that Feng Wuchen had ever seen. With the ancestor of all fires, Feng Wuchen no longer needed to collect any divine fire. The ancestor of all fires can burn everything and devour everything in the world. Even the divine artifacts in your hands can be burned to ashes in an instant. Its power is extremely domineering, thousands of times more powerful than your ancient power. The higher your cultivation, the more terrifying the power you can control. With your current cultivation, absorbing the ancestor of all fires is much more powerful than your divine fire and ancient power. The stronger you are, the stronger the ancestor of all fires will be. Feng Wuchen, I'll pass the ancestor of all fires to you. Do you like it? The Desolate Flame Emperor stared at Feng Wuchen with his old eyes and asked seriously. I like it very much. Feng Wuchen nodded heavily. The more he listened, the more excited he became. Feng Wuchen looked at the Desolate Flame Emperor and asked uncertainly, Senior, are you really going to pass the ancestor of all fires to me? I'm just a primordial spirit now and will dissipate soon. Although the ancestor of all fires is my treasure, it's no longer important. It's naturally good that it can be passed down. The reincarnation pagoda chose you, so I can only believe you. The Desolate Flame Emperor nodded with a trace of reluctance and helplessness in his words. Feng Wuchen knew that Desolate Flame Emperor was implying something, but he did not understand. I will also pass on my cultivation techniques and spells to you. If the cultivation techniques are not suitable for you, you can also pass them on to someone you trust. Desolate Flame Emperor continued. Thank you, Senior. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed. Desolate Flame Emperor formed a sword finger with his right hand and pointed it at Feng Wuchen's forehead. A large amount of information poured into Feng Wuchen's mind. A large number of images flashed crazily in Feng Wuchen's mind like a movie. Senior actually directly sent the ancestor of all flames into my body. Feng Wuchen was greatly shocked. There was simply no need for him to refine and absorb it. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen did not feel any discomfort. He had been worried that his body would not be able to withstand the terrifying power and temperature of the ancestor of all flames. The large amount of information made Feng Wuchen's head swell with pain. This was not a simple inheritance. In addition to the ancestor of all flames and cultivation techniques and spells, there was also the essence and evolution of cultivation techniques and spells. It was very detailed and would definitely save cultivators a lot of detours. It could be said that it was a shortcut. The power of a fire attribute spell is so terrifying. This is definitely an existence that surpasses the saint technique. Senior's cultivation technique is indeed powerful. It is much more powerful than the Supreme Dragon God technique. Unfortunately, it is not suitable for me to cultivate. Otherwise, my strength would definitely be stronger and my cultivation speed would be faster. The images that appeared in his mind shocked Feng Wuchen to the extreme. After a while, Desolate Flame Emperor stopped and said indifferently, "All right, I have passed on my inheritance to you. I don't have much time left and it is time to leave." "Thank you, Senior." Feng Wuchen did not know what to say and could only bow again. "Feng Wuchen, I hope we can meet again." Desolate Flame Emperor smiled indifferently and then his figure turned into countless light spots and dissipated. Seeing Desolate Flame Emperor disappear, Feng Wuchen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Is your existence just to choose who the reincarnation pagoda chooses and then the inheritance you left behind vanishes into thin air? Feng Wuchen whispered to himself with a sad face. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly, feeling that he had sinned deeply. Bang! With a thought, he activated the ancestor of all flames. A wisp of white flame burned in Feng Wuchen's palm, emitting an extremely strong power that was suffocating. As expected of the ancestor of all flames. It is even more terrifying than the heaven-burning blood flame. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He clenched his hand into a fist and the white flame disappeared. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. "Brother Feng, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared, Shan Tong's laughter sounded in his ears. "It's all settled?" Feng Wuchen looked at Shan Tong and asked. Shan Tong nodded and said with a smile, "The 7 races have all been destroyed. The sacred royal family and the rest have also followed the protectors to the sacred world. The Dragon God Realm, Myriad Cloud Temple and Myriad Dao Profound Sect have also gone to the sacred world." While speaking, Shan Tong threw a storage ring to Feng Wuchen. The treasures collected by the 7 races and the magic treasures of Bing Wuching and the rest can help the Dragon God Palace strengthen. In a short period of time, they can step into the Great Master God Realm or even the Saint Transformation Realm at the fastest speed. Shan Tong said with a smile. The treasures of the 7 races have indeed greatly increased the strength of the Dragon God Palace. The primordial Yang Stone can also be considered an ancient treasure. Feng Wuchen laughed softly. "Brother Feng, the sacred world is not peaceful recently. The dragon gods may start a war with the heavenly devil race at any time. Moreover, the threat to the dragon gods is not only the heavenly devil race, so I have to rush back. I can't stay in the god realm for too long." Shan Tong said solemnly. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "Don't die." "Haha. I won't die so easily. Brother Feng, I'll wait for you in the sacred world. The other 2 primogenitors want to see you very much." Shan Tong laughed happily and disappeared in a flash. "Next, I have to focus on cultivating the alchemist realm." Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The 7 races were destroyed, and the heavenly devil race in the god realm was destroyed. The Dragon God Palace naturally dominated the god realm. Feng Wuchen had undoubtedly become the new overlord of the god realm. With the Dragon God Palace dominating the 7 god realms, the first thing Feng Wuchen had to do was to reopen the gate of the god realm and restore the power of the god realm's heavenly tribulation to its original state. In this way, the people of the heaven realm could ascend to the god realm without worry. The second thing was that Feng Wuchen ordered the branches of the various chambers of commerce to take charge of the order of the various realms, replacing the original overgods. In half a month, with the help of high-quality heaven-defying divine pearls, primal yang stones, and many other ancient treasures, the Dragon God Palace had become the strongest existence in the 7 god realms. Many of the dragon gods and Rakshasa race had successfully stepped into the realm of Great Overgod. Even if the others had not broken through, they were not far away. Lu Qingyang and the others were only a matter of time before they broke through to the realm of Great Overgod. The one who improved the fastest was Ling Xiaoxiao, who had already broken through to the realm of Saint. In a mysterious cave in the 7 god realms. This was the place where Xianxia cultivated and where the reincarnation array was located. The cave was located under the mountain, and the entrance was sealed off by a barrier. No aura could be sensed from it. In the cave, other than Xianyu, there was another illusory figure. If Feng Wuchen was here, he would definitely recognize the owner of this illusory figure. Xianyu? The illusory figure opened his eyes and was surprised to see Xianyu. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Did you save me? It seems like the reincarnation spell has other abilities that I don't know about. Even if you've cultivated the reincarnation spell, you can still control the person who cultivated it." Xianyu smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Hua, the reincarnation spell can resurrect not only oneself, but also others. The prerequisite is that half of the soul must be sealed in the array. Old man searched for a long time before he found your reincarnation array. Only then could he resurrect you." The illusory figure was Hualing Tian. "I don't think that's all?" Hualing Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianyu. "Young Master Hua, you have old man's reincarnation spell imprint in your body." Xianyu did not hide it. "I knew it." Hualing Tian was furious, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted. He roared, "When you passed the reincarnation spell to me, I was already under the reincarnation spell, right? You want to control me and use me to control others, so that you can make me work for you." Xianyu was not afraid of a furious Hualing Tian. After all, Hualing Tian was only a weak soul now. He was no threat to him. Xianyu smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Hua, there's no need to be angry. Old man never thought of doing that. He just wanted to save his own life. The reincarnation spell can read memories. It seems like Xianyu knew that I wanted to kill him." Hualing Tian thought to himself. However, what puzzled Hualing Tian was, why did Xianyu resurrect him? Were they not afraid that he would take this opportunity to seek revenge? Seeing through Hualing Tian's thoughts, Xianyu said, "You are under the old man's control. You can't kill me. The old man resurrected you because he wants to know if you can comprehend the heaven-defying samsara by reading Feng Wuchen's memories after you control him." Feng Wuchen? When he heard the first half of the sentence, Hualing Tian became even angrier, and his killing intent instantly multiplied. However, the moment he mentioned Feng Wuchen, Hualing Tian's entire body trembled. An intense fear instantly appeared on his face, and his soul began to tremble violently. The image of Feng Wuchen killing him with a single point of his finger gushed out from the depths of his mind. Although Hualing Tian did not know how Feng Wuchen did it, the image of that single point of his finger was deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. The more Hualing Tian thought about it, the more terrified he became because of the extremely terrifying power that Feng Wuchen had unleashed. Why is Hualing Tian suddenly so terrified? Is it because of Feng Wuchen? Xianyu frowned and asked doubtfully. He felt that there was something that he did not know. "Young Master Hua, what happened?" Xianyu asked. Hualing Tian's soul was weak, so Xianyu did not forcibly read his memories. Hualing Tian did not listen at all, as if his body was dominated by fear. Looking at the increasingly terrified Hualing Tian, Xianyu frowned deeply. The great young master of the fire spirit tribe was actually frightened to this extent by Feng Wuchen. Xianyu was puzzled. Reincarnation spell. Xianyu formed a seal and tried to control Hualing Tian. At this moment, a cold laugh that shocked Xianyu rang out. "Xianyu, my guess was right. You're indeed still alive. Looks like it's because of the reincarnation spell. However, I didn't expect you to be able to revive Hualing Tian. The reincarnation spell that you invented is indeed terrifying." Feng Wuchen. Hearing this familiar cold laugh, Hualing Tian's expression changed drastically. He immediately collapsed to the ground as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately retreated to a corner of the cave. What happened to Hualing Tian before he died? With his cultivation, it's impossible for him to be so afraid of Feng Wuchen. Xianyu was puzzled. Hualing Tian was a great Saint Emperor expert. Was there a need for him to be so scared? Xianyu's memories had only been erased. Otherwise, he would definitely be even more terrified than Hualing Tian. He would be even more useless. Trash. Xianyu cursed angrily. He was extremely disappointed in Hualing Tian. You revived Hualing Tian. Looks like it's to go against the heaven's reincarnation. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared silently in the cave. How did you find out that the old man was here? Xianyu asked doubtfully as he stared viciously at Feng Wuchen. The case barrier could isolate all auras. Logically speaking, Feng Wuchen shouldn't have discovered it. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. I sensed Huolingtian's soul force and found him. It's very simple. Glancing at the huge reincarnation formation, Feng Wuchen continued, and the power of your reincarnation formation has always been provided for everyone in the Dragon God Temple to cultivate. Have you never noticed? What? Xianyu's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He really didn't know about this. Xianyu had never checked on the reincarnation formation. He only cared about cultivating. But it's no longer needed now. Feng Wuchen found a random rock and sat down. He smiled faintly. Tell me, how do you want to die? I'll give you a quick death. I'll make the harmful reincarnation curse disappear from the God realm with you. Disappear? Xianyu couldn't help but laugh at the sky. Haha. Feng Wuchen, the old man knows that you're very strong and can already kill ancient experts. But the old man's current strength is enough to draw upon the power of the laws of heaven and earth. You want to kill the old man? You're daydreaming, unless you die together. Feng Wuchen grinned. His eyes flashed coldly. That's not necessarily true. A surging aura erupted. Xianyu's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen, the old man was just worrying about how to control you, and now you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. The old man won't be polite. Huolingtian couldn't control you, so don't even think about escaping the old man's grasp this time. Boom. Xianyu immediately launched a fierce attack. He seized the initiative like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, giving off a feeling of invincibility. Feng Wuchen, if I control you, the old man will have the power to defy the heavens. Xianyu shouted angrily. A terrifying power condensed in his palm, and a green halo covered it. He directly blasted his palm towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. He sneered, I hope you can still say that in a while. Feng Wuchen didn't move. He had no intention of dodging at all. Arrogant and conceited. How dare you underestimate the old man's strength? Xianyu's old face was incomparably ferocious. Boom. Buzz buzz. Xianyu's palm landed squarely on Feng Wuchen's chest. With a boom, the mountain shook. Xianyu didn't even have time to rejoice before his old face completely stiffened. Fear slowly crept onto his old face. How is this possible? Xianyu stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. His palm couldn't even shake Feng Wuchen at all. In fact, the moment the terrifying palm energy exploded, it strangely disappeared. The power of this palm strike is indeed very strong. It has already surpassed Lin Xuantian's. Your strength can indeed trigger the power of the laws of heaven and earth, which is the level of tribulation. Looking at the shocked Xianyu, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Xianyu's palm strike didn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. It didn't seem to hurt him at all. I'm dead for sure. I'm dead for sure. Huolingtian, who was hiding in the corner, was so desperate that he could only resign himself to fate. Feng Wuchen, old man really underestimated you. I didn't expect your physical body to be so strong, Xianyu said coldly. His eyes narrowed as a monstrous killing intent began to spread out. In Xianyu's opinion, the reason why Feng Wuchen could withstand the power of his palm strike so easily and make it disappear in an instant was because of Feng Wuchen's powerful physical body. Feng Wuchen sneered, you don't dare to use your full strength. Are you afraid of triggering the heavenly tribulation? Feng Wuchen's strength is on par with old man's. It won't be easy to defeat him. I'm afraid that both sides will be injured. It's even possible that the heavenly tribulation will be triggered. When that happens, old man will be in trouble. I have to exhaust his strength, Xianyu thought to himself. In Xianyu's opinion, his cultivation was on par with Feng Wuchen's. It would be very difficult to defeat him. If he used all his strength, both sides would be injured. At the same time, he would trigger the heavenly tribulation. When that happened, Xianyu wouldn't be able to resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Thinking of this, Xianyu launched a fierce attack. It directly attacked from the cave to the valley outside. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. The destructive force of the collision swept out without restraint. The surrounding mountains collapsed one after another like a huge earthquake. Xianyu's attack speed was extremely fast. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. Even a saint transformation expert wouldn't be able to see it clearly. Faster, faster, more power. Feng Wuchen had been blocking Xianyu's attacks the entire time. He had also been yelling non-stop, as if he was a teacher instructing his student. Feng Wuchen actually treated the confrontation between experts as child's play. Feng Wuchen didn't put Xianyu in his eyes at all. This was indeed the case. This is an insult to Xianyu. Preposterous. Xianyu was instantly enraged. Blue veins bulged on his old face as his killing intent soared to the sky. Feng Wuchen. The old man will cripple you with his own hands. I'll use the reincarnation spell to control you. Xianyu roared furiously. An even more terrifying power erupted from him, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Not bad, your strength has increased a lot. Keep up the good work. Feng Wuchen grinned, looking like he wouldn't give up until he angered Xianyu to death. You're courting death. Xianyu's old eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a demon beast. Feng Wuchen sneered. That's why you're worthy of my attack. At the same time, a sudden terrifying power swept across the 7 god realms, alarming the experts of the various realms. Xianyu's aura. This old bastard is still alive, and his strength has surpassed Lin Xuantian's. It's a pity that he met little friend Feng. Xianyu probably doesn't know that Master can ignore the power of the laws of heaven and earth. He will definitely die in this battle. What a terrifying power. It's not inferior to Lin Xuantian's. This aura belongs to Xianyu. Wasn't that old thing killed by Zhu Sha? He's still alive. As expected of an old monster. How is this possible? How can Xianyu still be alive? This is a lie, right? And he's fighting Lord Feng? Has his strength become so terrifying? The experts from the various forces of the 7 god realms were all shocked. No one could imagine how Xianyu had survived. Boom. The intense and high-intensity hand-to-hand combat ended with a punch. Both of them retreated. What's going on? He seemed to have seen through all of the old man's moves. The old man's attacks were completely ineffective. The old man seemed to have the upper hand, but he didn't have the slightest advantage. He was completely unharmed. Has his body become so strong? Xianyu was even more shocked. He felt that the stronger the attack, the greater the impact on him. After a few minutes of intense hand-to-hand combat, Xianyu felt a stinging pain in his hands and feet. He was a monster among monsters. No, if this continues, the old man won't be able to withstand his attacks. The old man has the support of the reincarnation array, so he's not afraid of exhausting his strength. Xianyu's face darkened. Buzz, buzz. An extremely violent power was activated. The dark space was filled with raging winds. It was as if the heavens were roaring and thunder was rolling. This kind of aura was above all things. Was this Xianyu's full strength? Heavenly demon bloodline power? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised to feel Xianyu's terrifying power. Xianyu wasn't a member of the Heavenly Demon clan, but he had the bloodline power of the Heavenly Demon clan. Dark Soul Saint Jade. Xianyu roared and took out the Saint artifact. His power and aura surged wildly. It doubled in the blink of an eye. Xianyu's strength was indeed terrifying. A Saint artifact that can double one's combat power. This old thing didn't use the Saint artifact when he was fighting Zhu Sha. Feng Wuchen narrowed his eyes. The divine fire. Feng Wuchen was shocked. This old thing has the divine fire. However, thinking that he already had the ancestor of all fires, Feng Wuchen's desire for the divine fire was not so strong. Saint technique. Yin Yang Skyflame Palm. Xianyu activated the divine fire and formed a seal with both hands. Finally, he roared and attacked with the power of the Saint artifact. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! Xianyu attacked with his palm. A terrifying palm print that was hundreds of thousands of feet long shot out with the force of a thunderbolt. It shook the 7 god realms, and the ear-piercing sound of the explosion was ear-piercing. Try Senior's palm technique? Forget it. Its power is too terrifying. I'm afraid I'll kill this old thing before I can use it, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Needless to say, the desolate Flame Emperor's palm technique was truly terrifying. It could scare Xianyu to death, let alone kill him. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his right hand with his palm facing out. It seemed that he was going to take it head-on. The terrifying palm print instantly swallowed Feng Wuchen. Extremely destructive ripples of energy swept out wildly, destroying everything. This stinking brat dares to look down on the old man. He's courting death. Xianyu was furious. Feng Wuchen did not activate his power at all. He just casually stretched out his hand. Did he really think he could block it? Boom. Crack. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The huge palm print that was hundreds of thousands of feet long was torn apart and finally shattered with a crack. He really blocked it. One hand, without activating his power, really shattered Xianyu's palm print. Xianyu's eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost. That was the Saint technique. Moreover, it was destroyed by Feng Wuchen's palm when it was twice as strong as the previous one. Monster. He really is a monster. This? How is this possible? Xianyu's face was full of confusion. Oh? Is my physical body already that strong? I don't feel any pain at all. This is unbelievable. Above the valley, Feng Wuchen's face was full of smiles. Showing off. Blatant showing off, Feng Wuchen had indeed destroyed Xianyu's palm print with just the strength of his physical body. He didn't even feel any pain. His physical body had reached the undying realm, but Feng Wuchen really didn't know how strong this realm was. Xianyu, your strength should be more than this, right? Do you have any more powerful techniques? Take them all out and don't hold back. You've hidden a lot of strength. Feng Wuchen arrogantly crooked his finger at Xianyu. Looking at Feng Wuchen's despicable appearance, Xianyu's old face was ferocious. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and went crazy. All the cells in his body were rioting. He wanted nothing more than to pull out Feng Wuchen's tendons and skin him alive. Xianyu then used 2 more sacred techniques, but the results were the same. Feng Wuchen could easily destroy the power of the sacred techniques with just the strength of his physical body. His degree of dominance was indescribable. This also made Xianyu feel an unprecedented pressure and threat. If you didn't control Feng Wuchen or kill Feng Wuchen, Xianyu would never have the chance to ascend. Xianyu stared at Feng Wuchen viciously, his monstrous killing intent rising rapidly. This stinking brat's physical body is even more terrifying than old man imagined. If I can't control him, I must kill him at all costs. The more powerful Feng Wuchen was, the stronger Xianyu's killing intent became. Although the attack just now wasn't Xianyu's full strength, it was still 80%. With the help of the sacred artifact, how terrifying was its power, however, it was destroyed by Feng Wuchen's physical strength, which made Xianyu feel very uneasy. The power of the sacred techniques couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. If I can't control him, I must kill him. Buzz. An even more terrifying power erupted from Xianyu's body. Bright green light shot into the sky, condensing into a huge green energy vortex that illuminated the dark void. It was a spectacular and frightening scene, as if he controlled the world and condensed a terrifying power beyond imagination. Glancing at the huge energy vortex in the void, Feng Wuchen's expression, he said indifferently, "This is not your full strength. Feng Wuchen, your strength is much stronger than I imagined. It seems that the power of the Saint technique can't threaten you at all. I originally wanted to save some of my techniques for when I ascend, but now it seems that you are qualified for me to use them against you," Xianyu said coldly. His monstrous aura continued to soar as if there was no limit. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to it. Let's see how many tricks you played in the 7 deities' realms. Feng Wuchen sneered. Buzz. Xianyu's hands changed, and the huge mountain shook violently. Then, a huge white energy beam penetrated the mountain and rushed into the energy vortex in the sky. The power of the reincarnation array. Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Are you planning to use the power of the reincarnation array? You're really willing to use it, but this method is very powerful. I'm sure it won't disappoint me." Under Xianyu's control, his power completely merged with the power of the reincarnation array. This kind of fusion was definitely beyond the power of 1 + 1 = 2. Feng Wuchen. You're the first in the 7 deities realms to force the old man to this extent. Xianyu shouted angrily. The two forces merged and condensed into a terrifying demonic beast. This terrifying power was close to triggering a heavenly tribulation. Buzz. The void of the 7 deities realms shook violently, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This was a sign that a heavenly tribulation was coming. This power has surpassed Zhu Sha. After this battle, you can go through the heavenly tribulation and ascend. I just don't know if you'll have the chance to do so. Feng Wuchen looked at the void filled with lightning and thunder and said with a faint smile. Xianyu waved his hand fiercely, ignoring the signs of the heavenly tribulation. The gigantic demonic beast roared and charged toward Feng Wuchen with the power to destroy everything. Looking at the ferocious beast charging toward him, Feng Wuchen calmly took out the dragon god sword, and a domineering aura instantly erupted. Feng Wuchen's body was covered with a layer of faint golden light as he activated his origin energy. A domineering and vigorous power was injected into the dragon god sword. Holy technique. Chaotic ghost shadow sword. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice as he swung his sword. The domineering power of the sword broke through the void as fast as lightning, and the attack was fierce and invincible. What? Xianyu's face changed when he felt the power of Feng Wuchen's sword. The moment Feng Wuchen swung his sword, Xianyu felt a strong sense of danger. Swoosh! Chi! The domineering golden sword was extremely fast, and it almost disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying demonic beast was cut in half. It was unstoppable. This is impossible! Xianyu exclaimed. That was the fusion of 90% of Xianyu's power and the power of the reincarnation array. How could it be so weak? Boom! Buzz! In the next second, the demonic beast that was cut in half suddenly exploded, shaking the heavens and resounding throughout the 7 deities' realms. The destructive energy ripples completely covered the void. It was not over yet. The domineering sword was now slashing toward Xianyu with the power to split the heavens and earth. This sword was extremely terrifying. It was completely beyond Xianyu's imagination. Xianyu did not dare to block it at all. Xianyu was scared out of his wits, and he immediately dodged. Boom! Buzz! Wherever the domineering sword passed, a large number of towering mountains were turned into dust in the blink of an eye. The void in the distance exploded into a huge energy vortex that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. The scene was so terrifying that it could definitely scare someone into a vegetative state. Xianyu stared blankly at the terrifying scene behind him. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his old face was stiff. This sword was so powerful that Xianyu was shocked. Xianyu did not dare to imagine what would happen if that sword fell on him. In that instant, Feng Wuchen was like the war god of the 9 heavens, invincible in the world. Sorry, I couldn't hold back and attacked a little too heavily, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. The dragon god's sword was on his shoulder, and he looked very arrogant and ruffian. Xianyu's face was stiff with shock, and his old face became ferocious again. Xianyu had originally planned to exhaust Feng Wuchen's strength, but now he realized how stupid he had been. Feng Wuchen, you have indeed shocked the old man. The old man thought that his strength had reached the peak of the 7 deities' realms, but he did not expect that your strength was actually above the old man's, Xianyu said ferociously, and his aura began to rise again. Xianyu was completely enraged. Buzz, buzz. 100% of his terrifying power began to erupt. The destructive power shook every corner of the 7 deities' realms, and countless majestic mountains and palaces collapsed. You're finally going to use your full strength. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The boiling power in Xianyu's body surged. It was endless. This was not the bloodline power of the heavenly demon clan. Xianyu's body suddenly burst into bright flames like a volcanic eruption. The temperature of the space rose rapidly, and a more terrifying power than before gushed out. For a moment, the entire 7 deity realms seemed to be enveloped by a huge furnace. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard. The sound wave was extremely domineering, and the terrifying flames condensed into a fierce beast that looked like a fire qilin. The bloodline power of the Fire Soul clan. Feng Wuchen frowned and said coldly, "It seems that the power of the Ice Soul clan and the Water Soul clan is sealed in your body." "You're right. Their bloodline power is much stronger than the power of the deity realm. The flames of the Fire Soul clan are not much weaker than your divine fire. Today, old man will use the power of the three clans to kill you." Xianxia shouted angrily. Buzz buzz. As the roar fell, another two terrifying powers surged out. They were the powers of the Ice Soul clan and the Water Soul clan. The terrifying power of ice swept out wildly, and everywhere it passed, the space was frozen. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying unicorn ice beast was formed in the void. Ice and fire at the same time. At the same time, in the vast void sea, the water beast was formed as well, and a huge one soared into the sky. The three elemental powers did not affect each other. The three huge and terrifying energy beasts stood proudly in the void. The scene was spectacular and visually shocking. Just one of them was enough to scare people to death, let alone three of them. Countless cultivators in the 7 deity realms were scared out of their wits. They were even worried that Feng Wuchen would not be able to defeat Xianxia. You can control 3 elemental powers at the same time, and there are even elements that counter each other. You are indeed not simple. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, still without the slightest fear. Boom boom boom. At the same time, Xianxia unleashed his full strength and triggered the power of the heavenly tribulation. A huge lightning vortex appeared in the void, brewing a destructive power that would punish those who went against the heavens. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a strong wind blew. It was as if doomsday had arrived. This is the heavenly tribulation. What a terrifying power. It's enough to trigger the laws of heaven and earth. Xianxia are about to undergo tribulation. When the people of the 7 god realms reach this level of power, they will not trigger the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Instead, they will trigger heavenly tribulation. Donghuang Wuji, Mia Hun, and the others were astonished. This was the second time they had felt the power of the heavenly tribulation in the 7 divine realms. However, Xianxia didn't care at all. Instead, you controlled the 3 monsters to attack. Roar roar roar. The 3 giant beasts roared angrily as they pounced toward Feng Wuchen. Every step they took caused the 7 god worlds to tremble. The surging pressure they exuded was breathtaking. It was as if the 3 energy beasts could completely destroy the 7 god realms. Xianxia, aren't you worried that you won't be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation if you consume too much energy? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Xianxia said fiercely, "You don't have to worry about old man. It doesn't matter. It's a good opportunity for me to test how strong my physical body has become." Feng Wuchen's fighting spirit soared to the heavens, and he was abnormally excited. Buzz buzz. The 3 ancient powers, creation divine power, chaos divine power, and destruction divine power, were activated at the same time. Then, they merged with the origin energy. A vast aura surged wildly, and Feng Wuchen's combat strength soared crazily. This time, Feng Wuchen didn't take out any divine artifacts. Of course, Feng Wuchen didn't use the power of a sage. Boom. Feng Wuchen stepped on the void. With a loud boom, his body immediately turned into a golden lightning bolt and shot out. He drew a long golden streamer in the void, which was magnificent and gorgeous. Roar. Fire Qilin, who was at the front, saw Feng Wuchen rushing toward it. It roared angrily and smashed its huge sharp claws toward him. In front of such a huge beast, Feng Wuchen was just like an ant. Come on. Feng Wuchen roared and punched hard. Boom. Buzz buzz. The fierce collision caused a loud boom. It was as if Mars had crashed into Earth. It was earth-shattering. Incomparably violent energy rolled wildly, and the entire 7 deity world shook violently. Feng Wuchen blocked it, he didn't even take half a step back. Instead, he blasted Fire Qilin away, his strength was extremely domineering. What a domineering strength. It really makes me more and more excited. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. For the first time, he enjoyed the pleasure of a powerful physical body. You can't even withstand a single blow. Feng Wuchen glanced at Xianxia proudly. Xianxia's old face was hideous, and his skin and flesh were twitching violently. Originally, Xianyu wanted to rely on the strength of the three clans to kill Feng Wuchen. But once the battle started, Xianyu was slapped hard in the face. Roar! At this time, the one-horned ice beast's sharp claws smashed fiercely. Its terrifying strength was so terrifying that once one was hit, one would be smashed into meat paste. Your strength is not weak, but it's a pity that your speed is too slow. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen dodged in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the one-horned ice beast's head. His speed was extremely fast. Boom! Gotcha! An extremely ferocious fist smashed down. With a loud bang, the beast's huge head exploded instantly. Countless ice stones flew out, and large cracks spread all over the ice beast's body. Finally, it collapsed. The terrifying ice beast was defeated by Feng Wuchen with a single punch. What kind of domineering strength was this? Seeing this scene, Xianyu started to panic. Even if it was the strength that Xianyu condensed, he wouldn't dare say that he could destroy it with a single punch like Feng Wuchen did. Xianyu, the Ice Spirit clan's strength isn't that great. Feng Wuchen sneered. This wasn't because the ice beast was weak, but because Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. Roar, roar. The giant python swayed its huge body and rushed over. It roared again and again, fully displaying its ferocity. Feng Wuchen glanced at it coldly. He clenched his fist and retracted it at his waist, condensing his domineering strength. Boom! Buzz, buzz! Feng Wuchen punched out. The wind held, and the domineering fist force burst out with a destructive force, piercing through the giant python's body. The three terrifying ominous beasts were all killed by Feng Wuchen with a single blow. With the third ominous beast defeated, Xianyu was completely flustered. A strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. At this moment, Xianyu finally realized that Feng Wuchen's strength surpassed his by too much. Xianyu, what other moves do you have? Just use them. You don't have much time left. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. It seemed that he wasn't satisfied yet. A vicious glint flashed across the old eyes of the terrified Xianyu. Immediately, he roared furiously. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. The terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation had already condensed and was about to fall at any time. Xianyu flashed to the mouth of the heavenly tribulation vortex and stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. It seemed that he planned to go through the heavenly tribulation first. Feng Wuchen, no matter how strong you are, can you compete with the heavenly tribulation? Xianyu asked coldly. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly, without my permission, don't even think about going through the heavenly tribulation. You want to ascend to the holy world? Dream on. You're wrong. The old man wants to use you to pass the heavenly tribulation. Xianyu shouted angrily, and all the energy in his body exploded. Use me to pass the heavenly tribulation? Feng Wuchen was stunned, and then he sneered. Interesting. Let me see how powerful the heavenly tribulation is. Feng Wuchen, you should be able to feel the power of the heavenly tribulation. If the old man's power collides with the heavenly tribulation's power, do you think you can withstand the power that will erupt? Xianyu sneered fiercely. The heavenly tribulation's power is above yours. You have to be able to withstand it. Feng Wuchen crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking like he was watching a show without any panic. Feng Wuchen looked at the heavenly tribulation vortex and said, the heavenly tribulation is here. Humph. The old man has prepared a lot for the heavenly tribulation. Xianyu snorted, staring fiercely at the vortex. He was fully prepared. He was very confident about passing the heavenly tribulation. Xianyu took out two sacred artifacts, a sacred armor and a sacred axe. His aura surged, and his power became more and more terrifying. Rumble. Xianyu's power became more and more terrifying. The first heavenly tribulation struck. The lightning that was dozens of feet thick was enough to make one's scalp tingle, and the bright golden light covered the sky. Now's the time. Xianyu seized the opportunity immediately. The moment the heavenly tribulation's power locked onto him, Xianyu immediately flashed to Feng Wuchen's side. Xianyu's movement was instantly locked onto by the terrifying heavenly tribulation's power again. I see. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. he was still as calm as Mount Tai, without any fear. Xianyu put his palms together and suddenly shouted, "Sacred art! Heaven and earth mystic array! Open!" A bright golden array appeared and instantly expanded to 10,000 feet. From Xianyu's movement, opening of the array, to the heavenly tribulation's attack, all happened in an instant. Rumble. Buzz. The terrifying heavenly tribulation struck down and immediately blasted on the huge formation. The sound of the collision resounded throughout the 7 god realms, and the extremely terrifying energy of the collision immediately rolled out. Feng Wuchen was the first to bear the brunt. This is the purpose of Xianyu, using the collision of the two to deal with Feng Wuchen. How terrifying was the power of the collision? After all, it was the power of the heavenly tribulation. Its destructive power was absolutely terrifying. Feng Wuchen, old man, let's see how you die. Haha. Xianyu laughed proudly, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Is this the power of the heavenly tribulation? It doesn't seem to dare to hurt me. Feng Wuchen was surprised. It seemed that Feng Wuchen was bearing the force of the collision between the two forces, but Feng Wuchen only felt the impact of Xianyu's power. There was no heavenly tribulation power at all. Xianyu's power alone was nothing to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but sigh at the horror of the chaotic ancestor. Crack. Rumble. Before Xianyu could celebrate, the formation was broken by the power of the heavenly tribulation. When the formation was broken, the terrifying heavenly tribulation struck Xianyu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even with the protection of the sacred armor, he couldn't bear the power of the heavenly tribulation. The first wave of heavenly tribulation was blocked just like that. Humph. Is this all you've got? You want to stop old man from ascending with this little power? Even though Xianyu was injured, he still didn't take the power of the heavenly tribulation seriously. After saying that, Xianyu immediately took out a few elixirs and swallowed them. Xianyu glanced coldly at Feng Wuchen and sneered. How is it? Feng Wuchen, you don't feel good, do you? This is just the beginning. Old man, let's see how long you can last. From Xianyu's point of view, he had been injured by the heavenly tribulation, let alone Feng Wuchen. Naturally, he would feel worse than him. Feng Wuchen pretended to be exhausted and didn't say anything. Rumble. After the first wave of heavenly tribulation disappeared, the second wave of heavenly tribulation quickly fell from the terrifying vortex of lightning tribulation. This time, the heavenly tribulation was even bigger and more terrifying. Feng Wuchen, old man, let's see if you can still withstand the second wave of heavenly tribulation. Xianyu sneered proudly. He seemed to be confident that he could withstand the power of the second wave of heavenly tribulation. Hualing Tian, let's show old man how many experts you have under your control. Xianyu sneered and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Reincarnation spell. Open. Xianyu immediately controlled Hualing Tian in the cave, completely giving up on running away and fearing for his life. Reincarnation spell? What is he trying to do? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. Reincarnation spell. Open. Under Xianyu's control, Hualing Tian's eyes were empty as he formed a seal with his hands. Then, with a shout, he immediately controlled the experts under the reincarnation spell. Hualing Tian? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly as he sensed Hualing Tian's energy fluctuation. After Hualing Tian cultivated the reincarnation spell, he had secretly controlled a large number of experts and helped them increase their cultivation. If Xianyu hadn't controlled Hualing Tian, he wouldn't have known about this. Swish. Swish, swish. Under Xianyu's control, the top experts from various realms immediately flashed over. There were dozens of sage transformation experts. Qiu Dingfeng and the elders of the Divine Spirit clan were also among them. Are they all under your control? No wonder I sensed so many sage transformation experts. They should be under the control of Hualing Tian. For their cultivation to reach the sage transformation realm, it must be related to Hualing Tian. And Xianyu controlled Hualing Tian. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to revive him. Feng Wuchen guessed in his heart. Xianyu controlled so many people to help him resist the heavenly tribulation. Xianyu didn't care about their lives at all. This old thing is indeed ruthless. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Breaking the reincarnation spell required time. Even if Feng Wuchen wanted to save them, Xianyu wouldn't give him the chance. Moreover, Feng Wuchen didn't want to save them. Qiu Dingfeng and the others deserved to die. Attack the heavenly tribulation! Xianyu suddenly shouted. Dozens of sage transformation experts exploded with all their strength. They took out their divine artifacts and sacred artifacts and used their strongest techniques. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. Terrifying energy soared into the sky and bombarded the descending heavenly tribulation energy one after another. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. The dozens of saint transformation experts were all injured by the heavenly tribulation the moment they collided and were all sent flying. Terrifying energy ripples from the explosion swept out crazily. Wave after wave, they engulfed Feng Wuchen once again. Dozens of sage transformation experts attacked at the same time. Even if they couldn't resist the heavenly tribulation, they still consumed a lot of its energy. Holy technique. Dark Night Ghost Spirit Slash. Xianyu held the black axe in his hand and injected a terrifying amount of energy into it. Finally, with a roar, the axe swept out horizontally. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The extremely violent energy axe carried an unstoppable might as it collided with the heavenly tribulation steel. The explosion swept out crazily, and Xianyu was also forcefully pushed back. The second heavenly tribulation disappeared. Feng Wuchen. Enjoy it. Haha. Xianyu laughed maniacally. What's the heavenly tribulation's energy? Feng Wuchen's arrogant voice came from the explosion. Xianyu sneered disdainfully, I hope you can still be so arrogant in the last heavenly tribulation. Feng Wuchen was still able to withstand the power that was even more terrifying than Xianyu's, which surprised Xianyu. However, he was only surprised. He was not worried at all. Even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured after withstanding 2 waves of energy that were even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation. In this way, Xianyu would have the opportunity to use the reincarnation spell to control Feng Wuchen after he withstood the last wave of the heavenly tribulation. At that time, Xianyu would only need to give Feng Wuchen an order. If it was in the past, Xianyu's method would definitely be effective. It could even severely injure Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, Xianyu did not know that Feng Wuchen was immune to the heavenly tribulation. He also did not know that Feng Wuchen's cultivation had reached the saint realm. It was just that he had yet to convert the power of the holy world. After a while, the terrifying energy ripples gradually dissipated. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in Xianyu's eyes. Feng Wuchen, you didn't expect this, did you? Xianyu sneered proudly. It's just a heavenly tribulation. It's nothing. Feng Wuchen pretended to be struggling. Seeing Feng Wuchen's struggling appearance, Xianyu sneered even more. He said disdainfully, the last wave of the heavenly tribulation is coming. If you don't want to die, you have to be prepared. Rumble. Buzz. The third wave of the heavenly tribulation. The thunder tribulation vortex condensed for a full 5 minutes before striking down. The power of the last wave of the heavenly tribulation was several times stronger than the second wave. This was the most terrifying power to punish heaven-defying cultivators. If one withstood it, one would ascend to the holy world. If one could not withstand it, one would be reduced to ashes. Feng Wuchen, I'll let you see the old man's final trump card now. Xianyu shouted. Immediately, he formed a sword with his left hand and silently recited a chant. Buzz. In the next second, a terrifying green pillar of energy shot up into the sky from a mountain somewhere in each world. It was a huge reincarnation array. Swish. Swish. At Xianyu's call, a huge reincarnation array instantly appeared in the void where Xianyu was. Other than the reincarnation array that Xianyu used, there are still 6 more reincarnation arrays, every single one of them contained an immeasurable amount of energy. There are actually 6 reincarnation arrays. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuchen was shocked. No wonder Xianyu never discovered the power of one of the reincarnation arrays. It was used by the dragon gods to cultivate. With so many reincarnation arrays, no one would care about it. The power was simply inexhaustible. Feng Wuchen, did you see that? In the hundreds of years since the old man disappeared, he had already set up reincarnation arrays in the various realms in order to resist the last tribulation. Xianyu's face was full of pride. The reincarnation arrays in the various realms were his greatest achievement. So what? Feng Wuchen shrugged, not caring at all. Humph. You're still so stubborn even in the face of death. Seeing Feng Wuchen's expression, Xianyu's face completely darkened. It was obvious that he was insulting him. Xianyu waved his hand, and the 6 huge reincarnation arrays quickly rotated. Then, they fused together to form an even bigger array. Its terrifying power was close to the power of the third tribulation. One could imagine how terrifying the 6 arrays fused together into one. Rumble. The last tribulation's power, carrying with it the power to destroy everything, struck the reincarnation array. A loud rumble resounded throughout the 7 god realms. It was so deafening that countless cultivators couldn't help but cover their ears. The reincarnation array's power had actually resisted the tribulation. Pfft. Buzz. The destructive power shook Xianyu so much that he spat out blood. The destructive energy of the collision rolled and spread mercilessly. The surrounding mountains were reduced to ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The explosion created a vacuum in the space of hundreds of thousands of feet. The reincarnation array's power and the tribulation's power were rapidly depleted. Haha. Feng Wuchen, enjoy this power. Xianyu laughed maniacally. It was as if he could already see Feng Wuchen's tragic end. Is this your final trump card? Feng Wuchen's cold voice rang out. That's right. Once the reincarnation array's power is exhausted, the last tribulation's power won't be able to do anything to the old man. Haha. Xianyu laughed maniacally in excitement. You've disappointed me, Feng Wuchen's cold voice rang out again. Even in the face of death. Xianyu said scornfully. However, before Xianyu could finish speaking, his old face changed drastically. It was as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Needless to say, he really saw a ghost. Xianyu saw Feng Wuchen walking toward him through the void. Moreover, he was bearing the brunt of the impact of the reincarnation array and the tribulation's power. Was he taking a stroll? Did he not consider the feelings of others? Feng Wuchen's expression was calm. It was as if he was not affected at all. It was not as if he was. He was truly unaffected. Was he still human? Xianyu was completely dumbfounded. He froze on the spot as if he had been petrified. Why aren't you saying anything? You haven't finished yet, have you? Feng Wuchen grinned. He was already in front of Xianyu. Xianyu. Your reincarnation array is indeed powerful. However, it's nothing in my eyes, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, the huge and terrifying reincarnation array vanished into thin air. Xianyu. Without the protection of the reincarnation array, the terrifying heavenly tribulation's power came crashing down on Xianyu, who was still in a daze. Ah! Xianyu suddenly screamed. He immediately activated his power to resist. The reincarnation array did not consume much of the heavenly tribulation's power. Now that it had landed on Xianyu, Xianyu was severely injured. Feng Wuchen was right in front of him. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched quietly. He was not affected at all. It was as if such a terrifying heavenly tribulation's power did not exist. Xianyu. Feng Wuchen was too much of a bully. He did not consider Xianyu's feelings at all. The fear and shock in Xianyu's heart was definitely greater than anything he had experienced in his entire life. Xianyu wanted to cry, but he could not. Feng Wuchen reached out and grabbed Xianyu's neck. He shouted coldly, "Enough." As soon as he shouted, the heavenly tribulation's power disappeared instantly. Xianyu. He had scared the heavenly tribulation away with a single command. What af** King Hack, the heavenly tribulation was his distant relative. Xianyu, have you seen anyone so stupid as to stay here and endure the heavenly tribulation's power? Even a pig is smarter than you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. I've said it before. The heavenly tribulation is nothing. Your power is nothing. Do you know why I didn't kill you right from the start? It's too easy for me to kill you. It's no different from squashing an ant. The reason why I'm doing this now is because I want to wait for you to use your strongest trump card. Then, I'll destroy it in front of you. I want you to experience what true despair and fear are. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He looked at Xianyu expressionlessly. It's impossible that the heavenly tribulation's power can't hurt you. You can't force the heavenly tribulation's power to retreat. Impossible. You're a devil. You're a devil. Xianyu screamed crazily. His consciousness had completely collapsed. At this moment, Xianyu was really scared out of his wits. Feng Wuchen's terror had driven Xianyu crazy. If it were anyone else, they might have been scared to death. Ignoring the power of the heavenly tribulation, the collision of the two forces could not hurt Feng Wuchen. How could anyone believe this, who had ever seen such a terrifying scene? The terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation suddenly disappeared. No one knew what happened. Countless cultivators were stunned. The power of the heavenly tribulation can't hurt you. You can't force the power of the heavenly tribulation to retreat. Impossible. You're the devil. You're the devil. Xianyu, who had gone crazy, kept repeating this sentence. A top powerhouse of the 7 divine realms, famous for his fighting prowess, has fallen to such a state. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Feng Wuchen grabbed at the air and forcefully devoured the divine fire in Xianyu's body. The dark green flame is slightly weaker than the blue flame water fire. It should be ranked 6th or 7th, Feng Wuchen muttered, but it did not matter anymore. The ancestor of all flames was many times stronger than the divine fire. Boom. Pfft. Feng Wuchen punched out. The overbearing power directly destroyed Xianyu's sea of energy, completely crippling Xianyu. His body fell to the ground. Looking at the falling Xianyu, Feng Wuchen said, "You should have died by my hands, but you don't have the right now." Feng Wuchen did not intend to kill Xianyu, who had already gone crazy. After crippling Xianyu's cultivation, Xianyu would be a cripple from now on. Whether he could survive or not would depend on his own luck. Xianyu, who should have successfully transcended the tribulation, ended up in such a state. If Xianyu had obediently transcended the tribulation and ascended, Feng Wuchen would not have stopped him. Whoosh! With a flash, Feng Wuchen arrived at the ruins of the mountain range below. The cave had collapsed, and even a mountain range had collapsed. Feng Wuchen made a grabbing motion in the air, and Hualing Tian, who was buried under countless rubble, was pulled up. Hualing Tian was only a soul now. No matter how weak he was, the collapsed mountain could still kill him. After all, he was still a Saint Emperor. After Feng Wuchen removed the reincarnation spell in Hualing Tian's body, Hualing Tian regained his consciousness. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, he was once again tormented by fear. Hualing Tian no longer dared to beg for mercy. He knew that he would die without a doubt. He could only close his eyes, not daring to look at Feng Wuchen. It would be a pity to kill him. Feng Wuchen originally wanted to directly crush Hualing Tian's soul, but he stopped when he exerted force with his hand. Forget it. Since Xianyu revived you, it means that your life is not meant to end. Feng Wuchen said coldly, then released his hand. Hualing Tian was stunned. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked in disbelief, You're not going to kill me? Are you willing to submit to me? Feng Wuchen asked. Hualing Tian was stunned again. This time, he understood very clearly. Not only did Feng Wuchen not kill him, he even wanted to recruit him. I'm willing. Hualing Tian immediately knelt down. Those saint transformation experts were all controlled by you? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes. Hualing Tian nodded in horror. Release them. Let Qiu Dingfeng and the others commit suicide. Before they commit suicide, let them destroy the Divine Spirit Race, Divine Soul Palace, Underworld Race, Shadow Net Palace, and Mysterious Saint School. They no longer need to exist, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, as if destroying a few major forces was a trivial matter. Yes. Hualing Tian nodded in horror. He did not dare to disobey. Hualing Tian was completely frightened. Even if he had the chance to kill Feng Wuchen now, he would not dare to do it. Who knew when that terrifying power would appear? Killing Feng Wuchen was simply courting death. Don't even think about betraying me. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. You're afraid of a second chance to revive. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Hualing Tian trembled. He felt as if his thoughts had been seen through. He said in horror, this subordinate will never dare to betray you. Alright, recover on your own. With your alchemist realm, refining body casting pills will not be a problem. Once you're done, come find me at the Divine Dragon Palace. Feng Wuchen said and disappeared. After Feng Wuchen left, Hualing Tian was completely relieved. Facing Feng Wuchen, Hualing Tian could always think of that terrifying scene. The terrifying shadow could not be removed. Grandpa Bing and the others must have been killed by Feng Wuchen. That power is too terrifying. Hualing Tian said in his heart. Taking a few deep breaths, Hualing Tian suppressed the fear in his heart. Then, he released the reincarnation spell for the dozens of saint transformation experts. At the same time, he gave orders to Qiu Dingfeng and the others. The enemies of the 7 divine worlds were either dead or insane. Feng Wuchen could finally relax. Feng Wuchen's current cultivation had already surpassed the limits of the 7 divine worlds. No matter how hard he cultivated, he could not advance in the slightest. Taking advantage of this time, Feng Wuchen refined divine artifacts for the Divine Dragon Palace. He wanted everyone in the Divine Dragon Palace to have a divine artifact. The divine world did not lack materials to refine divine artifacts. What it lacked were alchemists who could refine divine artifacts. Even in the divine world, there were not many people who could refine powerful divine artifacts. After refining the divine artifacts, he gave pointers to the Divine Dragon Palace and the alchemists. He even went to the Divine Palace to teach students every 2 to 3 days. Just like this, Feng Wuchen spent a month in boredom. He also fought with Lin Xiantian, scaring Lin Xiantian so much that he did not dare to accept the challenge. During this month, Feng Wuchen went to the mortal world, Heaven Realm, Beast Spirit Mountain, Divine Pagoda, Divine Palace, Divine Monkey Clan, God Slayers Union, and the Space and Time Divine World countless times. Other than the Soul Extinguisher and Lin Xuantian's divine fires, Feng Wuchen collected all the other divine fires with the help of the Ancestor of all Fires. He also provided all 7 divine fires for the Ancestor of all Fires to refine. Other than that, the ancient energy in Feng Wuchen's body was also provided to the origin energy to refine. In the following days, there was nothing to do. There were no strong enemies, no pressure. It could be said that Feng Wuchen felt that every day was like a year. In the alchemist realm, Feng Wuchen could cultivate whenever he wanted. He actually broke through to the saint transformation realm. Being invincible is so lonely. If I want to go to the holy world, I still have to wait for a while. I have to wait for Xiaoxiao and the others to ascend together. Fortunately, I have the heaven-defying divine pearl refined from the primal yang stone, so I don't have to wait too long. The second floor of the reincarnation pagoda has no reaction at all. I'm bored to death. At the top of the Dragon God Palace, Feng Wuchen lay on the ground and muttered to himself. He was so bored that he was about to go moldy. A dignified overlord of the divine world is actually bored to such an extent? Tian Ming's happy laughter came, and he had already appeared beside Feng Wuchen. Big brother Tian Ming. A 6-star sovereign god's cultivation broke through so quickly. Feng Wuchen was immediately overjoyed. Tian Ming rolled his eyes and said, talking to you about breaking through is asking for trouble. What are you thinking about? Do you want to ascend to the holy world? Tian Ming asked. Feng Wuchen sat up cross-legged and looked at the void. His eyes were filled with passion as he said, it would be a lie to say that I don't want to. This kind of peaceful life really doesn't suit me. I want to cultivate, I want to fight, I want to become stronger. I can't wait to rush to the holy world right now. Haha. Looking at the excited Feng Wuchen, Tian Ming couldn't help but laugh. Big brother Tian Ming, what are you laughing at? Don't you want to? You used to be an assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, don't you want to become stronger? Feng Wuchen looked at Tian Ming and asked. Of course, I want to, but it will take a few years or even a dozen years. Who doesn't want to become stronger? The stronger you are, the more you can protect the people you want to protect. But I'm not willing right now, Ling Er is my everything. Tian Ming said with a faint smile. Ling Er's sweet smile appeared in his mind. Ling Er? I went back a few days ago to take a look. Ling Er's talent is very high, and she will ascend for a few years at most. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. Little brother Feng, you still don't understand. Tian Ming patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder and said with a smile, everyone has different thoughts and pursuits. You want to become stronger, and I want to be stable. Take good care of Ling Er. Oh right, little brother Feng, when are you and Xiaoxiao getting married? You can't be careless, everyone is waiting. Suddenly thinking of something, Tian Ming quickly asked. Speaking of Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen's face revealed a happy smile. Soon, my mother and the others often talk about this, saying that they want to hold a grandson. Now that there are no enemies, it's time. Don't let Xiaoxiao wait for too long. I've been through this before, and I'm more experienced than you. Women need companionship, they need a man's care and love, they need. Tian Ming gave a long speech, skipping 6 hours of education. Feng Wuchen listened with great interest. One could imagine how bored and lonely Feng Wuchen was. Thinking back, most of the time was spent on cultivation and all kinds of things. There was very little time to accompany Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen felt very guilty. Xiaoxiao, I will definitely give you a very special wedding. Feng Wuchen already had an idea in his mind. Old brother Feng, think about it carefully. Zhuiyue and the others are about to ascend. I have to make a trip to the door of the God realm. Tian Ming laughed before disappearing in a flash. Feng Wuchen didn't seem to have heard anything. He seemed to be deep in thought, and his face was filled with an expectant smile. In the next few days, Feng Wuchen and many people from the Dragon God Temple acted mysteriously. No one knew what they were doing. What was even more strange was that many people from the Dragon God Temple had left. Lord Feng, the matter has been settled. Every major power in the Space Divine Realm is fighting to come here, Su Yuan said respectfully. Lord Feng, all the forces of the 7 divine realms, big and small, are fighting to come. Huang Yan's respectful voice rang out. Guest Elder, Lord Soul Destroyer and the others are overjoyed. They all said that they have never been to the human realm. Everyone said that they want to go. Lord Soul Destroyer and the others even said that this is more important than the tribulation. Even the students of the Divine Palace are fighting to go. Protector Yang said respectfully. Lord Feng, everything in the heaven realm is settled. I will go to the human realm with little Zhang and the others. First. Lu Qingyang's voice rang out. One news after another came. Longer, how is it going? In the main hall, Mother Dragon, Long Tianqiu, Xiao Qingqing, Feng Xingxiong, and the others entered the main hall. All of them were smiling happily. Xiao Qingqing said excitedly, Chen we can't wait any longer. Mother, don't worry. It's all done. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Feng Qianyang smiled happily, Wuchen, the time has been set. 7 days later. Grand Elder, change the time to between Su and Hai. Feng Wuchen smiled. Heaven Realm. Dragon Gods. Clan Leader and the others have arrived. Everyone, follow me to welcome the Clan Leader. Among the Dragon Gods, everyone cheered wildly. Clan Leader and the elders have arrived. Many of the spirit beasts were extremely excited. All of them welcomed them respectfully. The Mansion Master has arrived. The Mansion Master has arrived. The Mansion Master has returned from the God Realm. The President has arrived. He has arrived. Many of the major forces in the Heaven Realm welcomed their respective sect masters, hall masters, and the others as if they were welcoming gods. At the same time, the major forces in the human realm were in an uproar. Immortal Artifact Pavilion, Zhang Family, Bailey Family, Dragon Tribe, Rakshasa Tribe, Bei Xian Sect, Holy Soul Academy, and other transcendent forces in the human realm all flashed into the void. Such a spectacular scene shocked countless cultivators in the human realm. They did not know what was going on. They thought that the end of the world had arrived. The old pavilion master and the elders are preparing to arrive. The Dragon Tribe sent news that people from all of the major forces have arrived. The old master is back. The experts of the major forces were filled with excitement and anticipation as they stared at the void. Buzz. buzz, the void in the human realm suddenly shook violently. Then, a bright golden light crack tore open. Waves of extremely terrifying aura spread out from the crack. They're here. The aura of Senior Lu Qingyang and the rest. The aura of the Dragon Tribe. The aura of the Bailey family. The aura of the Rakshasa tribe. The clan leader and the rest are really back. Seeing the golden crack and feeling the familiar and terrifying aura, the experts of the major forces were instantly excited. Swoosh! Swoosh! Figures flashed out from the golden crack. They were Long Zhantian, Ling Muyun, and the rest. Clan leader. The old clan leader is back too. The old pavilion master is back. That's great. The clan leader and the rest are back. The experts of the major forces were so excited that they cried tears of joy. Welcome, clan leader. Welcome, pavilion master. Welcome, faction leader. Loud roars that shook heaven and earth spread from the void and resounded throughout the human realm. Long. Clan leader Long Zhantian. And the Dragon Tribe elder. And the Rakshasa clan leader Ling Muyun and the rest. Lu Qingyang of the Dragon Temple. Miao Qingqing. And the Empire's soldiers. They are the most terrifying existences in the human realm. Could Feng Wuchen be back too? Bei Xian faction leader, Senior Yun Yuzi, and the rest. Oh my god. They're all here. There are still so many experts that we haven't seen yet. Is our empire's commander coming back? He's the pride of our empire. What's going on? Did something big happen? Countless forces and cultivators in the mortal realm were instantly dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Brother Feng, you're so happy. Where are you bringing me? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with a chuckle. Feng Wuchen smiled gently and said, Xiaoxiao, you'll know in a while. Let's go. Eh? Where are the people of the Dragon Temple? What did they go to do? Ling Xiaoxiao was surprised. The Dragon God Palace was actually empty. Let's go. Feng Wuchen did not explain. Instead, he took Ling Xiaoxiao and disappeared in a flash. As soon as Feng Wuchen disappeared with Ling Xiaoxiao, Su Yuan ordered, all forces in the 7 heavenly realms, listen up. The Dragon Temple Master has gone to the human realm. Everyone, charge. The 7 heavenly realms was instantly shaken. Door of the realm of God. Open. Su Yuan roared, and the door of the realm of God that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years was finally opened again. Buzz buzz. The huge door of the realm of God appeared in the void, and it was filled with an ancient aura. At this moment, experts from various realms had already gathered around the door of the realm of God, and there were even many major forces that had come out in full force. Honorable Su Yuan, why aren't you opening it yet? Gu Tianyang asked anxiously. Dong Huang Wuji said with a straight face, the seal of the door of the realm of God has already been removed by little friend Feng. Since we are all here, why aren't you opening it? Su Yuan, are you asking for a beating? Su Yuan, open the door. We were just thinking of going to the human world to take a look, Huang Yun shouted, and a group of people behind him followed suit. Hearing that, Su Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Seniors, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to open the door, but it's not time yet. Lord Feng said that the door of the realm of God will be opened when the time comes. Su Yuan, tell us what time it is exactly? Maihun asked. Maihun, Lord Feng said that the door of the realm of God will be opened at 7 o'clock. It's about time, please wait a little longer, Su Yuan replied respectfully. Dong Huang Wuji nodded and said, since little friend Feng has said so, we might as well wait a little longer. We can't be careless about this. Feng Wuchen was now the new overlord of the 7 realm of gods, and he was the most terrifying existence. No one dared to act rashly. All the forces in the 7 realm of gods had to wait patiently. No one dared to show any signs of impatience. Human world. The sky had darkened, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky. The space was unusually calm. Feng Wuchen descended from the sky with Ling Xiaoxiao in his arms, and slowly landed on the crescent moon. Brother Feng, is this the human world's Dragon God Palace? Ling Xiaoxiao was surprised. Although it was dark, she was very familiar with the aura of the human world, and could roughly see the Dragon God Palace below. Yes, this is the human realm. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Brother Feng, we haven't been back to the mortal realm for a long time. I miss it so much. Now we can come back and have a look. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a happy smile. Her sweet face was like an angel. However, Ling Xiaoxiao didn't seem to notice. The space was very quiet, so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. If Xiaoxiao likes it, we can come back often in the future. After all, this is the place where we lived for many years, and also the place where we were born. Feng Wuchen gently smiled and gently embraced Xiao Qingqing. Many of my memories are in the mortal realm. It's so good to have big brother Feng by my side. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily, and her red lips gently touched Feng Wuchen's face. Feng Wuchen instantly felt that he was the happiest person in the world. Xiaoxiao, are you willing to marry big brother Feng? Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao, Feng Wuchen asked softly. Ling Xiaoxiao was slightly taken aback and didn't react. She thought she heard wrong, but her pretty face instantly flushed, and tears flickered in her beautiful eyes. For the first time in so many years, Ling Xiaoxiao heard Feng Wuchen say this sentence. Tears of happiness and gratitude slid down her pretty face, and she cried tears of joy. This sentence came too suddenly. Xiaoxiao, are you willing? Feng Wuchen asked again. Ling Xiaoxiao was so happy that she nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, and said, yes, Xiaoxiao is willing. That's good. Send them to the bridal chamber. Just as Ling Xiaoxiao agreed, Lu Qingyang's roar suddenly sounded in the Dragon God Palace. The sudden roar gave Xiao Qingqing a fright. Haha. Send them to the bridal chamber. Beida Yan, Zhang Junlan, and the others roared excitedly. Qingyang? Qingqing? Little Zhang? Lan Yu? Ling Xiaoxiao was surprised to find that Lu Qingyang and the others were actually in the human world. In the next second, earth-shattering cheers soared into the sky from below the Dragon God Palace, straight into the clouds, and the momentum shook the heavens. The originally dim Dragon God Palace was instantly bright. The huge palace was hung with the word happiness, and red lotuses connected the sky and the beating of gongs and drums. It was full of joy. All of this sudden made Ling Xiaoxiao shocked and pleasantly surprised. This was obviously prepared long ago. Long Tianqiu, Long Mu, Feng Jingxiong, Xiao Qingqing, Ling Muyun, Ling Xian, and the others walked out of the main hall one after another. Father, Mother? Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked again. The huge Dragon God Palace square gathered powerhouses from all the major forces of the human world. Congratulations to the Dragon God Palace Master for marrying Ling Xiaoxiao as his bride. May the bride and groom have a child soon. Everyone congratulated. Congratulations to the great commander for marrying Ling Xiaoxiao as his wife. Everyone in the Scorching Fire Empire shouted excitedly. After a while, the powerhouses from all the major forces of the Heaven Realm flashed to the sky above the Dragon God Palace and congratulated. Congratulations to the Dragon God Palace Master for marrying Ling Xiaoxiao as his bride. May the bride and groom grow old together. The sound of congratulations resounded throughout the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, another large group of people appeared in the human world. This large group of people numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Every one of them was an existence that could make the top powerhouses of the human world and heaven realm feel fear. This was the army of the heavenly realm, and this was only the representatives of the major forces of the heavenly realm. Congratulations to Lord Feng on his wedding. This was the blessings from the major forces of the heavenly realm. Wave after wave of sound spread to every corner of the human world. Guest Elder, we are here to congratulate you on behalf of the heavenly realm. Miahun smiled happily. Congratulations to Lord Feng. Man Zhentian and the rest congratulated respectfully. It was one thing for the powerhouses of the heaven realm to come, but this time even the heavenly realm came. All the major forces of the human world were shocked, and all of them stared with their eyes wide open. Guest Elder? Lord Feng? On behalf of the heavenly realm, Feng Wuchen actually invited the heavenly realm, and so many of them, the powerhouses of the major forces of the human world, did not even know what the heavenly realm was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as the people of the human world and heaven realm were stunned, another large group of powerhouses appeared in a flash. They were the hundreds of thousands of powerhouses of the space and time divine world led by the Phoenix Spirit Mountain. We are here to congratulate Lord Feng on marrying Ling Xiaoxiao as his wife on behalf of the space and time divine world. Everyone from the Phoenix Spirit Mountain said happily. Space and time divine world, what kind of world was this? The people of the human world and heaven realm were stunned again. It was not over yet, the people of the sacred world came. I am here to congratulate Brother Feng on your marriage on behalf of the sacred world and dragon god realm. Shan Tong's voice rang in the void. Shan Tong. Long Tianqiu and the rest were shocked. Even Senior Shan Tong is here. Big Brother Feng, did you arrange this? Ling Xiaoxiao was completely stunned, and she could not believe it. Then, she looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen smiled gently and said, yes, I want to give Xiaoxiao a big surprise. I want to give Xiaoxiao the biggest wedding. I want everyone in the human world, heaven realm, God realm, space, and time divine world to know that Ling Xiaoxiao is my, Feng Wuchen's, wife. The biggest surprise. The biggest wedding in the 5 realms. Ling Xiaoxiao was so touched that tears streamed down her cheeks. She threw herself into Feng Wuchen's arms and started punching and kicking him. She used all her vicious tricks. Xiaoxiao is so lucky. Miao Qingqing, Yang Mei'er, Lan Yu, and the other girls were touched and envious. They almost cried too. Boo-hoo. So touched. I'm so touched. Lu Qingyang, who was standing at the side, burst into tears. Snot and tears streamed down his face. Miao Qingqing's pretty face froze. She reached out to Lu Qingyang's waist and put her index finger and thumb together. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but tremble, and his tears instantly shrank back. Miao Qingqing pinched with 2 fingers and twisted. Ow! The intense pain instantly spread throughout his body. Lu Qingyang suddenly let out a Bruce Lee cry. It's time. Get down to business. Miao Qingqing scolded and glared at Lu Qingyang. Yes. My fiancé. Lu Qingyang was serious. Brothers. Listen to my command. Tie up the bride and groom. Send them to the bridal chamber. Attack. Those who defy me. Beat him until he gives up resisting. Lu Qingyang shouted with a majestic aura. At Lu Qingyang's command, 7 to 8 young men and women from the Dragon God Temple rushed into the sky. Zhang Junlan, Bai Duyan, Yi Tianwei, and Lin Yu were one team to kidnap Feng Wuchen. Miao Qingqing, Yang Mei'er, Tian Lan, and Dong Huangyu were one team to kidnap Ling Xiaoxiao. Brother Feng. Xiaoxiao. The best actor and best actress appeared. They made it look like they were parting with their lives. Both parties' sad and sorrowful expressions were extremely vivid. Other than fools, no one would be fooled. Quick. Send them to the bridal chamber. No mistakes. Lu Qingyang shouted sternly. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Quick, quick, quick. Zhang Junlan shouted, as if they were robbing a bank. Send them to the bridal chamber. Send them to the bridal chamber. Feng Wuchen's scoundrel friends shouted one after another, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The experts of various worlds all laughed. Under the perfect arrangement of director Lu Qingyang, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were kidnapped. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingyang threw his head back and laughed like a rooster. Boom! Lu Qingyang, who was laughing wildly like he was in a wet dream, was hit hard on the head. Are you done wailing and howling? Why aren't you working? Lu scolded angrily. I say, Dad, can't you be a little gentler? Lu Qingyang covered his head with an innocent expression. If you don't marry Qingqing, I'll break your legs. Get lost. Lu shouted angrily. He raised his hand and was about to hit him again. Lu Qingyang was so scared that he immediately ran away. Next was all kinds of makeup and putting on the wedding dress. The first bow was to heaven and earth, the second bow was to the parents, the husband and wife bowed to each other, family members thanked, and so on. A banquet for 1 million people was set up in the void from the square of the Dragon Temple. The scene was spectacular, and it was definitely unique. It let everyone enjoy a banquet in the clouds. After the banquet, it was time to disturb the bridal chamber. Big brother Feng, make a move when it's time. Don't be soft-hearted at the critical moment. Tiger and leopard forms, trap her hands. Lu Qingyang shouted outside the door. The group of people looked serious. Humph. It's not certain who will be soft-hearted. Xiao, break his tiger and leopard claws with praying mantis fist, do your best. Miao Qingqing shouted angrily. Both sides' expressions were solemn to the extreme, tit for tat. A long line formed from the bridal chamber door to the square of the dragon temple, and finally connected to the sky. On the left side of the door was Feng Wuchen's lineup, majestic and invincible. On the right side of the door was Ling Xiaxia's lineup, overbearing and unyielding. Both sides faced each other, full of gunpowder, like fire and water. Praying mantis fist is nothing. Big brother Feng, tiger subduing fist is fierce, break praying mantis fist. Lu Qingyang shouted. Xiao, dog beating stick technique. Lan Yu shouted. Dog beating stick technique can subdue a tiger? Who are you trying to fool? Beta Yen shouted. Then tiger beating stick technique. Sweep in all directions. Miao Qingqing shouted with her hands on her hips, looking like she was not afraid of anyone. Big brother Lu, tiger beating stick technique seems very powerful. Dong Zhantian said carefully. Very powerful. Lu Qingyang nodded seriously. He looked at the long line and asked, who knows how to break tiger beating stick technique? Lin Xiantian, do you have any moves to break it? Lin Xiantian glanced at Lin Shuixian and saw that she was glaring at him. He quickly shook his head in fear. Chief Huang Yun, what about you? Lu Qingyang asked again. Qingyang, this is not easy to break. When a woman uses tiger beating stick technique, its power is not simple. Normal moves can't break it. Huang Yun analyzed seriously. The bridal room was like a fight between two masters. The momentum of the two sides had reached the peak. Big brother Qingyang. Dragon subduing 18 palms can subdue a tiger. Someone shouted. Good move. Perfect. Lu Qingyang was overjoyed. He quickly said, Big brother Feng, use dragon subduing 18 palms, break tiger beating stick technique, and use double dragon emerging from the sea. You can definitely win. Is dragon subduing 18 palms that powerful? Yang Mei Er shouted, Xiao, use sunflower pressure point technique to seal his pressure points. Make him unable to move and use his power. Good move. Good move. The female side cheered. They were all impressed. Humph. What do you think? Miao Qingqing raised her chin proudly. Lu Qingyang frowned. He touched his chin and said, this is not good. He can't move and use his power. How do we attack? This move is very scary. It's hard to break. Yi Tianqing shook his head seriously. Senior Dong Huang, do you have a way to break it? Lin Yu asked. Dong Huang Wuji smiled awkwardly and shook his head helplessly. Behind him, Mia Hun and the others also shook their heads. Dong Huang Wuji was also part of the bridal room party. People in their 70s and 80s also came to join in the fun. How shameless could they be? Who has a way to break it? Tell me quickly. Lu Qingyang asked anxiously. He looked as if someone was digging up his ancestral grave. There was a long line. They asked one question after another. They even asked about the team in the sky. Bailey Yufeng said seriously, Qingyang, this move is too powerful. There is no way to break it. Lu Qingyang, have you thought about it? There is not much time left. If you can't think of a way to break it, you lose. Yun Yuzi asked seriously. Holy shit. There was actually a judge, was this still a bridal room party? Uncle Feng, do you have any good moves? In the end, Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Xingxiong for help. Don't look at me. Uncle Feng doesn't know these strange moves. Feng Xingxiong immediately shook his head. Admit defeat once. Yun Yuzi said seriously. Lu Qingyang's formation. Admit defeat twice. Yun Yuzi said again. Lu Qingyang's formation. Admit defeat 3 times. Yun Yuzi shouted at the end. Wait. Lu Qingyang suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over, waiting for Lu Qingyang to break the move. Humph. It's just the sunflower pressure point technique. It's nothing. Lu Qingyang smiled proudly and said, Humph. Big brother Feng. Use the admit defeat technique. Old man announces that Lu Qingyang admits defeat. Yun Yuzi announced loudly. Qingyang, what are you doing? Can't Yongchun win? He lost just like that? Isn't it too fast? He didn't even use the dragon claw hand. Brother Qingyang, 9 strategies of Duga can do it too, right? If not, Drunken Fist can do it too. Why did he admit defeat? Lu Qingyang rolled his eyes. In the bridal chamber, Feng Wuchen vomited 3 liters of blood. How could he do it if he couldn't move? Could this still be called a bridal chamber? Feng Wuchen cursed Lu Qingyang 500 times in his heart. Brother Feng, you can't move yet. In the bridal chamber, just as Feng Wuchen was about to speak, Ling Xiaoxiao beat him to it. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly and scolded, Qingyang, that bastard, I'll teach him a lesson tomorrow morning. Brother Feng can't move, but Xiaoxiao can. Ling Xiaoxiao walked over with a smirk. Feng Wuchen was shocked and said in horror, Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Don't come over, Push back. Lu Qingyang. Stop right there. Help. Brother Feng is going to kill someone. If I catch you, I'll break your legs. Early the next morning, Lu Qingyang's screams could be heard. He shouted desperately for help like a rooster crowing in the morning. The wedding that shook the 5 realms passed with great joy. Then it was Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's alone time. The experts from all realms returned home. Shan Tong said that she would wait for them in the holy world and left. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The cultivation of most people in the Dragon Temple had reached the peak of the God realm. They could ascend at any time. However, Long Tianchou and the other experts of the older generation decided to stay in the 7 God realms for the time being and let the younger generation fight in the holy world first. Lin Shantian also decided to stay in the God world to accompany Lin Shuixian. He would ascend when Lin Shuixian reached the immortal ascension realm. Above the void, Donghuang Wuji, Mia Hun, Qian Hun, Gui Nu, Shui Zhanshan, and the others were ready to ascend. In the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, Zhang Junlan, Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, Lan Yu, Lu Wuhan, Long Nidian, Long Qinghun, Bai Duyan, Yi Tianqing, and more than 100 young experts were also ready to ascend. 100 people ascended to the holy world. The scene was absolutely spectacular and absolutely shocking. There was a sea of people everywhere, and almost all of the powerhouses of the 7 God realms had gathered here. Feng Wuchen and the others were the second group of people to ascend to the Saints' world after Zhu Yingkue. After so many years, Zhu Yingkue was the first person to ascend to the Saints' world, and no one else had ascended after him. Buzz buzz. Donghuang Wuji and the others were the first to trigger the heavenly tribulation. The void was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. 9 huge lightning tribulation vortexes condensed one after another. At the same time, Ling Xiaoxiao and more than 100 young experts also released all of their strength to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Buzz buzz. An extremely shocking scene appeared. In the vast void, more than 100 huge heavenly tribulation vortexes appeared, and thunder rumbled continuously in the 7 God realms. More than 100 heavenly tribulations struck down at the same time. At that moment, everyone in the 7 God realms held their breaths. Their faces were full of fear, and their bodies trembled. Everyone stared at the void as if they wanted to remember this incomparably shocking scene forever. This scene was too terrifying. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others used their saint techniques to block the heavenly tribulation. The explosions were endless and shook the entire 7 God realms. They did not even take the first heavenly tribulation seriously. Under the support of powerful saint and divine weapons, the second heavenly tribulation was also blocked. However, many people were injured as a result. This made everyone nervous to the extreme. They had already suffered the second heavenly tribulation. How could they withstand the third one? However, Feng Wuchen was not worried. If he did not have a certain degree of confidence, Feng Wuchen would not have let them undergo the heavenly tribulation. As for the third heavenly tribulation, all of them used their full strength and used everything they knew. They used the various talismans that Feng Wuchen had prepared for them. They used all their strength, and in the end, they were all heavily injured and successfully passed the tribulation. We did it. Haha. We did it. The third heavenly tribulation is really terrifying. I thought I couldn't withstand it. We gave it our all, but we still suffered such serious injuries. Fortunately, we have the Alliance Master's defensive and offensive talisman patterns. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to withstand the third heavenly tribulation. After successfully passing the heavenly tribulation, Lu Qingyang and the others were completely relieved and excited. The people of the Dragon Temple were also completely relaxed. Each and every one of them endured the humiliation. Countless cultivators who were watching from all directions, after enduring the terrifying pressure of sweating like rain, instantly became excited. Brother Feng, we did it! Ling Xiaoxiao shouted happily. Well done. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. After a while, after the heavenly tribulation disappeared, more than 100 lightning vortexes shone down dazzling golden light pillars at the same time, enveloping the people undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The serious injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy in the body was also quickly converted into the energy of the holy world. Finally, after bidding farewell to the people of the 7 god realms, the golden light pillars disappeared into the vortexes. Father, Mother, have you really thought about it? Feng Wuchen looked down at the Dragon Temple and asked. Xiao Qingqing smiled happily and said, Chen we're not in a hurry. We just ascended to the god realm not long ago. We haven't seen the 7 god realms properly. We still have to take care of the people who just ascended from the heaven realm. Feng Qianyang added with a smile. Guest elder, we still need some time to make arrangements. It shouldn't be long since we ascended to the holy world. Emperor Extermination smiled happily. They were not in a hurry. Farewell, everyone. Father, Mother, take care. I'll wait for you in the holy world. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists at the crowd, then directly rushed into the sky. Under the shocked gazes of countless cultivators of the 7 god realms, Feng Wuchen directly tore the void and entered. There was no need for him to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This? Feng Jingxiong and the others were instantly petrified. Long doesn't need to undergo the heavenly tribulation anymore? Long Tianqiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lord Feng's cultivation is so strong that he can ignore the heavenly tribulation? Huang Yan's eyeballs were about to fall out. Isn't the chief teacher's cultivation too terrifying? The students of the God Palace were all stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Lord Feng doesn't need to trigger the heavenly tribulation? He just went straight to the holy world? Man Jintian rubbed his eyes hard. Countless cultivators instantly burst into an uproar after recovering from their shock. The gate of the holy world. Dong Huang Wuji, Mia Hun, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen was the last to appear. At this moment, their energy had been completely converted into Saint Origin energy, and their cultivation had reached the 1-star Saint realm. This should be the gate of the holy world, just like the God realm. Let's go in and see the holy world. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and took the lead to enter. The others followed behind. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Figures flew out of the gate of the holy world one after another. They were Feng Wuchen and the others. The gate of the holy world had not moved for hundreds of years. If someone was nearby, they would be shocked by the scene in front of them. More than 100 people came out of the gate of the holy world at the same time. This meant that they had ascended together. The holy world had existed for so many years, but it had never seen such a shocking scene. Wow, is this the holy world? It's so beautiful. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so dense. Miao Qingqing, Lan Yu, and the others were attracted by the holy world. As far as the eye could see, a large mountain range towered into the clouds. From afar, one could even see numerous lofty and imposing palaces that were grand and majestic. Under the forest, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Holy beasts and birds played in the forest. Compared to the 7 deity worlds, the holy world was more beautiful. Lu Qingyang looked around and said, "It's similar to the 7 deity worlds. It's just that the spiritual energy is dozens of times stronger. There are more mountains, water, rocks, trees, palaces, people, and experts." Everyone was speechless. "No one will think you're mute if you don't talk." Miao Qingqing scolded in a low voice and glared at Lu Qingyang. A single look from him instantly turned Lu Qingyang into a good and obedient student. "I can feel the aura of many powerful holy beasts coming from all directions. It seems like the holy world is different from the deity world," Wild Leopard said. "Each world is one world. It's just a division. There won't be much difference. However, compared to the deity world, the holy world is much stronger in all aspects," Mia Hun said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, "After ascending to the holy world, our strength will increase. Big brother Feng, we won't lose to you this time," Lu Qingyang said confidently. Everyone was on the same starting line. Even if their cultivation speed was not as fast as Feng Wuchen's, it would not be too far behind. "Brother Feng, you guys have ascended." Just as everyone was excited, Shan Tong's laughter sounded. Then, he appeared silently. Senior Shan Tong. Seeing Shan Tong, everyone was overjoyed. Dong Huang Wuji, Soul Destroyer, and God of War were rather flattered. Although Shan Tong was only in his early 30s, in terms of grief and indignation, Shan Tong was still their senior. "Shan Tong, how do you know that we have ascended?" Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Shan Tong grinned and said, "That's simple. The dragon gods have already sent people to keep an eye on the god realm. When you guys ascended, I already knew. You guys had just arrived in the sacred realm, so you definitely aren't familiar with the sacred realm. Let's go, follow me to the dragon god realm. I'll tell you guys about it while I'm at it." Shan Tong continued with a smile. "Shan Tong, the few of us have already discussed and decided to find a place to build the Divine Alchemist Tower in the sacred realm. We won't be going to the dragon god realm," Annihilation Soul said with a faint smile. "Looks like Senior Annihilator still can't let go of the Divine Pagoda." Yi Jianying smiled faintly. "That's not bad. You'll definitely be able to shake up the saints' world in the future." Feng Wuchen nodded. He did not object. "Little friend Feng, take care." Annihilation Soul and the others cupped their fists and then ascended. Annihilation Soul and Dong Huang Wuji naturally had their own thoughts. They did not want to go to the dragon god realm. Firstly, they had just ascended and were weak. Secondly, they did not want to live under someone else's roof. Feng Wuchen naturally guessed it, so he did not object. After Annihilation Soul and the others left, Beta Yen hurriedly asked, "Alliance Master, should we build our own dragon god palace?" "No need." Feng Wuchen shook his head. Swish. A figure suddenly flashed over. It was Hualing Tian. "Hualing Tian?" Shan Tong was surprised. "Senior Shan Tong, Hualing Tian has already submitted to Big Brother Feng." Lu Qingyang hurriedly explained. "I see. Your luck is not bad. Let's go." Shan Tong nodded and flew away with everyone. After Shan Tong and the others left, another figure flashed over. It was an old man. If Feng Wuchen and the others were here, they would definitely recognize this person as Zhuing Kuei. "Feng Wuchen, you destroyed the old man's painstaking efforts in the 7 god realms. The old man will definitely not let you go. The old man wants to use your blood to suppress the candle fiend. Since you have already ascended to the holy world, just wait for the old man's endless revenge. If I don't kill you, Feng Wuchen, the old man is not human." Zhuing Kui's face was extremely gloomy and murderous. The news of Feng Wuchen ascending to the holy world had already spread in the dragon god realm. At this moment, in the huge and imposing palace of the dragon gods, the upper echelons of various forces had already gathered. They were waiting for the supreme dragon god to descend to the dragon god realm. "Ancestor, the supreme has just descended from the god realm and his cultivation is weak. I am worried that the major forces of the dragon god realm." In the main hall, Miao Wufeng looked worried. But before he finished speaking, Long Shihun smiled and said, "There is no need to worry about this. Feng Wuchen has experienced the human realm, heaven realm, and god realm. He has seen a lot of these things. He can handle it himself. Humph. Feng Wuchen is the supreme dragon god of the dragon god realm. I want to see who dares to offend him. The hot-tempered Long Shiyun shouted angrily. Hee, I have finally waited for this day. To be able to revive the origin power of the dragon gods that has disappeared for 100,000 years, this child is definitely not simple. Long Shitian laughed happily. Who dares to provoke him? Brother Feng is very terrifying. Even the most terrifying expert in the holy world is an ant in front of him. Long Xianxia secretly said in his heart. He only hoped that those without eyes would not provoke Feng Wuchen. In the heaven-defying reincarnation pagoda in Feng Wuchen's divine ring, every expert had the terrifying ability to wipe out the holy world with a wave of their hand. He's here. Long Shihun laughed happily. Shan Tong had already brought Feng Wuchen and the others into the territory of the dragon god realm. At this moment, they were flying towards the dragon god temple. Along the way, Feng Wuchen and the others saw many majestic mountains and palaces, and also met many experts. The entire eastern region is the dragon god realm? Isn't this too big? Lu Qingyang and the others all revealed extremely shocked expressions. Who would have thought that Long Shihun, who was seen in the 7 divine realms, was actually the ancestor of the ancient dragon gods, and even had a super terrifying cultivation. The entire eastern region is the power of the dragon gods. How terrifying is that? Zhang Junlin's entire body trembled. When he first came to the holy world, he didn't dare to imagine it at all. One had to know that the eastern region of the holy world was extremely vast. Who knew how many terrifying forces were spread out? Don't praise it like that. The dragon god temple has many great forces scattered all over the eastern region. Not the entire eastern region's forces belong to the dragon god temple. It's just that the eastern region is called the dragon god realm. The other great forces of the eastern region don't dare to say anything. The strength of the 3 ancestors is quite terrifying. Shan Tong laughed lightly. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen and the others nodded. Shan Tong raised his chin and said with a smile, the dragon god temple is not far ahead. The ancestors must be impatient. When Feng Wuchen and the others arrived in the sky above the dragon god temple, a large group of experts knelt down respectfully, welcome Supreme Dragon God to the holy world. Supreme Dragon God? Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked. They never knew that the title of Supreme Dragon God was so terrifying. All the experts under the dragon gods, except for the 3 ancestors, knelt down. Didn't that mean that Feng Wuchen was already an overlord of the holy world when he just ascended? Lu Qingyang and the others were so shocked that they couldn't move. It was as if there was an invisible hand pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. These were all experts who were much stronger than them. Even a random guard was stronger than them. Who wouldn't be shocked by this scene? Feng Wuchen was also stunned. This was not the divine world, but the holy world. Second brother, third brother, he is Feng Wuchen. Long Shihun smiled faintly. The 2 ancestors were sizing up Feng Wuchen and nodded in satisfaction. Their old faces were full of happy smiles. We finally meet. The dragon gods have such a descendant. It is the blessing of the dragon gods. Haha. Long Shiyun laughed happily. Not bad, not bad. His bloodline is very pure, even stronger than ours. The other descendants of the dragon gods have also obtained the origin power. Long Shirtian stroked his beard and said with a smile. Long Shirhun smiled faintly. The girl of the Rakshasa clan, her bloodline is high, her talent is high, and she has also obtained the origin power. She is much more outstanding than the Rakshasa clan's geniuses. Not bad. The 2 ancestors nodded in satisfaction. The more they looked at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, the more they liked and were satisfied. Brother Feng, they are all from the major forces under the Dragon God Temple. Shan Tong whispered. Feng Wuchen suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded slightly, then said, Seniors, there is no need to be so polite. You may all rise. Thank you, Supreme Dragon God. Everyone said respectfully again. Long Qianye, Nia Wufeng, and the other ancient experts who had appeared in the 7 divine realms were all looking at Feng Wuchen with smiles on their faces. Teacher, quick, look. It's that old senior from the 7 deities realm. Zhang Junlan said in a low voice. He recognized Long Shihun at first glance. There are other ancient experts as well, Long Qinghun said. Shan Tong said in a low voice, the leader of the dragon gods is the greatest primogenitor and also the strongest. The other two are also primogenitors. What? Primogenitor? That old senior is the greatest ancestor of the dragon gods? Zhang Junlan and the others' expressions changed greatly, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests. Junior Feng Wuchen greets the three primal ancestors. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists respectfully as he looked at the three primal ancestors. Junior greets the three primal ancestors. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others also cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Their expressions were still filled with shock. The three of them are our dragon god's primal ancestors? Long Nidian, Long Qinghun, and the rest of the dragon gods felt great waves in their hearts. The moment they saw the three primal ancestors, they finally understood how terrifying Long Shihun's identity was. Long Shihun nodded happily and said with a smile, no need for formalities, let's enter the main hall first. The upper echelons of the dragon gods, as well as the upper echelons of the various forces under the dragon gods, entered the main hall one after another. Without a certain status, one was not qualified to enter the main hall of the dragon god temple. In other words, the experts who could enter the main hall were core existences of the dragon gods, even if they were not of the dragon gods. I didn't expect the primal ancestors to confer the title to be so young. Moreover, they have just descended to the holy world. Isn't the primal ancestors' decision too hasty? Their strength is too weak. Even if they are geniuses, they still need a long time to cultivate. I'm afraid they won't be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of being a primal ancestor. I think it's because the primal ancestors' dragon god's bloodline is too strong. The primal ancestors want to nurture him. Lower your voices. Don't say anything that shouldn't be said. Don't spread it to the primal ancestors. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Outside the main hall, people from various forces were discussing in low voices, but they soon shut up. The dragon god's sovereign status was extraordinary and noble. The consequences of offending him were not something they could bear. In the luxurious and spacious main hall, Long Shihun's face was full of smiles. He then briefly introduced the upper echelons of the various forces under the dragon gods to Feng Wuchen. Regarding the matter of Feng Wuchen becoming the dragon god sovereign, some of the upper echelons expressed their opposition, but they were all suppressed by Long Shihun. If anyone has any objections, you can leave at any time. Long Shihun's domineering words silenced those who objected. On the other hand, the other upper echelons firmly memorized Feng Wuchen's face, afraid that they would offend him in the future. Following that, Long Shihun's actions shocked everyone in the main hall. You're Ling Xiaoxiao, right? Long Shihun asked with a benevolent smile. Yes. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded her head slightly. I have some ties with the ancestors of your Rakshasa race. Now that you're married to Feng Wuchen, you can be considered as a member of the dragon gods. Long Shihun laughed happily, then took out a token and handed it to Ling Xiaoxiao. Dragon ancestor, this token is. Ling Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, not knowing what this token represented. But in the main hall, the upper echelons of various forces were all stunned. Others might not know what token that was, but they knew. That was the Dragon Soul token. To be able to command all the forces under the Dragon God Temple and have supreme authority, this was equivalent to the existence of the fourth dragon ancestor. That was a token that they dreamed of getting. Even if they couldn't get the Dragon Soul token, other tokens would do. This token is not simple. What does it represent? Feng Wuchen sensed the shocked expressions of the upper echelons, and became curious. Long Nidian and the others were also looking at the token. Something that Long Shihun could take out was naturally extraordinary. The dragon ancestor actually gave the Dragon Soul token to sister-in-law. He's planning to tie brother Feng to death in the dragon god realm. Shan Tong was secretly shocked. The dragon ancestor is really generous, that's probably the Dragon Soul token. Long Xianxia and the rest were also shocked. Keep this token well. I wasn't able to personally attend your wedding with Feng Wuchen, so take this as a gift to make up for your wedding, don't reject it. Long Shihun said with a benevolent smile. Thank you, dragon ancestor. Ling Xiaoxiao thanked respectfully. Although she knew that the token was very precious, she didn't dare to reject it. She couldn't reject it in front of so many powerful people, right? If Ling Xiaoxiao knew the terrifying value of the token, she probably wouldn't have dared to accept it. Lu Qingyang and the rest were very curious about what kind of token it was, but they didn't dare to ask and could only hold it in. After a simple chat, Long Shihun asked Shan Tong to bring Feng Wuchen and the rest around the palace to understand the Dragon God Temple. Shan Tong, what was the token that the dragon ancestor gave to Xiaoxiao just now? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The Dragon Soul Token. Shan Tong replied. The Dragon Soul Token? Long Nidian and the rest looked at him curiously. It can command all the forces and experts under the dragon gods. It's equivalent to the fourth dragon ancestor's identity. Shan Tong explained. The fourth progenitor? Hearing Shan Tong's words, Ling Xiaoxiao was so shocked that she almost lost her balance. Long Nidian and the others opened their mouths so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. Their expressions were of extreme shock. Too shocking, the Dragon Soul Medallion was a symbol of status. Such a precious Dragon Soul Medallion, and the progenitor is giving it to Xiaoxiao. He's really generous. Feng Wuchen was also shocked. Bai Yan then said, this means that the progenitor values Xiaoxiao. Shan Tong shook his head and sighed, this is only on the surface. The progenitor's real goal is to tie you and sister-in-law to death in the Dragon God realm. Tied to death in the Dragon God realm? Lu Qingyang was confused and asked, Senior Shan Tong, what do you mean? To live and die with the Dragon God Temple. Shan Tong said. Isn't that normal? Long Qinghun had a strange expression. Feng Wuchen and the others also looked at Shan Tong in shock. They felt that Shan Tong was going to betray them. Why are you all looking at me like that? Haven't you all thought of establishing your own force? Shan Tong asked in surprise when he noticed the strange looks from Feng Wuchen and the others. Big brother Feng is now the Dragon God Supreme. Isn't the Dragon God Temple our force? Lu Qingyang asked. Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she didn't say anything. Without waiting for Shan Tong to speak, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, Shan Tong, I understand what you mean. But I don't care what they say behind my back. One day, I will make them shut up. The words seemed casual, but they contained unparalleled majesty and dominance. It seemed extremely arrogant, as if he didn't put the forces under the Dragon God Temple in his eyes, but Feng Wuchen had the power to say it. It wasn't because Feng Wuchen was conferred the title of Dragon God Supreme. Feng Wuchen didn't care about this title at all. It was because of the heaven-defying reincarnation pagoda. With the existence of the heaven-defying reincarnation tower, Feng Wuchen had an undying body. He was invincible in the saints' world. Shan Tong shrugged and said with a smile, it seems like I worried too much. Let's go, I'll show you the Dragon God Temple and tell you about the division of realms in the Holy World. The realms in the Holy World were divided from lowest to highest, Saint, Holy Spirit, Holy King, Holy Monarch, Holy Emperor, and Holy Venerate. Each realm was divided into 1 to 9 stars. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were now 1-star saints. Feng Wuchen was a 2-star saint. When Shan Tong was in the divine world, he was a holy king. After he ascended to the holy world, he broke through to the holy emperor level with the help of powerful pills, heavenly treasures, and space. He was now a 2-star holy emperor. It could be seen that Shan Tong was extremely talented. He was worthy of being the young master of the sovereign spirit clan. Long Shirling's cultivation had already reached the level of a 9-star holy venerate. Long Shirtian and Long Shiyun's cultivation were second only to Long Shihun's, they were 8-star saint realm. Currently, in the entire holy world, there were only 3 people who could reach the level of a 9-star holy venerate. In the holy world, which was thousands of times more terrifying than the divine world, there were only 3 people at the peak of the realm. It could be seen how difficult it was to raise one's cultivation. Alchemists' realms were divided the same as cultivators' realms. It was just that there were no small realms from 1 to 9 stars. Now, Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm had not stepped into the saint realm, but he was not far from it. The Supreme Pavilion is where you live and cultivate. You've just ascended to the saint's world, so stay in the Dragon God's sacred hall for a few days and learn more about the saint's world. I'll come back in a few days, Shan Tong said before leaving. The Supreme Pavilion was specially prepared for Feng Wuchen. In the Dragon God Temple, it was a supreme existence. Big Brother Feng, we have so many Saint Origin stones, it's enough for us to raise our cultivation. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. He could not wait to cultivate. The primal Yang stones they obtained from the 7 clans were called Saint Origin stones in the Holy World. Feng Wuchen and the others did not lack Saint Origin stones at all. You all go and cultivate first. Feng Wuchen nodded. After everyone left, Ling Xiaoxiao said, Big Brother Feng, I want to revive the Rakshasa race. In fact, when Senior Annihilator and the others proposed to build a divine pagoda, I already had the idea. Then, the dragon ancestor mentioned the Rakshasa race, which made me even more determined. The Rakshasa race can't be protected by the dragon gods forever. Moreover, this is not our dragon god temple. When I was in the divine world, Grandpa also told me about this. They did not ascend because they wanted to establish the Rakshasa race. As a descendant of the Rakshasa race, I have awakened the ancient bloodline and obtained the origin energy. I also promised the Rakshasa race ancestor to revive the Rakshasa race. I have to do this, or else. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao getting more and more excited, Feng Wuchen quickly smiled and said, Whatever Xiaoxiao wants to do, I will support you. You are my wife now, I will respect any decision you make. Do you understand? Thank you, husband. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled emotionally. Feng Wuchen kissed Ling Xiaoxiao's forehead gently and said with a gentle smile, You are my wife, what are you thanking me for? We will find a better place in a few days. Okay, then I will go cultivate first. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. She was extremely happy. They've just entered the saint's world, and they're weak. Even if it's sovereign dragon god and the dragon ancestor suppressing them, there probably won't be many people willing to accept it. They'll have to rely on themselves, thought Feng Wuchen. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had never thought of relying on the power of the dragon god temple. Hualing Tian, I have a mission for you. Secretly establish the Dragon Soul organization. As long as it is an expert, tell me what you need. I need a force in the dark, and it must be absolutely loyal. Without my orders, it must not be exposed. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. His words carried a domineering aura. Yes. Hualing Tian replied respectfully and immediately left the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen already had a preliminary plan. The dragon soul in the dark was the beginning. With a thought, Feng Wuchen entered the divine ring. Glancing at the reincarnation pagoda, Feng Wuchen murmured, If I want to be recognized, I need to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. At least I can sense the power of the second layer. I just don't know what cultivation I need to break the second seal. Shaking his head, Feng Wuchen withdrew from the divine ring and immediately sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the holy world's spiritual energy to cultivate. Feng Wuchen needed to convert his energy into Saint Qi. With the help of his avatar, Feng Wuchen only needed 2 days to completely convert his energy into Saint Qi. I can finally cultivate. Feng Wuchen grinned. He had been looking forward to raising his cultivation for more than a year. Feng Wuchen had a large number of Saint Origin stones, and with his avatar, breaking through to the 3-star Saint realm was not a problem. With a thought, Feng Wuchen entered the divine ring. With a wave of his hand, a large number of Saint Origin stones appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged and condensed his avatar. He then circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique and entered a state of cultivation. For the early stage Feng Wuchen, Saint Origin stones were the best choice. After cultivating for several hours, Feng Wuchen was quite satisfied with the speed of his cultivation. If I want to increase my cultivation faster, Saint Origin stones alone are far from enough. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes, thinking about going to the Dragon God Temple's alchemy pavilion to get some treasures to cultivate. Dragon God Temple had no shortage of low-rank treasures, in fact, they had more than enough to use. But just as this idea came to his mind, Feng Wuchen immediately dismissed it. Dragon God Temple's alchemy pavilion must have powerful alchemists overseeing it. Although he was the Dragon God Supreme, he was afraid he would be ignored. I'm too lazy to ask for a rebuff. Although not everyone is like this, forget it, I'll just treat it as a matter of pride. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Unless Feng Wuchen became strong enough, in the eyes of Dragon God Temple and its subordinate great forces, Feng Wuchen was in existence with an undeserved reputation. A world where strength was respected was cruel. It seems that staying in Dragon God Temple is not the best choice. Feng Wuchen felt helpless. This was not to say that Feng Wuchen did not like Dragon God Temple, but there was no place for him in such a behemoth. I'll take Xiaoxiao to find a place in a few days and learn more about the Holy World's herbs. Let's go to the library first. Feng Wuchen thought, then went to the library. Feng Wuchen planned to read some ancient books about pills. After all, he was not familiar with the Holy World's pills. At the same time, in a palace in Dragon God Temple, a disciple respectfully reporting to Elder, Feng Wuchen did not go to the alchemy pavilion to take any cultivation materials. Humph. At least he knows his place. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in Dragon God Temple just because Long Hunling conferred him the title of Dragon God Supreme? He can forget about praying to this elder. The thin old man on the main seat said coldly. As an elder of the Dragon Sacred Temple, how could he tolerate a junior stepping on his head? Sigh, he's just a descendant of the Dragon Gods, and he's only just ascended to the Holy World. What qualifications does he have to be a supreme being? Long Hun's decision was indeed too hasty. I really don't know what he was thinking. He didn't even take us seriously. Another old man shook his head helplessly. Humph. If Feng Wuchen possessed great strength, I wouldn't have any objections. But he just had to ascend. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't our Dragon God Temple become a laughingstock? Said the skinny elder angrily. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At their level of cultivation, if it were anyone else, they would not be able to tolerate a junior stepping on their heads. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was only a 2-star saint. Continue to keep an eye on Feng Wuchen. If necessary, teach him a lesson. This elder wants to let him know that the Dragon Sacred Temple will not allow a weakling like him to be the supreme being of the Dragon God. I also want to let Long Hun know that Feng Wuchen is not qualified, said the old man coldly. If Feng Wuchen really went to the alchemy pavilion just now, not only would he be mocked, he would even be humiliated. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the library pavilion. The Dragon God Temple's library pavilion was very imposing. There were all kinds of ancient books inside, and even powerful cultivation methods and spells. Greetings to the Supreme Being. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear in the library pavilion, the guards were stunned at first, but then they quickly went up to greet him respectfully. No need to be so courteous. I'll have to trouble you to bring me to see the ancient books about pills. Feng Wuchen said politely. One of them quickly said respectfully, Supreme, please follow me. Thank you. Feng Wuchen followed. The library pavilion was divided into 7 floors. The ancient books, cultivation methods, and spells on each floor were different. The higher the floor, the higher the authority required. In other words, the higher the floor, the more precious the ancient books and spells were. The first floor was very spacious. There were all kinds of ancient books in all directions, but they were all ordinary books. Anyone in the Dragon God Temple was qualified to look at them. Supreme, this is the ancient records about alchemists. On the left are cultivation methods and spells. But these cultivation methods and spells require a Saint Spirit Realm cultivator to practice. One of the guards explained respectfully and directly led Feng Wuchen to the right, as if he did not want to let Feng Wuchen see the cultivation methods and spells. Of course, Feng Wuchen didn't care. Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not have any reaction, a trace of disdain flashed across the 2 guards' eyes. It was as if they were saying, you want to practice the Holy World's cultivation methods and spells? Supreme, please feel free to look around. We won't disturb you. One of the guards said respectfully. The 2 guards pushed Huang Xiaolong to the center. Looking at them, it was as if they were worried that Feng Wuchen would peek at the cultivation methods and spells, so they purposely stared at him. Feng Wuchen casually picked up an ancient book about alchemy and herbs. Feng Wuchen read quickly. He had a photographic memory, memorizing all kinds of herbs and heavenly treasures. Even the medicinal properties and appearance were memorized. Even the details were not left out. He read one book after another. Refining, inscription, forging, and other ancient books were not left out. In the beginning, the two guards did not care, but when Feng Wuchen took out the ancient books about refining, inscription, and forging, they felt even more disdain for him. Whether he's an alchemist or not is still a problem. He even read the ancient books about refining, inscription, and forging. Can he understand them? The fat guard said disdainfully in a low voice. Humph. If the alchemists of the alchemy pavilion knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. The other guard sneered in a low voice. Forget it, forget it. Ignore him. He's just a saint. The fat guard was impatient. Feng Wuchen was focused on reading and did not notice the disdainful expressions of the two guards at all. After a full hour, Feng Wuchen had memorized all the basic things. He had a thorough understanding of the foundation of a fourth-layer alchemist in the Holy World. The basics were too simple. He did not need to waste too much time at all. Please take me to the second floor. Feng Wuchen walked over and said indifferently. That, Supreme, are you a Saint Spirit Realm alchemist? A guard asked tentatively. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Then you're a Saint Realm alchemist? The fat guard asked. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head again. Feng Wuchen was not lying. Feng Wuchen really was not a Saint Realm alchemist. The two guards despised him 10,000 times in their hearts. He was not an alchemist at all, but he pretended to know and read the ancient books of the four major fields. Supreme, you're not an alchemist. Why are you reading the ancient books of alchemists? Moreover, the Dragon God Temple has a rule that only those who have reached the Saint Spirit Realm are qualified to go to the second floor. This is the rule set by the ancestor. There's such a rule? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Supreme Dragon God doesn't know the rules of the Dragon God Temple? If others were to find out about this, wouldn't they laugh at our Dragon God Temple for having no one capable? A strange laughter suddenly sounded. Who are you? Feng Wuchen looked at the entrance and asked coldly as he glanced at the newcomer. The newcomer was a young man about the same age as Feng Wuchen. He had a loathsome smile on his face. This subordinate is naturally from the Dragon God Temple. Today, I happen to need a divine technique to cultivate. Unfortunately, I ran into Lord Venerable. The young man seemed respectful, but he was actually glib. He didn't put Feng Wuchen in his eyes at all. Even when Feng Wuchen asked him who he was, he didn't tell him who he was. Lord Venerable, if you want to go to the second floor, you need to be in the Holy Spirit Realm. Lord Venerable has just ascended to the Holy World and is only in the Holy Realm. This subordinate even heard them say that Lord Venerable isn't an alchemist. If Lord Venerable is allowed to go up, I'm afraid that it will break the rules. Of course, with Lord Venerable's status, not to mention the second floor, you can even go to the seventh floor as you wish. However, I hope that Lord Venerable will ask the primogenitor first. Otherwise, if you break the rules, they won't be able to bear the responsibility. The young man said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. His words seemed reasonable, but they were full of sarcasm. Lord Venerable, that is indeed the case. I hope that Lord Venerable won't make things difficult for us. The fat guard added. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen finally understood. Humph. They are going too far. Master, they are clearly trying to make things difficult for you. They don't put you in their eyes at all. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. Master has just ascended to the Saint's world and has been conferred the title of Dragon God Sovereign. His status is extraordinary. Among the experts of the Dragon God Temple and the large forces under it, who would be willing to submit to a weakling? Nian Luanqi, you have advanced to a Saint Tool? Hearing Nian Luanqi's voice, Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Just advanced. Nian Luanqi replied respectfully. Lord Venerable, if you are done, you can go back. One of the guards said respectfully. Since there is a rule, I won't go up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The young man revealed a disgusting smile again and said, Lord Venerable, you have just ascended to the Holy World. You can choose any of the cultivation techniques on the first floor. Don't look at them as ordinary divine techniques. They are probably dozens of times stronger than what Lord Venerable cultivated in the divine world. Pa. As soon as the man's voice fell, there was a sudden crisp sound of a slap on his face. This slap directly stunned him, and his expression became sluggish. The two guards widened their eyes in shock. The anger in their hearts instantly surged out, and their faces darkened, but no one made a move. This slap was from Feng Wuchen. Lord Supreme Being, why did you hit me? The young man suppressed his monstrous anger and asked. He glared at Feng Wuchen and clenched his fists. Feng Wuchen had only just ascended to the saint's realm, yet he was already beating people up just because he was the Dragon God Supreme. Because I don't like to see you smile. Your smile is very annoying. I also don't like to hear what you say, so I hit you. Feng Wuchen said coldly, with a righteous attitude. Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen slapped him again without mercy. You dare to glare at me with this kind of eyes, do you know what crime it is? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, his eyes turning cold. You. The young man instantly exploded in anger. The veins on his face bulged like numerous small green snakes. Those two guards were frightened until they did not dare to move. Pa. Feng Wuchen slapped him again, making the man dizzy. You. What? Are you deaf? Can't you understand what I said? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, followed by another slap. After 4 slaps, the young man's face was already red and swollen. His anger rose wildly. Lord Supreme Being, you've gone too far. The young man gritted his teeth and growled, already somewhat unable to bear it. Have I gone too far? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, followed by another slap. Do you know who I am? Pa. Do you know who you're talking to? Pa. Do you know who you're glaring at? Pa. I said I don't like to see you smile, so I hit you. What's wrong with that? Pa. Feng Wuchen exclaimed and slapped him every time he asked a question. The man's head was already swollen like a pig's. Do you know that I'm Lord Supreme Being? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Who gave you the guts? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Pa pa pa. Feng Wuchen's expression was cold, and he directly slapped him a few times, causing blood to flow out from the corner of the man's mouth. This completely ignited his anger, and a cold murderous aura spread out. Uncontrollable anger. Murderous aura? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said coldly, I think you're tired of living. After saying that, Feng Wuchen's palm bent, and a divine sword appeared out of thin air. A cold murderous aura burst out. Chi. Feng Wuchen's figure flashed, and a sword shadow flashed, followed by a spray of blood. How is this possible? The young man covered his neck with both hands, and blood gushed out. His face was full of fear and disbelief. As a holy spirit, the young man was much stronger than Feng Wuchen. It was impossible for Feng Wuchen to kill him. However, the young man underestimated his opponent, and did not expect Feng Wuchen to have such a terrifying movement skill. Who do you think you are? Don't you know what the Supreme Dragon God represents? Offending a superior is a capital offense. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The young man's body shook, and he seemed to have just reacted. The young man deserved to die. The two guards were so scared that they were in a vegetative state. Feng Wuchen was the Supreme Dragon God of the Dragon God Temple, and his status was extraordinary. Even if most people in the Dragon God Temple did not take him seriously, and even if he had just ascended to the holy world, he was still the Supreme Dragon God conferred by Long Shuling. How could they insult him? Not to mention the Supreme Dragon God, even the leader of the Dragon God Temple was not someone they could insult. Putting aside the Supreme Dragon God, Feng Wuchen was the descendant of the Dragon Gods. What are you standing there for? Carry them out and feed them to the dogs. Feng Wuchen swept a cold glance at the two guards and left the library. The two guards were scared out of their wits. Only now did they realize that no matter how weak and unqualified Feng Wuchen was, he was still the Supreme Dragon God. Just as Feng Wuchen left, an illusory human head appeared at the side. It was Long Shuling. This brat is always so ruthless and straightforward. I hope you can withstand the pressure. Long Shuling smiled faintly. The news of Feng Wuchen killing people quickly spread throughout the Dragon God Temple. Many higher-ups used this as an excuse to criticize Feng Wuchen for using his Supreme Dragon God identity to kill people indiscriminately. There was even an elder who said that Feng Wuchen was ruthless and merciless, killing his own people. This had already caused many people to panic, and he was not qualified to be the supreme dragon god. Under the urging of the elders and higher-ups, more than half of the people in the dragon god temple were against Feng Wuchen being the supreme dragon god. They wanted nothing more than to blow this matter up. The violence of public opinion was extremely terrifying. However, Long Shuling, the three primal ancestors, and Long Xianxia had yet to appear. Supreme Pavilion. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others' faces were gloomy to the extreme. Anger almost erupted from their eyes. Feng Wuchen's face was indifferent. So what if he killed him? What can you do? So many people are pointing fingers. There must be someone behind this. They just want to remove young master's title, Long Nidian said coldly. Is there even a need to say it? Even a fool can see it, Long Qinghun said disdainfully. A small guard was killed by Dragon God Supreme. Logically speaking, it was normal to kill him. Moreover, it had a deterrent effect. This was called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. But when it came to Feng Wuchen, it actually caused such a huge commotion. This was already very obvious. If there was no one behind this, even if these people had 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to offend their superiors. They knew better than anyone what Long Hun bestowed the title of Dragon God Supreme meant. This was called breaking the law knowingly. I knew something like this would happen. Even if Brother Feng didn't kill him, someone would add fuel to the fire and blow things up. Shan Tong shrugged and smiled. The reason why Shan Tong had said those strange words before was because she had expected this. Sighing, Shan Tong said, "This is just the beginning. They will use this opportunity to suppress you and make you unable to use Dragon God Temple's cultivation resources." Crimson Emperor sneered, "We don't lack them at all." "Senior Shan Tong, what do we do now?" Zhang Junlan frowned and asked. "Husband, should we use the Dragon Soul token to suppress them?" Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled, "Wife, they don't have the qualifications to make you use the Dragon Soul token. That is a treasure given to you by Dragon Ancestor." "Young master, do you have a countermeasure?" Long Yin asked. Feng Wuchen laughed, "A mad dog is barking. Do we have to bark like a mad dog? If they want to cause trouble, then let them. The best way was to ignore them." Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at Feng Wuchen and said, "After all, this is Dragon God Temple. If it was someone else, the teacher would not have let it go. Ancestral Dragon and the other two are probably waiting to see how I deal with it." Feng Wuchen smiled. "Haha, Brother Feng is indeed smart." Shan Tong could not help but laugh out loud. By the way, Shan Tong, the Phoenix Spirit Mountain and the Green Flood Dragon should be ascending within a month. Arrange for them to go somewhere else first, Feng Wuchen said. What? Did Brother Feng change his mind? Do you want to establish a force? Shan Tong asked with a smile. Of course not, I plan to let them join the Temple of Rakshasa. Tell Ancestor Long and the others that I'm going out with Xiao Xiao. The Rakshasa race can't decline, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. I see. Shan Tong nodded. Arrange for Qingyang and the others to go out and cultivate, Feng Wuchen continued. Shan Tong smiled and said, no problem. Xiao Xiao, let's go, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walked out of the hall. Find me in the Sovereign Spirit Palace in 2 hours, Shan Tong said. Then he disappeared into thin air. There was a sea of people outside the Supreme Pavilion. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao come out, the crowd quieted down immediately. They looked at Feng Wuchen with contempt, disdain, anger, and viciousness. With Feng Wuchen's superior status, he only needed to give an order, and the experts of Dragon God Temple would immediately kill all the troublemakers. However, Feng Wuchen did not want to waste time on them. The crowd thought Feng Wuchen would say something. However, to their surprise, Feng Wuchen held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walked down, ignoring them completely. Sweetheart, where do you want to go? I'll take you there, Feng Wuchen asked gently with a happy smile on his face. Ling Xiaoxiao was very cooperative. She smiled and said, I'll go wherever you take me. I like it. The crowd made way for them. No one dared to do anything. Not only did they not dare to stop them, but they were also humiliated by Feng Wuchen's public display of affection. At the gate of the hall, Lu Qingyang and the others could not help but burst out laughing. After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left, the crowd looked extremely gloomy, as if they had just eaten shit. In a palace, a man appeared and knelt down on one knee respectfully. "Elder, Feng Wuchen and his wife have left Dragon God Temple," the man reported respectfully. The elder squinted his eyes and asked, "What did he say?" "He said nothing. He acted as if nothing had happened," the man answered. "How dare he? This Feng Wuchen. He's out of control." An elder was infuriated. He stood up abruptly and smashed the chair with his palm. "Why didn't you stop him?" Another elder yelled angrily. The man smiled bitterly and said, "After all, Feng Wuchen is the dragon god supreme appointed by our ancestor. He's also the descendant of the dragon gods. We didn't dare to stop him. If our ancestor punished us, the consequences." The elder on the main seat raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Our purpose is to force Long Shihun to remove the supreme, not to rebel. We let you cause trouble just to show Long Shihun and the others. This guy is smart. I underestimated him. But I have my ways. I'd like to see what Feng Wuchen is capable of." "Elder, what should we do now?" the man asked respectfully. "Let them go," the elder waved his hand. 2 hours later. In the Sovereign Spirit Palace, in Shan Tong's palace. Lu Qingyang and the others had arrived at the Sovereign Spirit Palace. "Looks like you're all ready," Shan Tong said with a faint smile. Yi Jianying asked curiously, "Senior Shan Tong, where are we going to cultivate?" "Saint Realm. With the help of Saint Origin stones and treasures, it's not difficult to improve your cultivation. Besides, there's the Space Realm. Besides cultivating, I have to give you something to do." "It's not necessarily a good thing to cultivate every day," Shan Tong said seriously. "What's the matter?" Lu Qingyang asked. Shan Tong rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He asked, "There's a group of divine shadow guards in the Dragon God Temple. They're very powerful. The cultivation there is very difficult. You can die at any time. Who wants to go?" "Stand on my left." "I'll go." Long Nidian was the first to stand up. He was not afraid at all. "I'll go too." Long Qinghun was the second. "Me too." "Count me in." Long Yun, Bai Duyan, Qi Huang, Luan Shen, Leng Mucheng, Huan Yang and the others all stood up. Shan Tong nodded and said, "Senior Yang Zilan is very powerful. Mu Honglian, Qingqing, Lan Yu, Yang Meier, do you want to be his disciples?" "Yes." Miao Qingqing and the other two answered at the same time. "Good." Shan Tong smiled and said, "Dragon Emperor, Mo Shantian, Nia Huang, Yi Tianqing, Zhang Junlan, Dong Zhantian, Blade Soul, Kuang Zhan, Yi Tianwei, Lin Yu. Do you want to cultivate with Long Qianya?" "Yes." Zhang Junlan and the others shouted respectfully. Wild Leopard, Sky-Devouring Tiger, Three-Eyed Demonic Ape, Shui Zhanshen, Gu Yuan, Yu Yan Fairy, Qing Xian, Xian Yuan Mose, the 5 godly generals and Tian Luo, the 10 hierophants, follow me. As soon as Shan Tong finished speaking, a few people appeared out of thin air in the main hall. Yang Zilan, Long Qianya, the commander of the Divine Shadow Guards. "This is Protector Yang Zilan, this is Protector Long Qianya, and this is the commander of the Divine Shadow Guards." Shan Tong introduced. Miao Qingqing and the other 3 quickly knelt down and said, "Greetings, Master." Yang Zilan smiled and said, "Rise." "Master, if I become your disciple again, will." Yang Meier said to Yi Jianying telepathically. But before he could finish, Yi Jianying interrupted, "Good disciple, this is your opportunity. Yang Zilan has an ancient soul bone, it will be of great help to you. I don't have anything else to teach you, but if you follow Yang Zilan, you will definitely become stronger." "I understand, Master. You will always be my master. I will never forget." Yang Meier said, but she still felt guilty. Yi Jianying was touched and tears welled up in his eyes. Brother Feng said that we must be cruel to them and not show them any mercy. Shan Tong smiled. "Haha. That's easy." Long Qianya said happily, "But Brother Feng is a good person, and the descendants of the dragon gods, they are all geniuses. The commander of the divine shadow guard stepped forward, as if he was invincible. Lu Qingyang and the others trembled and felt dizzy. A real strong cultivator. Although the divine shadow guards were nurtured by the great elder, they were established by the three primogenitors. They were specially created to carry out extremely dangerous missions. You could lose your life at any time. Have you all thought this through? The great commander of the divine shadow guards asked coldly. Yes. Long Nidian and the others shouted. I hope you've really thought it through. That's a real hell. The commander of the divine shadow guard smiled evilly, as if the man in front of him had turned into a demon. Then, the commander of the divine shadow guards waved his hand and dozens of people disappeared. Yang Zilan waved his hand and brought the four girls away. It's time for us to leave. Long Xianxia smiled and disappeared with a wave of his hand. Seeing that the others had left, Tian Tu asked anxiously, Senior Shan Tong, where are we going to cultivate? You guys are special. This is what Brother Feng told me before he left. Although it is cruel and unfair to you, it is still a terrifying existence. You will know in the future. This time, you will cultivate for half a year. How much you can improve depends on yourself, Shan Tong said solemnly. He waved his hand and disappeared with Tian Tu and the others. 3 days later, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at the Holy Sky City to the west of the Dragon God realm. Along the way, they traveled freely and without any worries. She was extremely happy to have her lover by her side. At this moment, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were happily sightseeing on the streets of the city, buying all kinds of jewelry and clothes. Feng Wuchen also enjoyed the pleasure of being a nouveau riche. Ling Xiaoxiao's stunning appearance attracted the attention of countless people, who were envious and jealous of her. Xiaoxiao, where do you plan to establish the Rakshasa clan? Feng Wuchen asked while holding Ling Xiaoxiao's hand on the street. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, I don't know yet, but it will not be in the Dragon God realm. The Heavenly Devil clan is in the western region. The Rakshasa clan can't go there. And, let's establish it in the profound saint world, the center of the holy world. Ling Xiaoxiao decided. Feng Wuchen nodded, okay, it will be in the profound saint world. Let's go and see what herbs and treasures there are in the city. We have to hurry up and cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Brother Feng, has your alchemist reached the saint realm? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Not yet, but soon. Feng Wuchen smiled. Holding Ling Xiaoxiao's jade-like hand, they soon arrived at a medicinal shop, Profound Pill Pavilion. The scale of the Profound Pill Pavilion was not bad. It was a 5-story building with a variety of pills, herbs, and treasures, enough to meet Feng Wuchen's needs. Feng Wuchen led Ling Xiaoxiao in and someone immediately came forward to receive them respectfully. May I know what the two of you would like to order? The receptionist asked respectfully with a comfortable smile on her face. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, herbs and treasures. Please follow me. The receptionist respectfully led Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao to a seat. As soon as they sat down, Feng Wuchen directly said, help me prepare the extreme cold profound leaf, 9-colored spirit gathering flower, fiery sun blood leaf, essence condensation earth spirit pearl. Prepare 200 sets of each herb and 50 blood lotus seeds. The herbs Feng Wuchen needed were all ordinary herbs. For the Profound Pill Pavilion, it was a trivial matter. However, 50 blood lotus seeds made it difficult for the receptionist. Young master, we can prepare the herbs for you at any time, but we don't have the blood lotus seeds yet. Today's batch of blood lotus seeds has been reserved by the Divine Heavens sect. I'm really sorry. The receptionist said apologetically. Although the blood lotus seeds were low-grade treasures, the demand for them was huge. Every batch of blood lotus seeds in the Profound Pill Pavilion was reserved, and the quantity was huge. If you don't have it, then just prepare the herbs. Feng Wuchen nodded, but in his heart, he was a little disappointed. The receptionist thought for a moment and then said, if young master needs it, I can reserve it for you. There must be some in the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. However, before Feng Wuchen could speak, a cold and contemptuous voice came, no need, 50 blood lotus seeds, it's the same whether you sell it or not. If you don't have it, then don't waste time. The cold and contemptuous voice came from a woman, arrogant and arrogant. Hearing such rude words, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's face couldn't help but turn cold. Sorry. The woman looked at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao awkwardly. What do you mean? Is there anyone who does business like you? Ling Xiaoxiao asked coldly. Sensing Ling Xiaoxiao's coldness, the woman said disdainfully, 1 blood lotus seed is 3,000 gold coins, 50 blood lotus seeds are 150,000 gold coins, can you two afford it? Now do you know what I mean? Also, you don't have the qualifications to teach me how to do business. How do you know we can't afford it? Ling Xiaoxiao was really angry. She had just ascended to the holy world a few days ago, and she already met people who looked down on her. A mere 150,000 gold coins, Ling Xiaoxiao didn't take it seriously. If I say you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Even if you can afford it, I won't sell it. Let alone 50, even if it's 1,000, I won't sell it. The arrogant woman said coldly. Won't sell? Do you have the final say in this profound pill pavilion? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. The woman said coldly, boy, you're right, I have the final say in this profound pill pavilion. She is the shopkeeper of our profound pill pavilion. The receptionist said weakly, she was embarrassed to the extreme. Shopkeeper? Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were stunned at the same time. No wonder this woman was so arrogant and condescending. The shopkeeper of the mysterious pill pavilion could indeed determine whether to sell or not. She really didn't put a small deal of 50 blood lotus seeds in her eyes. Brother Feng, let's go. Ling Xiaoxiao was so disappointed that she didn't want to stay for even a moment. Feng Wuchen was also disappointed. Since the other party was the shopkeeper, there was nothing to say. Whether to sell or not, she had the final say. I'm sorry. The maid apologized in a low voice. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's surprised expression, the arrogant woman sneered, by the way, not everyone is qualified to enter the sacred pill pavilion. At least the two of you are not qualified at all. Could it be that the sacred Dan pavilion is also yours? Why aren't we qualified to enter? Ling Xiaoxiao was so angry that she couldn't wait to throw the dragon soul token over. You don't even look at your own status. Little girl, I see that you are quite beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are devastatingly beautiful. Why don't you find a capable man? The female shopkeeper said disdainfully. She was clearly mocking Feng Wuchen for being incompetent. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao could no longer bear it. The cold air was enough to make one's soul tremble. However, the female shopkeeper didn't take it seriously at all. She really didn't put a little saint in her eyes. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's face was completely cold. It was originally a small matter. If she didn't want to sell, then forget it. Feng Wuchen didn't want to bother about it, but the female shopkeeper was insatiable. Feng Wuchen pulled Ling Xiaoxiao's hand, then sneered, wife, with her beauty, if she sells in the spring brothel, it will definitely be 10,000 times better than her being the shopkeeper here. The more you look like her. Why lower yourself to her level? Let's go. The female shopkeeper's beauty was indeed not bad. She was curvy and charming. Stop. Brat. What did you say? The female shopkeeper was furious. She stared at Feng Wuchen viciously as if she wanted to eat him. What? Have you gone deaf from selling too much? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold eyes swept over the female shopkeeper, making her tremble in fear. What kind of look is that? The female shopkeeper was shocked. In that instant, the female shopkeeper felt as if she was facing an insurmountable mountain. That terrifying gaze actually contained a spirit of disdain for the world, a spirit that stood above all living things. It must be an illusion, however, the female shopkeeper quickly recovered and her shock disappeared. She was experienced and knowledgeable, so how could she be scared by Feng Wuchen? The female shopkeeper's angry shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Pairs of eyes swept over in unison. The people from the profound pill pavilion also rushed out in an aggressive manner. Shopkeeper, what happened? One of them asked respectfully. Tear this brat's mouth apart right now. The female shopkeeper shouted angrily. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. The two guards glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. A cold murderous aura flashed in their eyes. They were about to attack. Just as the two guards were about to make a move, a figure flashed over and stopped them. "Brat, you've got guts. You actually dare to insult Shopkeeper Liu." Shopkeeper Liu is the most popular person in the Sacred Pill Pavilion. "You must be tired of living." A tall and thin man walked over with a gloating sneer. The guards of the Profound Pill Pavilion were about to get angry, but after hearing this voice, they could not help but tremble in fear. Shopkeeper Liu also saw the person who came. He immediately suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly greeted with a smile, "Young Master Zhang." Zhang Yunjian of the Zhang family of the Divine Sky City was a one-star Saint King. "Shopkeeper Liu, I haven't seen you for a few days. You're getting more and more beautiful." Zhang Yunjian blatantly teased. Shopkeeper Liu was disgusted to the extreme, but he did not dare to do anything. His eyes then swept over to Ling Xiaoxiao. His eyes instantly lit up. Zhang Yunjian's smile became more and more excited. He looked at Ling Xiaoxiao unscrupulously from head to toe. He could not wait to eat Ling Xiaoxiao. When Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao came in, Zhang Yunjian already had his eyes on Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen glanced at Zhang Yunjian coldly and said, "Have you seen enough? Do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyes?" "Oh? Gouge out my eyes?" Zhang Yunjian was stunned at first, then he sneered, "Brat, you're very arrogant. Do you know who I am? Who you are has nothing to do with me." Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. "Arrogant? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Shopkeeper Liu shook his head. "Haha. Interesting." Zhang Yunjian laughed and said, "Shopkeeper Liu, do as you see fit. I want this woman." "Young Master Zhang, don't worry." Shopkeeper Liu nodded. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was completely enraged. This was an insult to Ling Xiaoxiao, an insult to his wife. Ling Xiaoxiao was also enraged. She had not had such a strong urge to kill for a long time. Feng Wuchen would not tolerate this. It was fine to insult him, but Feng Wuchen would never allow his wife to be insulted. "I don't care who you are, and I don't care what force is behind you. You'd better apologize to my wife immediately." Feng Wuchen said coldly, his cold eyes emitting a murderous aura. "Apologize?" Zhang Yunjian was so angry that he laughed. His face darkened, and he sneered, "Brat, who do you think you are? You want me to apologize? Don't you know about the Zhang clan's reputation in Divine Sky City? It's your honor that I'm interested in your woman. Otherwise, you would be dead by now if you look at me like that. Zhang clan, right? Is it very powerful?" Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Do you believe that I can destroy your Zhang clan in a quarter of an hour? Destroy my Zhang clan in a quarter of an hour? Haha." Zhang Yunjian laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ignorant. Stupid." Shopkeeper Liu was even more disdainful. "Brat, has your head been kicked by a donkey? The Zhang clan is the head of the 4 great clans in Divine Sky City. You want to destroy them? This brat is really arrogant. Doesn't he know the consequences of offending the Zhang clan? Young Master Zhang can crush him with one hand. I really don't know where he gets the courage to say that he will destroy the Zhang clan." On the first floor of the Profound Pill Pavilion, the onlookers were sneering. No one was optimistic about Feng Wuchen. "Shan Tong, I am now in the Profound Pill Pavilion of the Divine Sky City. Within a quarter of an hour, destroy the Zhang clan and help me by the Sacred Pill Pavilion." Feng Wuchen immediately sent a sound transmission with a commanding tone, domineering and unquestionable. "Brat, not to mention a quarter of an hour, I will give you 2 hours. I want to see how you will destroy my Zhang clan. Once the time is up, I will kill you with my own hands. Your woman will be mine." Zhang Yunjian stared at Feng Wuchen with a mocking expression, as if he was going to eat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, "I hope you can still laugh later." Seeing that Feng Wuchen was so calm and not at all panicked, Shopkeeper Liu faintly felt uneasy in his heart. Could it be that he had misjudged? 9 Prefectures Divine Sky City? Where did Brother Feng run off to? Which idiot offended Brother Feng? He wants to destroy the Zhang family. It seems that Brother Feng is furious. Is it because of Sister Feng? Shan Tong frowned, but he did not hesitate and gave the order immediately. At the same time, in a majestic palace in the 9 prefectures, many experts were gathered in the main hall to discuss important matters. Young Master Di Tong. However, a middle-aged man on the main seat suddenly exclaimed, his face full of excitement. In an instant, the meeting was stopped, and the main hall quieted down. Everyone's faces were filled with respect. The words Young Master Di Tong were extremely terrifying. What? Sovereign is in the 9 prefectures? The middle-aged man's face changed. He was scared out of his wits, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Seeing the middle-aged man's expression, all the experts in the main hall were scared out of their wits. They seemed to have guessed that something big had happened. Yes. I will do it right away. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. How dare you? Do you have eyes? You are courting death. The middle-aged man was furious. His terrifying murderous aura spread throughout the main hall. The middle-aged man was Gue Ao Feng, the leader of the Temple of Heaven, the most powerful force in the 9 prefectures. He was known as the Emperor of Heaven. Gue Ao Feng's face was extremely gloomy. He said fiercely, Young Master Di Tong sent a message. Something happened to Sovereign in the 9 prefectures' divine sky city. What? Hearing this, the experts in the main hall trembled in fear as if they were facing a great enemy. Gue Ao Feng said fiercely, I don't care who is supporting the Zhang family. Send someone to the divine sky city immediately and wipe out the Zhang family within 15 minutes. Take down the sacred elixir pavilion and give it to Sovereign. Yes, young master. A young man said respectfully and disappeared immediately. Young master, we did not see anyone coming. We have also asked around at the city gate. We did not see any experts coming in. In the black elixir pavilion, a guard reported respectfully. Shopkeeper Lu heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Wuchen was just bluffing. Brat, you heard it all? It's about time. Where are you? Didn't you say you were going to destroy the Zhang family? Haha. Zhang Yunjian laughed arrogantly. Feng Wuchen was as calm as ever, without the slightest hint of panic or worry. Ling Xiaoxiao was the same. She was not worried at all. Her aura was cold. Kid, you're going to die today. Zhang Yunjian grinned viciously. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was given a fright. Boom. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion in the holy sky city. A terrifying force swept out like a storm, shaking the entire holy sky city. At this moment, in the profound pill pavilion, everyone's faces were deathly still, as they looked towards the source of this terrifying power. It was the Zhang family of the Divine Sky City. That's the Zhang clan. That's right. It was the Zhang family. What a terrifying power. An 8-star saint. The Zhang clan is really destroyed. Inside the profound pill pavilion, including Zhang Yunjian and shopkeeper Lu, everyone was scared out of their wits, their pale faces filled with fear. At this moment, they really believed it. Shopkeeper Lu was really panicking, and his whole body was trembling violently. Just a minute ago, a few figures suddenly appeared out of thin air in the Zhang clan mansion, and without saying a word, they started a bloody massacre. In a minute, hundreds of people in the Zhang clan were spared, and blood flowed like a river. In the end, the entire Zhang clan mansion was razed to the ground. No one in the Zhang clan knew what was going on, and they did not know who had provoked such a terrifying enemy. That direction should be the Zhang clan, right? It's not even 15 minutes yet. Feng Wuchen sneered. Zhang Yunjian's face was full of fear, and he looked back at Feng Wuchen with difficulty. He could not believe it at all. Who are you? Zhang Yunjian asked in horror. He was scared. He was really scared. In the profound pill pavilion, no one, including shopkeeper Lu, dared to speak again. Whoosh, at this moment, a black shadow appeared with a person, and after throwing the person down, the black shadow disappeared. No one present saw who it was. Reporting to the Supreme Lord. No one in the Zhang clan was spared. After the black shadow left, a respectful voice sounded in Feng Wuchen's ears. But when everyone saw the person who was thrown down, they were all frightened. You unfilial son. Who did you offend? Everyone in the Zhang clan was killed. All killed. Everyone is dead. A middle-aged man roared crazily. Because of his serious injuries, he died on the spot after roaring. Father. Zhang Yunjian knelt down in extreme fear. This man was the Zhang clan master, Zhang Yunjian's father. The Zhang clan master's roar was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. My lord, please spare my life. The cultivators who mocked Feng Wuchen before were so scared that they knelt down. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Zhang Yunjian. In his eyes, Zhang Yunjian was already a dead man. Don't kill me. Zhang Yunjian knelt down in extreme fear. The Zhang clan was instantly massacred, and the Zhang clan master could not escape death. How could Zhang Yunjian not be afraid? You shouldn't have insulted my wife. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Feng Wuchen said coldly. My lord, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will apologize immediately. My lady, please spare my life. Zhang Yunjian cowed out in fear and begged for mercy. Now you know you were wrong? Unfortunately, it's too late. Feng Wuchen's cold voice was like a sharp sword piercing Zhang Yunjian's heart. Despair. Incomparable despair, Feng Wuchen grabbed the air, and a divine sword appeared out of thin air, and immediately pierced Zhang Yunjian's heart without mercy. The Zhang clan was instantly massacred, and Zhang Yunjian did not dare to resist. Divine sword. Top-level divine sword. Seeing the divine sword in Feng Wuchen's hand, everyone in the Profound Pill Pavilion was shocked again. A person who could have a top-level divine sword was absolutely terrifying. Don't provoke me in your next life. Feng Wuchen coldly pulled out the divine sword. Zhang Yunjian never would have thought that he had misjudged today and actually provoked such a horrifying existence. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Feng Wuchen never showed mercy to those who dared to insult Ling Xiaoxiao. It was not over yet. Xiao. The moment Zhang Yunjian fell, a figure flashed and appeared, exuding the aura of a powerhouse. Venerable Fuchen. After seeing the person, everyone in the Profound Pill Pavilion was scared out of their wits. Shopkeeper Lu was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, her face was full of despair and regret. She could not believe that something had really happened. When they saw the next scene, they were scared into a vegetative state. The next moment, Venerable Fuchen came in front of Feng Wuchen with an extremely respectful expression. My lord, the Sacred Pill Pavilion has bought it, and it now belongs to my lord. Venerable Fuchen respectfully bowed and reported. Venerable Fuchen's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's ears. They were shocked to the extreme. If the Profound Pill Pavilion doesn't sell the Blood Lotus seed, then by the entire Sacred Pill Pavilion, who was Venerable Floating Dust? There was no one in the 9 regions who didn't know about him. He was the Venerable of the Heavenly Temple, the most powerful force in the 9 regions. Feng Wuchen didn't even look at Venerable Fuchen's report. He stared coldly at the arrogant and condescending shopkeeper Lu. That's not how you do business. Don't think that you're so great. Don't judge someone casually, and don't look down on anyone. Because you will never know who is behind the person you look down on. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Shopkeeper Lu didn't dare to fart. Apart from fear, there was only despair. Swish swish swish. After a while, several elders flashed over and glared at Shopkeeper Lu. They then ran to Feng Wuchen in a panic. Sacred Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master and Elder. Shopkeeper Lu's last hope was shattered when he saw the elders. Everyone present was scared out of their wits and almost suffocated. Greetings, my lord. The elders cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. The Sacred Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master and Elder had such a panicked expression, and even Venerable Fuchen was so respectful. Who was this man in front of him? Feng Wuchen ignored them and looked at the woman who received them. He smiled and asked, "What's your name?" My lord, my name is Shui Yuner. The woman answered in horror with a pale face. Don't be afraid. From today onwards, you are the Sacred Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Ah? Shui Yuner was so frightened that her mouth was wide open. Her body trembled violently. My lord, don't joke around. I don't have that ability. I'm not joking. If I say you have the ability, then you have the ability. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. You can definitely do it. Kill whoever disagrees. Feng Wuchen said coldly and glanced at Venerable Fuchen. Understood. Venerable Floating Dust respectfully accepted the order. From today onwards, whoever dares to provide any pills, herbs, or treasures to the Profound Pill Pavilion will be treated as an enemy of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Anyone who goes against the Sacred Pill Pavilion will be killed without mercy. Feng Wuchen said coldly, as if it was an emperor's order, causing no one to dare to disobey. Shopkeeper Lu's mental defense completely collapsed. Feng Wuchen had undoubtedly cut off all the escape routes of the Profound Pill Pavilion. Without the support of the Sacred Pill Pavilion, coupled with Feng Wuchen's words, the Profound Pill Pavilion would soon cease to exist. Xiaoxiao, let's go. Feng Wuchen said with a soft smile, as he pulled Ling Xiaoxiao out of the Profound Pill Pavilion. In this place of disappointment, Feng Wuchen did not want to stay any longer. Farewell, milord. Venerable Floating Dust and several old men cupped their fists respectfully. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao leave, many cultivators of the Profound Pill Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief, as if enduring humiliation. They all firmly remembered Feng Wuchen's face in their hearts. Don't provoke this person even if you beat them to death. 2F** King terrifying. Milord is very angry about this matter. You all take care of yourselves. Venerable Floating Dust said coldly. Several old men trembled in fear. They were very clear about the identity of the milord mentioned by Venerable Floating Dust. Milord Shui, this subordinate will take you to the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Venerable Floating Dust said respectfully to the stunned Shui Yuner, then disappeared with a wave of his hand. Shui Yuner couldn't believe what happened today. She was dumbfounded, and her mind was blank. What are you still doing here? Get lost. Get lost. Sacred Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master roared at everyone, scaring many cultivators out of the Profound Pill Pavilion. Lu Yan. You've caused us trouble. An old man roared at Lu Yan, his lungs about to explode. I knew you would cause trouble sooner or later. Are you happy now? The Sacred Pill Pavilion is gone. An elder was furious and couldn't wait to kill Lu Yan. I don't care about her life or death. Go to the Heavenly Temple immediately. Sacred Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master said gloomily. This matter originally had nothing to do with the Sacred Pill Pavilion, but it was a pity that Lu Yan was a popular person in the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Lu Yan could still enter the Sacred Pill Pavilion, but today's matter had already ruined her beautiful future. She even successfully dragged the Sacred Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master and elders into the water. Lu Yan probably wouldn't be able to make a comeback in this lifetime. Without the protection of the Sacred Pill Pavilion, it was unknown if Lu Yan could survive for more than 3 days. Lu Yan was so regretful that her intestines turned green. Heavenly Temple. Venerable Floating Dust flashed and appeared in the main hall. How is it, Floating Dust? Did the Lord blame you? Seeing Floating Dust return, Gui Ao Feng asked anxiously with an extremely nervous expression. Floating Dust shook his head and said respectfully, this subordinate has already sent people to eliminate the Zhang clan, but this subordinate doesn't know if the Lord Supreme is satisfied. The Lord Supreme didn't say anything, but the Lord Supreme has already appointed Shui Yuner as the Pavilion Master of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. He also ordered that anyone who dares to cooperate with the Mystic Pill Pavilion would be making an enemy out of the Sacred Pill Pavilion. He didn't say anything? Gui Ao Feng's face was filled with worry. Hall Master, I am afraid the Lord Supreme isn't satisfied. An elder said. Gui Ao Feng said with a gloomy expression, those old bastards from the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Swish. 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 In a short moment, the Sacred Pill Pavilion's Pavilion Master and elders arrived at the Heavenly Temple. Greetings to the Heavenly Dao the Arch. The few of them knelt down with fear. Humph. You old things actually have the face to come. Gui Ao Feng slammed the chair and stood up. He yelled out with anger, if the Lord Supreme isn't satisfied, I will personally kill all of you. The Arch, this has nothing to do with us. This is all Lu Yan's fault. We didn't know anything about it. The Sacred Pill Pavilion's pavilion master said with an innocent face. That's right, the arch. This happened in the Mystic Pill Pavilion. We didn't know anything about it in the Sacred Pill Pavilion. An elder quickly said. Humph. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If it wasn't for young Lord Ditong saving me back then, I would have been dead. The arch has been waiting for young Lord Ditong for 100,000 years. If this matter isn't handled properly, do you know what it means? Gue Ao Feng roared like a madman. Hall Master, please calm down. This matter was indeed caused by Lu Yan. Lu Yan and Zhang Yunjian insulted the Lord Supreme's wife, which caused the Lord Supreme to be furious. This subordinate believes that the Lord Supreme isn't dissatisfied, it's just that his anger can't be quelled. Venerable Floating Dust said respectfully. Hall Master, report to young Lord Ditong first. An elder said. Humph. Gue Ao Feng glared at the Divine Pill Pavilion's pavilion master and the others. Young Lord Ditong, the matter has been settled. But I don't know if the Lord Supreme is satisfied or not. I hope young Lord Ditong can help me ask. Gue Ao Feng respectfully reported. Don't worry, Brother Feng is not the kind of person you think he is. Oh right, where Brother Feng is building the palace, send someone to secretly check it out. But I don't think it will be in the Dragon God realm. Shan Tong said. Yes. Young Lord Ditong. Gue Ao Tian was completely relieved. A few days later, Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao to the Profound Saint Realm. It took them almost 10 days to go from the Dragon God Temple to the Profound Saint Realm, which showed how vast the Sacred Realm was. When they first arrived in the Sacred Realm, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were in the weakest realm, so they didn't attract the attention of others at all. But Feng Wuchen was an exception. The moment Feng Wuchen left the Dragon God realm, his whereabouts were immediately discovered by the Heavenly Devil race. Because of the suppression of the Dragon God totem, the Heavenly Devil race didn't dare to brazenly break into the Dragon God realm, but they didn't dare to secretly sneak in. Moreover, the Dragon God realm was the entire eastern region, and not all the forces in the eastern region were subordinate forces of the Dragon Gods, so the Dragon Gods naturally couldn't care so much. The Dragon Gods also wouldn't deliberately send people to investigate all over the eastern region, because there was no need. Husband, where are we going to build the Temple of Rakshasa? Looking at the endless sky, Ling Xiaoxiao found that something that seemed easy was actually very difficult to do. Gently pinching Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, "Don't worry, we have time now. Let's look around first, as long as the spirit energy is abundant and the location is good." The Profound Saint Realm could also be called the Central Region. Its area was incomparably vast, and there was also a sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao soon arrived in the sky above the sea. Husband, how about we choose the sky above the sea? It's just like those sacred mountains. Ling Xiaoxiao said excitedly as she pointed at the floating sacred mountains just as they arrived at the sea. Okay, let's take a look first. Feng Wuchen nodded. Most of these sacred mountains floating in the sky had imposing palaces, and there were obviously many forces scattered around. At the same time, in the western region, in a majestic palace, a Heavenly Devil race clansman had already reported to Zhuyin Kuei. I didn't expect Feng Wuchen to leave the Dragon God realm so quickly, the heavens are really helping me. That stinking brat can't be thinking that old man won't dare to touch him, right? Zhuyin Kuei said coldly, his old eyes narrowed, and ruthless killing intent flashed through them. Zhuyin Kuei originally thought that it would take a long time. After all, Feng Wuchen had just ascended, and needed to raise his cultivation. But in less than half a month, Feng Wuchen left the Dragon God realm. Since they weren't in the Dragon God realm, Zhuyin Kuei could act as he pleased. My lord, they are now in the Profound Saint world. Should we kill them directly? Both of them are only in the Saint realm. Killing them is as easy as flipping one's hand, the clansman who had returned to report asked. Zhuyin Kuei said coldly. Inkue ayinikan Inkue. Was Inkue and Inkue. I will immediately send someone to do it. The clansman replied respectfully, and disappeared in a flash. Disciple, master will be able to take revenge for you soon. Zhu Yingkui sneered, as if he could already see Feng Wuchen's miserable death. Feng Wuchen, you really shouldn't have come out. The dragon gods don't have the final say in the profound saint realm. Without the protection of the dragon gods, it's too easy for old man to kill you. Zhu Yingkui didn't put Feng Wuchen in his eyes at all. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were completely unaware of the danger. At this moment, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had already searched for 4 hours, but they still hadn't found a satisfactory sacred mountain, and the one they liked had already been taken. Wife, you must be tired. Let's rest for a while first. Feng Wuchen said softly. Husband, how long are we going to search? Will it delay your cultivation? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. After all, he had just ascended to the sacred world, and the most important thing was to increase his cultivation. Otherwise, he would be in danger wherever he went. Silly, it doesn't matter if it's delayed for a few days. The temple of Rakshasa is more important. This place is rich in spiritual qi, but it's a pity that there isn't a good sacred mountain. Feng Wuchen gently tapped Ling Xiaoxiao's nose and smiled. Ling Xiaoxiao knew that Feng Wuchen was comforting her, and sighed softly, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as if she had discovered something. She hurriedly said, Husband, look. There's a very old palace over there. Looking in the direction that Ling Xiaoxiao was pointing, Feng Wuchen said in surprise, It's really an old palace. Husband, let's go take a look. Ling Xiaoxiao was very excited, and her tiredness instantly disappeared. The old palace had been there for many years, but it was very big and almost intact, only the traces of time. Husband, how is it? Ling Xiaoxiao asked excitedly. It was obvious that she liked it very much. The palace is very good and majestic. The main thing is that the location is very good. There are many sacred mountains around this huge sacred mountain. When the time comes, we can connect them and use the surrounding sacred mountains to set up the 5 stars array. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. After searching for a few hours, they didn't find the ideal sacred mountain, but now, they found a ready-made one. Great, we finally found it. I'm so happy. From now on, this will be the temple of Rakshasa. Ling Xiaoxiao was very happy and had a sense of accomplishment. Primogenitor, Xiaoxiao will not let you down. I will definitely revive the Rakshasa race. Ling Xiaoxiao thought to herself, and her beautiful eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Seeing how happy Ling Xiaoxiao was, Feng Wuchen also felt relaxed. Who's there? However, just as he relaxed, Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted coldly and looked towards the sky. Swish! 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 3 figures appeared in a flash. They were from the heavenly devil race. Husband, they are from the heavenly devil race. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. She could tell from their aura that they were from the heavenly devil race. Holy Spirit realm. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, It seems that we were discovered the moment we left the dragon god realm. We should have noticed them long ago. We were too careless. Master, leave quickly. You are not strong enough to defeat them. Long Shenjian immediately sent a sound transmission. So you want to build a force? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Attack. The man in the lead sneered. His terrifying killing intent had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The 3 clansmen attacked without hesitation. They shot out like lightning and used all their strength. They obviously didn't want to give Feng Wuchen any chance and wanted to kill him in one blow. The 3 of them were far stronger than Feng Wuchen. Even if Feng Wuchen had the power of origin, a powerful sacred artifact, and even the fire progenitor, he was still no match for Holy Spirit realm cultivators. However, Feng Wuchen's combat experience was so rich that 3 Holy Spirit realm heavenly devil race clansmen couldn't compare to him. Wife, don't fight them head-on. Feng Wuchen sent a sound transmission. He circulated all of his origin energy and brought out his divine sword. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's combat power soared to the level of a 4-star saint. Ling Xiaoxiao was a 3-star saint. The difference in strength was too great. There was no way she could defeat her opponents. You are just saints. Killing you is as easy as killing chickens. the man in the lead said disdainfully. Another man sneered and said, no one will come to save you here. Die obediently. In their eyes, Feng Wuchen was no different from an ant. Feng Wuchen's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He said coldly, who gave you the confidence? Feng Wuchen, I hope you can still be so arrogant. The two clansmen flashed between Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao at an astonishing speed and attacked them in a triangular formation. In the blink of an eye, the three clansmen attacked at the same time ferociously. But at that moment, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao disappeared into thin air. Without a trace. Teleportation. The three clansmen's expressions changed at the same time. One of them hurriedly said, their auras have disappeared. They're trying to run. Can they run? The leader said coldly. He immediately formed a seal with both hands and shouted, Heavenly Demon Eye. As he shouted, the man's eyes instantly turned green. He could see things that others could not see, just like the yin-yang eye. But when the man opened his Heavenly Demon Eye, his expression changed again. Because what he saw was not Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao running away, but that the two of them had appeared on the left and right of one of the clansmen. Watch out, the leader roared. But it was too late. Who gave you the confidence to say that you can kill us like chickens? Feng Wuchen's bone-chilling voice rang out like a ghost. The sudden sneer startled the clansman, causing him to break out in cold sweat. A dignified Saint Spirit Realm expert had actually been frightened to this extent by a Saint Realm weakling. His face instantly flushed red, and his rage soared to the heavens. He suddenly turned around and blasted a palm strike at Feng Wuchen. His attack was fierce and merciless. But before he could strike, Feng Wuchen had disappeared into thin air. It was as if he had never appeared. TCH. However, just as the man was about to attack, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. However, it was impossible for him to avoid the attack since he was in the position of attacking. A sword had already pierced his heart from behind. Blood gushed out. The attacker was none other than Ling Xiaoxiao. Her timing was impeccable. Feng Wuchen attracted the enemy's attention, and Ling Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to attack. The two of them worked together and easily killed a Holy Spirit enemy. This is impossible. The man couldn't believe that he had died at the hands of two saints. Ling Xiaoxiao pulled out her divine sword and coldly said, You're too stupid. This is the ability to kill us like chickens? Feng Wuchen glanced at the other two Heavenly Fiend clan members in disdain as his lips curled into a sneer. The faces of the two sky demons darkened to the extreme. One of the three sacred spirits had actually been killed. Moreover, it was as simple as killing a chicken. Saint Chi protection. The man in the lead coldly shouted. An energy barrier condensed on the surface of his body. Immediately, he stepped on the void and shot out. Leave that smelly girl to me. Another clansman shouted angrily as he also condensed his Saint Chi to protect himself. As such, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao would not be able to break through their defenses. Teleportation would not cause them any harm. Wife, let's show them what we're capable of. Feng Wuchen sneered. All right. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted, and her beautiful figure disappeared into thin air. It seemed that Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had already discussed their strategy. Feng Wuchen. With the strength of the two of you, any tricks will be useless. The man in the lead said disdainfully as he increased his speed. Pung. With a thought, the world-cleansing exotic soul fire appeared. The purple flames burned on his palm. Feng Wuchen sneered and used teleportation again. Feng Wuchen did not dodge this time. Instead, he flashed above the man in the lead and slammed his palm down. Boom. The overbearing palm slammed into the man's energy barrier. There was no sound as the power was instantly dissolved. Even with Feng Wuchen's strength, he was unable to shake it. I said, with your strength, even if you have the divine fire, you can't hurt me at all. Even if you don't have Saint Chi to protect you, you can't hurt me, the man in the lead said disdainfully. The strength of a saint was not worth mentioning in the eyes of a divine spirit cultivator. Is that so? Do you think I don't know? Or do you think I'm more stupid than you? Do you think my palm can break your power? Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. The face of the man in the lead became extremely gloomy as his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. But before he could attack, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. Feng Wuchen, you can't escape my heavenly demon eye. No matter how powerful your teleportation is, my heavenly demon eye can still see you. The man in the lead shouted angrily as his murderous intent soared. You won't have a chance. Feng Wuchen sneered. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the man in the lead trembled violently. His eyes went blank and he became motionless. The world-purifying strange soul fire had invaded his consciousness and was now under Feng Wuchen's control. Feng Wuchen's palm strike just now was just to push the world-purifying strange soul fire into the man's energy barrier. Wife, I have already controlled him. Kill him quickly. Feng Wuchen shouted as he put his palms together and controlled the man in the lead with all his strength. What? The other Heavenly Demon clan member's face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, Zhujiao. Zhujiao did not react at all and remained motionless. How is this possible? How can Feng Wuchen control Zhujiao? How did he do it? The Heavenly Demon clan member was in disbelief. Come. Husband. Well done. Ling Xiaoxiao appeared immediately and rushed towards the man in the lead with her divine sword in hand. Her beautiful figure turned into a purple lightning bolt. Humph. Stinky girl. I will kill you first. The man from the Heavenly Demon clan clenched his fists and shouted at Ling Xiaoxiao. He stared at Ling Xiaoxiao fiercely and coldly with murderous intent. Ling Xiaoxiao had used her teleportation to delay him and now she had found a chance to attack. The man's speed was much faster than Ling Xiaoxiao's. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the man in the lead. He activated his powerful strength and formed a seal with his hands. He shouted, Divine Art. Heavenly Demon Palm. You have fallen into my trap. Feng Wuchen's mocking laughter suddenly rang out. The Heavenly Demon clan member who was about to attack suddenly realized that Ling Xiaoxiao had disappeared. Boom. Pfft. Zhujiao, who was behind the man, suddenly threw out a palm strike. There was a loud explosion and the man spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Zhujiao. You bastard. The man cursed furiously. Zhujiao's cultivation level was higher than his and his full-powered palm strike had severely injured him. Pissed. A divine sword instantly pierced through the man's heart. Didn't I remind you just now? He is under my control. You are really stupid. You have to rely on your brain even if you have the strength. Feng Wuchen sneered as he slowly pulled out his divine sword. Feng Wuchen. The man was unwilling to give up. No one knew if he was regretting it in the depths of his heart. Swish. Pissed. After killing the man, Feng Wuchen stepped into the void and turned into a black lightning bolt as he shot out. As the sword radiance flashed, he chopped off Zhujiao's head. Then, he gave Ling Xiaoxiao a thumbs up handsomely. Husband's battle tactics are really powerful. Haha. Ling Xiaoxiao cheered in joy. Perfect counterattack. I didn't expect a divine spirit Heavenly Demon clansman to have so many Saint Origin stones and gold coins. The Heavenly Demon clan's foundation is truly terrifying. Wife, take all of these. Husband, are we killing them and robbing them? Haha. Bringing my wife to do this kind of thing seems a bit excessive. Feng Wuchen seized the 3 storage rings and divided the Saint Origin stones and gold coins with Ling Xiaoxiao. He directly ignored the rest of the trash. The people hiding in the dark were dumbfounded as they watched Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao divide the loot. Venerable, this can't be true, right? Sir Supreme and Madam actually killed the 3 divine spirits. One of them was extremely shocked as his face was filled with shock and disbelief. They were a whole realm apart, but they could actually kill the enemy so perfectly. Is Lord Supreme's strength that strong? With such a huge difference in strength, Sir Supreme and the others shouldn't be able to resist at all. Lord Supreme martial artist killed the 3 of them as if he were killing chickens. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's perfect counterattack made the people hiding in the dark doubt their lives. The most puzzling thing is, how did Sir Supreme control Zhujiao? Another person was puzzled as he couldn't understand at all. Venerable Floating Dust's cultivation was tyrannical, but even he was now in a daze. Venerable Floating Dust took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. This venerable isn't sure. The only contact was Sir Supreme's palm strike. I'm afraid it's related to Sir Supreme's divine fire. This was the only explanation, but what Venerable Floating Dust couldn't understand was how Feng Wuchen controlled Zhujiao. Husband, the Heavenly Demon Clan has their eyes on us. We killed them, but I'm afraid it won't be long before the Heavenly Demon Clan comes knocking on our door again. Ling Xiaoxiao slightly frowned and said worriedly. Feng Wuchen nodded and said solemnly, Wife, let's put the matter of the palace aside for now. The most important thing now is to raise our cultivation. Our whereabouts have been exposed, so we can't stay here any longer. Feng Wuchen knew very well that although he had successfully killed the enemy this time, it would not be so easy the next time. The fact that the world-purifying soul flame could control Zhujiao, a 3-star holy spirit, was already very strenuous for Feng Wuchen. If a stronger enemy came, it would be useless. Looking at the palace, Feng Wuchen said, looks like we have to give up on this palace. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at Feng Wuchen, smiled helplessly, and sighed, let's look for it in the future. I don't want to throw our lives away for the sake of the palace. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, in the future, I will build a bigger and more magnificent temple of Rakshasa for you. Venerable Floating Dust suddenly appeared and said respectfully, Lord Supreme, leave the matter of the palace to us. We will definitely make the palace look brand new. It's you. Feng Wuchen recognized Supremacy Fuchen, but he didn't know who he was. Lord Supreme, this subordinate is Dragon God Realm's 9 prefectures' heavenly sacred palaces. Venerable Floating Dust. I was originally ordered to help Lord Supreme search for the palace. Floating Dust said respectfully. Heavenly Sacred Palace? Feng Wuchen had never heard of it. Venerable Floating Dust said respectfully, reporting to Lord Supreme, the Heavenly Sacred Palace is the strongest faction in the 9 prefectures. It is also a subordinate faction of the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen also guessed that it was a subordinate faction of the Dragon God Temple. He then said, then I will leave the palace to you. With Floating Dust's appearance, Feng Wuchen could cultivate at ease. Lord Supreme, don't worry. Venerable Floating Dust said respectfully. Thank you. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly gave her thanks. Now that the palace was saved, she was finally at ease. Since the palace has been found, there is no need to be anxious about the rest. Let's go back and cultivate first to raise our cultivation. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and smiled. All right. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. On the way back, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao went to the St. Pill Pavilion to get some blood lotus seeds and herbs. In just a few days, the Black Pill Pavilion no longer existed. No one knew if Lu Yen was dead or alive, and no one cared. When they returned to the Dragon God Temple, those troublemakers were already gone. They came quickly and left quickly, as if nothing had happened. When they arrived at the Supreme Pavilion, Yang Xilan immediately took Ling Xiaoxiao away. Feng Wuchen didn't object. With Yang Xilan's guidance, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others' cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I have to work hard to cultivate as well. Without powerful strength, it will be hard to move forward. Looking at the empty palace, Feng Wuchen shook his head and entered the Divine Ring. This trip took me almost a month. I have to make up for it as soon as possible. With a large amount of Saint Origin stones and blood lotus seeds, it shouldn't be hard for me to break through. Plus, I have the Divine Ring. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Path portrait is no longer suitable for the cultivation of the Holy World. Otherwise, my cultivation speed would be faster. My alchemist realm is about to enter the Saint realm. After this seclusion, my alchemist realm and cultivation realm can both break through. Feng Wuchen grinned. He was looking forward to it. Then, he formed a dozen primordial spirit avatars. He looked at the humongous heaven-defying reincarnation tower. There was no movement from the second layer of the seal. Maybe I have to break through to the Holy Spirit realm to unlock the second layer. Feng Wuchen guessed. Taking a deep breath, he threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind and started cultivating with the Supreme Dragon God technique. His primordial spirit avatars also started refining the energy of the Saint Origin stones and blood lotus seeds for Feng Wuchen to absorb. As soon as he started cultivating, Feng Wuchen could feel his cultivation rising at a terrifying speed. My cultivation is rising so fast. The pure energy of the blood lotus seeds is really not simple. If it was in the divine world, saints would definitely fight for it. At this speed, I can definitely break through to the Holy Spirit realm in half a year. The shocking cultivation speed and the feeling of becoming stronger made Feng Wuchen's body boil with excitement. However, the consumption of the blood lotus seeds and saint origin stones was also huge. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. Master, with your current cultivation speed, a month of seclusion in the divine ring is enough. A respectful voice came from the divine eye. At the same time, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, Long Nidian, and the others were all going through various cruel and ruthless cultivation. In a palace in the western region, Zhu Yingkue was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky. Trash. All of you are trash. You can't even deal with a puny saint. Zhu Yingkue roared. 3 Holy Spirit race members attacked. Not only were they unable to take down 2 saints, they were killed instead. Who would dare to believe it? This was simply impossible. Zhu Yingkue was furious. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. What are you waiting for? Quickly send people to kill Feng Wuchen. If you can't kill Feng Wuchen, don't come back. Zhu Yingkue roared. His face was red and his veins were bulging. My lord, Feng Wuchen has returned to the dragon god realm. A clansman respectfully replied, his face full of fear. What? Zhu Yingkue was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In a mysterious base. Beidou Yan. Come out. The commander of the divine shadow guard shouted. Beidou Yan panicked, but he didn't dare to not come out. Beat him. The commander of the divine shadow guard shouted. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. A divine shadow guard went up and punched and kicked Big Dipper Flame. In just a few hits, Big Dipper Flame was beaten to the point where he was coughing up blood. Take him away and train. The commander of the divine shadow guard shouted, next. Long Qinghun. Commander, you've been beating us for almost a month. You're abusing us. Long Qinghun shouted in fear. The commander of the divine shadow guard sneered, you've said this many times. Beat him. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. After another few hits, Long Qinghun fell to the ground. He couldn't even see how his opponent attacked. The commander of the divine shadow guard shouted, next, Huan Yang. One after another, they were beaten up. Among the dozens of people, they had been like this for more than 20 days. After a round of beating, they would cultivate again. After they recovered, they would be beaten up again and cultivate again. Day after day, after more than 20 days, even Long Nidian was terrified. Every time they were injured, they were on the verge of death. Qi Huang, Luan Shen, Lin Mucheng, Huan Yang, and the others had been abused by Feng Wuchen before. They were very excited to go through this kind of devilish training again. In 10 days, the divine shadow guards will take you out to complete a mission. If you don't want to die, cultivate well. The commander of the divine shadow guard shouted. Shan Tong's method was similar. It was also very cruel. But the difference was that Shui Zhanshen and the others paid more attention to hiding and killing in one blow. They were moving around in the dangerous forbidden area every day. They could lose their lives at any time. Long Qianya's side was much more relaxed. At least they didn't have to be beaten up. Zhang Junlan and the others cultivated and fought every day while Long Qianya patiently taught them. Yang Zilan's side was also relaxed. He cultivated every day and fought with Yang Zilan without stopping. After nearly a month, with the help of the Saint Origin stones, blood lotus seeds, and spatial rings, everyone's cultivation had increased to different degrees. It was especially obvious. His cultivation had already surpassed Feng Wuchen's. Of course, they had been cultivating for so many days while Feng Wuchen had just started cultivating. It was normal for him to surpass Feng Wuchen. Dragon God Temple, Third Elder's Palace. Inside the main hall, many upper echelons of the Dragon God Temple's major forces were gathered. Their old faces were gloomy to the extreme, and the atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. The upper echelons of the various major forces, as well as the third elder and the others, joined forces to oppose the conferment of the Dragon God Supreme. Unfortunately, they were all suppressed. The third elder had originally thought that this matter would at least make Xianxia and the others seriously consider it. After all, there were many people who opposed this matter. But what the third elder didn't expect was that the three primogenitors forcefully suppressed it without a second word. The third elder almost fainted from anger. Preposterous. Feng Wuchen was just a junior. Even if he was the strongest expert in the firmament, he was still nothing in the eyes of the saints. What right did he have to become a supreme expert? What right does he have? Third elder's anger soared to the heavens. An old man shook his head and sighed, the decision of the three primogenitors is not something we can change. Third elder, the three primogenitors naturally have their reasons for thinking so highly of Feng Wuchen. An expert spoke carefully. The third elder's face sank. He glared fiercely at the person who spoke and shouted angrily, "Are you willing to be trampled under the feet of a brat?" If Feng Wuchen was strong enough, this elder wouldn't have any objections. But he's just a saint. Even if he wants to be conferred the title of supreme expert, he has to be strong enough first. Third elder, please calm down. Since the three primogenitors don't agree, we can force Feng Wuchen to give up the title of supreme expert. An old man with white hair and beard suggested. He didn't even take the killing to heart last time to heart. How can we force him? Another old man asked. The third elder's face was gloomy. He said fiercely, the three primogenitors are all protecting Feng Wuchen. Since that's the case, let's make it clear. This elder disdains using underhanded methods. If Feng Wuchen can do it, so what if we admit that he's the Dragon God Supreme? If he can't do it, we'll remove him. The third elder was determined to oppose. The conditions he proposed were absolutely heaven-defying. It was definitely not something a human could do. In the main hall, Xianxia and the other two primogenitors were helpless. Primogenitors, third elder is too stubborn. He is only concerned about the reputation of Dragon God Temple. He is not trying to harm Dragon God Temple. First elder Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly, don't we know this old thing's temperament? The third elder and the others will know in the future. Oh right, great elder. Has there been any movement from the Heavenly Devil clan recently? Xianxia asked. Xianxia's old face became serious. He said solemnly, there's no movement for now. Because of the suppression of the Dragon God Totem, they don't dare to stir up trouble. Unless the old patriarch and elder Wuji come out, they won't dare to make any big moves. Pausing, Xianxia continued, the three traitors have already left the Heavenly Devil clan and went to the profound saint world. They should also know about the ascension of the Supreme. Xianxia nodded and said, quickly find out why that old fart wants to protect the three of them. Xianmu and Xingying have been secretly investigating. There's no news for now. Xianxia nodded. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. After a full month of seclusion, Feng Wuchen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. A month in the outside world was equivalent to 5 months in the divine ring. After 5 months of seclusion, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had already stepped into the Holy Spirit realm. It directly soared by 8 stars, the speed of his cultivation was extremely terrifying. I've finally broken through to the Holy Spirit realm. With my current strength, killing Zhujiao is as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. The powerful strength made Feng Wuchen very satisfied. Feng Wuchen was definitely not bragging. With the support of the sacred weapon and the origin energy, in addition to his incomparably strong physical body, Feng Wuchen was absolutely confident that he could kill Zhujiao, who was a 3-star Holy Spirit, as a 1-star Holy Spirit. I wonder if Xiaoxiao and the rest can break through to the Holy Spirit realm. Feng Wuchen muttered. With a thought, Feng Wuchen exited the divine ring and appeared in the main hall. Brother Feng, you're finally out of seclusion. Shan Tong's voice immediately sounded and appeared in the main hall. Feng Wuchen glanced at Shan Tong and smiled. From your tone, it seems like I'm in trouble again. Yes, that's right. It's a huge trouble. Shan Tong shook his head helplessly. Feng Wuchen shrugged and looked indifferent. Sitting down, Shan Tong said, the third elder and most of the major forces under the Dragon God Temple strongly objected to conferring you the title of Supreme Dragon God. However, the three primogenitors suppressed them. They won't give up. Now, they've made a condition. As long as you can fulfill it, they'll recognize you as the Supreme Dragon God. I don't have time. Let them be. Feng Wuchen rejected without hesitation. There was no need to guess at all to know that this was nitpicking. It was simply impossible. Only a fool would agree. Glancing at Feng Wuchen, Shan Tong smiled. If it was me, I wouldn't agree either. Who knows what kind of harsh conditions they will give? How are Xiaoxiao and the rest? Feng Wuchen asked. Shan Tong smiled and said, in short, we did as you asked. Their cultivations have all broken through the Holy Spirit realm. Oh? They have all reached the Holy Spirit realm? Feng Wuchen was surprised. Shan Tong smiled, yes. Long Nidian and the rest who joined the Divine Shadow Guards have the most obvious increase in strength. They will only be back in 3 months. However, they have to follow the Divine Shadow Guards on missions. I have arranged for Feng Hun Shan and Qing Jiao Long to stay in the St. Pil Pavilion. I will arrange other things for them. Feng Wuchen nodded. Brother Feng, you really don't want to go? Shan Tong asked again. I have the time. Can't I cultivate? Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Sigh, I'm afraid this is not up to you. The ancestor has already agreed. Shan Tong sighed helplessly. What? The ancestor agreed? Feng Wuchen's expression changed. He was furious and said helplessly, the ancestor has really screwed me over this time. Shan Tong shrugged, so, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Otherwise, those old things will not give up. They will only acknowledge you if you have super strength. Feng Wuchen's face turned completely black. He had just descended to the holy world 2 months ago. How could he have super strength? If he really had that strength, Feng Wuchen would have beaten them up one by one. Let's go. The ancestor said to go to the main hall when you come out. I will inform them first. Shan Tong shook his head and walked out of the main hall. Master, it's just the Supreme Dragon God. It doesn't matter whether he has the title or not. Don't forget that the Divine Ring has the Reincarnation Pagoda and 100 terrifying experts. Long Xinjian transmitted. Let's go. Let's see what kind of conditions they are offering. Feng Wuchen helplessly walked out of the hall. After the news was released, the third elder and the upper echelons of the major forces gathered in the main hall. They were just waiting for Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, you'll have to rely on yourself. I can't help you. Shan Tong's helpless voice sounded. A short while later, Feng Wuchen entered the main hall. At that moment, Feng Wuchen felt as if he had entered a pack of wolves. Everyone was staring at him fiercely. Was this a cannibalism? Feng Wuchen was secretly depressed, but he did not show it on his face. Greetings to the 3 primogenitors, protectors, third elder, and seniors. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and bowed politely. The most basic etiquette was still required. He couldn't embarrass the 3 primogenitors, could he? No need to be so courteous. Sit down. Lan Shishun said with a faint smile. Thank you, primogenitor. Feng Wuchen did not stand on ceremony and sat down. He even glanced at the third elder and the rest, not minding it at all. He then looked at the 3 primogenitors and saw them nodding at him. Feng Wuchen already knew what was going on. Third elder, you don't have to keep staring at me like that. You're staring at me like that. My face is turning red, Feng Wuchen suddenly said. There was a burst of suppressed laughter in the main hall. After all, many people were in favor of conferring Feng Wuchen the title of Supreme Dragon God. The third elder's face twitched. He stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and said in a deep voice, Feng Wuchen, Di Tong should have told you, right? Yes, he did. Feng Wuchen nodded. So, you know about it? An elder asked in a deep voice. He did not treat Feng Wuchen as the Supreme Dragon God, but as if he was interrogating a criminal. I'm sorry, I forgot when I came. Senior, can you tell me again? Feng Wuchen grinned. Since the other party was being impolite, Feng Wuchen did not have to give him face. You. The elder was furious. What about you? Feng Wuchen stood up and pointed at the elder and scolded, impudent. What's with your attitude? I'm still the supreme dragon god conferred by the primogenitor. Are you looking down on the primogenitor by speaking to me like this? If not for the fact that you're a senior, I would have charged you with the crime of offending your superiors. The elder's face was red and his lungs were about to explode. However, he did not dare to say anything else. He could not bear this crime. Feng Wuchen brought up the primogenitor long and completely shocked the opposition. Feng Wuchen was personally conferred the title of sovereign by Long Shihun. Being disrespectful to Feng Wuchen was equivalent to being disrespectful to Long Shihun. Impudent? One-Eyed was stunned. Who was the impudent one here? Probably only Feng Wuchen could say that, right? This brat's mouth is very powerful. I really didn't expect him to suddenly use such a move. It suits old man's appetite. Long Shiyun was extremely excited. Long Shitian slightly nodded his head and laughed. I originally thought that he would obediently listen to the third elder's conditions, but unexpectedly, he turned the tables. He's really not simple. Who else wants to offend me? Feng Wuchen asked with an arrogant face. His sharp gaze swept over, and one by one, they lowered their heads in fear. Only the third elder stared at Feng Wuchen with a gloomy face. Put away your prestige. Although you were conferred the title of sovereign by the primogenitor, without our approval, in our eyes, you are not a sovereign. The third elder said in a deep voice. That's right. Without our approval, you are not a sovereign. An old man shouted, and the others followed suit. The main hall was in an uproar. Quiet. Long Shihun spoke indifferently, and an imposing aura filled with supreme majesty. Spread out. The main hall instantly quieted down. Feng Wuchen, I have already agreed on your behalf. If you can do it, the third elder and the others will approve of you. Long Shihun said indifferently. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, all right. Sweeping his gaze across the third elder and the others, Feng Wuchen said lazily, you old seniors are just unhappy that I stepped on your heads. Speak, what have you researched that humans can't do? Feng Wuchen, conferring the title of sovereign. Seeing that you have just ascended to the sacred world, your cultivation is not required for the time being, but you must be qualified. The third elder said. Conditions. Feng Wuchen spat out two simple words. The third elder sneered, first, I heard that you are an amazing alchemist in the divine world. Now, you must use a thought to refine a Saint Spirit Realm pill, if you, next. A Saint Spirit Realm pill appeared in Feng Wuchen's hand. Yes, in front of everyone in the main hall just now, a pill formed with a thought. What? A pill formed? How is that possible? Feng Wuchen has become a Saint Spirit Realm alchemist? So fast. I didn't even see it clearly, and he already refined a Saint Spirit Realm pill. The eyes of everyone in the main hall almost popped out, and they were all shocked and incredulous. Feng Wuchen had only ascended for 2 months, and he had already become a Saint Spirit Realm alchemist. The third elder was dumbfounded. Becoming a Holy Spirit Realm alchemist in 2 months. This was simply impossible to achieve. Even the most talented alchemist in the holy world couldn't do it. Was this something a human could do? Sorry, but Feng Wuchen did it. Not to mention the third elder, even the 3 primal ancestors were dumbfounded. In the beginning, they didn't think that Feng Wuchen could do it. But in the next moment, Feng Wuchen slapped them in the face. He told them that anything was possible. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. In order to deal with Feng Wuchen, they had racked their brains to think of a way. It was true that Feng Wuchen had ascended for 2 months, but he hadn't been in the Dragon God Temple for almost a month. In other words, Feng Wuchen had only been in seclusion for a month. It was because of this that the third elder and the others came up with this harsh condition that was impossible for a human to fulfill. But they never thought that Feng Wuchen would actually break through. What are you all doing? Next condition, I'm in a hurry. Feng Wuchen said with a straight face, looking unhappy. Looking at everyone's dumbfounded expression, Feng Wuchen's heart bloomed like a flower. How could he be unhappy? Everyone was startled awake, and those who supported Feng Wuchen had a whole new level of respect for him. Those who opposed Feng Wuchen were blushing red, feeling too ashamed to show their faces. The third elder, in particular, pulled a long face like a noodle. Without waiting for the third elder to speak, Feng Wuchen continued, "If the next condition is still related to alchemists, then there's no need. Continue to the next condition." As soon as he finished speaking, a Holy Spirit Realm talisman and a top-grade divine artifact appeared in Feng Wuchen's hand. Holy Spirit Realm talisman, raise 1 star of battle strength for 2 hours, Holy Spirit Realm to forge divine artifacts. Feng Wuchen said casually, as if he had just done something insignificant. If the previous shock was said to have caused waves in their hearts, then the shock at this moment was like a tidal wave that rose to the sky for the third elder and the others. Everyone in the main hall was shocked beyond words. They were all dumbstruck. Is he even human? Even a demon wouldn't be so terrifying, right? Brother Feng is a level 4 alchemist. Shan Tong was the first to break the silence. Fourth layer alchemist, these words exploded in the ears of the third elder and the others like a deep-sea bomb. Fourth layer alchemist. Chu Tianshu, who had been silent all this while, trembled in shock. Chu Tianshu was also an alchemist. His level was much higher than Feng Wuchen's, but he was only a second-level alchemist. Not to mention the firmament, even in the holy world, having a third Dan blacksmith was already a terrifying genius. As for a fourth-level alchemist, there wasn't a single person in the holy world, not even among the younger generation. Third elder, don't be so shocked. Hurry up and move on to the next one. Let me see which one I can't do. I can't wait for the ancestor to take back my title, Feng Wuchen said impatiently. His expression was as annoying as it could get. The third elder was so angry that he felt like his heart was about to explode. Feng Wuchen, you've just ascended to the holy world. You don't need to have a high cultivation, but you need to have extraordinary talent. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to be a supremacy. The third elder resisted the urge to slap Feng Wuchen to death. Feng Wuchen asked without hesitation, what kind of extraordinary talent? You need to break through to the Holy Spirit Realm. If you can't reach the Holy Spirit Realm now, you won't be qualified. The third elder said solemnly. Break through to the Holy Spirit Realm? Feng Wuchen frowned. Shan Tong was also stunned. He looked at the third elder strangely, but he didn't say anything. Humph, you can break through to the Holy Spirit Realm in 2 months. You spent all your time refining pills, where would you find the time to cultivate? An expert laughed proudly. Not to mention breaking through now, even if you give him another month, he won't be able to do it. Another expert gloated. No one can do it. Moreover, the cultivation resources of the Dragon God Temple are all under the third elder's control. He doesn't have any cultivation resources. Another expert sneered. The opposition was waiting to see Feng Wuchen make a fool of himself. Third elder, isn't this request a bit too much? Feng Wuchen must have spent a lot of time to break through to the Holy Spirit Realm. How could he have time to cultivate? Long Shirtian frowned. The primogenitor bestowed the title of supremacy to a junior who just ascended to the holy world. He must be a very powerful genius. No one in the holy world can do it, but a supremacy should be able to do it. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to receive the title of supremacy? Feng Wuchen, don't you think so? The third elder smiled and looked at Feng Wuchen proudly. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, what the third elder said is reasonable. The 3 primogenitors were speechless. The sarcasm in the third elder's words couldn't be more obvious. As expected of an old fox. Chu Tianshu couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, Third elder, no one in the holy world can fulfill your request. You are deliberately making things difficult for him. Great elder, you can't say that. The primogenitor has already agreed. Moreover, as the Dragon God Temple's supremacy, even if he doesn't have a powerful cultivation, he should have the ability to make others submit. Otherwise, others will think that Feng Wuchen is a descendant of the dragon gods. The third elder refuted. You. Chu Tianshu was speechless. The third elder's words were aimed at Feng Wuchen. Third elder, who do you think can do it in the holy world? Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. The third elder smiled proudly, this elder doesn't know. If you don't know, then I will tell you. Feng Wuchen can do it. Feng Wuchen stood up and his Saint Qi erupted. Overbearing and surging momentum swept through the hall. Feng Wuchen shouted, "Open your eyes and look carefully. 1-star Saint Spirit Realm. 1-star Saint Spirit Realm." The third elder stood up, his old eyes bulging. He was petrified on the spot, motionless. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Feng Wuchen left the temple for almost a month before returning. He only cultivated for a month. How could he break through to the Holy Spirit Realm at the same time? He really is a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator. He really is a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator. How did he do it? How can his cultivation talent be so terrifying? Even the top geniuses in the holy world can't do it. In the hall, except for Shan Tong, everyone was shocked. Especially the opposition. They thought they could defeat Feng Wuchen, but they didn't expect Feng Wuchen to defeat them. This little brat actually did it. Long Shitian and Long Shiyun were also shocked and incredulous. He really didn't let this king down. Long Shihun was also shocked. What no one could do, Feng Wuchen did. This smelly brat. The third elder's old face had never felt so hot. He gloomily shouted, "Feng Wuchen, if you can challenge 2 5-star Saint Spirit Realm cultivators and win, this elder will recognize you as a supreme." Everyone's expression changed when they heard third elder's words. He was purposely making things difficult for Chu Feng. How could Feng Wuchen, who had just broken through to 1-star Holy Spirit, defeat 2 5-star Holy Spirits? He couldn't even defeat one, let alone 2. Chu Tianchu's face darkened as he said angrily, "Yang Xuani. We agreed on 2 conditions. What's the meaning of your third condition?" "Third elder, you're purposely making things difficult for Ji Zun." An expert immediately stood up for Feng Wuchen. "That's right. Ji Zun has just broken through to 1-star Holy Spirit. How could he defeat 2 5-star Holy Spirits?" "We don't agree. Absolutely not. We oppose making things difficult for Ji Zun. Ji Zun has already fulfilled 2 conditions. There's no third." Those who supported Feng Wuchen stood up one after another. Shan Tong also spoke, "We agreed on 2 conditions, third elder, isn't this against the rules?" "Only 2 conditions?" Feng Wuchen was stunned, then he thought to himself, "Third elder is really trying to kill me." Yang Xuani ignored everyone's comments and stared at Feng Wuchen, asking, "How about it? Feng Wuchen, do you dare to agree? If you don't, I won't acknowledge you as Ji Zun." Since he knew Feng Wuchen's cultivation level, he had to ensure that nothing would go wrong if he wanted to defeat Feng Wuchen. 2 5-star Holy Spirits were enough to defeat Feng Wuchen. Yang Xuani wanted to defeat Feng Wuchen. "Brother Feng, don't agree. The first ancestor only agreed to 2 conditions, and you passed both. You win. There are 3 first ancestors and so many witnesses. It's not up to the third elder to decide whether or not he agrees." Shan Tong said hurriedly. After all, Yang Xuani had indeed gone overboard. Shan Tong was right, there were only 2 conditions, and Feng Wuchen had passed them, so the title of Ji Zun belonged to none other than Feng Wuchen. There was no need to agree to the third condition. "Ji Zun, don't agree." Those who supported Feng Wuchen tried to dissuade him. Long Shihun and the other 2 progenitors did not interrupt. To them, whether Feng Wuchen agreed or not, whether he won or lost, Feng Wuchen was the supreme of the dragon gods. The reason why he didn't interrupt was because he wanted to see how Feng Wuchen would deal with it. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was no longer as arrogant as before, Yang Xian sneered and asked, "What? You don't dare to agree? Are you afraid that you'll lose face if you lose?" The higher-ups who were against Feng Wuchen didn't dare to speak anymore. Since Feng Wuchen had already won, they had to admit that Feng Wuchen was a supreme being. "Third elder, are you sure that I won't refuse?" Feng Wuchen frowned. Yang Xian sneered, "You can choose not to agree, but this elder is not forcing you. Since third elder has proposed a third condition, then third elder must also agree to one of my conditions." "How about it?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Without even thinking about it, Yang Xian agreed, "This elder agrees." "Good. Delightful." Feng Wuchen said with a smile, "If I agree to the third condition, then third elder will hand over the management of Dragon God Temple's cultivation resources to me. How about it?" Naturally, no problem. Xianxia agreed straightforwardly. He felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it. In Xianxia's opinion, he has already defeated Feng Wuchen, so agreeing is nothing. Why should he think so much? However, the three ancestors are flabbergasted. Feng Wuchen is definitely not speaking casually, he really wants to gamble. Does Feng Wuchen really have the strength to defeat two 5-star holy spirits? Long Shutian's face is filled with confusion, he finds it hard to believe. Long Shuyun doubtfully said, the conditions proposed by this brat are very advantageous to him. If he doesn't have confidence, there's no need for him to propose it. Long Shihun looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Where did Feng Wuchen's confidence come from? One must know that it's two 5-star holy spirits, not one. If he lost, even if Feng Wuchen is still a sovereign, Xianxia will definitely think of every way to make things difficult for Feng Wuchen. Sovereign really agrees? Chu Tianshu looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. It can't be, right? Sovereign really dares to challenge two 5-star holy spirits? There's simply no chance of winning. If it's a 3-star holy spirit, Sovereign might be able to win, but a 5-star holy spirit is simply impossible. Sovereign is too impulsive, there's no need to agree to the third condition. The upper echelons who support Feng Wuchen are shocked and worried at this moment. Alright, it's a deal. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Xianxia said with a smile, then let's begin. Wait. Feng Wuchen promptly said. What? Going back on your word? Xianxia's old face is filled with anger, he feels that he has been played. That's not it. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, just now, I just mentioned my condition because I agreed to the third condition. Third elder, you also agreed to it. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he came back to his senses. His old face instantly darkened and he shouted angrily, Feng Wuchen, you tricked me, this elder means that you win. When Xianxia said this, the crowd was somewhat unable to react. Feng Wuchen said with an innocent face, Third elder, when did I trick you? I made it very clear, I said that if I agree to your third condition, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Third elder agreed, then third elder will hand over the management of Dragon God Temple's cultivation resources to me. You also agreed, everyone heard it clearly. This? Xianxia thought carefully, this is indeed the case. Yes, that's what Sovereign said just now, and third elder also agreed to it very happily. That's right. I also heard it. Third elder, that's what Feng Wuchen said just now. Everyone was now standing on Feng Wuchen's side. Feng Wuchen had indeed said so, and it was also very clear, but they had all been led astray. In other words, Xianxia was tricked by Feng Wuchen, and he didn't realize it himself, and no one here realized it. Everyone thought that Feng Wuchen had won, which was why he had the right to manage the cultivation resources. But they didn't know that Feng Wuchen was referring to the third condition, which was to obtain the management rights of cultivation resources. Obtaining the management rights of cultivation resources with just a few words, he had profited greatly. Xianxia was so angry that smoke was coming out of his ancestral grave. This brat actually dared to trick third elder. After hearing this, the three primal ancestors' eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Since when did Brother Feng learn this skill? You tricked the management rights of cultivation resources over for no reason. Shan Tong also understood and stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Third elder, everyone heard it, and you've also agreed. You can't go back on your words. Feng Wuchen's face was full of radiant smiles, confident that he could charm thousands of girls. Stinking brat. Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted angrily, can we start now? Feng Wuchen laughed happily, no hurry, we're not done talking yet. What else is there to talk about? Xianxia shouted angrily. That's right, what else is there to talk about? Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen cautiously, feeling that he was about to make another move. They must listen carefully. With the lesson just now, Xianxia thought to himself, this stinking brat is extremely cunning, I must listen carefully. What is this kid trying to do now? The three primogenitors looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. They were very curious. With the previous lesson, everyone's first reaction was that Feng Wuchen was up to something again. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened attentively, afraid that they would miss something. The scene was too cute. It was the expression of a primary school student paying attention in class. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen wanted to laugh. "Third elder, do you all think I'll lose?" Feng Wuchen asked Yang Xuani and the other opponents. The opponents didn't answer immediately. Instead, they thought about whether there was anything wrong with Feng Wuchen's words. There was nothing wrong with his words. After thinking for a few seconds, Yang Xuani said in a low voice, "You'll definitely lose. Even if you teleport, you have no chance of winning." The other opponents didn't dare to say anything. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. "Since Third Elder thinks I'll definitely lose, how about we make another bet? Do you dare?" "Bet?" Everyone was stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. What was Feng Wuchen trying to do by making a bet at this time? This? The three ancestors were also stunned. They didn't expect Feng Wuchen to do this. From Feng Wuchen's tone, it sounded like he could even defeat the two invisible holy spirits. Where did Feng Wuchen get his confidence from? Feng Wuchen would definitely lose this battle. He had no chance of winning. Even a 3-year-old child could see that. Why did Feng Wuchen want to make a bet? Could it be that he felt bad for fooling Third Elder and wanted to apologize? Impossible. Yang Xuani heard these words clearly, and his gloomy face instantly bloomed like a flower. This was a gift from the heavens. "Let's bet." Yang Xuani's face was filled with a bright smile. He felt like he had turned into a handsome young man in his 20s. Everyone heard it. The Third Elder has agreed. Feng Wuchen had a sly smile on his face as he looked at Yang Xuani and said, "Third Elder, you better listen carefully." As soon as he said this, the hall instantly quieted down. Yang Xuani and everyone else in the hall instinctively cocked their ears. Feng Wuchen said with a sly smile, "Third Elder, if I win, Dragon God Temple's book collection pavilion will also be under my management. How about it?" Dragon God Temple's library and cultivation resources had always been managed by Yang Xuani. Narrowing his old eyes, Yang Xian stared at Feng Wuchen and asked, "What if you lose?" Feng Wuchen spread out his hands, and said, "If I lose, I'll return the treasury to you, and I won't take the title of Supreme Martial Artist. Is that okay?" "What?" Hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked and looked at Feng Wuchen like they were looking at an idiot. Yang Xian was also dumbfounded on the spot, recalling Feng Wuchen's words word by word, fearing that he had misheard. Was Feng Wuchen crazy? "Supreme Martial Artist, you're not wrong, right?" An expert couldn't help but ask. Not only him, everyone else also thought that Feng Wuchen was wrong. Feng Wuchen's words didn't have any problems, but everyone felt that Feng Wuchen was wrong. "I'm not wrong, why do you ask?" Feng Wuchen asked with a strange face. Knowing that he was going to lose, he actually used the treasury and the title of Supreme Martial Artist as a bet, puzzled, extremely puzzled. Long Shihun said in astonishment, "This kid's appetite is not small, he just swindled the treasury, and now he wants to eat the library? Is this kid stupid? And he even used the treasury as a bet. Does he really think he can win? Those are 2 5-star holy spirits." Long Shiyun opened his eyes wide. For the first time, he felt his heartbeat accelerate. He definitely can't win, the difference in strength is too great. I'm afraid he's giving the Third Elder a way out. Long Shitian frowned and guessed. Yang Xian was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses, and confirmed that there was no problem with Feng Wuchen's words. Knowing that he is no match, he still wants to bet. Has this kid found his conscience? Yang Xian guessed. Yang Xian stared at Feng Wuchen strangely, and said in his heart, "That's not right, this kid is extremely cunning, and even tricked this elder. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like he has found his conscience." Feng Wuchen found his conscience? Dream on. It would be good if Feng Wuchen didn't scam you until you lost your family fortune. But thinking about it carefully, this bet was a chance to turn the tables, and the chance of winning was as high as 99%. Why not bet on a good thing like a pie falling from the sky? Feng Wuchen, you said it yourself, the ancestor also heard it. If you lose, return the treasury, and remove the title of Supreme Martial Artist. Yang Xian said loudly and clearly. Tapping his chest with his thumb, Feng Wuchen smiled. I said it. Good. This elder will bet with you. A bright smile appeared on Xianxia's old face, and his heart was filled with joy. Then let's begin. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was not worried in the slightest, and instead had a card up his sleeve, everyone was curious. Brother Feng, are you really confident? Shan Tong asked through voice transmission. Definitely can't win. Have you ever seen a 1-star Holy Spirit defeat 2 5-star Holy Spirits? Feng Wuchen asked in return. What? You still want to bet if you can't win? Shan Tong froze on the spot. Everyone walked out of the hall, and Yang Xian immediately sent people to find 2 5-star Holy Spirits from other forces. The battle was about to begin. Feng Wuchen, it's not too late for you to regret now. Yang Xian smiled brightly. There's no need for me to regret. Feng Wuchen shrugged, and walked straight to the square. Seeing Feng Wuchen's confident smile, Yang Xian's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. Is this kid really confident in defeating 2 5-star Holy Spirits? Long Shun couldn't figure out where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. On the square, seeing Feng Wuchen walking down, the 2 guards looked nervous and respectful. Greetings to Supreme Being. Both of them saluted respectfully. No need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen smiled brightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Go all out, don't hold back. Yang Xian ordered. Yes. Third Elder. Both of them answered weakly. Go. Yang Xian shouted. Supreme Being, please excuse us. Neither of them dared to disobey the order, and immediately circulated their energy and rushed forward at full speed. Feng Wuchen also rushed forward, and his momentum was overwhelming. He really had the momentum to defeat 2 5-star Holy Spirits. The spectating upper echelons were dumbfounded. This is simply courting death, can't you just admit defeat? Must you let others beat you up to feel better? Defeat is certain. Yang Xian smiled brightly. At this moment, the crowd felt as if they were watching a battle between 2 top experts of the holy world, and they all held their breaths. If you can defeat me, I'll sentence you to death. Just as the 2 of them approached, Feng Wuchen suddenly laughed. Death. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the 2 guards were scared out of their wits, and they lost their balance in an instant, falling in front of Feng Wuchen. Bam, bam. Feng Wuchen kicked the 2 5-star Holy Spirits out of the square. A perfect victory. The upper echelons around the square were stunned for a second before collapsing in droves. Shan Tong, who was leaning against a stone pillar, almost lost his balance. He stared at Feng Wuchen with bulging eyes. Yang Xuani was dumbfounded. This was the technique Feng Wuchen used to defeat the 2 5-star Holy Spirits. Honorable, one just like that? What's going on? Is this even possible? Isn't this a little too mean? Honorable one with just 1 sentence. The turn of events was too sudden. No one could react in time. Haha. The 3 patriarchs were stunned at first. Then, they could not help but laugh so hard that their stomachs were cramping. Feng Wuchen won easily with just 1 sentence of threat. Haha. I finally understand. This kid has been scheming against Third Elder from the start. He's made Third Elder fall into his trap step by step. Long Shihun guffawed. Cunning and smart. Haha. Long Shiyun laughed. The 3 patriarchs did not expect Feng Wuchen to use such a mean move. But it was quite effective. No one present expected such a comical scene. They all thought that Feng Wuchen would use some earth-shattering technique. Feng Wuchen glanced at the 2 below the square and asked with a smile, did I win? Yes, yes, yes. The 2 below the square trembled with fear and innocence. Third Elder, have you seen it? I've won. The library is mine. Feng Wuchen smiled brightly. In that instant, he felt a sense of achievement. Feng Wuchen felt that he had reached the peak of the world. Yang Xuani was shaking with anger. All the cells in his body were roaring, and his organs were in turmoil. He glared at Feng Wuchen as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yang Xuani yelled, I'm talking about a battle. Is this a battle? Feng Wuchen stared blankly for a moment, then analyzed with the face of a real person, isn't this called a battle? Everyone saw it. They attacked first. They unleashed the full power of a 5-star Holy Spirit. They charged at me like two vicious wolves. Then, they suddenly fell. Perhaps it was God's arrangement. They just happened to fall at my feet. I immediately seized the opportunity and kicked them down. Such an obvious scene doesn't count as a battle? Third Elder, didn't you see such a wonderful battle just now? Third Elder, that's enough. I don't blame you for not seeing such an exciting battle. Didn't you just lose the treasure pavilion? If I'm happy one day, I might just return it to you. Feng Wuchen's analysis and description were quite vivid, making people feel as if they were there. Everyone in the square was amused by Feng Wuchen. They all covered their mouths and snickered. Great Elder Chu Tianchu's old face also showed a smile. He said, to be able to anger Third Elder to this extent, in all these years, only Jizun can do it. Sigh, Grandpa is really something. He has nothing better to do but go against Jizun. Jizun is obviously a cunning person. How can Grandpa win? A handsome young man shook his head helplessly. Long Shiyun glanced at the man and laughed. Haha. Qing Kuei, your grandpa has been completely controlled by that brat Feng Wuchen. He has been schemed against from the start. Until now, he still doesn't know. Haha. A few of the higher-ups couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Yang Xuani being defeated was definitely the most refreshing thing in their lives. You're threatening me. How did I lose? You're winning with an unfair advantage. Yang Xuani roared angrily. He was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath. Feng Wuchen curled his lips and said, Third Elder, you didn't say that you can't threaten in a battle, right? Hearing the Third Elder say that he had an unfair advantage, I feel that something is wrong. Yang Xuani was mad with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, anyway, it doesn't count. Third Elder, you're being shameless. There are so many people watching. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? We're all on the same side. That's enough. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Bullshit. Since you've made a bet with me, then you have to follow what I say. Fight again. Yang Xuani roared angrily. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and asked with a smile, Third Elder, you've lost the treasure pavilion and the book collection pavilion to me. Do you have anything else to bet? I haven't lost yet. When did the book collection pavilion belong to you? Yang Xuani really wanted to cut Feng Wuchen into pieces and roast him. If Third Elder doesn't want to admit it, then so be it. Anyway, the ancestors are all my witnesses. I'm in a hurry, so I won't accompany Third Elder. Feng Wuchen smiled brilliantly and turned to leave. Wait. Yang Xuani immediately shouted. Third Elder, do you have any other instructions? Feng Wuchen turned around, still beaming with the attitude of a victor. Seeing Feng Wuchen's expression, Yang Xuani was filled with anger. Continue the bet. Yang Xuani roared. Third Elder, you don't seem to have any bets. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Who says I don't? Yang Xuani roared. Bet his life. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. You're not joking, right? The young man's eyes bulged, and he trembled in fear. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yang Qingkue and said, Third Elder, this isn't too good, right? This elder has the final say. If you lose the real battle, then return the treasure pavilion and the book collection pavilion. Yang Xuani roared. He was really furious. Fine. We'll bet your life. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yang Qingkue and raised his eyebrows. Ai. Yang Qingkue sighed helplessly. You two, go all out. Yang Xuani glared fiercely at the two, scaring them so much that they almost lost control of their bowels. Come up. Feng Wuchen smiled. The real battle was about to begin. Everyone's gaze once again fell on Feng Wuchen. The fact that Feng Wuchen had accepted the bet so easily made them very curious and expectant. If it was a real battle, could Feng Wuchen win? Supreme Elder, please excuse us. The two bowed respectfully. Immediately, they mustered all their strength and charged up like wolves. Third Elder, do you see? Do you see? They're charging at us like the wolves from before. Feng Wuchen yelled with a serious face as if he was a commentator. Yang Xuani. The two were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had reached Feng Wuchen, and simultaneously punched at Feng Wuchen. Their attacks were ferocious and merciless. In this instant, the Dragon God Temple quieted down. Feng Wuchen grinned, and the divine power of time in his body instantly erupted. The two 5-star divine spirits' attacks were about to hit Feng Wuchen, but when they were half an inch away from Feng Wuchen's face, they strangely stopped. How is this possible? The two looked as if they had seen a ghost. Hee, third elder, your grandson's life is mine. Feng Wuchen said with a victorious smile. What's wrong with you two? Attack. Yang Xuani, who was originally smiling brightly, shouted angrily when he saw the two of them stop. However, even though Yang Xuani shouted angrily, the two of them didn't move. They didn't even reply. The two 5-star holy spirits were on the verge of tears. They couldn't move or speak. They seemed to be trapped. What kind of power is this? It can actually control 5-star holy spirits? Why do I feel like time is flowing slower? What kind of power is Jizun using? The spectators were shocked and incredulous. Time divine power. Shan Tong saw through it and was overjoyed, so that's how it is, no wonder Brother Feng is so confident. I almost forgot, he still has time divine power. Third elder is bound to lose this time. Oh? This brat still has this kind of power? To be able to slow down time, what kind of power is this? Long Shiyan's face was also filled with shock. Long Shirhan smiled faintly. This is a kind of ancient power that only exists in the divine world. Although it is inferior to the holy world's saint origin, it has some special abilities. Feng Wuchen is using time divine power now. He can control the speed of time. Time divine power? It's not simple. Long Shirtian nodded. Primogenitor, since saint origin is stronger than the ancient power, then with their cultivation, they should be able to surpass Jizun's time divine power. Why can't they move? Yang Qingkue asked puzzledly. Long Shirhan smiled faintly. This means that Feng Wuchen is strong enough to use time divine power to control them. His true battle strength is at least at the level of a 3-star holy spirit. Oh? Can a Jizun's battle strength increase so much? Yang Qingkue couldn't help but jump in shock. This brat is not simple. This seat's Jizun title was bestowed after careful consideration. Otherwise, why do you think this seat is so insistent? Although Long Shirhan didn't dare to say he understood Feng Wuchen completely, he understood most of it. Long Shirhan had seen the growth of the heavenly world and divine world. Long Shirhan was very clear about Feng Wuchen's terrifying aspects. The most frightening thing was that Feng Wuchen could erupt with power that surpassed the holy world. Naturally, Long Xianxia had already reported everything that had happened in the 7 divine realms to the 3 primogenitors. Feng Wuchen, what are you up to now? Seeing that the two of them were not moving, Yang Xian roared in anger. Third elder, you can't lie through your teeth. There are so many people watching, how could I use any underhanded tricks? Could it be that you still can't tell, third elder? Feng Wuchen said with an innocent face. Yang Xuani's old face was extremely gloomy. With his cultivation base, he could naturally tell that Feng Wuchen had used some sort of power to trap the two of them. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and 2 5-star holy spirits flew out of the square. Third elder, a bet is a bet. You have nothing to say now, right? Feng Wuchen smiled at Yang Xuani. Yang Xuani was speechless. Looking at Yang Qingkue, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, now, your life is mine. You'll be in charge of the treasury and library. After tricking Yang Xuani out of his treasury and library, Feng Wuchen let Yang Qingkue take over. What was the meaning of this? You brat. Yang Xuani's old face twitched, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had lost. Yang Qingkue awkwardly forced a smile. After taking over his grandfather's things, breaking his legs would be considered a light punishment. Yang Qingkue even felt like dying. Originally, he had thought that he was going to win by removing his title as a paragon. Alas, Feng Wuchen's sudden change had turned the tables. He had suffered a double loss. Heavy losses. Now, there should be no objections, right? Feng Wuchen asked the crowd. The voices of objection had already disappeared. No one dared to look Feng Wuchen in the eye. Feng Wuchen's gaze finally fell on Yang Xuani. Smiling, he asked, "Third elder, what about you?" Humph. Yang Xuani glared at Feng Wuchen without saying a word. "Third elder, don't be unhappy. Cheer up, or you'll die from anger." Feng Wuchen did not forget to give him a blow before leaving. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take you with me before I die," Yang Xuani retorted. Vicious indeed. "I'm impressed. But I still have to thank Third Elder for his treasury and library, as well as your grandson's life. Immediately send down the order to withdraw the guards guarding the treasury and library." Feng Wuchen's voice rang out as he walked down the plaza. "That damned brat." Yang Xuani exploded in anger. "Haha. Third Elder, this brat is shrewd and cunning. You've been tricked by him from the start." Seeing Feng Wuchen walk away, Long Shihun could not help but laugh. "What?" Yang Xuani's old face changed. Long Shitian laughed and said, "From the moment you mentioned the Holy Spirit realm, that brat had already guessed what you wanted to do. That's why he was able to eat you. From then on, he began to set a trap for you to jump into. That damned brat. This elder will not forgive him." Hearing this, Yang Xuani was immediately furious. He wanted to find Feng Wuchen to settle the score. "Grandfather, aside from your cultivation being stronger than Jizun, I don't see how you can beat him." Yang Qingkue promptly stopped him. "Good, you ungrateful brat, who are you speaking for?" Yang Xuani angrily shouted. "Grandfather, my life now belongs to Jizun." Yang Qingkue immediately slipped away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. "Good, you stinking brat, your wings have hardened, right?" Yang Xuani wanted to rush up and teach Yang Qingkue a lesson. Long Shuling hurriedly stopped him and said with a faint smile, "Third Elder, you've completely lost this time. In the future, you're not allowed to remove the sovereign title. This is what you've promised. It's been a long time since I've been this happy." "Humph. Seeing this elder lose, you are all very happy, right?" Yang Xuani blew his beard and glared. "That's not it, I'm happy to see Third Elder suffer, haha." Chu Tianshu laughed. "Haha." Long Shihun and the other older generation cultivators all laughed. "Good, you stinking brat, don't let this elder catch you. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Xuani fiercely glared at everyone, then turned around and left. "I didn't expect this stinking brat to have such ability." After ascending for 2 months, he went out to play for a month and came back to cultivate for a month. In the blink of an eye, he has already reached the Holy Spirit realm. He is definitely a monster. This stinking brat is a monster," Yang Xuani secretly said in his heart. He had already named Feng Wuchen as a monster. The farce came to an end. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the library. This time, no one dared to make things difficult for him. Inside the library, Feng Wuchen spent a day reading from the 2nd floor to the 7th floor. He finished reading all the ancient books regarding alchemists and memorized them in his heart. Great Elder is an alchemist, his soul force is extremely terrifying. I'm not sure what realm he is at right now. If I have time, I'll have to ask him for advice. Feng Wuchen secretly said in his heart. The Dragon God Temple is one of the top forces in the Holy World. But the ancient books about alchemists seem to be incomplete. These are all the ancient books, and they should be from many years ago. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to the St. Pill Pavilion when I have time. But with my current cultivation, these ancient books should be enough for me. Feng Wuchen was a little disappointed to find that the books from the 1st to the 7th floor were incomplete. As an alchemist, Feng Wuchen could tell that the ancient books were incomplete even though he had just arrived in the Holy World. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had seen an extremely precious herb when he was in the St. Pill Pavilion, but there was no record of it in the ancient books. Leaving the library, Feng Wuchen headed straight to the treasure pavilion. Now that Feng Wuchen was a Saint Spirit Realm alchemist, it was time to refine the Saint Spirit Realm heaven-defying divine bead. Lord Supreme. When Feng Wuchen arrived at the treasure pavilion, Yang Qingkue, who was guarding the treasure pavilion, immediately went up to greet him respectfully when he saw Feng Wuchen. It's you, your life is mine. I still don't know your name. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Yang Qingkue replied respectfully, this subordinate is Yang Qingkue. No need for this subordinate, you're the third elder's grandson. Feng Wuchen sized Yang Qingkue up and asked with a smile, why? Your grandfather didn't break your dog legs? Yang Qingkue was speechless. Forget it, I won't joke with you anymore. Otherwise, that old thing will come after me. Feng Wuchen shook his head and asked again, why are you guarding here? I knew Lord Supreme would come, so I waited here and introduced the Holy World's treasures to Lord Supreme. Yang Qingkue replied respectfully. Although he was the third elder's grandson, he still had to be respectful in front of Feng Wuchen. The title of Lord Supreme surpassed the rank of elder, and was comparable to primal ancestor. Alright, let's go in. Feng Wuchen nodded. There were countless treasures in the Dragon God Temple's treasure pavilion. Treasures, pills, refining materials, herbs, heavenly treasures, and so on and so forth. There were even some powerful cultivation techniques and spells stored in the treasure pavilion. Such a huge treasure pavilion, how many treasures are there? Entering the treasure pavilion, Feng Wuchen was shocked by the variety of treasures. Moreover, this was only the first floor, there were more treasures to count. Now, he had a source of cultivation resources. Of Feng Wuchen's Yang Qingkue. Yang Qingkue patiently introduced all kinds of treasures to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. Hard work pays off. Under Feng Wuchen's brazen theft and hard work, he finally knew the various treasures of the holy world like the back of his hand. After a few days, who knew how many treasures had disappeared from the treasure pavilion? Feng Wuchen treated the treasure pavilion as his own home. Before Yang Qingkue finished introducing the treasures, they were already in his storage ring. Yang Qingkue's heart was bleeding like a river. Yang Qingkue wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare. Feng Wuchen's status was there. Feng Wuchen was only in charge of the treasure pavilion. It didn't mean that the entire treasure pavilion was given to him. Yang Qingkue didn't dare to say that he could take it. Other people's treasures were good, they were great. Before leaving, Feng Wuchen took away many heavenly treasures suitable for cultivation, as well as various herbs suitable for refining pills. Lord Supreme, please don't come again. Yang Qingkue smiled bitterly, about to cry. Haha. As expected of the treasure pavilion. There are so many treasures. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly the moment he returned to the treasure pavilion. That kind of excitement was as if he had won the 500 million lottery. Feng Wuchen didn't know how many treasures he had swept away in the treasure pavilion these few days. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and several stones floated in his palm. Holy Spirit Stone. This is a supreme treasure for refining holy artifacts. Too awesome. Feng Wuchen laughed wildly. There were dozens of Holy Spirit stones in the treasure pavilion. They were the most important material for refining holy artifacts. They could only be found by chance and were incomparably precious. Dozens of them were stored in the treasure pavilion. It could be seen that even with Chu Tianshu's alchemist realm, it was difficult to refine holy artifacts. It just happened to benefit Feng Wuchen. I'll refine holy artifacts for my wife and dad later. Next time I go to the treasure pavilion, I'll get a few more back. Feng Wuchen secretly calculated in his heart. Feng Wuchen still had 13 divine swords. If all of them advanced to holy swords, one could imagine how terrifying the power would be. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's growth ring ruler and bloodthirsty flip also needed to advance to holy artifacts. After carefully putting away the Holy Spirit Stone, Feng Wuchen took out another treasure. Void Heavenly Soul Stone, a treasure that can increase soul power. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. This treasure is extremely rare and precious even in the holy world. There are only a few hundred of them in the treasure pavilion. Feng Wuchen remembered that when he was in the heaven realm, there were also treasures that could increase soul power, but they were really rare. In the 7 divine realms, there were no heavenly treasures that could increase soul power at all. At most, there were only supplementary medicinal herbs. The existence of the Void Heavenly Soul Stone could definitely make countless alchemists go crazy. The stronger the alchemist, the more difficult it was to increase their soul power. The Void Heavenly Soul Stone was undoubtedly the only shortcut for them to increase their soul power. Feng Wuchen secretly decided to let the sacred elixir pavilion purchase the void heavenly soul stone crazily. The sacred elixir pavilion is under the control of the heavenly temple. If there's a chance, I'll also go to the heavenly temple to take a look. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, and had some plans in his heart. With a thought, another treasure appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm out of thin air. It was a crystal that emitted a faint blood-red light, and its aura was extremely violent, blood fiend spirit crystal. Hee, this treasure is amazing. Anyone below the Saint Monarch realm can use it to cultivate. It contains very violent energy. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. This was undoubtedly Feng Wuchen's first choice for cultivation. Blood fiend spirit crystals were also very precious in the holy world. Generally, only large forces could provide them for cultivation. Ordinary forces couldn't afford to consume them at all. Dragon God Temple had a lot of them, and Feng Wuchen had collected 50,000 of them. No wonder Yang Qingkui's heart was bleeding like a river. Let's try the effects of the void heavenly soul stone and the blood fiend spirit crystal immediately. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited and couldn't wait to try the effects. If the effects were terrifying, Feng Wuchen would be able to break through to the Saint King realm in just a matter of time. Breaking through to the Saint King realm was not far away. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to enter the divine ring suddenly emitted a white halo. Is there any movement from the second layer of the seal? Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. He felt like he had won another 500 million lottery. With a thought, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the divine ring space. At this moment, the second level of the reincarnation pagoda had already begun to emit an extremely terrifying aura. It exceeded Feng Wuchen's imagination. It's indeed stronger than the desolate Flame Emperor. Feng Wuchen became more and more excited as he stared at the second level of the reincarnation pagoda without blinking. What's going on? It hasn't been unsealed yet? Feng Wuchen waited for a long time, but he didn't see the second layer of the seal being unsealed. This made him feel strange. It had clearly spread out a terrifying aura, so why wasn't it sealed? If there was movement, didn't it mean that it had already obtained approval? Feng Wuchen waited for 2 hours. In the end, there was no movement. Feng Wuchen was impatient from waiting. He really wanted to curse. He was happy for nothing. If you have the guts, don't unseal it. Feng Wuchen glared at the second layer. He was really angry. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen condensed his Yuan spirit avatar, then took out the heavenly void soul stone and blood fiend spirit crystal. Circulating the supreme dragon god art, Feng Wuchen entered a cultivation state and began to refine and absorb the violent energy of the blood fiend spirit crystal. His Yuan spirit avatar refined the heavenly void soul stone and absorbed the pure soul power contained within. The power of the blood fiend spirit crystal is actually so terrifying. Feng Wuchen had just started cultivating when an extremely terrifying violent energy rushed into his body. Crazily, as if wanting to devour him. It scared Feng Wuchen so much that he immediately stopped cultivating. Huff, too greedy. The power was too great. My body couldn't bear it. Feng Wuchen said with a face of lingering fear. Glancing at his Yuan spirit avatar and feeling his soul power soaring rapidly, Feng Wuchen said in ecstasy, the heavenly void soul stone is indeed powerful. My soul power is rising very quickly. Forcefully suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen entered a cultivation state again. This time, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to absorb too much. What? How many treasures did that stinky brat take away? At the same time, in a palace, Xianxia's anger soared to the sky. This? Yang Qingkui didn't know how to answer. If not for Xianxia's interrogation, Yang Qingkui wouldn't have said it. Did that stinky brat take away my treasures? Yang Xian hurriedly asked, looking at Yang Qingkui with a panicked expression. Grandfather, what treasures do you have in the treasury? Yang Qingkui asked. This is bad. Yang Xuani's expression changed drastically, and he immediately disappeared. Could it be? Yang Qingkui's face was pale with fright. He immediately dashed towards the treasure pavilion. Yang Xuani immediately appeared on the highest floor of the treasure pavilion. He hurriedly and skillfully opened a secret door in a corner of Stonewall Town. There's a secret door in the treasure pavilion? Yang Qingkui, who had followed behind, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Inside the secret door was a unique storage space. Phew, at least it's still here. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Grandpa, we didn't even know that there was a secret door. Lord Jizun naturally didn't touch Grandpa's treasure. Yang Qingkue followed in and said. The moment Yang Qingkue entered, he was dumbfounded. The unique space was not big, but there were many treasures floating in the air. The surface was covered by a layer of faint light, which was obviously a seal. There were quite a number of treasures, and they were all extremely precious treasures. Grandpa, this is... Yang Qingkue was extremely shocked. Dozens of sacred artifacts, powerful cultivation techniques and incantations, and some unknown treasures. Yang Xuani solemnly said, these are the most precious treasures of our Dragon God Temple. They are all here. Every single one of them can trigger a war in the Holy World. For example, there are less than 5 top-grade Saint Arts in the entire Holy World. It's terrifying enough to crush opponents of the same cultivation level. Yang Qingkue sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Xuani waved his hand, and a treasure flew over. This is a supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. It's the key to Grandpa's breakthrough. I see, no wonder Grandpa was so worried. Yang Qingkue nodded. His first reaction was to not let Feng Wuchen know about the existence of the secret door. Otherwise, it would definitely be a devil entering the village. Grandpa, what is this treasure? Yang Qingkue asked curiously. After all, he had never seen it before. Looking at the 7-colored crystal in his hand, Yang Xuani said, the 7-colored chaos stone, a supreme treasure given to us 3 elders by the Dragon Slayer primal ancestor. Because it's too precious, and us 3 elders aren't qualified to own it, it has always been kept here. No one else knows about the existence of the secret door. Yang Xuani added. Putting down the 7-colored chaos stone, the two walked out of the secret door. The primal ancestor probably didn't tell Feng Wuchen, don't tell anyone. Yang Xuani solemnly reminded. Grandpa, don't worry. Yang Qingkue nodded. And? Why are there 5 Saint Spirit stones missing? As soon as he walked out, Yang Xuani noticed that there were 5 Saint Spirit stones missing. The treasury had always been managed by Yang Xuani, especially the highest level treasures. He could even count the number of them with his butt. He had just handed them over to Feng Wuchen, and there were already 5 less. Yang Xuani's old face instantly darkened. This? Yang Qingkue was embarrassed. Other than Feng Wuchen, who else could it be? 3 purple brilliant Holy Spirit fruits are missing. Yang Xuani's face changed again. In the entire Dragon God Temple, there were only 5 purple brilliant Holy Spirit fruits, and now there were only 2 left. Did that stinky brat Feng Wuchen take them? Yang Xuani glared at Yang Qingkue. This? Yang Qingkue felt even more embarrassed and helpless. Other than Feng Wuchen, who else could it be? More than a dozen heavenly void soul stones are missing. Yang Xuani was about to explode. Other than Feng Wuchen, who else could it be? Yang Xuani checked the treasury from the highest level down, and each level made him want to vomit blood. A large number of precious treasures were missing. All of them were taken away by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. You stinky brat. This elder won't let you off. Yang Xuani almost fainted from anger. When had Yang Xuani ever been so angry? Ever since Feng Wuchen came, all kinds of anger soared to the sky, and all kinds of anger made him dizzy. Grandfather, don't be angry. The treasury is already under Sovereign's control. If he wants to take it, we can't do anything about it. Yang Qingkue smiled bitterly. Yang Xuani gritted his teeth and said, no. The treasury must not fall into his hands. This elder must take it back as soon as possible. Otherwise, the treasury will be emptied in less than a month. Where is that stinky brat now? Yang Xuani asked angrily. Sovereign should be in the Supreme Pavilion. Grandfather, you shouldn't look for him now. Otherwise, others will think that you're unwilling to admit defeat. Wouldn't that be a joke? Yang Qingkue replied. Yang Xuani's face twitched violently, and he looked like he was about to die from anger. Feng Wu, who was cultivating in the divine ring, did not know that Yang Xuani was about to die from anger. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of the blood spirit crystals and a large number of blood lotus seeds, Feng Wuchen had successfully broken through to the 2-star Holy Spirit realm. His cultivation speed was terrifying. 3 days in the outside world was about half a month in the Divine Ring. Breaking through in half a month, it's really good stuff, Feng Wuchen said excitedly. In half a month, all of the void heavenly soul stones had been used up, and his soul power had increased a lot. Although he could not step into the Saint King realm, he was not far away. Saint Spirit realm heaven-defying divine pearl. I wonder what kind of effect it has. Feng Wuchen was looking forward to it, holding the Saint Spirit realm heaven-defying divine pearl in his hand. The Saint Spirit realm heaven-defying divine orb was refined by Feng Wuchen using only blood lotus seeds. A single Saint Spirit realm heaven-defying divine orb consumed 5,000 blood lotus seeds from Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't take many blood lotus seeds from the Saint Pill Pavilion. Now, he had refined 6 heaven-defying divine orbs with less blood lotus seeds. Feng Wuchen didn't know how effective they would be. If there was a chance to raise his cultivation, Feng Wuchen wouldn't choose to live a peaceful life. I hope it won't disappoint me too much. Feng Wuchen grinned. Circulating the Supreme Dragon God technique again, Feng Wuchen started to absorb the heaven-defying divine orb. The heaven-defying divine orb was extremely terrifying. It could directly absorb pure energy without refining it. What a huge amount of energy! Feng Wuchen was shocked as soon as he entered the absorption state. Endless joy surged in his heart. Feng Wuchen could clearly feel the huge amount of pure energy contained in the Saint Spirit realm heaven-defying divine orb. 3-star Saint Spirit. 4-star Saint Spirit. 5-star Saint Spirit. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared by 3 stars. He had just broken through to the 2-star Saint Spirit realm, and now he had jumped 3 stars again, stepping into the 5-star Saint Spirit realm. A heaven-defying divine orb refined from 5,000 blood lotus seeds actually has such a terrifying effect. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic, and he had the urge to roar to the sky. After all, it was an instantaneous increase in cultivation, and it was refined from only 5,000 blood lotus seeds. Feng Wuchen originally thought that it would be good enough if he could break through 2 stars. It really didn't disappoint me. If it was mixed with other natural treasures, the effect would definitely be stronger. Feng Wuchen was excited, and he couldn't wait to visit the treasure pavilion. However, when he thought of Xianxia's furious appearance, Feng Wuchen dismissed the idea. Moreover, he had swept through many treasures in the treasure pavilion this time. Xianxia was definitely furious. If Feng Wuchen went to the treasure vault again, wouldn't Xianxia be angered to death? That old thing is probably going crazy from anger right now. He must be thinking of how to deal with me again. Feng Wuchen laughed in his heart. Stopping his cultivation, Feng Wuchen slowly stood up and stretched his body. It's very difficult for an alchemist in the holy world to make a breakthrough. The amount of soul force needed to make a breakthrough is huge. Without a void heavenly soul stone, it'll probably take a year to become a Saint King alchemist. Even if I cultivate in the Divine Ring, it'll take at least 2 or 3 months, Feng Wuchen thought. After absorbing the soul power of dozens of void sky soul mountains, his soul power had become much stronger. However, he still needed more soul power to break through. Originally, Yang Kai had planned to let his Yuan soul avatar continue to cultivate his soul force in the Divine Ring in hopes of breaking through to the Saint King realm as soon as possible, but that would be a waste of time. It would be better to use this time to improve his cultivation. If he spent some time looking for void heavenly soul stones, his alchemist realm would improve faster. Right now, I need a large amount of treasures of heaven and earth to refine the heaven-defying divine bead. Xiao, Qin Yang, and the others also need to cultivate. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Although Feng Wuchen had swept through many treasures in the treasure vault, he did not dare to take too many. It was just that there were many types. If he wanted to refine the heaven-defying divine bead, Feng Wuchen could only go to the Sacred Pill Pavilion. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the Divine Ring. However, what Feng Wuchen did not know was that while he was absorbing the heaven-defying divine bead to cultivate, a figure had already appeared at the entrance of the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Pagoda. From the beginning to the end, he did not notice. Is this kid a pig? Or is he blind? I'd been standing here for so long, but he didn't notice? Seeing Feng Wuchen disappear, the figure could not help but be stunned. Feng Wuchen really did not notice. Walking out of the Supreme Pavilion, Feng Wuchen immediately went to the main palace, planning to greet Long Shirhan and the rest before leaving. Lord Supreme has come out, quickly go and report to the third elder. The person who had been secretly monitoring immediately ran back to report. Before long, Feng Wuchen arrived at the main palace. Lord Supreme. At the entrance of the main hall, 2 guards bowed respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and entered the main hall. Inside the main hall, Long Shirhan and the rest were discussing important matters, their old faces extremely heavy. To be able to make the primogenitor and great elder frown, it seems like you've encountered big trouble. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Seeing Feng Wuchen enter, a smile surfaced on Long Shirhan and the rest's old faces. What a rare guest. After ascending to the sacred world for 2 months, this is the first time I've seen you come to the main hall. Long Shirhan said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly and said, aren't I making the best use of my time to cultivate? You call sweeping the treasure pavilion cultivation? You brat, you've angered the third elder quite a bit. Now, everyone looks like you, haha. Seeing Feng Wuchen speak so confidently, Long Shiyun could not help but laugh. Feng Wuchen was to his liking. Primogenitor Yun, you can't slander me. What sweeping, I'm just casually taking some. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Feng Wuchen. You stinking brat. Get out here for this elder. Just as Feng Wuchen's voice fell, Yang Xuani's angry curses came from outside the hall. He angrily ran into the main hall, looking like he wanted to kill someone. Haha. Hearing Yang Xuani's angry curses, Long Shirhan and the rest of the elders could not help but laugh. This is bad. This old bastard really came at the wrong time. Feng Wuchen's face changed greatly. Yang Xuani really came at the right time. It seemed like someone had gone to report. Sigh, if I knew, I wouldn't have come. Feng Wuchen was already regretting coming to the main hall. Wouldn't it be better to just leave? Yang Xuani angrily rushed in, staring at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Hee, third elder, I haven't seen you for a few days. You're still alive. I just arrived at the main hall and did not see third elder. I thought you were angered to death. Feng Wuchen greeted with a cheap smile. Yang Xuani angrily shouted, you're dead, but this elder is still alive. Chu Tianshu smiled bitterly, third elder has a bad temper and is stubborn. Jizun is competitive. They will quarrel. What about the treasures in the treasure pavilion? Purple brilliant Holy Spirit fruit. Holy Spirit stone. Blood fiend spirit crystal. Void heavenly spirit stone. Quickly hand it over. Yang Xuani angrily shouted. This? Feng Wuchen broke out in cold sweat. Yang Xuani actually listed out all the treasures that Feng Wuchen had taken. He even remembered the number of treasures clearly. Third elder, the treasure pavilion is under my management. You didn't ask for my permission to go to the treasure pavilion, did you? Feng Wuchen immediately changed the topic. When did you say that this elder can't go? Did you say that? Did anyone hear you? Yang Xuani angrily shouted. Feng Wuchen had learned his skills. As expected of third elder, you've learned my skills so quickly. Amazing. Admirable. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen gave her a thumbs up and wanted to run away as he spoke. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the treasures, this elder will not let you go. This elder will spread the news that you stole a large amount of treasures from the treasure pavilion. Be careful, you won't be able to keep your Jizun title. Yang Xuani angrily shouted. A threat. A naked threat. How dare you threaten me? The third elder is truly vicious. So what if I take some treasures? Do you have to ruin my reputation? I think you're just jealous of my good looks and talent, so you want to ruin my reputation. Feng Wuchen's temper flared up. How could Feng Wuchen endure such a blatant threat? Bah! What kind of reputation do you have in the holy world? You look like a pig, and this elder is jealous of you? When this elder was young, he was 100 times more handsome than you. You old bastard, you're 100 times more handsome than me? Dream on. Just looking at you makes me feel unlucky. With your looks, who knows how many people will be scared to death if you go out. Aya. You stinking brat, how dare you call me an old bastard? So what if I call you? You called me a pig, so why can't I call you an old bastard? You want to be a little bastard? Impossible. Fine, fine, this elder will let you scold me, this elder will release the news immediately. Xianxia flew into a rage, his body trembling with anger. Third elder, we're all on the same side, please calm down. That's enough, this supreme will give you a heaven-defying divine bead. I just refined it, it's the best in the holy world, you definitely haven't seen it before. Feng Wuchen quickly smiled and handed a heaven-defying divine bead to Xianxia. As soon as he heard that Xianxia was going to release the news, Feng Wuchen was discouraged. What bullshit heaven-defying divine bead, this elder doesn't want it. Take out all the treasures in the treasury. Xianxia shouted with a firm attitude. Seeing that Xianxia didn't even look at it, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Third elder, are you sure you don't want it? Others can't even get my treasures even if they beg me. This elder doesn't want your things. Xianxia's stance was firm. On the other hand, Chu Tianshu was staring at the heaven-defying divine bead in Feng Wuchen's hand with wide eyes. As a powerful alchemist, Chu Tianshu could naturally see the power of the heaven-defying divine bead. Supreme martial artist, can you show it to the old man? Chu Tianshu asked hurriedly, looking nervous and excited. See, the first elder knows what's good for him, Feng Wuchen grinned and said, Third elder, I hope you can still be so indifferent in the future. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but glance at Chu Tianshu, thinking, judging from the first elder's expression, is this bead really a powerful treasure? The heaven-defying divine bead contains extremely pure energy. It's definitely not simple. Lan Shirtian felt the pure energy coming from the heaven-defying divine bead. The degree of purity shocked him. Great clan elder, is there anything special about this heaven-defying god bead? Lan Shiyun frowned and asked. Chu Tianshu nodded and said, the heaven-defying bead is said to be a treasure of heaven and earth, but it isn't. If it can be made, then it definitely isn't a treasure of heaven and earth. Its pure energy is the most powerful among all the treasures old man has seen. The old man knows that he can't make it. A treasure of heaven and earth that can be made? Lan Shirtian and Lan Shiyun were shocked. Great clan elder can't make it? Xianxian's old face changed. Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxian proudly and said with a smile, Third elder, did you hear that? My heaven-defying god bead is the #1 treasure. Xianxian glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely, but did not say anything. Lan Shirhun smiled slightly and said, Third elder, the heaven-defying god bead is not simple. When I was in the 7 divine realms, I heard from Shan Tong that it is a very powerful treasure that specializes in helping cultivators improve their cultivation. A heaven-defying god bead requires 30 billion treasures of heaven and earth to buy. All the major powers in the 7 divine realms are scrambling to buy it. What? 30 billion treasures of heaven and earth to buy a heaven-defying god bead? When Lan Shirhun said this, the 2 ancestors and the 3 elders were shocked, and their old eyes popped out. Xianxian was dumbfounded. The treasures that Feng Wuchen swept in the treasure pavilion were not worth 30 billion treasures of heaven and earth. What kind of terrifying effect did the heaven-defying god bead have, to actually have such a terrifying price? That's right, the heaven-defying god bead is the same as medicinal pills, it has different grades. The heaven-defying god bead in the great clan elder's hand should be a holy spirit realm heaven-defying god bead. Lan Shirhun said with a smile. Then what is the effect of the heaven-defying god bead? Lan Shirtian asked curiously. Lan Shirhun said with a smile, let Feng Wuchen say this, I am not very clear about the specific effects of the various grades of heaven-defying god bead. If old man's guess is correct, the heaven-defying god bead of the Holy Spirit realm is several times more effective than the Holy Spirit realm medicinal pills. Chu Tianshu guessed. Feng Wuchen glanced at Xianxian proudly and said with a smile, Great clan elder is right, it is indeed many times stronger. The pure energy of the heaven-defying god bead can be directly absorbed. A Holy Spirit realm heaven-defying god bead can instantly help a Holy Spirit realm cultivator to raise their cultivation by 3 stars. Instant promotion is the true power of the heaven-defying god bead. What? Raise cultivation by 3 stars in an instant? Except for Long Shihun, everyone was stunned. Chu Tianshu was so scared that he almost lost his grip on the heaven-defying god bead. Yang Xian was also shocked and almost lost his balance. The heaven-defying god bead was actually heaven-defying to such an extent. Sovereign, does the heaven-defying god bead really have such a terrifying effect? Chu Tianshu asked in shock. He had never seen such a terrifying treasure in the holy world for so many years. Of course, this is just an ordinary Holy Spirit Realm heaven-defying god bead. A powerful Holy Spirit Realm heaven-defying god bead can at least raise cultivation by 5 stars in an instant. Saint King Realm heaven-defying god bead and Saint Monarch Realm heaven-defying god bead also have such a powerful effect. Feng Wuchen said with a confident smile. Long Shitian and the others were completely stunned. As primogenitors, what kind of treasure had they not seen before? Now, they were actually so shocked by the heaven-defying god bead that they lost their composure. Although it was only Holy Spirit Realm, an instant increase in cultivation by a few stars was enough to make countless forces and cultivators go crazy. The stronger the heaven-defying god bead, the higher its value. If the heaven-defying god bead appeared in the holy world, it would be incredible. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Yang Xian. Chu Tianshu took a deep breath and said, I didn't expect Sovereign to be able to refine such a heaven-defying treasure. Old man doesn't dare to imagine, if the heaven-defying god bead appeared in the holy world, how big of a commotion it would cause. Indeed, I don't dare to imagine, if the heaven-defying god beads of Holy Emperor and Holy Emperor Realm were to appear, the holy world would definitely be in chaos. Second Elder said with a face full of shock. Looking at the incomparably shocked Yang Xian, Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. Third Elder, how is it? Are you very tempted? Yang Xian instinctively nodded, then realized something, and his old face instantly flushed red. Didn't Third Elder say that you don't care? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, his smile extremely bright. Did this elder say that? Since we're all on the same side, that's enough. Do you have any more heaven-defying divine pearls? Give me a few more and I'll forget about the matter of the treasure pavilion. Yang Xuani immediately acted shamelessly. Yang Xian was more than tempted now, he was about to snatch it. Third Elder, am I in charge of the treasure pavilion now? Feng Wuchen smiled brightly at Yang Xuani. This elder is willing to accept his loss, so it's naturally under your control, Yang Xuani replied with a chuckle. Can I take any treasure in the treasure pavilion? Feng Wuchen was still smiling brightly. Of course, you are in charge of the treasure pavilion, so of course you can take anything you want, Yang Xuani replied with a smile. Yang Xuani was no fool. The heaven-defying divine orb was definitely not something the treasure pavilion's treasures could compare to. Of course, that was excluding the treasures in the secret door. Haha. Seeing Yang Xuani admit defeat, Long Shihun and the others couldn't help but laugh. It would be strange if Yang Xuani didn't admit defeat in front of the heaven-defying divine orb. Feng Wuchen was even more pleased with himself. Now he had a way to deal with Yang Xuani. Seeing that Third Elder knows his mistake and can change, I'll give you 3. Feng Wuchen generously took out 3 heaven-defying divine orbs and handed them to Yang Xuani. 3? Aren't you a little too stingy? Yang Xuani immediately said in dissatisfaction. I'm stingy? The heavenly resources I took from the treasure pavilion were only enough to refine 6 of them. I used 1 for myself and gave the other to the Great Elder. Now I'm giving you 3. Do you know the price of 1 heaven-defying divine orb? It's fine if you're not grateful and crying, but you think it's too little? Hearing Yang Xuani call him stingy, Feng Wuchen was furious and glared fiercely at Yang Xuani. Hee, it's not little, not little. Yang Xuani chuckled. 1 heaven-defying divine orb was worth 30 billion, so 3 would be 90 billion, how was that stingy? Why don't you try giving me 1? 3 primogenitors, I have to leave the Dragon God Temple for a few days. Please keep my identity as a Great Elder a secret, I don't want to be too ostentatious. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Shihun and said. Long Shihun nodded and said with a smile, don't worry, no one in the Dragon God realm knows your identity except for the Dragon God Temple and the great powers under them. Good, I'll leave first. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and walked out of the hall. Brat, you're a Holy Spirit alchemist. What? Xianxia asked, as if he still wanted to take the Holy Spirit stone back. Of course it's to refine a saint weapon. Otherwise, what are we going to eat? Feng Wuchen's dissatisfied voice came from outside the hall. Refine saint weapons? The three primogenitors and elders were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen could refine holy weapons. What kind of a monstrous genius? Longsher Hun heavens god a god divine realm alchemists the alchemist divine s primogenitors. Yang Xuani's face darkened. He didn't believe that Feng Wuchen could refine a saint weapon at all. Third elder, that might not be the case. Longsher Shun said with a faint smile. Longsher Tian frowned and said, I don't think that Feng Wuchen is lying. If a sovereign can really refine a divine artifact, then it's really amazing. Chu Tianshu said in shock and excitement. Yang Xuani was shocked and thought, if it's true, then I must have a good relationship with him. Even if it's fake, I can't find trouble with him because of the god alchemist divine bead. I have to talk to them later. Yang Xuani didn't dare to find trouble with Feng Wuchen because of the terrifying effects of the god alchemist divine bead. After leaving the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen went straight to the 9 Prefectures Sacred Pill Pavilion. Feng Wuchen was in great need of heavenly void soul stones and a large amount of heavenly treasures as well as materials to refine spatial rings. The Sacred Pill Pavilion could solve this problem. Master, just as Feng Wuchen was about to leave the Dragon God Temple, Huolingtian's respectful voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Speak. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Dragon Soul has been established. There are now 39 people who are absolutely loyal and are currently in the northern region. Huolingtian transmitted his voice respectfully. Well done. Continue to expand your forces. If there's anything you need, you can go to the Sacred Pill Pavilion and find Shui Yuner. Just tell her that I asked you to go. The existence of the Dragon Soul must be kept a secret. Whoever leaks it will be killed. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. The Dragon Soul was hidden in the dark and could grow without restraint. Yes. Huolingtian transmitted his voice respectfully. The success of the Dragon Soul and the fact that there were now 39 people made Feng Wuchen happy. Dragon Soul, I will definitely make you the most terrifying existence in the sacred world. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. The Dragon Soul was definitely a terrifying existence. Once it came out, Feng Wuchen would definitely make the Dragon Soul shake the entire sacred world. Of course, Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry as he had just ascended to the sacred world. Master, Senior Annihilator and the others seemed to have encountered some trouble. Huolingtian's respectful voice sounded again. What trouble? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and transmitted his voice. Annihilator and Donghuang Wuji and the others had lived and died together with the Dragon God Temple in the 7 divine worlds. Feng Wuchen had already treated them as his own people. They were seniors that Feng Wuchen respected. Senior Annihilator and the others are building the Sacred Alchemist Tower in the northern region and are being suppressed by many forces. Some junior alchemists often go there to cause trouble. I'm afraid it will be difficult to build the sacred tower. Huolingtian transmitted his voice respectfully. Got it. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Master, do you want me to take action? Huolingtian asked. No need, I'll take care of it myself. The Dragon Soul is a secret force. I can't take action casually. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. A few days later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Welcome, Chen. The guards of the Sacred Pill Pavilion greeted him respectfully. Although they did not know Feng Wuchen's identity, they knew that the Sacred Pill Pavilion had changed owners because of this man. The manager of the Sacred Pill Pavilion immediately received him respectfully and did not dare to neglect him. In the Sacred Pill Pavilion, everyone's gaze swept over. They were all very curious about the identity of this Chen. Although the Sacred Pill Pavilion was not a big force, it was not something that ordinary forces could compare to. This was because the 3 elders of the Sacred Pill Pavilion were all alchemists. Because of this, the Sacred Pill Pavilion had a certain amount of prestige in the 9 prefectures. Naturally, they were very curious about the manager of the Sacred Pill Pavilion receiving Feng Wuchen so respectfully. Chen, please wait a moment. I will go and invite the pavilion master and the elders. The manager brought Feng Wuchen to the main hall and immediately went to report. Not long after, Shui Yuner, the original pavilion master, and the three elders rushed over. Especially the original pavilion master and the three elders, their faces were full of fear and panic. "Greetings, Lord Supreme." Shui Yuner and the others knelt down respectfully. "Get up." Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "I only came here for one thing today." "Please speak, Lord Supreme." Shui Yuner said respectfully. "How many void heavenly soul stones can the sacred pill pavilion get?" Feng Wuchen asked. Shui Yuner said respectfully, reporting to Lord Supreme, "Void heavenly soul stones are very precious and expensive. The sacred pill pavilion only has a few dozen of them now. With the current strength of the sacred pill pavilion, it is impossible to obtain more." "Then how can I obtain them?" Feng Wuchen asked again. "Buy them at a high price." Shui Yuner replied respectfully. "Is 10 billion gold coins enough?" Feng Wuchen asked. "Is 10 billion gold coins enough?" Shui Yuner and the original pavilion master were instantly dumbfounded. Their eyes bulged and their hearts were in turmoil. These 10 billion gold coins came out of Feng Wuchen's mouth as if it was a game. "Is this a joke? It's true. Feng Wuchen doesn't even know how many gold coins he has accumulated. In short, it's in the trillions." "Enough. Enough." Shui Yuner nodded like a chick pecking rice. Feng Wuchen took out a storage ring and handed it to Shui Yuner. There are already 10 billion gold coins inside. The eyes of Shui Yuner and the others were instantly attracted to the storage ring. As if it had a magical power, they couldn't look away. 10 billion gold coins to buy heavenly void soul stones, blood demon spirit crystals, precious herbs, treasures of heaven and earth, and precious materials in the field of alchemists. The more, the better. Buy everything you can buy with gold coins. If you run out of gold coins, tell me. If you can't buy anything with gold coins, tell me." Feng Wuchen said indifferently, as if 10 billion gold coins were no different from 100 gold coins. "Yes." Shui Yuner answered in a completely dumbfounded state. 10 billion gold coins, what a huge fortune, not to mention Shui Yuner, who just became the pavilion master. Even the original pavilion master and the three great elders felt like they were dreaming. Seeing that Shui Yuner was very nervous and worried, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I believe in you." This short sentence can be said to have given Shui Yuner endless motivation. "Thank you, sir." Shui Yuner knelt down gratefully, her beautiful eyes full of tears. "No need to be so polite, get up," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Shui Yuner could never have imagined that just because she sincerely received Feng Wuchen, her life would undergo earth-shaking changes. She, this ugly duckling, really turned into a swan. Sincerity and respect are really important. Looking at the original pavilion master, Feng Wuchen said, "Huangfu Kong, I know you have a lot of dissatisfaction in your heart. I bought the sacred pill pavilion for another purpose. You only need to assist Shui Yuner well. I won't treat you unfairly. If you betray me in the slightest, I will make you disappear forever." "Yes." Huangfu Kong and the three elders respectfully replied. After knowing Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity, even if they were given 10,000 guts, they would not dare to betray him. Betrayal? They were thinking too much. Huangfu Kong and the others were too excited. In the entire holy world, there were countless people and forces who wished to climb up the Dragon God Temple's social ladder, but none of them had the chance, let alone the qualifications. After Feng Wuchen left, Shui Yuner immediately took action. Huangfu Kong and the three elders gave their full support. Single pupil. After leaving the sacred pill pavilion, Feng Wuchen immediately sent a sound transmission to Single-Eyed. "Brother Feng, is there anything I can help you with?" Single-Eyed laughed lightly. "Didn't I ask you to take care of Senior Annihilator and the others?" Feng Wuchen asked via voice transmission. "I was so busy giving pointers to Zhang Junlan and the others that I forgot about it." Single-Eyed's expression changed greatly. Since Feng Wuchen suddenly asked this, Single-Eyed guessed that something must have happened. "I'm going to the northern region now. Is there a force from the Dragon God Temple in the northern region?" Feng Wuchen asked via voice transmission. He did not blame Single-Eyed. Of course there is. I'll arrange it for you immediately. Single-Eyed replied. This matter was due to Single-Eyed's negligence. He must cooperate fully. Hualing Tian, take me to Senior Annihilator. Feng Wuchen sent a sound transmission to Hualing Tian. At the same time. Northern Region, Tianxian City. What bullshit sacred tower? You think you're worthy? Tear it down. A man in front of the alchemist's sacred tower shouted angrily. More than a dozen men rushed up and used their powerful energy to forcefully destroy the alchemist's sacred tower. Stop. All of you stop. Annihilator roared in anger. Humph. A male alchemist snorted heavily and released his powerful soul force. Puff. Annihilator's body shook. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down instantly. Senior Annihilator. Qian Hun and Gui Nu were shocked. Preposterous. You've gone too far. Dong Huang Wuji roared ferociously. Gone too far? The leading man's eyes flashed coldly. In a flash, he appeared in front of Dong Huang Wuji and gave him a kick. Bang! Puff! With a kick, Dong Huang Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, piercing through the half-destroyed holy tower. Senior Dong Huang. Gui Nu rushed up in panic. Boom! Puff! Gui Nu had just attacked when a leg suddenly swept over and sent him flying. With just one kick, Gui Nu was severely injured and could not get up. Old man, I've already warned you. But you didn't listen. This is the consequence. The leading man said coldly. Annihilator's old face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Profound Heaven City does not belong to your Jiang family. We have never offended you. Why are you targeting us? Old man, you're already so old. You still want to build an alchemist force and arrogantly call it the Sacred Tower. You think you're qualified to be an alchemist? Even the alchemists of our Jiang family don't dare to be so arrogant. The alchemists of the North Profound World don't dare either. You're provoking the alchemists of the North Profound World. You're insulting them. If it weren't for your age, I would have killed you long ago. If you want to live, get out of Profound Heaven City. Our young master doesn't want to see you tomorrow. This is your last chance. The leading man's expression was cold and emotionless. He was talking nonsense with a straight face. At the same time, Feng Wuchen had already entered the teleportation gate of the Dragon God realm and arrived at the northern region. Master, Senior Annihilator and the others are in the North Profound World, south of the northern region. Hualing Tian respectfully transmitted and secretly led the way. It had to be said that the holy world was very vast. Even if there was a teleportation gate from the eastern region to the northern region, Feng Wuchen still took a few days to reach the North Profound World. The northern region was divided into the East, West, South, and North Profound Worlds. The North Profound World was also the strongest existence. Finally, with Hualing Tian secretly leading the way, Feng Wuchen finally arrived at the city where Annihilator and the others were, Profound Heaven City. Are Senior Annihilator and the others here? Feng Wuchen glanced at the Profound Heaven City and then quickened his pace. At this moment, in the Profound Heaven City, the alchemist's sacred tower had been destroyed. Feng Wuchen was still unaware of all this. Outside the city gate, a person was walking back and forth. His expression was a little impatient and angry. It's been a few days, why haven't they come yet? Sir, are you messing with me? Who is Feng Wuchen? I've never heard of him. The fat man said impatiently, holding a wooden sign with the 3 words Feng Wuchen engraved on it. Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen, who had just entered the city gate, was slightly stunned and turned to look at the fat man. This should be the arrangement that Shan Tong had mentioned. You are Feng Wuchen? The fat man also noticed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen nodded and said politely, I am Feng Wuchen. Enter the city, I have already arranged a place for you to stay. I am very familiar with the North Profound World, if you need anything, just ask. The fat man smiled politely, but his eyes were full of disdain. Preposterous. You want me to receive a junior? I am one of the overlords of the southern mysterious world. If others see me receiving a junior, won't I become a joke? Forget it, since Master is not willing to come out personally, I guess master is not familiar with him. He should be a junior of a friend of a friend. I can't let master lose face. The fat man thought that he was going to receive a big shot. Unexpectedly, it was a young man who made him wait at the city gate for several days. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, the fat man's anger soared to the sky. If not for his master's order to receive him well, the fat man would have slapped him. The unhappiness and disdain in the fat man's eyes were well hidden, but Feng Wuchen still caught it. He just didn't care. You don't need to arrange a place to stay, just take me to the alchemist holy tower. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Hearing Feng Wuchen's tone, the fat man was furious. Feng Wuchen really treated him as an errand boy. Alchemist holy tower? The fat man frowned and said, I haven't heard of this before. Tianxian City doesn't seem to have this holy tower, right? The alchemist holy tower was just established and the fat man was not from the northern mysterious world. It was normal for him not to know. Then I'll have to trouble you to help. Feng Wuchen wanted to say something but was interrupted before he could finish. The fat man said impatiently, since you don't need to arrange a place to stay, you can go and find it yourself. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, the fat man strode away without hesitation. Humph. Who do you think you are? You want me to help you find it? The fat man said disdainfully. As one of the overlords of the southern mysterious world, how could he be an errand boy for a junior? Although he was not from the northern mysterious world, he knew many of the big shots of the northern mysterious world. If these big shots saw him doing things for a junior, wouldn't he lose face? How could he face people in the future? How could he survive in the southern mysterious world? When he divorced his wife in the future, no one would come to his banquet. The more the fat man thought about it, the angrier he became. Master, this fellow doesn't even put you in his eyes. Xianxia arranged for him to come over? Long Xinjian transmitted his voice unhappily. Xianxia probably didn't reveal my identity. Forget it, I'll find someone to ask. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly, feeling disappointed. Now was not the time to be calculative. The most important thing was to find Mia Hun and the others. After entering the city, Feng Wuchen stopped a passerby and asked, Excuse me, may I know where the Holy Alchemist Tower is? Holy Alchemist Tower? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Little brother, I advise you not to go. The Alchemist's sacred tower has offended many people. Don't get yourself into trouble. The Alchemist's sacred tower has been destroyed 3 days ago. It's just up ahead. Destroyed? Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly, and he immediately ran away. Feng Wuchen's heart surged with a monstrous rage. He absolutely did not believe that Annihilation Soul and the others would offend other forces. Instead, it was the other forces that came looking for trouble. When Feng Wuchen arrived at the Holy Alchemist Tower, he saw the tower in ruins. Annihilation Soul and Donghuang Wuji weren't around. Feng Wuchen also couldn't sense their aura. Clearly, they had left Tianxian City. When he saw the dried blood in the ruins, Feng Wuchen's face instantly turned gloomy. Feng Wuchen had already guessed that Annihilation Soul and the others were injured. It was even possible that, I don't care who you are. I don't care what forces are behind you. You must pay the price. A cold murderous aura spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. The passers-by on the street were all frightened. Weren't those old fogies from the Holy Tower chased out of Tianxian City? Who is this kid? Does he still want to join the Holy Tower? Join the Holy Tower? Isn't that courting death? Who would be so stupid? Those old fogies are really unlucky. They have no strength and no ability. What kind of holy tower is this? Aren't they courting death? The passers-by on the street and the shopkeepers around the holy tower were all discussing in low voices. Hualing Tian, find the location of Senior Annihilation Soul and the others in half an incense's time. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Yes. Master. Hualing Tian replied respectfully. Xianxia, the fatty you arranged seems to have a bad opinion of me. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice to Xianxia again. Fatty? That's not right. Isn't that kid an old man? Is he very fat? Xianxia was stunned. He immediately transmitted his voice, "Brother Feng, let me ask again." The time divine power was suddenly activated. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the alchemist's sacred tower that had turned into ruins was restored to its original state under everyone's shocked gazes. What kind of divine power was this? All the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked and rubbed their eyes hard. This wasn't an illusion. This wasn't a dream. The holy alchemist tower was restored to its original state. Who is this kid? A 5-star divine spirit could restore the holy alchemist tower to its original state in an instant. What kind of power is this? Is this kid tired of living? Doesn't he know the consequences of offending the Jiang family? The holy alchemist tower is restored. This kid dares to openly make an enemy of the Jiang family. Isn't he afraid of death? Who is he? For a moment, the streets were filled with exclamations. More and more people came to watch. The holy alchemist tower was restored to its original state. This was simply a wonder of the world. The Jiang family? Feng Wuchen's expression was cold. Among the voices of the crowd, Feng Wuchen caught the 2 words Jiang family. "Master, we have found Senior Annihilation Soul and the others. They are in the forest not far from the east of the city." Hu Lingtian's respectful voice was heard. "Are they still alive?" Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. "They are all alive. Other than Qian Hun, Senior Annihilation Soul, Senior Don Huang, and Gue Nu are all seriously injured." Hu Lingtian transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief, but he was even angrier. Little brother, I've finally found you." Just as Feng Wuchen was about to leave, the fat man ran back. Before Feng Wuchen could say anything, the fat man smiled apologetically and said, "I'm really sorry about what happened just now. I had to run some errands. I hope little brother won't blame me. If there's anything, little brother can tell me." The fat man's attitude changed instantly. Feng Wuchen couldn't be bothered with him and flew out of Tianxian City. The fat man helplessly followed behind. Quickly report to the Jiang family that someone has restored the holy alchemist tower." Just as Feng Wuchen left, someone on the street shouted. In Tianxian City, making an enemy of the Jiang family was equivalent to courting death. The news quickly spread to the Jiang family. "Preposterous! How dare you make an enemy of my Jiang family and restore the holy alchemist tower? You must be tired of living." In the Jiang family's main hall, Patriarch Jiang was furious. It has been many years since someone dared to ignore the Jiang family's existence. This young patriarch wants to see who it is. A young man said coldly. His cold killing intent was terrifying. The news of the destruction of the alchemist's sacred tower had spread throughout Tianxian City in just a few days. Now that it had miraculously returned to its original state, it attracted many cultivators to watch the spectacle. "Young Lord Jiang is here!" Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, and the people on the street immediately parted to form a path. The young man leading the group was quite handsome. He was dressed in a gorgeous white brocade and had an elegant demeanor. There was a sharp aura between his brows. This person was the young lord of the Jiang family, Jiang Shuihan. "Young Lord Jiang." The crowd greeted him respectfully, but there was fear in their eyes. "Young Lord Jiang, the alchemist's sacred tower has really been restored. It's exactly the same as before." Someone quickly said. "That's right. Young Lord Jiang, I heard that it was done by a young man. I don't know what kind of magical technique he used, but in the blink of an eye, the alchemist's sacred tower was restored to its original state. It was as if time had flowed backward." Another person rushed to say. "Young Lord Jiang, that brat doesn't even put the Jiang family in his eyes. He did this to humiliate the Jiang family." Another person said. Jiang Shuihan's face became colder and colder. It made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, from the soles of their feet to their heads. The cultivators on the street were all frightened out of their wits. Feng Wuchen had publicly restored the alchemist's sacred tower. It was obvious that he didn't put the Jiang family in his eyes. He even wanted to humiliate the Jiang family in public. How is this possible? Seeing that the alchemist's sacred tower had been restored to its original state, a man was dumbfounded. He said in disbelief, "Young lord, I did order people to destroy the alchemist's sacred tower a few days ago. Many people saw it. How did it recover?" Jiang Han absolutely believed the man's words. The news had spread throughout Tianqian City a few days ago. "Do you know who did it?" Jiang Han asked coldly. "I don't know." The man shook his head. "Young Lord Jiang," it was a young man dressed in black brocade. There was a golden mark between his brows. He looked very unfamiliar. "He just left the city." A passerby quickly said respectfully. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes as a murderous aura flashed across his eyes. "Tear down the sacred alchemist tower and send someone out to find the person with the imprint. Bring him to this young lord. This young lord wants to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms." "Yes. I'll do it right away," a man replied respectfully. While sending people out of the city to search for the culprit, he also ordered people to tear down the alchemist holy tower. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the forest on the east side of the city. "Senior Annihilator. Senior Dong Huang." Feng Wuchen sensed Mia Hun's and Dong Huang Wuji's weak aura, and he immediately dashed towards them. "Little friend Feng?" Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Annihilator and the other 3 were incomparably surprised. "Why is Feng Wuchen here? Did I hear wrongly?" "It's really Feng Wuchen." Seeing the person who flashed over, Qian Hun instantly confirmed that it was Feng Wuchen. Other than Feng Wuchen, there was also an unfamiliar fatty. "Little friend Feng, why are you here?" Dong Huang Wuji asked in astonishment. "Wasn't Feng Wuchen in the eastern region? Why did he suddenly come to the northern region?" "Hualing Tian told me that something happened to you guys, so I came over to take a look. I just came out of Profound Heaven City," Feng Wuchen said while checking on the injuries of Annihilator and the others. Dong Huang Wuji and Gui Nu's injuries were more serious, but they had already recovered a lot. "Senior Annihilator, your soul has been severely damaged. Is it someone from the Jiang family?" Feng Wuchen frowned. It could be seen that the culprit was an alchemist. "Feng Wuchen, you know about it?" Qian Hun asked. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, "I only know that it's someone from the Jiang family, but I don't know the details." Qian Hun then told Feng Wuchen everything. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Annihilator and the other 3 searched the northern Profound World for a long time before they decided to build the alchemist holy tower in Profound Heaven City. They also spent a lot of Saint Origin stones to buy a decent-sized pavilion and named it the Alchemist Holy Tower. Not long after the Holy Tower appeared, it attracted the attention of the forces in Profound Heaven City. At first, many forces came to make trouble, and some alchemists came to cause trouble. In the end, the Jiang family stepped in. Because of the name of the Alchemist Holy Tower, the Jiang family was furious. They said that it was a provocation to the Jiang family and the entire northern Profound World's alchemists. They also said that it was an insult to the Jiang family. Because of this name, the Jiang family destroyed the Alchemist Holy Tower, injured Annihilator and the others, and drove them out of Profound Heaven City. Such a tyrannical act made Feng Wuchen furious. His killing intent soared to the sky. "Little friend Feng, don't be rash. This is the northern region. The Jiang family is very strong. Any guard can deal with us. Now that the Alchemist Holy Tower has been destroyed, we can find another place. There's no need to provoke them," Annihilator Hun quickly said. The fatty beside him said, "The Jiang family is the strongest in Profound Heaven City. They have a big force behind them." The fatty's words seemed to be telling Feng Wuchen not to provoke the Jiang family. "I have already restored the Alchemist Holy Tower. I will take care of this matter. I don't believe that the Jiang family can hide the truth from us." Feng Wuchen was very determined. The anger in his heart was about to erupt. Feng Wuchen would never tolerate his own people being bullied and humiliated, not even the forces of the Holy World. Does this brat really want to be enemies with the Jiang family? Was my words not clear enough? Or is this brat deaf? The fatty was stunned. Fear surged in his heart. The Jiang family is not weak. Plus, they have a big force behind them. Even my master can't afford to offend them. The more the fatty thought about it, the more frightened he became. He wondered if he should report to his master immediately. Senior Annihilator Hun, let's go back. I want to see how powerful the Jiang family is. This matter can't be forgotten. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He had decided to teach the Jiang family a lesson. If the Jiang family doesn't know what's good for them, Feng Wuchen wouldn't mind uprooting the entire Jiang family and the big force behind them. However, what Feng Wuchen didn't know was that not long after he left Tianxian City, the Jiang family had already appeared. Now, they even destroyed the restored alchemist Holy Tower and sent people to capture Feng Wuchen. Annihilator Hun was worried. He wanted to say something, but Qian Hun quickly said, Senior Annihilator Hun, Feng Wuchen is right. We can't just let this matter go. What haven't we experienced in the divine world? Why should we be afraid of the Jiang family? After all, Feng Wuchen was now a member of the Dragon God Temple. Since Feng Wuchen had said so, why should they be afraid of the small Jiang family? Little friend Feng, this is? Donghuang Wuji asked curiously. He could tell that the fatty's cultivation was quite powerful and thought that he was a member of the Dragon God Temple. I don't know. Feng Wuchen shook his head. This sentence instantly caused the fatty to explode in anger. But when he thought of his master's angry instructions, the fatty didn't dare to flare up. He could only hold it in. Stinking brat, if it wasn't for my master's instructions, I would have crippled you myself. The fatty said fiercely in his heart. Senior Donghuang, Gui Nu, this is the 3 lives yang returning pellet that I refined using the holy world's herbs. Feng Wuchen took out 2 pellets and handed them over to Donghuang Wuji and Gui Nu. Many thanks, little friend Feng. Donghuang Wuji expressed his gratitude. We are all on the same side, Senior Donghuang, why are you being so courteous with me? Feng Wuchen quickly smiled. Senior Annihilator, let me help you heal your injuries first. Annihilator's soul was severely damaged and needed immediate treatment to prevent it from worsening. Feng Wuchen's tyrannical soul force surged out and he struck Annihilator's back with his palm. He injected his soul force into Annihilator's body to help him heal his damaged soul. Saint Spirit Realm Alchemist. It has only been 2 months and you have already become a Saint Spirit Realm Alchemist. Little friend Feng's cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Annihilator was secretly shocked when he felt the vigorous soul force. Feng Wuchen, what is your cultivation level now? Qian Hun asked curiously. 5-star Holy Spirit Realm. Feng Wuchen replied indifferently. What? 5-star Holy Spirit Realm? Qian Hun and the others widened their eyes in shock. After ascending to the holy world at the same time, Annihilator and the others had just stepped into the 1-star Holy Spirit Realm. However, Feng Wuchen had already surpassed them by 4 stars. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Senior Annihilator can also refine heaven-defying divine beads, right? Even a heaven-defying divine bead can catch up to me. We relied on the heaven-defying divine beads to break through to the Holy Spirit Realm. Qian Hun said blankly. What kind of difference is this? What kind of terrifying talent is this? Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. Damn it. Damn it. You actually want me, a dignified expert of the southern profound world, to work for a 5-star Holy Spirit Realm brat. Fatty was enraged and he wished he could slap Feng Wuchen to death. If Fatty knew Feng Wuchen's identity, he might be scared into a vegetative state. 4 hours later, with the help of Feng Wuchen, Extinguisher Soul had recovered a lot. Donghuang Wuji and Gui Nu's injuries had almost recovered as well. They were secretly amazed by the power of the 3 lives yang restoration pill that Feng Wuchen refined. Master, the people from the Jiang family are here. Huolingtian's voice suddenly rang out. Feng Wuchen frowned and said coldly, I haven't gone to look for them, but they've come knocking on my door. The Jiang family. Soul Destroyer's old face changed slightly. That brat has a mark on his forehead. It must be him. Mia Hun and the other old bastards are also here. It must be this kid. Take them all back. Those who disobey, break their limbs. 6 or 7 Jiang family guards rushed over fiercely. Their cultivations were between the Saint Spirit Realm and the Saint King Realm. The weakest among them was a 7-star Saint Spirit. What are you waiting for? Why don't you do something? Feng Wuchen looked at the fatty with an extremely cold face. You. Seeing Feng Wuchen talking to him in such a haughty tone, the fatty exploded with anger again. It seemed like he was asking the fatty to do something, but it was more like an order. Seeing the fatty's pale face, Soul Destroyer and the others seemed to have realized something. The Jiang family is not weak. They have a powerful force behind them. You're courting death by going against the Jiang family. If you don't want to live, I won't stop you. The furious fatty chose not to go against the Jiang family in the end. The fatty was not afraid of the Jiang family, but he was afraid of the powerful force behind the Jiang family. Even the lord behind the fatty didn't dare to offend such a powerful force. The fatty's words completely disappointed Feng Wuchen. Stop! Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. The coldness emitted from his dark eyes was like a 10,000-year-old ice, causing people's hearts to tremble. The Jiang family guards immediately stopped. They were all frightened by Feng Wuchen's terrifying eyes and broke out in cold sweat. One look was enough to make people feel inexplicably afraid. You don't have to do anything. We're also going to the Jiang family. Lead the way, Feng Wuchen said coldly without a trace of worry. Kid, you're courting death by going against the Jiang family. They could have lived, but because of you, I'm afraid they won't live past today, a sage king said coldly. It's hard to say who will die, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Before leaving, Feng Wuchen glanced at the fatty coldly and said, You've disappointed me. So it's the South Mystic World's Nether King. The Jiang family guards cupped their fists respectfully. The fatty's face was extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists and wished he could punch Feng Wuchen's head. But for some reason, when he heard Feng Wuchen's cold words, the fatty felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. Seeing Feng Wuchen and the rest leave with the Jiang family guards, the fatty also followed. More than 10 minutes later, Feng Wuchen and the rest returned to Xianxia City. But when Feng Wuchen and the rest arrived at the alchemist's sacred tower, they realized that it had been destroyed again. Feng Wuchen's face instantly turned extremely cold. Everyone on the crowded street seemed to be able to feel this terrifying coldness. Looking at the cold and calm face of Feng Wuchen, Qian Hun and the rest knew that Feng Wuchen was completely enraged. Young Master Jiang, it's that kid. I can't be wrong. He's the one who restored the alchemist's sacred tower to its original state. One of them pointed at Feng Wuchen. That's right. It's him. There's a mark between his eyebrows. Another person said. The Jiang family guards brought Feng Wuchen and the rest to Jiang Shuihan and said respectfully, Young master, we've brought them back. This kid even said that he wanted to look for the Jiang family. Oh? Is that so? He's got guts. Jiang Shuihan's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. He sized up Feng Wuchen and didn't put him in his eyes. In Jiang Shuihan's eyes, Feng Wuchen was just an ant. Isn't this the Southern Mystic World's Nether King? Why? Do you know this kid? Are you planning to help him? Jiang Shuihan looked at the Nether King and asked with a faint smile. Hee, young Master Jiang, this king has only met this kid twice. I can't say that I know him. The Nether King smiled. His attitude was very clear. Jiang Shuihan's face revealed a trace of arrogance. He smiled faintly and said, That's good. The Jiang family doesn't want to incur the Nether King's hatred. After all, we don't want to see the Nether King fall. One had to admit that Jiang Shuihan was extremely arrogant. He actually dared to look down on the Nether King in front of so many people. Jiang Shuihan's words caused the Nether King's smile to stiffen. His face turned gloomy. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to say anything. Feng Wuchen had already ignored the Nether King's existence. He stared coldly at Jiang Shuihan. Qian Hun also despised Jiang Shuihan in his heart. He had never seen such a coward. Who destroyed the alchemist's sacred tower? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. There was no trace of human emotion in his voice. Jiang Shuihan looked at Feng Wuchen with disdain and said coldly, Kid, do you know the consequences of going against the Jiang family? Do you know the status of the Jiang family in Tianqian City? Do you know who is supporting the Jiang family? This young master wants to know who gave you the guts. Who destroyed the alchemist's sacred tower? Feng Wuchen asked coldly again. Kid, I have to say that you are the most arrogant person I have ever met. But let me remind you that those who were arrogant in front of me are all dead. Feng Wuchen's attitude had angered Jiang Shuihan. As the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Shuihan had always been the center of attention. No one had ever dared to be arrogant in front of him. Arrogant, conceited, and condescending, this was Jiang Shuihan. Even the Nether King didn't put him in his eyes, let alone Feng Wuchen. Didn't you hear what I asked you? Are you deaf? Don't you understand what I mean? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Jiang Shuihan's arrogance made Feng Wuchen feel extremely disgusted. The moment he said that, the crowd was shocked. They stared at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. Did Feng Wuchen not want to live anymore? He actually dared to insult Jiang Shuihan in front of everyone. Jiang Shuihan's face turned cold. His sinister eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. At that moment, the onlookers on the street were all scared witless. Those who were timid all ran away in fear. Ignorant kid, you don't know what kind of power is behind the Jiang family. Even if I am severely punished, I will not cause trouble for the Lord. The Nether King thought to himself. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at an idiot. Jiang Shuihan was enraged. Stinking brat, how dare you insult our young master? You are courting death. A guard shouted angrily. He was about to rush up and kill Feng Wuchen. However, he was stopped by Jiang Shuihan. Kid, it has been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like that. So, I have decided to deal with you personally. Jiang Shuihan said coldly. Every word contained a cold murderous intent. At that moment, the street was filled with Jiang Shuihan's murderous intent. I will ask you one last time. Who destroyed the alchemist's sacred tower? This is your last chance. Feng Wuchen asked coldly, ignoring Jiang Shuihan's cold murderous intent. Last chance? Jiang Shuihan was stunned at first. Then, he laughed, haha. Last chance. Interesting, interesting. Jiang Shuihan was so angry that she laughed. However, this made Jiang Shuihan change his mind. I really want to know what is the last chance you speak of. Don't say that this young master didn't give you a chance. This young master will give you this chance in front of everyone in Xianxia City, Jiang Shuihan said coldly. This brat is already incurable. Why would my lord let me receive such a stupid thing? The Nether King could not bear to continue watching. He had never seen such a stupid person before. The onlookers also shook their heads. The Jiang clan's strength was too terrifying. They did not think that Feng Wuchen would win. In everyone's eyes, Feng Wuchen was a joke. Only Annihilation Soul and the other three remained firm in their beliefs. Only they knew that Feng Wuchen came from the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered, you only have one chance. Believe me, you will regret it in a moment. Moreover, you will kneel down and beg me. Remember what you said just now. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at the Nether King. The Nether King directly ignored Feng Wuchen. Hearing that Feng Wuchen's words were getting more and more ridiculous, everyone could only sigh and shake their heads. Jiang Shuihan crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was filled with disdain, as if saying, what do you have to fight with me? Jiang Shuihan wanted to see how big of a storm Feng Wuchen could stir up. Shan Tong, send someone to kidnap the Jiang family's patriarch from the mysterious North World's Tianxian city within 15 minutes. Force his son to kneel. Otherwise, the Jiang family will be massacred, Feng Wuchen transmitted a message to Shan Tong. North Mysterious World? Shan Tong was stunned. He thought to himself, looks like something happened on Annihilation Soul's side. Brother Feng, this is easy. We don't need 15 minutes, we can do it right away. Shan Tong transmitted his voice and quickly gave the order. Sure enough, in less than a minute. In the Jiang family's residence, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere, rushing directly to the Jiang family's main hall. Wherever it passed, a large number of Jiang family's experts were sent flying. Who is it? Who dares to barge into the Jiang family? The Jiang family patriarch roared. But the moment Jiang family patriarch Jiang Yihu's words fell, a sword was placed on his neck. A terrifying killing intent locked onto Jiang Yihu. He was subdued in the blink of an eye. If this person wanted to kill him, Jiang Yihu wouldn't even know how he died. Who are you? The Jiang family doesn't seem to have any enmity with you, right? Jiang Yihu asked in horror. His back was soaked in cold sweat. Jiang Yihu couldn't see the cultivation of the person who made the move. He only knew that the person was terrifying. Make your son kneel immediately. Otherwise, your Jiang family will be washed with blood. A cold and hoarse voice exploded in Jiang Yihu's ears like a bolt from the blue. Could it be the person who restored the alchemist holy tower? Jiang Yihu guessed at the first moment. But Jiang Yihu didn't dare to think too much. He quickly shouted, Shui Han. Kneel down. Just when the crowd was waiting to see Feng Wuchen make a fool of himself, Jiang Yihu's loud shout reverberated through Tianxian City. The sudden shout stunned everyone in the crowd. Each and every one of them widened their eyes. How is this possible? The Nether King was shocked. He stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. This was the voice of the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Yihu. Feng Wuchen actually did it, something that shouldn't have happened. Father? Jiang Shuihan's proud face stiffened. He glanced at Feng Wuchen with a gloomy face and shouted angrily, It's you? Jiang Shuihan couldn't believe that it really happened. Young lord, this is the patriarch's voice. The Jiang family guards were in disbelief. Jiang Shuihan didn't dare to disobey Jiang Yihu's order. He could only obey and kneel down in front of Feng Wuchen. Jiang Shuihan also guessed that something might have happened to the Jiang family. The Jiang family guards also knelt down in a panic. They realized that Feng Wuchen's background wasn't simple. Young Lord Jiang really knelt down. Who is that kid? He actually forced the patriarch to make young Lord Jiang kneel down. The crowd was shocked beyond words. It was as if they saw a spectacular scene of Mars crashing into Earth. How is it? How does it feel? Does it feel especially good? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. Who are you? Jiang Shuihan asked fiercely. The flesh on his face twitched violently. Slap. Feng Wuchen slapped him. Humiliated in public. Are you tired of living? You dare to hit me? Jiang Shuihan roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Slap. Feng Wuchen slapped him again and said coldly, Do you believe that I dare to kill you? Isn't your Jiang family very powerful? Isn't your status in Tianxian City very high? Isn't the force behind the Jiang family very powerful? Why does your father want you to kneel down? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Jiang Shuihan's face was burning with pain. It was as if he had been slapped dozens of times. Aren't you very arrogant? Why are you kneeling in front of me? Feng Wuchen slapped him again. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Shuihan's mouth. Answer me, who destroyed the sacred alchemist tower? Feng Wuchen asked in a lofty manner. His cold words carried an unquestionable tone. It's me, and me, and me. The 5 guards of the Jiang family had no choice but to speak up. Since Jiang Shuihan had knelt down, how could they not admit it? Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Ah. The moment the 5 of them admitted it, a black shadow suddenly flashed out. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them had their arms cut off. Blood gushed out, and their heart-wrenching screams were terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had returned to his original position with an immortal sword in his hand. His speed was terrifying. Even a sage king could not see it clearly. At this moment, Qian Hun and Gui Nu felt extremely relieved. How dare you hurt the people of the Jiang family? Jiang Shuihan shouted angrily. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, causing blood to flow out. So what? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He stared at Jiang Shuihan coldly. At that moment, Jiang Shuihan could not help but tremble. He felt like a rabbit being stared at by a tiger. The young master of the Jiang family was frightened by a look. Who hurt Senior Dong Huang? Feng Wuchen continued to ask. It's me. The guard behind Jiang Shuihan answered fearfully. Which hand? Show me. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the guard. The guard stretched out his right hand in extreme fear. Swish, Feng Wuchen swung his immortal sword. Blood spurted out, and the guard's right hand was cut off. Seeing Feng Wuchen humiliate the guards of the Jiang family in public, Jiang Shuihan could not help but roar, "Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Jiang family?" Feng Wuchen glanced at Jiang Shuihan disdainfully and said coldly, "Is the Jiang family very powerful?" "You." Jiang Shuihan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. To him, this feeling was worse than death. Feng Wuchen did not take the Jiang family seriously at all. Not to mention the Jiang family, even the entire northern region could be destroyed with a single order from Feng Wuchen. The Dragon God Temple definitely had the ability to do so. "Who injured Ghost Slave?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. The guard whose arm had just been cut off trembled in fear. He looked at Jiang Shuihan fearfully and said, "Young master, save me." Jiang Shuihan was at his wit's end. Jiang Shuihan had already asked about the situation via voice transmission. He already knew that a strong martial artist had barged into the Jiang clan and was holding his father hostage. He could massacre the Jiang clan at any time. Therefore, Jiang Shuihan did not dare to act rashly. However, Jiang Shuihan wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He had already spread the news. "You again." Feng Wuchen frowned and asked coldly, "Which hand?" The guard regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Seeing Jiang Shuihan's indifference, the guard despaired and stretched out his right leg. "Chi! Ah!" Feng Wuchen mercilessly chopped down with his sword and cut off the guard's right leg. A blood-curdling scream resounded through the street. Senior Soul Destroyer's soul was damaged. "Looks like it was also your doing," Feng Wuchen said coldly. He could tell that the guard was an alchemist. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly activated his powerful soul power. His eyes widened and the guard spat out blood. His soul was severely injured and he fainted on the spot. "I forgot to tell you that if you don't kowtow and beg for forgiveness from Senior Soul Destroyer, you will all die," Feng Wuchen said coldly. "What?" The 5 Jiang family guards' faces changed. They were scared out of their wits. "Young master, save me, save me." The 5 guards cried for help in fear. "Don't go too far. You'd better think carefully about killing my Jiang family's people." Jiang Shuihan roared. Anger had slowly taken over his rationality. However, his last bit of rationality told him that he had to wait. "I hate it when people threaten me. So, I decided not to give them a chance. Because of your threat, they lost their chance to live," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he snapped his fingers handsomely. Pung, pung, pung. Ah, ah, ah. The bodies of the 5 guards ignited with purple flames. Their blood-curdling screams resounded through the street. "Bastard!" Jiang Shuihan roared crazily. In a few blinks of an eye, the 5 guards were burned to ashes by the purple flames. They dissipated into the air. The terror of the purple flames struck fear in everyone's heart. Including the Nether King, they had never seen such a terrifying flame. Cruel, ruthless, merciless, killing without batting an eyelid. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had displayed all of these vividly. Feng Wuchen's existence was like a devil, deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. "I will never let you go." Jiang Shuihan roared like a ferocious beast. His eyes were as vicious as a viper's as he stared at Feng Wuchen. "Now, it's your turn." Feng Wuchen sneered. "Do you still remember what I said just now?" "I said that you will kneel down and beg me." Feng Wuchen sneered. "I will give you 3 choices. First, I will kill you. Second, kneel down and beg me. Third, I will massacre your Jiang family. Choose one. Think carefully before you answer. I have all the time in the world." "What? Massacre the Jiang family?" When the Nether King heard this, he was so frightened that his body trembled. At this moment, the Nether King seemed to have realized something. An intense fear surged in his heart. Everyone in Xianxia city watched in horror. They all held their breaths. Jiang Shuihan's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. His killing intent soared to the sky. Everyone's pride and dignity were trampled under the feet of the man in front of him. He was unwilling to accept this. He wanted revenge. He wanted Feng Wuchen to die without a burial ground, at the same time, in the Jiang family residence. Let your son beg for mercy. I will only say this once. The mysterious expert threatened. Jiang Yihu was so angry that his internal organs were about to explode. If Jiang Shuihan begged for mercy, not only would it be an insult to Jiang Shuihan, it would also be an insult to the Jiang family. How could the Jiang family establish itself in Xianxia City in the future? However, if he refused, the Jiang family would definitely be massacred. Shuihan, beg for mercy. Jiang Yihu's furious voice suddenly rang out in the dead-silent Tianxian city. When these words came out, all the cultivators in Tianxian city were dumbfounded. Previously, when Jiang Yihu asked Jiang Shuihan to kneel down, they were already very surprised and puzzled. Now, he even asked Jiang Shuihan to beg for mercy. What was going on? Who had such a terrifying ability to force the Jiang family to lower their heads? Jiang Shuihan suppressed the monstrous killing intent and anger in his heart. In front of everyone, he said with an extremely unwilling attitude, "Please spare my life." Is this the attitude of begging for mercy? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. You. Jiang Shuihan's heart was sullen. Forcefully suppressing the rage and killing intent in his heart, Jiang Shuihan said, "Please spare my life." Speak louder. Let everyone in Tianxian City hear you. Also, my name is Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen, please spare my life. Jiang Shuihan roared fiercely. Jiang Shuihan's self-esteem and all his pride instantly disappeared. The Jiang family was humiliated. They would definitely become the laughingstock of the mysterious North world. Jiang Shuihan's begging voice, imbued with the power of Saint Origin, resounded throughout Tianxian City. With this shout, Jiang Shuihan's sense of superiority disappeared. What replaced it was endless humiliation. To take back everything, Jiang Shuihan had to kill Feng Wuchen with his own hands. Otherwise, he would live in endless pain and shadows for the rest of his life. Did Jiang Shuihan have this opportunity? He really did. The great power behind the Jiang family was Jiang Shuihan's greatest support. Feng Wuchen came before Jiang Shuihan, who was on the verge of going berserk, and gently patted his face, saying, "Do you know why I didn't kill you? Because I want to see the power behind your Jiang family. I know you will definitely take revenge on me, so I'm giving you this opportunity. Remember, my name is Feng Wuchen, Dragon God Realm's 9 Prefectures Sacred Pill Pavilion." Feng Wuchen's actions and words vividly displayed his arrogance. Alright, since you knelt down and begged for mercy, I will spare your life today. Get lost, Feng Wuchen said coldly. In the Jiang family. Cherish this opportunity. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the mysterious cultivator from the Jiang family disappeared after saying that. Preposterous. How dare you threaten my Jiang family? Jiang Yihu was extremely furious, and a terrifying murderous aura engulfed the entire Jiang family. Father, grandfather, and the others aren't here yet? I can't take this lying down. Jiang Shuihan's furious voice sounded. Jiang Shuihan didn't leave. He was still in the alchemist's sacred tower. He couldn't let Feng Wuchen walk out of Tianxian City just like that. Your grandfather has already sent people over. Jiang Yihu transmitted his voice, and then led the Jiang family's experts to the alchemist's sacred tower. At this moment, Feng Wuchen used a mysterious divine ability in front of so many experts in Tianxian City. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the destroyed alchemist's sacred tower was magically restored to its original state. It was as if time was flowing backwards. A 2-star Holy Spirit actually has such a mysterious divine ability. Heavens, how did he do it? What kind of power was that just now? It's too magical, I've never seen such a magical power before. The cultivators on the surrounding streets could not help exclaiming in shock. They were extremely shocked. Jiang Shuihan and the Nether King were dumbfounded. Such a divine ability was unheard of. The Holy Alchemist Tower is right here. Try destroying it again, Feng Wuchen said coldly to Jiang Shuihan. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at the Abyss King. He said coldly, "You disappoint me too much. You should not have been sent by Shan Tong. Tell the person who sent you to come see me within 15 minutes. Otherwise, he will have to bear the consequences." Seeing that Feng Wuchen had ordered the people behind the Nether King to rush here within 15 minutes, Jiang Shuihan was secretly shocked. Single pupil? The Nether King had never heard of this before. He might know about the Emperor I. The Nether King didn't dare to contradict Feng Wuchen anymore. He was already afraid of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was able to control the Jiang family within a minute. The Netherworld King definitely couldn't do such a thing. Milord. Something happened. He asked Milord to come to the North Profound World's Profound Sky City within 15 minutes. The Nether King panicked. What happened? Did you offend this Milord? The Nether King roared in his mind. What? Milord. The Nether King was dumbfounded. His Milord actually called Feng Wuchen as Milord. You bastard. Do you want to kill this Hall Master? Do you know who he is? This Hall Master will be there immediately. The Nether King recalled the Milord's furious and frightened voice. It's over. The Nether King was extremely frightened. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Who is he? The Nether King looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. He had countless guesses in his heart. But no matter what, the Nether King was in despair. Wait, the mark on his forehead. The terrified Nether King finally noticed the mark on Feng Wuchen's forehead. At that moment, the Nether King felt as if he was struck by lightning. The Nether King was very clear that there were not many people that could make his Milord afraid. The one he was most afraid of was the Dragon God Temple. And the mark on Feng Wuchen's forehead was a golden dragon. In other words, Feng Wuchen's identity was the Dragon God's, and it was definitely an extremely terrifying identity. The Jiang family head is here. In the quiet street, someone suddenly shouted. The street opened up a path as Jiang Yihu, the Jiang family elders, and dozens of experts rushed over. Feng Wuchen glanced at them indifferently and ignored them. He then entered the holy tower with Mia Hun and the others. Everyone on the street was dumbfounded. The Jiang family head personally came, but Feng Wuchen ignored him. Do you know who he is? Jiang Yihu asked gloomily. He naturally saw Feng Wuchen. Jiang Shuihan gritted his teeth and said angrily, his name is Feng Wuchen. I don't know his identity. A terrifying murderous aura burst out as Jiang Yihu said, no matter if he is one of us, in the mysterious North World, our Jiang family has never been afraid of anyone. Anyone who dares to humiliate our Jiang family will not be forgiven. Today, we must not let him leave Tianxian City alive. Jiang Shuihan said fiercely. If he did not kill Feng Wuchen today, he would not rest. Inside the alchemist holy tower, Feng Wuchen, Mia Hun, and the others were chatting happily. They were not worried about the situation outside. Senior Mia Hun, don't you plan to build a big palace? Feng Wuchen asked. He felt that the current holy tower was not ideal. In the divine world, the old man built a holy tower, but it was not as big as this. Things should be done according to strength. The current holy tower is just the beginning. Mia Hun smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen, how do you plan to deal with the Jiang family? Qian Hun asked. Obviously, he knew that the Jiang family would not let this matter rest. That will depend on the Jiang family's decision and the power behind the Jiang family. If we don't deal with the power behind the Jiang family, Jiang Shuihan will definitely not let this matter rest. Feng Wuchen smiled. Little friend Feng, you still want to deal with the Northern Mysterious World's Supreme Temple? Dong Huang Wuji was shocked. Is the Supreme Temple very strong? Seeing Dong Huang Wuji's reaction, Feng Wuchen asked. The Supreme Temple is one of the major powers in the northern region and the mysterious North World. Not to mention its strength, it also involves the other major powers in the northern region. If we persuade the Supreme Temple, it will be the same as making an enemy of the entire northern region. Dong Huang Wuji quickly said. Although the Dragon God Temple is not afraid, it will be extremely disadvantageous for them if we start a war. The relationship between the Dragon God Temple and the Heavenly Devil race is very tense. Old Man is worried that the Heavenly Devil race will take advantage of the situation. Mia Hun said solemnly. The entire northern region? Feng Wuchen nodded and said domineeringly, so what if it's the entire northern region? Even if I have to make an enemy of the entire holy world, I won't be afraid. Unless I die, no one can bully my people. Moreover, the four of you are people I respect greatly. You risked your life to help me in the 7 divine worlds. If I don't do something, my father will definitely kill me. Feng Wuchen's words made Mia Hun and the others extremely touched. Feng Wuchen was indeed not afraid of making an enemy of the entire holy world. No one in the holy world could kill him unless all the experts in the reincarnation pagoda died. Who dares to bully my nephew? In the sky above Xianxia city, a furious roar that was filled with supreme might echoed. An extremely terrifying pressure enveloped Xianxia city and was filled with unparalleled deterrence. Uncle! Hearing the furious roar, Jiang Shuihan was overjoyed and said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, today, I will make sure that you die without a burial ground. You will regret trampling on my dignity. The Supreme Sacred Hall is here. Jiang Yihu immediately became high-spirited. Even if that mysterious expert appeared again, Jiang Yihu wasn't afraid. Since the Supreme Sacred Hall was here, Jiang Yihu was afraid that mysterious expert wouldn't appear. The Supreme Sacred Hall's expert. The major force behind the Jiang clan. The Supreme Sacred Hall's Hall Master is young Lord Zhang's grandfather. That kid probably doesn't know how terrifying the Supreme Sacred Hall is, right? It's too late for regrets now. Many cultivators in Tianqian City were incomparably shocked as their faces turned pale. They are here. At the same time, in the Alchemist Sacred Tower, Feng Wuchen, Annihilation Soul, and the others felt the surging aura. 8-star Saint. This person's strength is far above Jiang Yihu. Dong Huang Wuji frowned deeply. Annihilation Soul nodded and said gravely, this person is not the Supreme Sacred Hall's Hall Master. It is said that the Supreme Sacred Hall's Hall Master is a Saint Emperor expert and also a Saint Lord Alchemist. Senior Dong Huang, Senior Annihilation Soul, the Supreme Sacred Hall isn't as powerful as you said. It might be because of the Saint Lord Alchemist that they are able to implicate major forces. Let's go and take a look. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. And didn't have any trace of worry or fear. Feng Wuchen had seen plenty of major forces. The 7 races and the Saint Sovereign race were all 100 times stronger than the Supreme Sacred Hall. Feng Wuchen had never feared a minor force with a Saint Emperor overseeing it. Swish, in the sky above Tianqian City, a figure flashed and appeared. It was a middle-aged man. This person was the Supreme Sacred Hall's expert, Dongfang Zhan, Jiang Shuihan's uncle. From Dongfang Zhan's terrifying aura, his cultivation was already at the Saint Emperor realm. Furthermore, he was an 8-star Saint Emperor and had terrifying strength. Swish! Swish! Just as Dongfang Zhan appeared, another 5 figures flashed over. Waves of ferocious aura swept out, shaking one's soul. They were all Saint experts, and they were all at the 6th or 7th star level. Jiang Yihu's cultivation was only a 4-star Saint, which showed how powerful the Supreme Sacred Hall's foundation was. It was said that the Hall Master of the Supreme Sacred Hall had already become a Saint Emperor, joining the ranks of peak experts in the Saints' world. The most terrifying thing was that the Supreme Temple Master was also a powerful alchemist. It was also because of this that the Supreme Temple had a certain status in the North region and even the North mysterious world. Dongfang Zhan and the 5 saints descended. Uncle, you're finally here, Jiang Shuihan said excitedly. Shuihan, are you all right? Dongfang Zhan asked with concern. I'm fine. Jiang Shuihan shook her head and quickly asked, where's Grandpa? Don't worry, your grandfather will be here soon, no matter who it is. Seeing that Jiang Shuihan was fine, Dongfang Zhan finally relaxed. The Southern Sealed World's Nether King? Dongfang Zhan noticed the Nether King. However, the Nether King's face was filled with fear, and he didn't move at all. Humph. Dongfang Zhan thought that the Nether King was afraid of him, so he snorted disdainfully and ignored him. Jiang Yihu and Dongfang Zhan nodded, then explained everything in detail. Humph. That's too much. How dare you force my nephew to kneel and beg for mercy, and even send people to threaten him? That's an insult to the Supreme Sacred Hall. Feng Wuchen, well done. Dongfang Zhan said coldly as he glanced at the Alchemist Sacred Tower. Uncle, Feng Wuchen is only a 5-star Saint Spirit. I will kill him with my own hands. Jiang Shuihan said fiercely as her malicious eyes narrowed. Dong Fengzhan appeared again, and Jiang Shuihan wasn't afraid of that mysterious expert at all. Feng Wuchen. Come out and accept your death. Dong Fengzhan shouted at the alchemist's sacred tower, and a terrifying killing intent spread out. Jiang Shuihan, it seems like you have made your choice. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded as he slowly walked out of the alchemist's sacred tower. You are Feng Wuchen? Dong Fengzhan sized up Feng Wuchen coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Feng Wuchen ignored Dong Fengzhan and treated him as if he didn't exist. Isn't this kid too arrogant? How dare he ignore the Supreme Sacred Hall's expert? That's an 8-star saint. The surrounding cultivators were shocked once again. Where did Feng Wuchen get the courage to make an enemy out of the Supreme Sacred Hall? Dong Fengzhan's cold killing intent instantly increased by 2 folds. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so arrogant. Feng Wuchen, you sent people to ambush the Jiang family and force my father. Otherwise, do you think you can make me kneel and beg for mercy? I don't care who is behind you, but don't even think about leaving Profound Sky City alive today. Jiang Shuihan shouted angrily as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered, Jiang Shuihan, if I were you, I would think carefully before making a decision. I would investigate the other party's background and not be as stupid and ignorant as you, thinking that you are invincible just because you have the Supreme Sacred Hall's support. It's enough to kill you. Jiang Shuihan said coldly. His grandfather would be here soon, and Jiang Shuihan wasn't afraid of anyone. Jiang Yihu, as the Jiang family's patriarch, you are so ignorant. You have missed the opportunity. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered. Jiang Yihu frowned and didn't say anything. He had never seen anyone so calm and confident when facing the Supreme Sacred Hall. Either he was an idiot, or the power behind him was even more terrifying than the Supreme Sacred Hall. Shuihan, kill him. Dong Fengzhan said coldly. Feng Wuchen. I will return the humiliation to you 10 times over. Die. Jiang Shuihan didn't hesitate. The strength of a 6-star holy king erupted as he charged at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, be careful. Qian Hun shouted. Feng Wuchen was just about to teleport away when a cold voice filled with boundless killing intent rang out. Jiang Shuihan. How dare you? PFFF. A terrifying pressure pressed down, causing Jiang Shuihan to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying as he crashed to the ground. Just the pressure alone was enough to heavily injure Jiang Shuihan. A Saint Emperor. Dong Fengzhan's expression changed. Shuihan. Jiang Yihu panicked and immediately rushed out. Lord. The Nether King's body trembled. His pale face was filled with despair as he knelt down powerlessly. Swish. A figure suddenly appeared in a flash. I Qingyun of the Southern Profound World's Heaven Battle Sacred Hall. Dong Fengzhan's expression was extremely gloomy as he shouted, I Qingyun. You dare to interfere with the matters of the Supreme Sacred Hall? Are you tired of living? The newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in gray brocade. He was filled with a dignified aura. None of you can touch him. I Qingyun said domineeringly, ignoring Dong Fengzhan's threat. Heaven Battle Sacred Hall's Hall Master, I Qingyun. Dong Huangwuji and Mia Hun were shocked when they saw who it was. This was a genuine Saint Emperor expert. I Qingyun actually came out to protect Feng Wuchen. Could he be a subordinate of the Dragon God Sacred Hall? When Mia Hun and the others first arrived in the northern region, they were in the southern mystic world, so they had a good understanding of the major powers in the southern mystic world. I Qingyun's existence was definitely a well-known figure in the southern mystic world. It's actually the Hall Master of the southern mystic world's Heaven Battle Sacred Hall. Who is Feng Wuchen? He actually risked becoming enemies with the Supreme Sacred Hall to protect him. Since Hall Master I Qingyun personally came out, this Feng Wuchen's identity is definitely not simple. It seems like we have underestimated him. I Qingyun's appearance caused many cultivators to be surprised and frightened. At the same time, they were even more curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Nether King, who was so frightened that he knelt down. Looks like the Nether King is one of his men. Feng Wuchen wasn't surprised by I Qingyun's appearance. Within 15 minutes, I Qingyun had really arrived. I Qingyun. How dare you attack me? I will definitely make my grandfather destroy your heaven battle sacred hall. The heavily injured Jiang Shuihan roared. He had completely lost his mind. Who do you think you are? Yi Qingyun glanced at Jiang Shuihan with disdain. Yi Qingyun looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Dong Fengzhan. Dong Fengzhan's face was gloomy as he roared, Yi Qingyun. If you interfere today, the Supreme Sacred Hall doesn't mind starting a war with your Heaven Battle Sacred Hall. Then let Dongfeng He give the order. The Heaven Battle Sacred Hall will fight at any time. Yi Qingyun replied domineeringly without any hesitation. I want to kill this brat now. Try touching me if you dare. Dong Fengzhan roared. He walked towards Feng Wuchen step by step and condensed an energy blade in his right hand. Try taking the fifth step. Yi Qingyun frowned. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Dong Fengzhan ignored Yi Qingyun's killing intent and took the fifth step. He didn't believe that Yi Qingyun would dare to attack him. But just as Dong Fengzhan took his fifth step, Yi Qingyun took action. In front of Feng Wuchen, Yi Qingyun had to be domineering. Boom. Pooh. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud explosion. Dong Fengzhan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body shot out like a cannonball, piercing through a large number of buildings in the city. Yi Qingyun's speed was extremely terrifying. No one saw how he attacked. Uncle. Milord. Jiang Shuihan and the Supreme Temple's saints turned pale with fright. A mere 8-star great saint dares to threaten me? You're courting death. Yi Qingyun said coldly, only Dongfeng He of the Supreme Temple is qualified to talk to me. Who do you think you are? Yi Qingyun actually dared to attack. Was he not afraid of becoming enemies with the Supreme Temple? Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? It was worth Yi Qingyun offending the Supreme Holy Temple. Buzz. Boom, in the ruins of the building, a terrifying energy burst out. Following that, there was an explosion as Dong Fengzhan soared into the sky, his killing intent overflowing. Yi Qingyun. Dong Fengzhan roared with rage. Subordinate Yi Qingyun pays his respects to milord. Yi Qingyun cupped his fists and bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen, ignoring Dong Fengzhan's rage. Milord? The infuriated Dong Fengzhan instantly widened his eyes, and his overflowing rage was instantly extinguished. Boom, the Hell King instantly felt as though he was struck by lightning. The last trace of hope in his heart was completely shattered when he saw Yi Qingyun bowing respectfully. The Hell King's pale face was either filled with fear or despair. When Yi Qingyun spoke, the Heaven Mystery City instantly quietened down. There was complete silence. Everyone's face was extremely stupefied. Yi Qingyun actually addressed Feng Wuchen as milord. It was like Mars colliding with Earth. Everyone present thought that Feng Wuchen was from the Heaven Battle Saint Hall, but no one expected that Feng Wuchen's background was even more terrifying than Yi Qingyun's. Yi Qingyun even had to respectfully address Yi Qingyun as milord. He was simply a superior. No wonder Yi Qingyun ignored the threat of the Supreme Sacred Hall and protected Feng Wuchen. Would he dare to not protect his superior, Yi Qingyun? Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Everyone became more and more curious, and even began to feel afraid. Jiang Yihu and Jiang Shuihan's incomparably shocked expressions began to show fear in their hearts. But if Feng Wuchen really had such an identity, why didn't they know about it? They had never heard that the Heaven Battle Saint Hall had someone called Feng Wuchen. Yi Qingyun actually addressed him as milord? How is this possible? After being shocked for a long time, Dong Fengzhan finally recovered. Feng Wuchen glanced at the respectful Yi Qingyun and coldly asked, You sent the Hell King? Yes. Because I was handling some family matters, I sent the Hell King to receive milord. Yi Qingyun respectfully nodded. His heart was filled with intense fear, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He had already confirmed that the Hell King had offended Feng Wuchen. At this moment, Yi Qingyun really wanted to chop the Hell King up and feed him to the dogs. What did you say just now? Tell your master everything. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at the Hell King. As the master, you can decide how to deal with him. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Yi Qingyun. Yes. Milord. Yi Qingyun respectfully accepted the order, and like a ferocious beast, he walked towards the despairing Hell King. You disappoint me too much. Yi Qingyun clenched his teeth and roared, I repeatedly instructed you to receive me well, but you just had to harm me. What did you say? Speak. The terrified and desperate Nether King said everything that he had said before without missing a single word. After hearing this, Yi Qingyun instantly exploded with anger. His eyes turned red, and his killing intent soared. My lord, please spare me. This subordinate was wrong. The Hell King cowed out in fear, begging for mercy. He looked at Feng Wuchen with pleading eyes. Feng Wuchen still had a cold expression, ignoring the Hell King's existence. Feng Wuchen had already given him a chance, but the Hell King didn't cherish it. Boom. PFFF. Yi Qingyun kicked out, and with a boom, a terrifying force instantly injured the Hell King. From today onwards, you are no longer the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall's Hell King. Yi Qingyun roared. He grabbed the air, and the heavily injured Hell King was sucked over. Boom. PFFF. Yi Qingyun threw another punch, causing the Hell King to spit out blood again. His sea of qi was directly crippled. Killing you is too easy for you. You actually dared to offend your superiors and insult my lord. I want you to live in fear and regret for the rest of your life. Yi Qingyun roared. He then crushed the Hell King's hand bone and threw the Hell King out. The Hell King was instantly turned into a pile of mush. With his sea of qi crippled, he was a cripple. Gulp, seeing Yi Qingyun cripple the Hell King, everyone's hair stood on end. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva in fear. Jiang Yihu and Jiang Shuihan were trembling in fear. The strength of a sage emperor was so terrifying. Dealing with a sage monarch was as easy as crushing an ant. Too savage. My lord, are you satisfied? Yi Qingyun looked at Feng Wuchen and asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen could see that Yi Qingyun was a little selfish, but he didn't say anything. To the Nether King, crippling him was more painful than killing him. As a cultivator, he would rather die than become a cripple. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't want to make a fuss, Yi Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. The young man in front of him was a supreme being of the dragon gods. As an existence equivalent to the fourth primogenitor, he couldn't afford to offend him. Sir, do you want to kill Dongfeng Zhan? Yi Qingyun asked respectfully. There's no hurry. I heard that the Supreme Temple has a Saint Emperor expert. Why don't we wait for them to come together? Feng Wuchen sneered. Dongfeng Zhan's face was twisted as he gritted his teeth. Feng Wuchen, I hope you don't regret offending my Supreme Temple. I should be the one saying that to you. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Dongfeng Zhan. Ignoring the Nether King who couldn't move, Feng Wuchen walked over to the heavily injured Jiang Shuihan. His cold eyes stared at Jiang Shuihan like a demon. Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying eyes, Jiang Shuihan subconsciously took a few steps back as his heart pounded wildly. Jiang Yihu's face was gloomy as he took a step forward and stood in front of his son. Jiang Shuihan, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it and only regretted it at the end. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said coldly, do you think that I don't dare to massacre your Jiang family? You're wrong. I just want to see the Supreme Temple's attitude. If I want to, I can massacre your Jiang family at any time. In my eyes, the Supreme Temple is nothing, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His words were domineering and unquestionable. The reason why Feng Wuchen did this was to use the Supreme Temple to intimidate the various forces in the mysterious North World. This way, the Sacred Tower would be able to develop steadily in the future. What an arrogant tone. You actually dare to say that the Supreme Temple is nothing. This elder hasn't seen such an arrogant person in many years. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, an old and dignified voice rang out above Tianxian City. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky, shocking everyone's soul. The aura of a 2-star holy emperor, his cultivation was comparable to Yi Qingyun's. Great Elder. Dongfeng Zhan was instantly overjoyed. Supreme Temple's Great Elder. Jiang Yihu was extremely excited. In the sky above Tianxian City, an old figure silently appeared. It was a black-robed old man. This person was the Supreme Temple's Great Elder, Dongfeng Baiming. Supreme Temple's First Elder. The spectating cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Greetings, Grand Elder. Dongfeng Zhan and the other 5 saints bowed respectfully. The first elder of the Supreme Temple was an existence that was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. His status was extraordinary and his strength was terrifying. Grand Elder, this person is called Feng Wuchen. He forced Xu Han to kneel and beg for mercy, but we don't know his background. However, I Qingyun is very respectful to him, so he should have some status. Dongfang Zhan respectfully reported. He is indeed not simple. Dongfang Baiming nodded slightly and sized up Feng Wuchen with his old eyes. Grandfather Baiming, I Qingyun injured me. Quickly kill him. Jiang Xuehan pointed at I Qingyun and said angrily. He couldn't wait to tear I Qingyun into pieces. Xuehan, this elder will naturally stand up for you. I will not allow others to bully and humiliate you. This elder is curious if the faction behind you can contend against the North region's major factions. Dongfang Baiming said with dignity. Dongfang Baiming wasn't speaking carelessly. The Supreme Temple was really able to invite experts from the North region's major factions to help. Feng Wuchen, I Qingyun can't even protect himself. Let's see who will help you. Jiang Xuehan sneered in his heart. He looked at Feng Wuchen with a smug and sinister smile. Feng Wuchen glanced at Dongfang Baiming coldly and sneered. He really didn't know where Dongfang Baiming got his confidence from. I Qingyun also shook his head secretly. They didn't know what kind of terrifying existence they were going against. You injured my grandson and forced him to kneel and beg for mercy. You will have to pay with your life. Dongfang Baiming shouted angrily. Sharp killing intent suddenly burst out. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power of a two-star Saint Emperor spread out, and the entire profound heaven city shook violently. For a moment, many cultivators were frightened and fled in fear. Dongfang Baiming, you want to kill me? Dream on. I Qingyun said coldly. However, for Feng Wuchen's safety, I Qingyun had already sent a voice transmission to Shan Tong. After all, Dongfang Zhan and the other powerful saints were still around. There was some distance between the mysterious South World and the mysterious North World. The experts from the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall couldn't rush over in a short period of time. It was best to send a voice transmission to Shan Tong. I Qingyun, what if this hall master is included? When I Qingyun finished speaking, an arrogant and angry voice suddenly echoed in the void. Dongfang He. I Qingyun frowned and was shocked. 3-star Saint Emperor. This old thing actually broke through. Grandfather. Jiang Xuehan was wild with joy. Killing Feng Wuchen wouldn't be a problem this time. The Supreme Temple Master is here. The cultivators that fled in fear all exclaimed. A surging aura that was even more terrifying than Dongfang Baiming spread out. The Supreme Temple Master, Dongfang He, was here. Jiang Shuihan's grandfather, swish. Swish, 3 figures appeared in the sky above profound heaven city. Dongfang He and the 2 elders were all Saint Emperors. The Supreme Temple had 4 Saint Emperors, the Supreme Temple Master and the 3 elders were all here. It was an extremely terrifying lineup. It was impossible for I Qingyun to defeat 4 Saint Emperors alone. However, I Qingyun was very calm at this moment. I Qingyun was very clear that once he offended Feng Wuchen, there was no need for the Supreme Temple to exist anymore. Feng Wuchen, your death is here. Jiang Xuehan shouted arrogantly. He was extremely excited, as if he could already see the scene of Feng Wuchen being ruthlessly tortured by him. You're finally here. Feng Wuchen grinned. Not only was he not afraid, he was looking forward to it. You're Feng Wuchen? Dongfang He glared at Feng Wuchen and said coldly, if you kneel down and kowtow to my grandson and beg for mercy, this hall master will leave your corpse intact. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered, is this the Supreme Temple's attitude? Just as I thought, if the Supreme Temple disappears from the mysterious North World, it will definitely be able to establish the prestige of the Alchemist Sacred Tower and intimidate the mysterious North World. Shameless boasting. Hand over the person behind you. To be able to make I Qingyun bow his head, the person behind you is definitely not weak. Dongfang He said gloomily. You're not qualified. Feng Wuchen shook his index finger and sneered, old thing, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might just massacre the Jiang family. Leave I Qingyun to this hall master. Trap Feng Wuchen and let Xue Han kill him personally. Third Elder, immediately bring people to the mysterious South World and annex the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall. Do it. Dongfeng he gave the order and immediately charged at I Qingyun. The terrifying power of a 3-star Saint Emperor erupted. Let me see your regretful expressions. Feng Wuchen sneered. Don't you want to see the power behind me? Since you want to see it, I'll satisfy you. Feng Wuchen sneered. It's finally here. I Qingyun was fearful, expectant, and excited. Shan Tong, massacre the Supreme Holy Temple and Jiang family. Feng Wuchen ordered. Brother Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shan Tong's voice was heard. At this moment, Dongfeng Zhan had already appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. He bent his hand and grabbed Feng Wuchen's throat. At the same time, Dongfeng he was approaching I Qingyun. However, I Qingyun was indifferent as if he didn't see Dongfeng he. Qi. The moment Dongfeng Zhan attacked, a green light flashed. Then, blood spurted out, and an arm flew out. Ah! Dongfeng Zhan screamed in terror. Dongfeng Zhan didn't know what had happened. Boom! Puff! Before Dongfeng He's attack arrived, there was a sudden explosion. Dongfeng He's face changed drastically. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. How can it be? I Qingyun can't have such strength. No, it's not I Qingyun. Dongfeng he was terrified. He had never felt such intense fear before. Grandfather. Temple Master. Jiang Shuihan and the others were shocked. They didn't know what had happened. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly. There was no warning. Many practitioners who had fled to the distance were deeply shocked by this scene. They didn't see anything. They only saw Dongfeng Zhan's arm being chopped off and Dongfeng he flying. Only Dongfeng Zhan's screams could be heard in Xianxia city. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were motionless as if they were petrified. At this moment, it was as if the entire space had stopped. Even Donghuang Wuji, Mia Hun, and the other two were stunned. Only I Qingyun was trembling with excitement. They didn't realize their mistake until now. The power behind Feng Wuchen could completely crush the Supreme Holy Temple, at the same time, in the Jiang family. A black figure holding a long sword shuttled back and forth. Wherever he passed, the throats of the Jiang family members were slit. In less than a minute, the Jiang family was covered in corpses and blood flowed like a river. Only one person escaped. Obviously, he had deliberately let him escape. At the same time, a black figure also appeared in the Supreme Temple. Swish! Swish! Chi! 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 The black shadow flickered rapidly. Because its speed was so terrifying. It actually condensed into a large area of afterimages. Wherever it passed, not a single person from the Supreme Temple was spared. In just a few minutes, blood flowed like a river from the tens of thousands of disciples in the Supreme Temple. Only one person managed to escape in fear. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. The scene was ghastly and horrifying. Patriarch. Something had happened. Our Jiang family has been massacred. Everyone has been killed. The people of the Jiang family, who had fled for their lives, shouted in extreme fear. The terrified screams woke everyone up from their stupor. What? The expressions of Jiang Yihu, Jiang Shuihan, and the others changed greatly. The Jiang family has been massacred? Dongfeng Bai Ming's eyes widened. They hadn't noticed anything at all. This was simply an instant kill. Are they all dead? Qianer, Shi. Dongfeng He's body trembled violently as grief welled up in his heart. There were hundreds of people in the Jiang family. The moment they discovered the enemy, they would instinctively activate their power, right? Even if they only activated a little, Dongfeng He and the others would be able to detect it with their cultivation. But now, they didn't notice anything. In other words, the person who attacked had killed hundreds of people in an instant. Even Dongfeng He didn't dare to say that he could do such a terrifying power. The practitioners in Xianxia city were also scared out of their wits. They were all terrified to the extreme. Qi. The people of the Jiang family, who had fled for their lives, were beheaded the moment they finished speaking. The Jiang family has been massacred. Madam, she is dead. Jiang Yihu was dumbfounded. He was completely stupefied and his mind was blank. Feng Wuchen. You did it. Jiang Shuihan roared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen sneered. Is this the expression of regret? Why would you rather regret than accept the opportunity? I gave you a chance, but you had to court death. I really don't understand. Because of your stupidity, everyone in the Jiang family died. Feng Wuchen. Jiang Shuihan roared crazily. Stinking brat. You dare to kill my daughter. I want you to pay with your life. Dongfang He, who was in extreme grief, roared furiously. His murderous aura was monstrous. Boom, buzz. Buzz, a terrifying power burst out crazily. The terrifying airwaves were like a storm. The space shook violently. Dongfang He suddenly burst out, bringing along a strong ear-piercing roar. His attack was fierce. Palace Master, stop. Dongfang Bai Ming shouted in panic. Unfortunately, it was too late to stop him. Boom, puff, but the moment Dongfang He approached Feng Wuchen, there was a sudden explosion. Dongfang He spat out blood again and flew out. After one attack, Dongfang He was seriously injured. Grandfather. Jiang Shuihan became more and more panicked. He couldn't see any hope. Palace Master. Dongfang Bai Ming and the others were all panicking. The strength of the hidden expert was too terrifying. They couldn't feel the existence of this person at all. How could this be? How could this be? All of this happened too suddenly. Jiang Shuihan couldn't accept it at all. He couldn't believe that the powerful Supreme Sanctuary was so weak today. Regret. Intense regret welled up in his heart. Jiang Shuihan really regretted it. If he didn't plan to take revenge on Feng Wuchen, none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dongfang He, you are too arrogant. You don't know who you have offended, Yi Qingyun said coldly. Who are you? Who are you? Dongfang He roared. He had already realized that Feng Wuchen's background was very terrifying. It's someone you can't afford to offend. Feng Wuchen sneered. Whoosh, at this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. A person flew over at full speed. Palace Master. Grand Elder. Something happened. Our sanctuary was massacred by a mysterious person. Everyone is dead. They've all been killed. The man shouted in fear. Chi. The head of the person who escaped was sent flying after he finished reporting the situation. What? Dongfang He and Dongfang Bai Ming's faces changed drastically. This is impossible. Jiang Shuihan shook his head in despair. His soul had already flown away. Shock, fear, disbelief, panic, etc. were written all over their faces. Their first reaction was that it was Feng Wuchen who did it. The Supreme Sanctuary was massacred, everyone's been killed, a mysterious person, everyone in Tianqian City was completely stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a demon. With just one order, the Jiang family and the Supreme Sanctuary would be massacred. What kind of existence was Feng Wuchen? Is the Supreme Sanctuary very strong? Didn't you say that dealing with the Supreme Sanctuary is equivalent to becoming enemies with the entire northern region's major forces? Is that all you have? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Impossible. It's impossible for the Supreme Temple to be massacred. Absolutely impossible. There are still deacon elders in the temple. Why didn't they send news that someone was attacking the temple? Didn't Yun'er get killed too? Dongfang Zhan and the other great saint experts could not accept this fact. Everyone from the Supreme Holy Temple has been killed. Dongfang He's body trembled, and he almost lost his balance. Brother Dongfang, the Supreme Temple was massacred. Where are you? Brother Dongfang, something big happened. The Supreme Temple was attacked by a mysterious expert. Everyone was killed. Come back quickly. Brother Dongfang, shocked and anxious voices kept ringing in Dongfang He's mind. Pfft. Dongfang He spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries worsened instantly. Temple Master. Dongfang Bai Ming and the others turned pale with fright. At this moment, Dongfang He completely believed that the Supreme Temple was destroyed. You did it. You did it. Dongfeng, he roared at Feng Wuchen. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. He was filled with anger and murderous intent. At first, everyone thought it was impossible and must be fake. But Dongfeng He's crazy roar made everyone believe it. The Supreme Temple was really massacred. Feng Wuchen's terror was completely beyond their imagination. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said coldly, I gave you a chance, but you wanted to see your regretful expressions. I can't do anything about it. Dongfeng He and the three elders were indeed regretting. But it was all too late. Xianxia, because of your arrogance and conceit, you thought that the Supreme Temple was invincible, so the Jiang family was massacred. The Supreme Temple was also massacred. All of this started because of you. I spared your life, but you didn't cherish it and dragged the Supreme Temple into it, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Jiang Shuihan was already in a vegetative state. His heart was filled with fear and despair. I Qingyun, from today onwards, you will take over the Supreme Temple, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, Lord. Senior. I Qingyun was extremely excited. He finally had a chance to spread his influence to the mysterious North World. Who the hell are you? Dongfeng He roared as he stared at Feng Wuchen with bloodshot eyes. It was already a fact that the Supreme Temple had been massacred. Dongfeng He only wanted to know who Feng Wuchen was and why he had such a terrifying ability. I Qingyun, I'll leave the rest to you. Feng Wuchen ignored Dongfeng He's roar and entered the alchemist holy tower with Annihilator and the others. Yes. My lord. I Qingyun respectfully accepted the order. In a flash, I Qingyun arrived in front of Dongfeng He. He sighed and said, Brother Dongfeng, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. I Qingyun. What do you want to do? Dongfeng Bai Ming shouted angrily. And immediately flashed over. Dongfeng Bai Ming, could it be that you still want to resist? I Qingyun coldly swept a glance at Dongfeng Bai Ming. With just one sentence, Dongfeng Bai Ming was scared out of his wits. The mysterious expert in the dark only needed an instant to kill them. I know that I have offended someone I shouldn't have. It's a fact that the Supreme Temple has been massacred. Before you kill me, on account of our friendship, can you tell me who Feng Wuchen is? Dongfeng He endured his injuries and asked. The Supreme Dragon God conferred by the three ancestors of the Dragon God Temple. I Qingyun whispered. What? Dongfeng He and the others' eyes bulged. They were instantly dumbfounded. At that moment, Dongfeng He and the others felt as if countless bombs were exploding beside their ears. Dongfeng He said in disbelief, he's the Supreme Dragon God? It's actually the Supreme Dragon God. Dongfeng Bai Ming was so scared that his whole body trembled. None of them had expected that the person the Jiang family and the Supreme Temple had offended was the Supreme Dragon God. The Dragon God Temple was in the eastern region. Dongfeng He and the others had never thought that it would be the Supreme Dragon God. After all, this was the northern region. No wonder the expert in the dark was so terrifying. Dealing with them was as easy as killing chickens. Not to mention the Supreme Temple, even the entire northern region's forces would be as easy as killing chickens. Thank you for telling me. This old man can die in peace. Dongfeng He seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. He had already accepted his fate. There was no other way to offend the Supreme Dragon God but death. It was too easy for a terrifying monster like the Dragon God Temple to destroy them. Sigh, I've already warned you. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Brother Dongfeng, please don't spoil such a stupid nephew in your next life. I Qingyun sighed. Dongfeng He looked at Jiang Shuihan helplessly and closed his eyes in despair. TCH. A sword appeared in I Qingyun's hand and pierced Dongfeng He's heart without hesitation. Dongfeng Bai Ming and the others also gave up resisting. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lord Feng, I regret it. I really regret it. Please don't kill me. Jiang Shuihan cried and begged on his knees. Dignity was no longer important. Staying alive was the most important thing. Jiang Shuihan, my lord has already given you a chance. It's too late to regret it now. I Qingyun said coldly. The sword in his hand swept out mercilessly. Jiang Shuihan's head flew out. I Qingyun continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Temple's Lord and Elder, as well as the Jiang family's experts, were all mercilessly killed by I Qingyun. Xianxia City's void seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was dead silent and dark. Who would have thought that there was such a terrifying person behind the Alchemist Holy Tower? From now on, the Alchemist Holy Tower would definitely rise to the top. I Qingyun's cold gaze swept across the people of Xianxia City. He said coldly, "If you don't want to die, eat up what happened today. Whoever dares to leak it will be killed without mercy." The cultivators of Xianxia City, even if they were given 10,000 guts, would not dare to leak it out. The Supreme Temple and the Jiang family were destroyed in the blink of an eye. They could not afford to offend them. "My lord, Dongfang He and the others have been dealt with." At the entrance of the Alchemist Holy Tower, I Qingyun reported respectfully. "Senior Mia Hun, Senior Dong Huang, the next time I come, I hope the Holy Tower will have grown stronger." Feng Wuchen smiled happily and stood up to leave. Seeing Feng Wuchen walk out, I Qingyun said respectfully, "My lord, these are the storage rings of Dongfang He and the others. Keep them for yourself. Expand the Heaven Battle Sacred Hall and take care of the Holy Tower." Feng Wuchen said indifferently. "This subordinate obeys." I Qingyun thanked him excitedly. "There are many big forces in the North Mysterious World. If you can swallow them, then swallow them. I want to see what you're capable of." Feng Wuchen said indifferently and then flew away. "This subordinate will not let my lord down." I Qingyun knelt down excitedly and watched Feng Wuchen leave. I Qingyun was very clear that this was an opportunity. This was his chance to rise to the top. As long as he did not disappoint Feng Wuchen, I Qingyun would definitely be able to dominate the North Mysterious World and even the entire northern region. The destruction of the Supreme Temple should have shaken the entire mysterious North World, or even the entire northern region. However, the mysterious North World remained calm and peaceful. No one talked about the Supreme Temple at all. It was as if no one knew about it. The Supreme Temple was one of the major powers in the mysterious North World, but they were only discovered after the massacre. It was obvious that they had offended a terrifying existence. However, no one dared to leak the news for fear of inviting a fatal disaster. After a secret investigation, the major powers of the mysterious North World finally locked onto the Alchemist Sacred Tower. The Alchemist Sacred Tower was the direct cause of the massacre of the Supreme Temple. The Alchemist Sacred Tower was not to be trifled with. Many forces of the mysterious North World visited them one after another, obviously trying to curry favor with them. Many shrewd people also chose to join the Alchemist Sacred Tower. The next day, I Qingyun personally brought people to take over the Supreme Temple. As one of the major powers of the mysterious North World, the Supreme Temple had a rich foundation, which was enough to strengthen I Qingyun's forces. I Qingyun could also expand his forces in the mysterious North World without restraint. As a member of the mysterious South World, I Qingyun's arrival to take over the Supreme Temple naturally attracted the attention of the major powers of the mysterious North World. However, no one dared to stop him. After all, many people knew that I Qingyun was in profound Heaven City when Dongfang He and the other upper echelons of the Supreme Temple and the Jiang family were killed. As long as they were not stupid, they could guess that I Qingyun was related to the person who ordered the massacre of the Supreme Temple. Stopping him at this time was undoubtedly courting death. Washing the Supreme Temple with blood, killing one as a warning to the others, the Alchemist Sacred Tower and the Supreme Temple will definitely grow stronger in the future. "Lord Supreme is indeed brilliant," I Qingyun exclaimed. "Temple Master, the major powers of the mysterious North World will not dare to interfere. We can rest assured and grow stronger," an elder said happily. I Qingyun nodded and said with a smile, "Lord Supreme has given this Temple Master this opportunity. I will not let Lord Supreme down." After returning to the Dragon God realm, Feng Wuchen immediately went to the Sacred Pill Pavilion. Under the Sacred Pill Pavilion's generosity, he bought many heavenly void soul stones and a large number of precious treasures, as well as various precious herbs and materials at a high price. Money makes the devil turn millstones. This saying was not false. Feng Wuchen threw down another 10 billion gold coins before returning to the Dragon God Temple with the heavenly void soul stone and a large amount of treasures. This time, with the help of the heavenly void soul stone, Feng Wuchen could become a Saint King realm alchemist. However, what Feng Wuchen did not know was that the sacred dam pavilion had crazily purchased the void heavenly soul stone and all sorts of precious heaven and earth treasures and medicinal ingredients, which had already raised the price by a lot. It had already seriously affected the interests of the surrounding forces. Because of the relationship between the three alchemists of the sacred pill pavilion, these powers temporarily swallowed their anger. However, once it had been accumulated for too long, it would eventually erupt. As the former pavilion master, Huang Fukong was very clear about this, but he did not dare to disobey Feng Wuchen's orders. Respectfully, Lord Supreme. As soon as Feng Wuchen returned to the Dragon God Temple, the temple guards respectfully welcomed him. Feng Wuchen originally planned to go to the main hall to greet the three primal ancestors, but when he thought of Xianxia, Feng Wuchen immediately dismissed the idea. That old thing might be up to something again. It would have been fine if he didn't say anything, but once he did, he bumped into Xianxia. He was haunting him. Seeing the smile on Xianxia's old face, Feng Wuchen cursed out of curiosity, "What else do you want, old thing?" "Hee, Lord Supreme Elder, look at what you're saying. It's as if this elder wants to target you all day long." Xianxia chuckled. He didn't care that Feng Wuchen was calling him an old thing. "Isn't that so? It's all written on your face. To think that you can call me Lord Supreme." Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. With one look at Xianxia's cunning face, he knew that it was not a good thing. "Speak, what are you looking for me for?" Feng Wuchen glared at Xianxia and asked. Do you still have any heaven-defying divine beads? Give this elder a few more, you know how to refine them anyway. Xianxia asked excitedly, his words still somewhat matter-of-factly. "Do you think the heaven-defying divine beads are food? Do you know how many natural treasures are needed to refine the heaven-defying divine beads? Do I have that many?" Feng Wuchen couldn't help but scold him, then turned and left. "You stinking brat. The entire treasury is under your control. Won't you be able to use the natural treasures as you wish? What's wrong with this elder asking you for the heaven-defying divine beads? Is there a need to be so stingy?" Xianxia immediately scolded. "Old thing, let me tell you, to refine one heaven-defying divine bead, you need 5,000 blood lotus seeds. Better quality ones need tens of thousands. Do you think it's easy to refine? If you want the heaven-defying divine beads, prepare your own natural treasures." Feng Wuchen scolded, not to be outdone. "Stinking brat, you think your wings are tough? This elder is asking you for the heaven-defying divine beads, and you still have to prepare natural treasures? Do you believe that this elder won't release the news immediately?" Xianxia was so angry that his old face twitched. "If you dare to release it, I won't give you a single one." Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. "Fine. You dare to threaten this elder?" Xianxia was so angry that he was trembling, his old face flushed red, looking like he was about to attack. "So what if I threaten you? I'm a supreme, I don't believe that you dare to touch me. Fight with me? You're still too inexperienced. Sooner or later, I'll anger you to death, old thing." Feng Wuchen scolded smugly. "Just you wait for this elder. You'll really anger me to death." Xianxia left in a huff. Before leaving, he even glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. "Old thing, if you're really angered to death, I'll definitely prepare a top-grade coffin for you," Feng Wuchen said with a victorious attitude. The two people's quarrel made Dragon God Temple's people feel helpless. When the two met, there was bound to be a quarrel. Returning to the Supreme Pavilion in high spirits, Feng Wuchen entered the Divine Ring right away. Bringing back 100 void heavenly soul stones this time, Feng Wuchen already could not wait to break through to Saint King Realm Alchemist. But before cultivating, Feng Wuchen still had to refine the heaven-defying divine bead. With so many treasures of heaven and earth, it's enough to refine quite a few heaven-defying divine beads. When the time comes, my wife and Qingyang can also step into Saint King Realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. At the same time, he also took out a large amount of treasures of heaven and earth. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to refine the heaven-defying divine bead, his expression changed abruptly, seemingly discovering something. Feng Wuchen immediately swept his gaze towards the second level of the reincarnation pagoda. Only then did he discover that there was actually an old man standing at the entrance of the second level. The moment he saw the old man, Feng Wuchen was immediately taken aback, his eyeballs almost popping out. This old thing, ah pooey, when did this old senior appear? Feng Wuchen rubbed his eyes hard and discovered that the old man was still there. This was not a dream. Isn't this kid blind? He can still see this king? The old man muttered. Feng Wuchen was shocked for a long time before he immediately flashed over and asked, Senior, when was the second level unsealed? When did you come out? This king has been standing here for half a month. Only today did this king know that you're not blind. The old man was slightly unhappy. Stood there for half a month, Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen actually did not notice the old man's existence. Senior, are you kidding me? Is it really half a month? Feng Wuchen was extremely embarrassed. In other words, Feng Wuchen had left such a terrifying expert here for half a month. Your interspatial ring has 5 times the time. Half a month has passed in the outside world. Calculate how long I've been standing here. The old man became angrier as he spoke. An extremely terrifying ice attribute power instantly spread out. In an instant, the entire space was frozen. It was as if time had frozen. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuchen was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such a terrifying ice attribute power. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had the ancestor of all fires to protect him. Otherwise, he would have instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. This. Senior, I'm really sorry. I was careless. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Feng Wuchen said awkwardly. The reincarnation pagoda chose you. Even if I wanted to kill you, it's impossible. I won't argue with you. The old man said indifferently. Feng Wuchen immediately heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly smiled. Thank you, Senior. Senior, how should I address you? Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked. Ice Emperor, the old man said proudly. Daring to call himself the Ice Emperor, one could see how terrifying the old man's ice attribute power was. You've already obtained the Desolate Flame Emperor's inheritance, right? The Ice Emperor asked. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, Senior Desolate Flame Emperor has already passed down his lifelong knowledge to me. However, the cultivation method is not suitable for me to cultivate. I only cultivated Senior Desolate Flame Emperor's Saint technique. Glancing at Feng Wuchen, the Ice Emperor said, the reincarnation pagoda chose you for a reason. Since Desolate Flame Emperor gave you his inheritance, I will also give it to you. It won't cause my inheritance to be lost. When Feng Wuchen heard this, he was almost moved to tears. The Desolate Flame Emperor's inheritance was already very terrifying, let alone the Ice Emperor who was even stronger than the Desolate Flame Emperor. My cultivation technique is not suitable for you. Although your cultivation technique is trash, it leans towards the extreme yang. Plus, your body is strong, so it is indeed not suitable for you. Other than the inheritance of Desolate Flame Emperor, your body is the only thing that I like. The Ice Emperor shook his head slightly. Was the Supreme Dragon God technique really that trashy? Although it wasn't a saint technique, it was still a top-notch deity technique, right? Was there a need for such a blow? Feng Wuchen was secretly depressed, but he did not dare to refute. To the Ice Emperor, Feng Wuchen's items were indeed trash. Senior Ice Emperor, will you be like Senior Desolate Flame Emperor and disappear after giving me your inheritance? Feng Wuchen asked. The Ice Emperor nodded slightly and said, we are just energy bodies. The inheritance we leave behind will naturally disappear. However, I can still stay for a while. Sit down and let me help you increase your cultivation, the Ice Emperor said. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and immediately sat down with his legs crossed. Even if a top-notch expert forcefully helped Feng Wuchen increase his cultivation, it would not affect Feng Wuchen's cultivation in the future. Why not do it? The Ice Emperor hit Feng Wuchen's head, and a vast and pure energy flowed into Feng Wuchen's body. Ice element energy. Feng Wuchen only felt that his entire body was cold and extremely comfortable. My ice element energy is the same as Desolate Flame Emperor's ancestor of all flames. We are the first energy at the beginning of the world. It is called the ancestor of ice soul. Your cultivation is too weak. I need the ice element to protect your meridians, the Ice Emperor explained as he helped Feng Wuchen increase his cultivation. In just a moment, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had increased to the level of an 8-star saint spirit. This made Feng Wuchen extremely happy. He could clearly feel that his strength had increased by dozens of times. His cultivation did not stop increasing until he reached the level of a 1-star Saint King. It took less than 5 minutes. Not only that, the ancestor of Ice Soul had also merged into Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen spent half an hour to digest it slowly. Thank you, Senior Ice Emperor. Feng Wuchen thanked him emotionally. Still too weak. The holy world is too trashy. The Ice Emperor shook his head helplessly and said, but I can't help you increase your cultivation too much. You have to rely on yourself to cultivate. Those old farts up there will definitely have a suitable cultivation method for you. By then, your cultivation will increase rapidly. Feng Wuchen was speechless. Facing these experts who had existed since the beginning of the world, Feng Wuchen could only be defeated. The Ice Emperor flicked his finger, and a wisp of blue energy entered between Feng Wuchen's eyebrows. A huge amount of information crazily rushed into Feng Wuchen's head, and it was painful. This was the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Dozens of seconds later, Feng Wuchen almost fainted. The Ice Emperor's inheritance was huge, and there were all kinds of powerful techniques, cultivation methods, and problems to pay attention to in cultivation. It was extremely detailed. Feng Wuchen, although I don't know why the reincarnation pagoda chose you, I can see that you are different. You are our hope. Cultivate well, the Ice Emperor said with a touch of sadness in his words. With that, the Ice Emperor turned and entered the pagoda. The desolate Flame Emperor had said similar words before, but Feng Wuchen could not understand the real meaning for now. Feng Wuchen shook his head secretly. With a thought, the ancestor of Ice Soul was activated. Feng Wuchen's palm instantly turned into an ice jade color, and a very terrifying ice power spread out. This power is much stronger than the ice attribute power of the Ice Soul clan. I feel that my body is much stronger. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. An extremely powerful body, coupled with the terrifying ancestor of Ice Soul, might be able to make his body even stronger. My wife happens to cultivate the ice attribute. I'll pass on Senior Ice Emperor's cultivation method and saint technique to my wife. Then, I'll refine a saint sword. Feng Wuchen secretly decided in his heart. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen began to refine the heaven-defying divine bead. The Yuan spirit avatar was responsible for absorbing the soul power of the void heavenly soul stone. In just half a month, after consuming dozens of void heavenly soul stones, Feng Wuchen had successfully stepped into the realm of Saint King Alchemist. Feng Wuchen had already mastered 2 of the Ice Emperor's powerful saint techniques. It was enough. The power was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen had never seen such a terrifying saint technique. He really wanted to find someone to test its power. To be precise, this was not a saint technique. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. Only 3 days had passed in the outside world. In just 3 days, Feng Wuchen had undergone a huge change. From the Holy Spirit realm to the Saint King realm, Feng Wuchen completed it in less than a month. Such a terrifying improvement was even more terrifying than a monster. After ordering Shan Tong to bring the refined heaven-defying divine bead to Lu Qingyang and the others, Feng Wuchen had nothing to do, so he planned to visit Ling Xiaoxiao. Snowy Cloud Peak. In the everlasting snow mountain in the north of the Dragon God realm. The everlasting snow mountain was huge and boundless. It was where Yang's island cultivated. Ling Xiaoxiao, Miao Qingqing, and the other 2 girls were cultivating here. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen appeared on top of a snow mountain. The cloud snow mountain was filled with raging winds and was extremely cold. Cultivators with weak cultivations could not withstand this terrifying cold. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had the ancestor of fire and the ancestor of ice souls in his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the cold. Ice attribute offensive formation. Protector Yang is very skilled in formations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a huge snow mountain. Feng Wuchen exclaimed. What is this barrier? Feng Wuchen realized something was wrong as soon as he finished his exclamation. Feng Wuchen found that the huge everlasting snow mountain was sealed by a huge and terrifying barrier. As a formation master, Feng Wuchen saw it at first glance. A transparent barrier. The entire everlasting snow mountain is sealed. If it wasn't for the power of time and space, I wouldn't be able to enter. I can't sense anything other than the wind and snow. Feng Wuchen frowned. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into thin air, and he appeared outside the barrier. As expected, the barrier's aura is completely covered. I can't use my soul power. Something must have happened to Protector Yang. Feng Wuchen frowned again. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. It was very strong. Who in the Dragon God realm dared to attack Yang's island? Didn't they know the consequences of offending the Dragon God Temple? Feng Wuchen left behind a Yuan spirit avatar. With a thought, Feng Wuchen entered the barrier again. The ice attribute power was too strong. Feng Wuchen couldn't sense Yang's island and Ling Xiaoxia's aura. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of black figures suddenly flew out of Feng Wuchen's divine ring. They were Long Zun and the hundreds of soul puppets. Hundreds of figures rushed out of the snow mountain in all directions. Since he couldn't sense it, he could only rely on his eyes to find it. 10 minutes later, one of the puppets noticed the commotion of the battle. Feng Wuchen immediately rushed over. At this moment, Yang Zilan was engaged in an intense battle with a middle-aged man. The reason why the power of the battle did not spread was because there was still an ice element barrier. Zilan, you're not my opponent. Don't resist anymore. Come back with me. Do you know what it means to stay in Dragon God Temple? Said the middle-aged man coldly. He gave people a feeling that he was above everything. Yang Zilan was a Saint Emperor, a 7-star Saint Emperor. His strength was terrifying. However, none of Yang Zilan's attacks had any effect on the middle-aged man. It couldn't hurt the man at all. On the other hand, Yang Zilan was heavily injured. The man's cultivation level was much higher than Yang Zilan's. His chi was as strong as Long Qinya's. Where I go has nothing to do with you. Even if you kill me, I won't go back with you. Yang Zilan is dead, said Yang Zilan coldly. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. Swish, boom, poof, in a flash, the middle-aged man appeared behind Yang Zilan and punched him. Yang Zilan spat out blood and was sent flying through a few snowy mountains. You staying in the Dragon God Temple is an insult to the Martial Spirit Temple. Since you don't want to go back, I'll kill you. The middle-aged man said in a cold voice. Cold killing intent filled the air. Kill me. You've already killed me, said Yang Zilan. He couldn't stand up anymore. The man frowned and his eyes flashed with viciousness. He said coldly, do you really think I don't dare? Even if I kill you, Long Shirhan and the others won't know it was me. An 8-star Saint Emperor is bullying a girl. Do you have any shame? Just as the man finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's cold and disdainful voice sounded. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already entered the barrier set up by the man. Zhizun? Yang Zilan's expression changed. Eh? The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had entered the barrier without making a sound. The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. Not only that, but Feng Wuchen was also able to withstand his ice element energy. Zhizun? The middle-aged man said coldly, little boy, you're the Zhizun of Dragon God Temple? Is there a problem? Feng Wuchen shrugged and didn't even look at the middle-aged man. Protector Yang, are you alright? Feng Wuchen asked Yang Zilan. However, Feng Wuchen jumped in fright when he saw what she was looking at. You're Protector Yang? Feng Wuchen couldn't believe it. At this moment, Yang Zilan wasn't an old woman. She was a beautiful young woman like a fairy. Yang Zilan was as beautiful as Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing. Zhizun, run. He's going to kill you. Yang Zilan didn't have time to explain. The middle-aged man sneered, since you're here, don't leave. You're really Protector Yang? Feng Wuchen couldn't believe it. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He couldn't believe that this young man was ignoring him. Feng Wuchen took a deep breath and said, "What a surprise. Jizun, run. He's from the martial spirit temple. He's going to kill you." Yang Zilan was worried. "He can't kill me. Don't worry." Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. He looked around and asked, "Protector Yang, where are Xiaoxiao and the others?" Feng Wuchen was looking for Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. Yang Zilan quickly said, "Xiaoxiao and the others were sealed by him. Release him if you don't want to die." Feng Wuchen said coldly. His words carried a supreme dignity. It was an order. "You want to die?" The middle-aged man was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky, and his face was ferocious. He flicked his finger, and a terrifying ice attribute energy shot out. Whoosh! The terrifying ice attribute energy was like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it an ear-piercing sonic boom. It was incomparably overbearing. "Watch out, Jizun!" Yang Zilan's face changed and shouted. But the moment the terrifying ice attribute energy hit Feng Wuchen, it dissipated. Strange. Extremely strange. What? The middle-aged man's face changed as if he had seen a ghost. How is that possible? Yang Zilan was stunned. Even though Feng Wuchen hit his cultivation level, Yang Zilan knew that Feng Wuchen was definitely not a match for the middle-aged man. How could such a terrifying energy disappear in front of Feng Wuchen? Martial Spirit Temple, right? I'll count to 3. If you don't let her go, I'll kill you. If my wife is injured in the slightest, I'll make you wish you were dead. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and his cold killing intent locked onto the middle-aged man. Is that so? You can count. The middle-aged man crossed his arms and ignored Feng Wuchen's threat. This brat can make my power dissipate strangely. He must have some powerful treasure on him. The man guessed, but he didn't think that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was above his. Protector Yang, you seem to know him. Are you familiar with him? He injured you, do you mind if I kill him? Feng Wuchen asked Yang Zilan. I don't mind. Yang Zilan shook his head and said, but it will bring a lot of trouble to the Dragon God's temple. His name is Wu Qi, the leader of the Martial Spirit Temple. The Martial Spirit Temple is as powerful as the Dragon God's temple. The 3 traders of the Dragon Gods were protected by the Martial Spirit Temple. As long as you don't mind. Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen didn't care about the Martial Spirit Temple. Feng Wuchen's answer surprised Yang Zilan. Feng Wuchen wasn't naive enough to think that he could kill an 8-star Saint Emperor, was he? And Wu Qi wasn't an ordinary 8-star Saint Emperor. In Yang Zilan's impression, Feng Wuchen wasn't an arrogant person who liked to brag. Feng Wuchen looked at Wu Qi coldly and said, I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch my wife, you will die. Your wife is in the hands of this domain chief. Try it if you have the ability. This domain chief wants to see what kind of ability you have. Wu Qi laughed coldly in disdain. You said it yourself. Don't regret it. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen wanted to kill Wu Qi. Ling Xiaoxiao was Feng Wuchen's bottom line. Whoever touched her would die. Senior Ice Emperor, please lend me your power, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. You can't handle my power. Let me take control of your body. The Ice Emperor said. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's aura suddenly changed. A destructive aura that seemed to have come from the primordial era erupted. It was breathtaking. What? Wu Qi's expression changed drastically when he sensed this extremely terrifying aura. How is this possible? This Qi is even more terrifying than the leaders. How can there be such a strong cultivator in the holy world? Wu Qi was terrified. The leader of the Martial Spirit Temple was stronger than Long Shihun. However, Feng Wuchen's aura was several times more terrifying than the Martial Spirit Temple masters. He regretted it. In that instant, Wu Qi felt powerless from the pressure and knelt down directly. It was as if the heavens and earth were suppressing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Just his aura alone had defeated Wu Qi. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Wu Qi was scared out of his wits. He had never felt such a terrifying aura before. There was no way he could fight back. Jizun, he. Yang Zilan was stunned. Her pale face was filled with fear and disbelief. How could Feng Wuchen have such a terrifying qi? Was this really Feng Wuchen? Definitely not. Yang Zilan was sure that it wasn't Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen walked over step by step, scaring Wu Qi so much that he was trembling all over. He was about to have a heart attack. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and Wu Qi was sucked towards him. Who? Who are you? Wu Qi asked in fear. His face was pale and he could not move. Feng Wuchen looked at the terrified Wu Qi and asked, "What's wrong? What's with the fear on your face? What happened to your arrogance? Where did it go?" Amidst his fear, Wu Qi waved his hand. Ling Xiaoxiao and the other three appeared out of thin air, but they were already sealed in ice. My lord. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. They are all here. I didn't hurt them. Please spare my life. Wu Qi begged. Now you know you were wrong? What did you do when I gave you a chance? It's too late. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word he said was filled with killing intent. Feng Wuchen extended his finger and gently tapped Wu Qi's forehead. The ice spirit ancestor's power started to spread. The entire ice mountain started to melt. All the ice elemental power started to gather. What a terrifying ice elemental power. The entire everlasting snow mountain is being controlled. The ice elemental power in my body seems to be very scared. Yang Zilan was shocked. She had never seen such a terrifying scene. What kind of ice elemental power is this? Wu Qi's heart was filled with fear. The ice attribute energy in his body was completely suppressed and could not be activated at all. It was as if it had been sealed. This was the power of the ice spirit ancestor. Any ice elemental power was nothing in front of the ice spirit ancestor. My lord, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. My lord, I beg you. I will do anything you want. Wu Qi begged desperately. You don't have the right. Feng Wuchen said emotionlessly. Zilan, save me, save me. Wu Qi begged Yang Zilan for help. Yang Zilan was indifferent. If Feng Wuchen wanted to kill him, Yang Zilan had no right to stop him. Because Feng Wuchen was a Jizun cultivator. The ice spirit ancestor's power started to spread. Wu Qi's forehead was frozen. Only Wu Qi knew how painful it was. Then, it spread to every part of Wu Qi's body. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qi had turned into an ice sculpture. Unlike other ice sculptures, the cultivator might still be alive after the ice sculptures melted. But Wu Qi was completely dead. Wu Qi had never thought that he would die in the everlasting snow mountain. Yang Zilan was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen had only touched the ice elemental power and killed an 8-star Saint Emperor. All the ice elemental power in the everlasting snow mountain was being controlled. It could even suppress the ice elemental power of a Saint Emperor. What kind of ice elemental power was this? Once Wu Qi died, the ice spirit ancestor's power disappeared. Feng Wuchen helped Yang Zilan up and gave her a healing pill. Lord Jizun, your power. Yang Zilan was still in a state of shock. It's a secret. Feng Wuchen smiled. Yes. Yang Zilan nodded. Peng. With a thought, the world-purifying soul flame was released. The ice elemental power that sealed Ling Xiaoxiao and the others quickly melted. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked and overjoyed when they saw Feng Wuchen. Wife, Qing, Lan Yu, are you all okay? Feng Wuchen asked. The four of them were only frozen. They were not injured. Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. She smiled and shook her head, we're fine. Master, how are your injuries? Where's Wu Qi? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were very worried. He's fine. Luckily, Master Jizun came in time. Wu Qi was killed by Master Jizun. Yang Zilan shook her head and smiled. What? The four of them were shocked. Feng Wuchen killed Wu Qi, even Yang Zilan could not defeat him. How could Feng Wuchen be so strong? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others did not believe it. Master, are you kidding me? How could Brother Feng kill Wu Qi? Wu Qi is an 8-star Saint Emperor. Master, you are not his match, let alone Brother Feng. Alliance leader is only slightly stronger than us. I don't believe that he can kill an 8-star Saint Emperor. Seeing that none of them believed him, even his own wife, Feng Wuchen's smile became even brighter. I am not Wu Qi's match. He was killed by Zhizun. Wu Qi is over there. Yang Zilan pointed at the ice sculpture not far away. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others turned their heads and saw Wu Qi's ice sculpture. Wu Qi was also an ice elemental cultivator. Yang Zilan couldn't have done that. The answer was obvious. Big Brother Feng, he was really. Seeing the frozen Wu Qi, the four of them stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Brother Feng, you really did it? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Hee, we'll talk about it in the future. Feng Wuchen struck out with his palm. Wu Qi, who was frozen to death, shattered. Martial Spirit Temple's leader's storage ring must have many treasures. There must be a lot of Saint Origin stones and gold coins. Feng Wuchen grinned and took Wu Qi's storage ring without hesitation. Killing and robbing was so exciting, so happy. Feng Wuchen killed Wu Qi with one finger. It was too shocking. Feng Wuchen did not want to scare his wife. He would talk about it later. Eh? Yang Meier unintentionally saw that under Wu Qi's shattered corpse, there was a faint white light. She immediately pushed the ice away and a spirit crystal emitting a faint white light appeared. Master, Alliance leader, what is this? Yang Meier asked curiously. Her beautiful eyes were curiously looking at the crystal. The spirit crystal did not emit a strong aura, but it was very gentle. It was very special. What is this? Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Wow. It's so beautiful. Miaqing said. Yang Zilan shook his head and said, the ice attribute energy is very gentle. I don't know what it is. I have never seen it before. But it shouldn't be a treasure. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others could not help but look at Feng Wuchen. To be honest, Feng Wuchen did not know what it was. He could only see that the spirit crystal contained a gentle ice attribute energy. This is the Ice Soul Crystal, a treasure refined by the Ice Soul ancestor. It is the energy of Wu Qi. It is very pure and very useful for cultivation. The Ice Soul Emperor said. Refined by the ancestor of Ice Soul? Feng Wuchen was shocked. The ancestor of Ice Soul had such an ability? Then, could the ancestor of all flames also refine the enemy's fire attribute energy? What about the fire poison? Could it too? Just thinking about it made Feng Wuchen ecstatic. This was even more powerful than a treasure of heaven and earth. This should be Wu Qi's ice elemental power, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. It looks gentle, but it's very powerful. Keep it and cultivate. It will definitely increase your cultivation. With that, Feng Wuchen took out the heaven-defying divine pearl and smiled. I came this time not only to see your cultivation results, but also to give you the heaven-defying divine pearl. It'll help you break through to the Saint King realm as soon as possible. Heaven-defying pearl? Yang Zilan frowned and thought, is it a treasure? It has such a huge amount of pure energy. Looking at the pearl in Feng Wuchen's hand, Yang Zilan was shocked. He did not know what it was, nor had he ever heard of it. Great! We finally have the heaven-defying pearl to cultivate. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were very happy. They knew very well how powerful the pearl was. Supreme Master, what kind of treasure is this? Yang Zilan asked curiously. Master, this is a treasure made by our leader. It can increase cultivation by a few stars. Yang Meier said excitedly. How many stars? Yang Zilan was shocked. He was stunned on the spot. Was there really such a terrifying treasure? Increasing cultivation by a few stars was even more terrifying than cheating. Was that even possible? Master, it's true. When we were in the 7 deity realms, we relied on Big Brother Feng's heaven-defying divine pearl to improve our cultivation. What Big Brother Feng is refining now should be a heaven-defying divine pearl of the Holy Spirit realm. Is it really that powerful? Yang Zilan was even more shocked. Yes. Miaqing nodded. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, Brother Feng, you became a Saint Spirit Realm alchemist? Feng Wuchen smiled proudly, of course. You are indeed a genius alchemist. Our leader is so powerful. Yang Mei'er smiled. Hee, there is an even better treasure. It was a treasure that had just been refined. You will love it. Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. He waved his hand and 5 saint swords appeared. Waves of extremely powerful ice-cold aura spread out. Ice attribute. Saint sword. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others exclaimed at the same time. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Even Yang Zilan, a saint emperor, was shocked. His heart was pounding and his eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Those were 5 saint swords of the ice saint swords. They were all top saint swords. And they were made by Feng Wuchen. How could Yang Zilan not be shocked? Ice saint swords of the ice saint swords, the power has increased greatly. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. The saint spirit stones he got from the treasury were all used to make saint swords. Brother Feng, these are the saint swords you made for us? Miao Qingqing asked in shock. Leader, are you joking? Yang Mei'er couldn't believe it. Of course they are for you. I am not joking. Even if I want to lie to you, I wouldn't lie to my wife. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Your Excellency, you know how to make saint swords? Yang Zilan suppressed his shock and asked. Of course. Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen took out the scroll he'd prepared beforehand. He smiled and said, this is the 9 mystic ice ancestral spell. It's a very powerful technique and has powerful ice spells. It's much stronger than the ones you've cultivated before. Protector Yang, you can cultivate it too. 9 mysterious ice ancestral technique? More powerful than the ones we practiced? Is it even more powerful than the cultivation method that Master passed on to us? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked again. If it wasn't a saint sword, then it was a powerful skill of the ice ancestral technique. Where did Feng Wuchen get all these from? Yang Zilan opened the scroll and glanced at it. She was stunned. Her eyes widened and her body trembled. Yang Mei'er noticed Yang Zilan's shocked expression and asked, Master, is this skill of the ice ancestral technique really that powerful? That's an ancient technique. Yang Zilan exclaimed. Ancient saint technique? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao and the others shock, Feng Wuchen felt a sense of accomplishment. I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. This is an ancient technique. Such a terrifying technique. Even 100,000 years ago, before the realms were divided into different realms, it was never seen before. I am sure that such a terrifying technique doesn't exist in this world. Also, this skill is extremely terrifying. It can definitely crush opponents of the same level. Yang Zilan was getting more and more excited as he spoke. His fear had turned into joy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Zilan wouldn't have believed that Feng Wuchen could take out such a terrifying skill. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were stunned by what Yang Zilan said. If Yang Zilan, an ancient cultivator, was so excited, they could only imagine how powerful it was. Brother Feng, how did you get such a powerful technique? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. The girls all looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Where did Feng Wuchen get such a technique that didn't even exist in the holy world, not to mention that it was from a cave? If it really existed in a cave, Feng Wuchen wouldn't even have the chance to get it. Let's talk about it later. Now is not the time. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. He didn't know how to answer. Feng Wuchen couldn't tell them about the Ice Emperor, could he? Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't want to tell them, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had to give up. Oh right, isn't Honglian with you? Where is she? Why isn't she cultivating with you? Feng Wuchen quickly changed the topic. Of course, Feng Wuchen was curious too. Only Mu Honglian wasn't with them. Yang Zilan said respectfully, Your Majesty, Honglian went to a nearby city to buy some pills for cultivation. She hasn't returned yet. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, All right, you guys continue cultivating. I should go back and cultivate as well. When you reach the Holy King level, I'll send you the heaven-defying jewel. Your Majesty, please wait. Yang Zilan quickly said. Is there anything else? Feng Wuchen asked. Yang Zilan looked serious and said worriedly, Wu Qi is a great leader of the Martial Spirit Temple. The Martial Spirit Temple must know that he's dead. They won't give up until they find out. Brother Feng, our master said that the Martial Spirit Temple is stronger than the Dragon God Temple. If they start a war, it won't be good for us. Ling Xiaoxiao said. Yang Zilan continued, the Martial Spirit Temple is related to the Sky Demon clan. I'm worried that they will use this opportunity to attack the Dragon God Temple. The Martial Spirit Temple was the strongest existence in the Saints' world. Offending the Martial Spirit Temple would definitely not end well. Don't worry. If they want to fight, we can just destroy them. The Martial Spirit Temple is not that strong. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. He was not worried at all. His words seemed casual, but they contained an endless amount of dominance. It was as if Feng Wuchen could destroy the Martial Spirit Temple at any time. He didn't care about the Martial Spirit Temple at all. Feng Wuchen could really do it. Any one of the terrifying experts in the Reincarnation Tower could destroy the Martial Spirit Temple with a wave of their hand. With that, Feng Wuchen left in a flash. Yang Zilan was stunned on the spot, his expression was stiff. That was the Martial Spirit Temple. Feng Wuchen didn't care about it at all. It was easy for him to say that. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were also stunned. Was this still the Feng Wuchen they knew? Wasn't he too arrogant? They even thought that Feng Wuchen was crazy. They didn't know about the Reincarnation Tower. Otherwise, they would think that the Martial Spirit Temple was like a bug. Forget it. Maybe Brother Feng is just joking. He just doesn't want us to worry. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. She thought that Feng Wuchen was just trying to comfort them. Yang Zilan nodded and said, all right, let's cultivate. Let's try the heaven-defying jewel. Yang Meier said excitedly. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others also took out their heaven-defying jewel to cultivate. Yang Zilan was scared silly by this. Ling Xiaoxiao and the other three's cultivation soared all the way. In less than a minute, their cultivation soared by 4 stars. Yang Zilan had never seen such a shocking scene in his life. It took time to download the cheats. Yang Zilan was extremely shocked. He suddenly felt that Feng Wuchen's arrogant words were not arrogant at all. He really did have the ability to do so. He could make such a terrifying heaven-defying jewel. He even took out a skill that didn't exist in the holy world. What else could Feng Wuchen not do? Lord Supreme, maybe he's not joking. Maybe he's telling the truth. Yang Zilan's heart was in turmoil. Dragon God Temple, Supreme Pavilion. These days, Feng Wuchen had been making pills and heaven-defying jewel of the holy world. There were all kinds of pills from the Saint Realm to the Saint King Realm. Feng Wuchen had also refined quite a few Saint King Realm heaven-defying divine beads, using up a large amount of natural treasures. Feng Wuchen had already mastered all the pills he could make. His soul power had also increased a lot. The effects of the Triple Yang Restoration Pill and Green Lotus Regenerative Pill had increased a lot. The Triple Yang Restoration Pill had a powerful healing effect. The Green Lotus Regenerative Pill could restore one's strength. These 2 pills had always been important to Feng Wuchen. In addition, Feng Wuchen had also made some special pills. For example, pills that could temporarily increase one's speed and physical strength. There were also many powerful talisman inscriptions that could increase one's strength. After a few days, Feng Wuchen had made a lot of Saint King Realm pills. Then pills that could increase one's cultivation base. He also made pills that could increase one's cultivation speed. The pills that he didn't need were all stored in the treasure pavilion. With pills that can increase cultivation speed, my cultivation will increase even faster. The Saint King Realm heaven-defying divine bead is of extremely high quality, so its effects will definitely be even more powerful. It might even be able to help me increase my cultivation by 4 stars, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. He couldn't wait to try it. However, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had just increased by a few stars. Feng Wuchen wouldn't use the heaven-defying jewel for now. He had to consolidate his Saint King Realm first. If one's cultivation increased too quickly, without a solid foundation, they wouldn't be able to exert their true strength. With a thought, Feng Wuchen withdrew from the divine ring. Let's go and see how the Temple of Rakshasa is doing. When half a year is up, Xiaoxiao will probably take over the Temple of Rakshasa. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. During this time, Ling Xiaoxiao still needed to cultivate with Yang Zilan. Feng Wuchen couldn't just ignore the Temple of Rakshasa. This time, Feng Wuchen learned his lesson. He directly sent a message to Long Shihun and then left the Dragon God Temple. He didn't want to run into that old bastard Yang Xianyi. Feng Wuchen flew directly to the St. Pil Pavilion. Feng Hunshan and Qing Jiaolong, who had been in seclusion in the St. Pil Pavilion, had already come out. Both of them had successfully stepped into the Saint Spirit realm. They were now helping the St. Pil Pavilion. Today's Sacred Pil Pavilion was rather lively. The so-called liveliness was not that business was booming. Sacred Pil Pavilion purchased large quantities of heaven and earth treasures, medicinal herbs, and materials at high prices, causing the prices to be much higher. In half a month, it already seriously affected the interests of many factions. But any cultivator who had heaven and earth treasures, as well as medicinal herbs, would sell to Sacred Pil Pavilion at the first moment, causing many factions' interests to shrink severely. The small factions dared to be angry but did not dare to speak up. Factions whose strength was on par with Sacred Pil Pavilion already could not sit still. No, Sacred Pil Pavilion finally had trouble today. Outside Sacred Pil Pavilion, cultivators already surrounded it. Sounds of quarreling still came from inside Sacred Pil Pavilion from time to time. Feng Wuchen, who had just arrived at Sacred Pil Pavilion, did not know what happened. What happened to Sacred Pil Pavilion? Feng Wuchen casually asked a passerby. You don't even know this? Sacred Pil Pavilion purchased large quantities of heaven and earth treasures, as well as medicinal herbs and materials at high prices, seriously affecting the interests of many factions. It already caused many factions to be full of trouble. Today, Profound Cloud Holy Palace came knocking on the door, the passerby explained. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen nodded his head. Inside Sacred Pil Pavilion, the quarrel became more and more intense. Killing intent already spread out. A big fight might break out at any time. The crowd outside was all frightened until their hearts trembled. Just this stinky girl still has the qualifications to be Sacred Pil Pavilion's pavilion master? Is there no one in Sacred Pil Pavilion? Profound Cloud Palace Master said with a disdainful look, looking arrogant to the extreme. Get lost when you're done talking. Huang Fukong said coldly. Huang Fukong. This hall master will give you 3 days. If Sacred Pil Pavilion insists on purchasing at a high price, don't blame this hall master for being impolite. Sacred Pil Pavilion, this hall master, does not put it in his eyes. Profound Cloud Palace Master said furiously, smashing the chair into powder with a palm. A terrifying power swept out. Threat. A naked threat. Huang Fukong was not to be outdone. Gritting his teeth, he said angrily, Zhou Yi. What our pavilion master does is not up to you to teach. Sacred Pil Pavilion purchasing heaven and earth treasures at a high price, what does it have to do with you? If you have the capability, your Profound Cloud Holy Palace will also purchase at a high price. Also, Sacred Dam Pavilion is not a place where you can behave atrociously, and Old Man has never been afraid of your Profound Cloud Temple. Huang Fukong, don't forget, it's not just the Profound Cloud Temple who is dissatisfied with your Sacred Pil Pavilion. If all the major forces join hands, can your Sacred Pil Pavilion stop them? How reckless! Zhou Yi shouted angrily. Whoever is dissatisfied can come find me. An indifferent and arrogant voice sounded. Feng Wuchen walked in with a straw in his mouth and his hands on his head. Stinking brat, who are you? Zhou Ye's ferocious gaze immediately swept towards Feng Wuchen as he angrily asked. Zhou Yi. Watch your mouth. Huang Fukong scolded angrily. He narrowed his old eyes and stared at Zhou Yi fiercely like a ferocious tiger. As long as Feng Wuchen gave the order, Huang Fukong would not hesitate to act. Greetings, my lord. Huang Fukong, the 3 elders, and Shui Yuner all saluted respectfully. My lord? Zhou Ye's face was full of disdain, and he despised Huang Fukong even more. He sneered and said, Huang Fukong, I really didn't expect you to be so respectful to 2 juniors. What a joke. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Zhou Yi and said, "You can scram now and bring the news back. Stinking brat, remember your words. Don't regret it when the time comes." What a reckless fool. 3 days later, this hall master will definitely turn your sacred pill pavilion into ashes. Zhou Yi said disdainfully, not putting Feng Wuchen in his eyes at all. Bang! Zhou Yi kicked an exquisite wooden cabinet, scattering the treasures on the ground, and then left arrogantly. "Lord Feng, are we just going to let him go?" Qing Jiaolong asked with a frown. "Let him go, we're not in a hurry. Remember all the broken things, they will definitely come again. When the time comes, we'll just destroy them together. Pay them first, then destroy them." Feng Wuchen sneered. Shui Yuner said respectfully, "My lord, the nearby forces are very dissatisfied with us. They even said that they will kill anyone who dares to sell heavenly treasures and medicinal materials to us. These days, fewer and fewer people have come to sell heavenly treasures and medicinal materials. Everyone depends on their own ability, but they used such despicable methods. When the time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless." Feng Wuchen sneered, and a trace of imperceptible cold-killing intent flashed through his pitch-black eyes. "Continue to buy at a high price." Feng Wuchen continued, thinking that it was time to expand the power of the sacred pill pavilion. Leaving behind several heaven-defying divine pearls, Feng Wuchen left directly. The purpose of Feng Wuchen's trip this time was to prepare for the Temple of Rakshasa. However, when Feng Wuchen arrived at the border of the Dragon God realm, he sensed a murderous aura coming from the surrounding sacred mountains that had locked onto him. Heavenly Devil Clan. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. From the aura, he could tell that they were from the Heavenly Devil Clan. It seems that Zhuyin Kuei has always sent people to guard the teleportation gate of the Dragon God realm. Once I appear, they will immediately attack. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought. The first person he thought of was Zhuyin Kuei. Other than Zhuyin Kuei, no one from the Heavenly Devil Clan was so anxious to kill Feng Wuchen. Swish swish swish. 7 figures flashed over and blocked Feng Wuchen's path. His path of retreat was also cut off. In order to kill me, Zhuyin Kuei even sent a Saint King, but unfortunately, you came at the wrong time, Feng Wuchen sneered as he swept his eyes over the 7 people, without the slightest bit of worry. Cut the crap. Attack. The leading 3-star Saint King shouted angrily. After the previous lesson, Zhuyin Kuei sent 2 Saint Kings this time in order to kill him in one blow. The other 5 were all 7-star Saint Spirits and above. The 7 attacked together without any mercy. Just to kill him in one blow, the leading clansman shouted coldly, "Feng Wuchen, you won't be able to escape today. Prepare to die." "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen grinned maliciously. That smile was like a demon's. Boom. Pfft. With a thought, he executed instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud explosion. One of the 7-star Holy Spirit tribe members vomited blood as his body turned into a black line and shot out. The power was extremely domineering. That clansman was dead for sure. What? How is this possible? The remaining 6 people turned pale with fright and were dumbfounded. In the profound saint territory, Feng Wuchen's combat power was only at the 4-star saint realm. How could he kill a 7-star saint spirit with one punch? How can Feng Wuchen's cultivation improve so quickly? One of the clansmen said in horror, trembling with fear. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. Teleportation flashed continuously. With one punch each, the 5 clansmen were all sent flying. Feng Wuchen's attacks were ruthless. Including the 1-star Saint Kings, they were all killed in one blow. You're the only one left. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the 3-star Saint King clansman. Saint King realm. You. How could you have broken through to the Saint King realm? The leading clansman looked as if he had seen a ghost. In less than a month, Feng Wuchen had already grown to such a terrifying level. This was impossible for anyone to do. Feng Wuchen was not human. End of chapter 2437. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.